Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Sailing retired veteran Awakens Genryusai Template 1 GT. 001. 60-year-old retired Marine veteran Sea Circle Calendar, 1520. North Blue. G64 Marine Branch. The weather was clear and cloudless. Ding, it is detected that the host is over 60 years old, DD, close black lens bracket. The system is awakening. The system is awakened. Open black lens bracket. The current host has the following two options, close black lens bracket. Option 1. Restore to the peak state of youth and start a new life. Option 2. Get the Yamamoto Genryūsai template in Shinigami and get random unlock progress. I traveled here for 40 years before my cheat finally awakened. Bai Ye, who has already submitted the application for decommissioning Marine, stood at the port, looking at the two options in front of him, and couldn't help but look complicated. Came to this world as an accidental body, and it coincided with the time traveler in the Age of Rocks, the overlord of the sea at that time. It can't be said that he is a poor time traveler. But it's definitely not good enough. No cheats, and none of the natural monster talents of One Piece. No matter how hard you exercise day after day, they are all destined to be unable to compete with those natural monsters on the sea. Witnessing the death of someone close to me, this is the harsh reality. It is difficult for the weak to survive in this sea. Then, for a safe enough life, advertisement Bai Ye chose to join the Marine faction. That's it. As I go to work every day to check in and fish, day by day passes. He witnessed the most vicious era of the Rocks pirates in history. I also witnessed the era of the rise of the Roger pirates from the news. And now Summit War is just around the corner. 40 years have passed. Although Bai Ye did not have children, but Bai Ye, who was 20 years old at the time, is now 60 years old and has become one of the eliminated members of the remnants of the old era. To this day, Bai Ye, the Marine colonel of the local branch of the North Blue, has formally submitted an application for Marine decommissioning. Cheat finally showed up. It has to be said that Bai Ye's mood is extremely complicated. Option 1 is to restore me to my youthful peak, to have a life again. Choose 2. Is this a direct grant of strength? Faced with two options in front of you, Bai Ye's heart said that it is false not to fluctuate. Rejuvenate. This means that he can start his life all over again. While option 2, Yamamoto Genryūsai template, Bai Ye vaguely remembered. This is Shinigami anime, the founder of Soul Society Gode 13 and the captain of First Generation. At the same time, it has the strongest attack power, the highest temperature, and the largest range attack among all Shinigami Zanpakuto, known as the strongest and oldest Zanpakuto of the Flame system. Ryujin Jaka, advertisement undeniable, two options. Putting it in front of anyone is full of temptation. However, Bai Ye who has submitted the Marine decommissioning application. In my heart at this moment, I just don't want to be involved in the next chaotic era. The day before Cheat's awakening, Bai Ye thought about his next plan. Wait until this time to retire from Marine. Bai Ye is ready to fully settle in the town where he has lived for more than 30 years. Although he is a time traveler, 30 years is enough for Bai Ye to have a second hometown in this world. As for the chaotic times outside, at his current advanced age, he has no intention of participating, nor does he want to get involved in trouble. 40 years. Sudden. An exclamation interrupted Bai Ye's thoughts at the moment. What's going on? Look at the sea. Is there a fire over there? No, it seems to be shelling. The exclamation sounded continuously along with the many Marines in the port. Hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but look suddenly. The reason is nothing else. That is the direction of the town where Bai Ye has lived for over 30 years. 002. Choose the Yamamoto Genryūsai template. What happened? Bai Ye's expression changed suddenly. This is the station of Marine's North Blue G64 branch, just across the sea from the town where I live. No matter how rampant pirates are in North Blue, look at the Marine branch flag. And absolutely dare not act so recklessly. 40 years of Marine service had no time for Bai Ye to think about it. He ordered the branch Marine to assemble, immediately go to destroy those enemies. However, just when the Marine branch under the foot quickly assembled and set off, a heavy command voice suddenly stopped everyone. The Marine of the G64 branch must not be dispatched without an order from the headquarters. The sound came very suddenly. Afterwards, a Marine came running with a phone bug in his hand, and the voice just now came from the phone bug. The people below heard the words, and their faces were ugly. Are you kidding me? That's bombarding the town right under our noses? That's right. Are you letting the pirates be so rampant? Many Marines looked puzzled and gritted their teeth. Bai Ye's face darkened suddenly when he heard this. The phone bug was silent for a moment. I spoke again. I'm Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel from Naval Headquarters, some of you may have heard of. What? Vice Admiral? Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral? Then why is it still issued? Hearing this, Marine present was shocked. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. That's Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and a Marine Vice Admiral. How could he deliberately issue such an order through the phone bug? Everyone is puzzled. The voice of the Flying Squirrel continued to ring from the phone bug. Advertisement. In terms of reasons, the Marine of the G64 branch only needs to know one thing. The towns that have been exterminated today are the normal sanctions for failing to pay the heavenly gold on time. The world government has ordered people to report to Naval headquarters. Now I just in charge of delivering orders via phone bugs. The voice fell. Marine, who was shocked at the scene, couldn't help but widen his eyes, flashing unbelievable eyes. Over there. Who's attacking innocent civilians in the town? World government people. A huge monster that made everyone present breathless subconsciously appeared in their minds. Then look in the direction of the town that has been completely destroyed by ruthless artillery fire and turned into a dead ruin. The Marines present collectively chose to remain silent. That's from the world government. A behemoth that has stood in this world for 800 years and has not fallen down. Even Marine is only an institution attached to the world government. In other words, that's not something that ordinary Marines can interfere with. The atmosphere was silent. Sudden. A world government without the slightest scruples, and finally a questioning and cold voice rang out. Could it be that just because you are a member of the world government, you can just let the civilians go, even if the gold in the sky is a cover? Everyone looked subconsciously. I saw that this was a veteran with gray hair and time had not left traces on his strong body. Yes, it's Colonel Bai Ye, Mr. Bai Ye. Bai Ye has served in the Marine for 40 years. It is the colonel of the G64 Marine branch under his feet again. Therefore, everyone in Marine present knows this Colonel Marine who is about to retire. Feeling the coldness in Bai Ye's tone, everyone knew it well. The reason is simple. The town that was destroyed by the ruthless artillery fire of the world government. It is the town where Colonel Bai Ye has lived for over 30 years. There are also relatives of Mr. Bai Ye on it, the feeling of witnessing the destruction of my hometown. What kind of anger is depressing? In the other part of the phone bug, the flying squirrel is confronted with questions. The flying squirrel didn't answer right away, because even if he knew the truth of what Bai Ye said in his heart. Gold in the sky. Actually it's just a cover, advertisement. The original intention of this destruction operation. It is the example that the world government set up for those disobedient kingdoms in North Blue. Instead, choose a town close to the branch of the Marine government. The purpose is self-evident. That's what the world government is clearly telling all North Blue forces. Even if they destroy a town where everyone knows there are only innocent civilians in front of Marine, they will not be stopped by anything. World government. Acting is so unscrupulous, domineering, there is no need to explain any reason to the weak. The oppressive atmosphere of silence was maintained just like that. Bai Ye glanced at the silent Marine present and finally landed on the phone bug. Okay, since Marine can't manage, take off the Marine top with the word justice engraved on it, revealing a spotless white shirt underneath. Nearby, the expressions of everyone in Marine changed slightly upon seeing this. Bai Ye looked at a tall and dark Marine, Carrie. Mr. Bai Ye, from today onwards, you are the colonel. What? The dark-skinned tall Marine is unbelievable. Immediately, there was no excitement in Carrie's heart about becoming a colonel. His face changed slightly. Is Colonel Bai Ye planning to defy orders from Naval headquarters? What do you mean? Watch your words, Marine. Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel among phone bugs, once again sent out a chill. Pay attention to speech. Bai Ye threw the Marine top directly at his feet. Witnessing the town being destroyed in a fire that the North Blue couldn't resist. Bai Ye's cloudy eyes, already tired of the times, showed a hint of coldness. The old man has retired and has nothing to do with Marine, so he still needs to care about cowardly nonsense? Next moment, Bai Ye chose the second option without hesitation. Yamamoto Genryūsai, Template 003, directly unlock Template 60 progress, Ryujin. Ding, the host has selected the Yamamoto Genryūsai template. Open black lens bracket. Yamamoto Genryūsai template is loading. Close black lens bracket, the template is randomly unlocking the progress. As Bai Ye made a choice about the cheat, he awakened at the age of 60. In an instant, accompanied by an incomparably powerful force continuously pouring into Bai Ye's body, flowing through all limbs and bones. Vision began to become extremely clear, hearing began to become extremely sensitive. Under the spotless white shirt, the muscles began to bulge. At the same time, from the inside out, the aura exuded by Bai Ye's aged body. This moment also changed. If the old colonel in everyone's eyes was a veteran who was about to retire, then face Bai Ye at this time, what everyone saw in front of them seemed to be a male lion full of oppression. Even though he was old, he exuded a chilling aura. The scariest thing is, the old lion opened his eyes. Ding, the host randomly unlocks the current 60% progress of the template, Yamamoto Genryusai, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Zanpakuto. Ryujin, unlocked, summonable close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Shinigami ability. Kido, unlocked close black lens bracket. Physical technique. One bone, unlocked, 60 progress. This moment, Bai Ye clenched his 5 fingers tightly and the bulging veins were faintly visible. Feeling the unprecedented power in this aged body, Bai Ye looked at the town he had lived in for more than 30 years, and now it had been wiped out by the ruthless artillery fire of the world government fleet in just a few moments. Advertisement, enough is enough. Bai Ye's eyes turned even colder. At this time, The voice of Marine Vice Admiral's flying squirrel came from the phone bug next to Bai Ye again. Unlike the first one, this time it was threateningly cold. You, Colonel Bai Ye, the head of the G64 branch, think about your decision. Even if you are about to retire, Marine doesn't mind wanting a veteran. Ah. Hearing this, Bai Ye's cold eyes flashed disdain. Want me a 60-year-old veteran? Think of the ending of the predecessor Admiral Zephyr in the future? I thought world government was bad enough. It now appears that the senior management of the Marine government is also the same thing. Then you can try as much as you want. Bai Ye took the phone bug unceremoniously. Those who have nothing to worry about are the scariest. Bai Ye, who has now retired, with the destruction of distant towns. No more scruples. You, the voice of the flying squirrel just sounded. Bai Ye had already smashed it to the ground, crushing it. At the same time, Naval Headquarters. As a Marine, you ignore orders from the headquarters. The flying squirrel stood up abruptly, looking at the phone bug in his hand that he couldn't contact. The veins on his forehead were exposed. As an out-and-out hawk Marine, flying squirrels are ugly, but the world government uses destructive means to set up its prestige in North Blue. But in the eyes of flying squirrels, advertisement. To achieve certain purposes, sometimes unscrupulous sacrifice is necessary. Even if the target is an innocent civilian, for the sake of the overall situation, sacrifice is inevitable. But now, the Marine branch is supposed to obey the orders of the headquarters unconditionally. Some people even choose to disobey the order in public. This is something the flying squirrel, as Marine Vice Admiral, cannot stand anyway. Especially when the other party is the person in charge of a Marine branch. Join Marine veterans who have served 40 years. As a 60-year-old Marine veteran, I don't even understand this basic truth. This made the flying squirrel remember this veteran named Bai Ye even more in his heart. But even so, the flying squirrel didn't take this matter too seriously at the moment. In his opinion, many Marines in the G64 Marine branch in North Blue would not dare to intervene in this matter. After all, that's someone from world government. As for the veteran Bai Ye, a look of disdain and coldness flashed in the flying squirrel's eyes. A veteran who should have been eliminated in the old era. Is it qualified to rely on one person? Delusion to challenge the Marine government, or even to shake the behemoth world government that has stood in the world for 800 years. Not to mention a veteran. Even the 4 emperors who are known as the Emperors of the Sea in New World. Whitebeard. No way. The flying squirrel looked extremely confident. It shows that he has no determination to panic at all when the outside world is caught because of Ace, and Whitebeard is going to take a shot against Naval Headquarters. 004. The beginning of the fire of revenge, at the same time. North Blue. G64 Marine Branch. The flying squirrel didn't know about the retired veterans who were not in his eyes this time. What kind of vengeance will be used next will cause a sensation in the whole world. This moment, Bai Ye has already started to act. He did not carry any G64 branch Marine. Or as a retired veteran, he no longer has any relationship with the Marine system. Alone, in a boat, he came to the streets of the town where children greeted him from time to time in his memory yesterday. Witnessing the towns where only the corpses of children and adults, blood, ruins, and gunpowder are left. All the horrors of this purgatory on Earth are brought into view. Bai Ye didn't say a word, just hop back on a one-man scale vessel. Keep up with the world government fleet that destroyed the town where he lived for 30 years. The Blue Sea. Seagulls flit across the sky, several huge world government fleets are sailing. It's really boring. I thought it was a piece of fat, but I didn't expect that there was no oil and water. There is no need to make up the reason why it is not enough to pay the heavenly gold. Ha ha ha, you haven't seen the funny look of those untouchables in despair. It's just that there are not many people on it, so it's a pity to die so fast. Otherwise, this incident will be recorded with a projection phone bug, and then you can dedicate it to Lord Rose for fun. It must be more interesting than playing with dead slaves in the Holy Land. On the deck, several world government members who were not enjoying themselves were discussing excitedly. As for the fleet passing through the lifeless town full of corpses, blood, and gunpowder smoke filling the sky. For them, it was like randomly crushing an ant on the side of the road. In fact, and it is true, advertisement is the person dispatched by the world government to collect the heavenly gold. Thanks to the prestige of the world government and the double guarantee status of celestial dragons. Let alone a town where ordinary people gather. Even if the kings of some kingdoms are in front of them, they must respectfully put on a good attitude. So when I heard that this mission turned out to be to destroy an island, they also waited for a while. After all, there are not many entertainment activities that can kill bugs at will. It turned out that their fleet from the Grand Line was too powerful. After a while, he died directly. This made many people on the deck very boring. Sure enough, it's more interesting to collect heavenly gold from other North Blue kingdoms. A member of the world government shook his head, his eyes suddenly drifted to the G64 Marine branch behind, and joked. It would be great if the target of this attack can also include the branch next to it. Kill Marine? Forget it, it's an obedient dog of ours, and it would be a great crime to destroy a Marine branch without Lord Rose Saint's consent. Yes. One person then looked at the G64 branch and nodded in agreement. He was about to continue speaking, suddenly, okay? A world government officer with a scar on his face stood up abruptly on the fleet deck. Staring at the sea behind the fleet, he said, "Speaking of which, I didn't expect there to be some daring fellows staring at us." "A bold fellow? What? Where?" The rest of the world government staff, who felt that they were not enjoying themselves, just got up quickly. Immediately, they looked in the direction of the gaze of their companion with the scar on his face. Soon, within sight, on the blue sea, advertisement. They saw the so-called bold guy. I saw that it was an old man with gray hair, wearing a spotless white shirt, alone, and a small boat under his feet, who had come to the rear of their fleet without knowing when. "That's an old guy who's about to die. Hey, what are you kidding? What does this old thing want to do? It's boring. I thought I met a pirate who didn't know how to live or die." Someone dared to challenge the banner of world government. When they saw the image of the person coming, they curled their lips. This kind of old guy who will be eliminated by the times. What interests them? Believe it or not, any one of them can easily deal with that kind of old guy with just one hand. Okay, but then again. The scarred man who first spotted the old guy behind the fleet suddenly looked sideways. What is he going to do? Doubts arise. I saw a small boat alone on the sea. An old thing, that they regarded as an old thing, that should be eliminated in the old era, appeared in the hand of a Taidao that was so ordinary that it could no longer be ordinary. Immediately, with the emergence of this idea, vaguely, the man with the scar on his face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look up at the cloudless sky. What happened? It is obvious that the hottest time of noon has already passed at sea. Sea temperature, it seems to be rising suddenly, inexplicably? Unconsciously, with sweat appearing on the forehead. The man with the scar on his face looked at the figure on the boat alone behind the fleet. His face changed drastically. No, this is not an illusion. 005. Shot, kill, on the single-man boat that Bai Ye was on. Cloudless, clear sky. 1, 2, 3. A murmur sounded from Bai Ye's mouth. With the simple and ordinary Taidao in Bai Ye's hand, he aligned it horizontally. The scene of having just witnessed the horrors of purgatory on earth flashed before his eyes. Only coldness remained in Bai Ye's eyes. In this way, it is enough to leave some people who are lucky enough to ask questions. Thoughts arise. Center on Bai Ye at this moment. The temperature at sea clearly passed the hottest noon period. However, at this moment, the nearby temperature is rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sea gradually boils, underwater fish flee frantically. The sea breeze blows, but the refreshing sea breeze is like a knife turned into a heatwave, slapping on the faces of all beings. At the same time, following Bai Ye without hesitation, he waved Ryujin Jaka in his hand and made a horizontal slash. In an instant, swish. This is like an endless flame covering the entire sky and pouring out towards the world government fleet at sea. Burning city walls. Then, what is that? On the fleet where the world government is located. The moment when endless flames poured out crazily. The members of the world government above suddenly discovered that the temperature of the sea was not right. They subconsciously couldn't help but look around, trying to find the mastermind who caused all this. However, the endless flames slashed by a single knife poured over the sea, and the speed of the diffuse, fast, it was too fast. Don't give any of them reaction time at all, or hope. When you feel the flames with terrifying temperature sweeping from behind you. The three fleets under the world government were almost instantly engulfed by endless flames. Under the hot sun, looking from a distance, the entire North BLUEG 64 Marine branch is in the distance of the usual blue sea. It turned into a blazing sea of flames in an instant. And in the terrifying endless flames that filled the sky, it was the world government fleet that had wiped out its targets and was about to leave safely. Advertisement: this horrible scene. Naturally, it fell into the eyes of all Marines in the G64 Marine branch not far away. Looking at the endless sea of flames that suddenly emerged. And the fire that can occupy the sea. Marine of the G64 branch stayed where he was for half a day. Then he came back to his senses and looked at each other subconsciously. Both could see the trembling and disbelief in each other's eyes. Or rather, facing the picture in the distance on the sea that almost subverted their world view. Together they thought of a person, alone, break away from the old colonel of the Marine. But the problem is, Mr. Bai Ye actually has such terrifying strength. It never showed up, the kind of monster that is almost like the rumored monster living in seclusion among the people. They have been living in their branch in obscurity. Never thought of exposing myself. I'm afraid, if it weren't for witnessing the destruction of his hometown, the old colonel with such terrifying strength would not have shown his true strength, right? Marine present was full of emotions, and at this very moment. Maritime. Cough, this must be a misunderstanding. We are only acting according to orders. The fleet turned into a wreck in the sea of fire. Bai Ye's eyes were cold. Driving the boat came to a world government personnel holding a scorched black board, looking down from a height and begging for mercy because of fear. Slowly opened the mouth and said, "Misunderstanding, is it possible?" Bai Ye's eyes flickered with coldness. He's been in the town he's lived in for over 30 years for so long. But I have never heard of such a thing as paying the heavenly gold. Furthermore, even if there is a 1% misunderstanding, will the world government care about the life and death of an ordinary town? even if it is to destroy a kingdom, in front of the behemoth of world government. I'm afraid it's just a trivial matter. This is like, will human beings deliberately care about the life and death of ants? The answer is, no, advertisement never. This is a world where the weak cannot survive. From the beginning of the Rocks era to the present. Never change, although Bai Ye has served in the Marine for 40 years. But Bai Ye never believes in the so-called justice that will be late. Justice delayed is not justice at all. Forgive me. You don't even know what you did. You old guy who should have been eliminated by the times long ago. Even if you kill us, it won't end like that. No, that's right. Those guys are nothing more than a group of low-class pariahs. With your strength, if you want, I can introduce you to a distinguished lord who is currently in West Blue. Cough. Cough cough. Not far away, a severely burned member of the world government who survived choking on water coughed violently. He suppressed the overwhelming fear in his heart. Look at the one that was not taken seriously before. At this moment, it looks like the old body of a demon. Taking a chance, he continued. If you are willing to work for the world government, I can guarantee you will get more, no, a higher status than you have now. Finished. Seeing Bai Ye seemed to fall into silence. His eyes lit up. In fact, the heart is full of hatred. As long as he can survive this time, with his status in front of the world government and celestial dragons, he must let the lifeless old thing in front of him know how stupid it is to dare to attack them today. However, all kinds of ideas kept coming. The sudden scene made him freeze in place. Bai Ye first glanced at the rest of the lucky survivors with cold eyes. Then, Bai Ye waved the Ryujin Jaka in his hand without hesitation. In an instant, the heads of a few people with unbelievable gazes flew high. In a blink of an eye, there was only one survivor left. Why? The world government man who witnessed the changes in front of him couldn't believe what he saw. Self-mumbling. And at this time, Bai Ye's voice sounded again. The Honorable Lord you mentioned just now, you can continue talking now. 006. A lunatic who dares to provoke the world government, with the purpose of destroying the town. North Blue. Here's the wreckage of a soaring flame at sea. You will definitely regret it, old man. You don't even know what you provoked. Dare to provoke the world. It will be a consequence you can never predict. It seems that this is your last words. After finishing speaking, let's go on the road for the sins we committed. On the deck of the ship he was riding alone. Bai Ye held Ryujin Jaka and raised his hand, looking at the man with wide-eyed eyes before dying. Wait. The man who was a member of the world government just spoke in horror. Swish. The arc flashed. A head flew high in the sea in an instant. Warm blood splattered to the sea. The face of the head that fell into the sea was full of horror and trembling. Both manifest unto death. He had obviously told this old guy the consequences of provoking them, and even used his status to lure the other party. But, how did he return this old thing? How dare he? Crazy. This was the man's last thought before his consciousness fell into endless darkness. There are really crazy people in this world who dare to provoke the world government. This will not be the end. Bai Ye put away Ryujin Jaka, and looked around at a nearby orange-red flame occupying the sea. Then he looked in the direction of the destroyed town and murmured. This will be a start. Bai Ye's eyes flickered with coldness. Through the mouth left alive, Bai Ye has completely figured out the ins and outs of everything that happened in North Blue. Not enough to pay the heavenly gold, as Bai Ye knows. Advertisement, it's just a pretense. It destroys the real purpose of the town where Bai Ye lived for more than 30 years. It's time for the world government to collect heavenly gold from all countries in the world every year. But since the beginning of the Age of Great Voyages, North Blue has long been a place where various kingdoms have been at constant war, mafia families are scattered, and pirates are rampant. It firmly occupies the reputation of the most chaotic sea. In addition, some kingdom forces in North Blue have impressive military power. For example, the former Don Quixote family and the Germa 66 family with powerful mercenary forces once dominated North Blue. Indirectly or directly, the influence of world government has almost plummeted in North Blue. Then, in order to make the kingdom and forces of North Blue obedient, some people recognize who is the real and only master of this world. So he planned the action of destroying towns in the process of collecting the heavenly gold. Deliberately choose to be close to the Marine branch. Its purpose is to inform all forces of North Blue. As long as the world government has an idea, even if it is to kill innocent civilians in front of the Marine branch, the actions of the world government will never be hindered in any way. With the powerful force of the world government, there is no need to abide by any rules at all. Because the world government, it is the creator who makes the rules for this world. At the same time, when destroying the town next to the branch that Bai Ye is in charge of, Bai Ye also learned, it won't be the first, and it won't be the last. According to the original plan, a strong image of world government must be fully established in North Blue. Especially in this special period when the Marine government is about to collide with the Whitebeard pirates. World government does not allow any force to dare to cause trouble at this time. So the people who set up the plan are so crazy that they want to destroy dozens of towns in North Blue. Its external excuses will all be due to insufficient payment of heavenly funds. Advertisement nature. At this time, As the fleet of 3 warships turned into a wreck of ashes, it fell in the sea near the G64 Marine branch. This plan has since fallen through, or the person who specifies the plan. The most advanced warships under the world government were specially recruited from the Grand Line. The purpose is to deter many North Blue forces, but even if it is the person behind the designated plan. Never thought about it either. In this perfect plan to deter the North Blue forces, there is really a lunatic who dares to stop it, regardless of the huge pressure brought by the behemoth of the world government. Even this lunatic only used one knife. It destroyed the fleet of 3 most advanced large warships under the world government. At the same time, because now Summit War is around the corner, the attention of countless people throughout the world is on the war between naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates. This indirectly led to another thing happening, after the destruction of a fleet sent by the world government to North Blue to collect the heavenly gold. When the Marine government and the world government found that a fleet lost contact. Time has passed to 2 days later, and this time, the whole North Blue. A big event is about to shake up from North Blue to Grand Line. 007. Interrupted meeting at Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, North Blue, something big has happened. 2 days later, seagulls flit across the sky. Marineford. Naval Headquarters. A meeting about the fate of the Marine government and the future of the world is on schedule. I saw the large oval table in the meeting room, 16 Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, 2 Marine Admirals, plus the current Marine Marshal Sengoku, Chief Staff Officer Crane and others. All the high-level Marines are basically gathered here. This serious lineup, I believe that if ordinary people are here, his hands and feet would definitely tremble because of the atmosphere emanating from the entire conference room. After all, unbelievable, this small conference room. At this moment, almost all the highest combat power of Marine has been gathered. Whether it's the intimidating Vice Admiral, it is also known as the highest Marine Admiral in the world government. Even the Marshal who serves as the highest commanding authority of the Marine. It all comes together. It can also be seen from the side. How important Naval Headquarters is to the Whitebeard pirates. But, just when the meeting was held as scheduled, everyone put forward various strategic suggestions for deployment. Suddenly, Marine Marshal Sengoku has received an urgent order from the world government. The current meeting had to be temporarily suspended. The rest of the senior executives in the conference room couldn't help but look at each other, puzzled. Marshal Sengoku. What happened? Being able to interrupt such an important meeting must be something urgent. The rough-looking Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Huashaoshan stared at the door of the conference room and couldn't help scratching his head. The Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel sitting next to him nodded approvingly. But he didn't think much about it. Instead, think about what was discussed in the meeting just now. This time, the leader of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, was executed. According to the reliable information discussed in the meeting just now, the Whitebeard Pirates will almost certainly not sit idly by. Although this is the core of Naval Headquarters' plan to bury the Whitebeard Pirates in one fell swoop. But just in case, someone just made a proposal to call up the Shichibukai. Shichibukai, on the surface, since it is a pirate with the legal plunder qualification issued by the world government. So now that Marine needs combat power, it's time for the usual Shichibukai to contribute. This proposal, many Marine Vice Admirals, including Flying Squirrels, agree. Being a moth for so long is not for nothing, so the only trouble next to this proposal. It is how to let those Shichibukai who are usually arrogant and accustomed to participate in a part of the plan honestly one by one. Thinking of those Shichibukai, the Flying Squirrel couldn't help but look cold. Not for a while. Sengoku, who had just left, also returned to the conference room. Marshal Sengoku. Advertisement seeing Sengoku's return, everyone felt relieved and prepared to continue to promote their proposals. However, something happened that no one in the room expected. I saw that Sengoku's focus was on the Whitebeard Pirates compared to the meeting just now. Returning to the meeting room at this moment, Sengoku's face was almost dark to the extreme. With a glance, the attention is focused on the Vice Admiral and others of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sengoku was silent for a moment, and said word by word, the meeting is temporarily cancelled. Marshal Sengoku, about the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates, wait. Meeting cancelled. What happened? Just halfway through the proposal, everyone in the conference room reacted immediately. The Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel and the others showed astonishment on their faces. What happened? Conference cancelled. Did they hear correctly? Hey, hello, Marshal Sengoku, what happened to interrupt the meeting? Marine Vice Admiral Dogman, who was covered in scars, couldn't help standing up, his face full of disbelief. As one of the Marines who participated in the Buster Call incident that year, Dogman belongs to the same hawkish Marine as Flying Squirrel and others. Originally, he had already thought of using the Whitebeard Pirates' proposal to alienate each other by attaching importance to family affection. Now it is heard that Marshal Sengoku is temporarily suspending the meeting. This made Dogman extremely uncomfortable, eager to know what happened. The meeting that is the top priority of Naval Headquarters can be abruptly and temporarily interrupted. What happened? Sengoku, not far away, Suru Vice Admiral looked puzzled and looked at Sengoku. Sengoku heard the words. The ugly face didn't get better. Instead, he glanced at the doubts coming from around the meeting room. Sengoku held out a document he had just obtained from outside the conference room. His face sank slightly, and he slowly opened his mouth and said, "It's something big going on with North Blue, North Blue?" He suddenly heard the name of the Sea of Chaos, who was not very familiar with the Grand Line Naval Headquarters stationed there. The Marine executives present were basically at a loss. North Blue. In their impression, North Blue has always been synonymous with the most chaotic sea in the world. Pirates, mafia, family forces, constant wars between kingdoms, any one of them is a headache. It can be described as a very troublesome place, can. Even so, what the hell happened to North Blue? How could you interrupt this extremely important meeting abruptly? You know, the final result of this meeting will affect countless people outside. But even so, Marshal Sengoku still chose to temporarily interrupt this meeting. A group of Vice Admiral and others had incredible faces. And in the Vice Admiral corner of the conference room, the Flying Squirrel heard the name, North Blue. He couldn't help but suddenly remembered a little thing that he didn't take to heart 2 days ago. But even so, the Flying Squirrel didn't think in Bai Ye's direction. Advertisement after all, he is a retired veteran. Even if he disobeys orders and leaves his identity as a Marine, what can he do by himself? And at this time, Sengoku spoke. Its Tiantianjin has been hijacked. What? Gold in the sky? Are those guys from North Blue crazy? Someone is eyeing the heavenly gold to be paid to the celestial dragons? Hearing this, the faces of many vice admirals in the conference room changed drastically. Flying Squirrel heard the words, the first thought. It was also North Blue that showed up with a lunatic. Gold in the sky. As we all know, that is the wealth that the member countries of the world government pay tribute to celestial dragons every year. And things that can be associated with the nobles of the world. Whether it is placed in the 4 seas or the Grand Line. Almost anyone with a little sense understands what the consequences are. But a bad premonition welled up in the Flying Squirrel's heart. If only the gold in the sky. Sengoku, if it's just gold from the sky, wouldn't the world government personally issue orders to you? Crane spoke at this moment with a solemn look on his face. Heard the words. The shocked group of Marine Vice Admiral and others couldn't help but widen their eyes. Could it be? Has anything worse happened to North Blue than the hijacking of heavenly gold? Feeling fluctuated in his heart, many eyes in the conference room could not help but focus on Sengoku. Sengoku felt the gaze coming towards him. Afterwards, Sengoku, whose face sank, nodded amid the unstoppable fluctuations in everyone's hearts. Gritting his teeth, his face was extremely dignified, and he added. That's right. The most troublesome thing for North Blue is not Tiantianjin, but the youngest son of the Rose Holy family who lives in the Holy Land on that ship. The youngest son of the Rose Saint family? Okay? Wait. Holy, this appellation. Everyone heard the words. Difficult, could it be? My God, celestial dragons? Immediately, all Marine Vice Admirals who reacted immediately. They all subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. Immediately, a crazy thought flashed through his mind. North Blue, someone is really crazy over there, dared to hit the Sky Gold's attention. Almost equivalent to provoking the world government. Then add the celestial dragons, possibly even a future heir to a family of celestial dragons. Even the Marine Vice Admiral who was present has experienced many incidents. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little shaken. What kind of madman is there at North Blue? How? Dare to make such a crazy move? 008. The route between North Blue and Grand Line is blocked. The other side, North Blue. Naval Headquarters received a temporary suspension of the meeting not long ago. In front of an important road near the reversing mountain strait. This is the only way to enter the North Blue from the Grand Line, or enter the Grand Line from the North Blue. No matter what kind of ship, there is no exception. Even if it is the escort warship responsible for escorting the gold in the sky. And today, it is the round-trip time of the first batch of warships collecting heavenly gold from North Blue. A boat only big enough for a single person. Stop here. At the same time, it is also this single-person boat that looks insignificant in the face of the boundless sea. But it stopped a monster from going. Now, the command room of the giant warship escorting the gold in the sky. Marine Rear Admiral Roth, who was in charge of the escort operation, was thinking hard. How to please that incomparable guest from the Holy Land. If that very distinguished guest is happy, help him speak a few words in front of the Marine Marshal. Maybe he will be transferred directly to Naval Headquarters. So during this period of time, Roth almost used all his housekeeping and dog-licking skills. But even so, beauties, wealth, slaves, wine, everything I can give has been given. Roth raised his head, unwilling to look at the field on the second floor of the warship that no one was allowed to approach. Now the distinguished guest on the ship is about to leave North Blue. If I miss this chance to please, maybe my life and future will come to an end. Seeing that the route on the chart is getting closer and closer to the Grand Line, Rotor suddenly let out a low growl. No, absolutely can't forget it like this. I have already bet everything. Think carefully, what else can be done? What can be done? Yes, yes. Roth's eyes suddenly noticed a screaming slave who was tied to the front of the warship the day before yesterday and was suffering from the wind, the sun, and the torture. A thought flashed through Roth's mind. Advertisement. According to his observation these days, the honored guest seemed to like watching the ants struggle meaninglessly before being hammered to death. If Rot's heart fluctuated faintly, if only he could find a few random towns along the way. Then set the name of the pirate's lair to exterminate. Anyway, the dead will not speak when the time comes. Whether it is a commoner or a pirate is not a matter of his words. On the contrary, if you really please that adult, his future might be settled. As for whether the matter will be revealed in the future, Rot wasn't worried. After all, once successful, he'll be transferred from the hell out of North Blue. Anyway, those untouchables in North Blue are plagued by mafia or pirates all day long, and it is difficult to even have enough food. So since sooner or later you are going to die, it's better to give him Rot less. No, in the future Rot Vice Admiral provides value. It's better than being burned, killed and looted by pirates in the future. A thought came to mind, and Rot's eyes showed a cruel light. However, don't wait for him to display his dog-licking skills to perform well. Suddenly, the entire warship escorting the gold in the sky stopped suddenly. And because it stopped very suddenly, boom, the entire giant warship produced an obvious sense of shaking. Rotor Rear Admiral was unsteady and fell directly to the ground. But he didn't care about his bleeding nose, but looked horrified at the forbidden place on the second floor of the warship. Nothing can happen there. Fortunately, along with the frightening fear, Rot didn't hear the sound of anger. A hanging stone fell to the ground, so now the first task. Just to figure out what's going on outside. Advertisement. Are those bastards crazy? Don't the idiots under him know that if it's an ordinary escort, it's fine? But now, there is a noble existence on this ship that is less than 1/10,000th of the sky gold collected in the entire North Blue? Once you fail to entertain that distinguished guest, don't mention his promotion and leave the North Blue dream by then. He might even lose his Marine Rear Admiral hat. With this in mind, Rot quickly walked towards the deck of the warship. But before Rot asked why the warship stopped, as Rot found that almost everyone on the deck fell silent, the collective couldn't believe it and looked not far away. Rotor frowned first, subconsciously followed the eyes of everyone on the warship. Next moment, hiss, even as a Marine Rear Admiral, seen all kinds of wind and waves in North Blue. Facing the unforgettable screen that appeared ahead, Rotor also suddenly couldn't help taking a breath, his heart beating wildly. Couldn't help but rubbed his eyes first, then subconsciously screamed when he came back to his senses. What's going on? I see. Escort Tianshangjian to the front of the necessary route to the Grand Line. There was originally a strait that ran through near the Red Line. Just past there to leave the North Blue and onto the Grand Line. The route, as it should be, memory, and nothing went wrong. However, this moment, in front of the sea area in front of the warship escorting the Sky Gold. Standing. But the red line on the side seemed to have been sliced off by some kind of terrifying attack. With countless huge red stones piled up on the sea. Keep the North Blue to and from the Grand Line, sealed. 009. One punch, cheat, lie, right? What happened in front? Obviously before. Staring fixedly at the main sea route ahead, a swipe of cold sweat couldn't help but slip from Colonel Rot's forehead. Although the blocking of the sailing route may prevent the distinguished guests in his heart from leaving North Blue for the time being. But the problem is the escort of the Heavenly Gold was delayed. Did not return to the Grand Line at the scheduled time. Once you annoy the guy on the boat, not to mention his ambition. Whether the Rear Admiral hat on his head can be kept is another matter. At the same time, looking at the countless red stones that block the main road on the Dead Sea. Even if he sends someone to clean it up right now. But the huge amount of work visible to the naked eye is obviously impossible to complete in less than a month. Rotor was faintly mad. What is going on? At this time, Rot Rear Admiral, front, there's someone in front. Marine, who was also shocked on the warship, reacted, and Marine, who was in charge of the lookout, suddenly noticed that there was an unknown ship in front of him at some point, and hurriedly shouted down. People? Rot heard the words. Looking ahead, it seems that there are countless large red stones that are ready to seal off the sea arteries. Can't help but his face changed slightly, and he suddenly looked at the sea ahead. At the same time, the brain is running fast. Pirates? North Blue's mafia family, or the rumored Revolutionary Army, lunatic. Whoever those guys are. Could it be that one of them was responsible for blocking the main road from North Blue to the Grand Line? Are they crazy? Not to mention that it would take at least 1,000 troops to block the North Blue main road in just half a month. This is no ordinary warship escorting gold from the sky. Dare to make a move on it. Such consequences, but even the entire North Blue can't bear it. Rot subconsciously scratched his scalp, suddenly. With the rapid rotation of thoughts, Rotor suddenly found out. What appeared in front of the main sea route was not black and white pirate ships, or some mafia fascinated by treasures, or the main force of the Revolutionary Army scattered in North Blue. What is blocking the front? Advertisement. There is only one ship of unknown origin. At the same time, Rot couldn't help but widen his eyes. What are you kidding? That ship. Neither a warship nor a pirate ship. It is a single-person boat made of pure wood, 4.6 meters long and 1.4 meters wide. And, standing there is just a old thing, with gray hair and a spotless white shirt? Rot Rear Admiral was dumbfounded. An old thing that is about to be eliminated by the times. On the wide sea. Alone. In a boat. What does it mean? What about the daring ones? All kinds of emotions came to mind. Immediately, Rear Admiral felt a strong emotion of being tricked. Gritting his teeth secretly. Just right. Can't find a target to vent. This kind of old stuff that comes to your door automatically. Fire. The order was issued in a cold voice without hesitation, revealing anger and no doubt. At the same time, it's really ironic, the one who can figure out how to intimidate North Blue with the means of destruction, will be someone from Marine. On the sea, the seagulls that raised their heads and flitted across the sky looked back. Facing the huge warship escorting the gold in the sky with a height of more than 50 meters in front. A look of indifference appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Immediately. Boom. 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 There was a series of shelling sounds from the huge monster in the distance. Dozens of pitch-black shells flew over. There was no panic on Bai Ye's face. Instead, he raised his right hand, slowly clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and his veins gradually rose. I'm not a Marine now, and I don't care if I'm a Marine. His eyes sank, and the light became colder, witnessing the cannonballs magnified in the eyes flying one after another. One bone. The moment the sound fell, advertisement. Tear. Bai Ye's clenched right hand slammed forward towards the sea. That's right. The target of the bombardment is not those shells that are rapidly approaching and zooming in. It's the sea where the behemoth warship lies ahead. At the same time, the moment Bai Ye blasted out with his right hand. It's when fists come first, then the sonic boom suddenly sounded. Next moment, a strange and terrifying scene happened in the eyes of everyone. Bai Ye's fist fell to the sea ahead. The whole sea didn't respond at all at first. But at the moment when the shell was less than 10 meters away from Bai Ye in midair. Boom. The sea ahead suddenly exploded violently, transform. A terrible impact like giant sea kings overturned the sea. Instantly tore the sea into a terrifying black hole with huge wounds. Visible to the naked eye, a large amount of seawater flooded back crazily. The flying cannonball exploded in an instant, at the same time. That huge warship with a height of more than 50 meters. I just feel a blur in front of my eyes, still haven't figured out what happened. Boom. The sea in front suddenly exploded, countless water splashes and water columns rose into the air. And, immediately afterwards, the sea surged from the front with an extremely powerful impact. If it is said that the sudden docking of the previous warship made people unstable, many people could not stand firm. Then this moment. Defense. Defense. Witnessing the overwhelming waves sweeping ahead. Rear Admiral froze on the spot for a while, then came back to his senses suddenly, and screamed crazily. However, while screaming, the front end of this behemoth escorting the gold in the sky has begun to deform, dent. An unprecedented impact has arrived. 010. The strength enough to stand at the top of the group. Boom. Boom. Under the blue sky of North Blue. I saw a warship escorting heavenly gold, on the verge of collapse, bearing the roar of the rolling waves. And the man who made it all, I'm afraid no one in the entire pirate world can think of it at this time. It turned out to be a 60-year-old man, and just throw a punch. An artificial tsunami can be set off, shake a behemoth warship with a height of more than 50 meters. With my current strength, even if I don't use Ryujin Jaka, I should not lose to those monsters who are known as the top monsters in the sea. Bai Ye looked at the terrifying waves ahead, like a warship that could capsize at any time. Bai Ye subconsciously thought of the scene of Summit War Whitebeard forcing the Moby DK to stop with one hand in the future. It once shocked Bai Ye before time travel. I didn't expect it to be so far. 40 years after traveling to the world of pirates. One day he will gain power that he could never imagine. However, this power came too late after all, too late. Suddenly. Okay. Bai Ye noticed an albatross with a camera flying in the sky. Advertisement. Bai Ye just hesitated for a moment, ignored it, and approached the huge warship ahead. That albatross. Bai Ye, if I remember correctly. It is an albatross under the World Economic newspaper that gets information everywhere. Someone noticed what happened here, then take note. From the very beginning, he had no intention of hiding his intention of revenge against the world government. Instead, the diffusion of news, rather, it was what he wanted to see. Either Marine or world government, it's time to let the world know. Not everyone in this world is afraid of the flag of the world government. At this time, in front of the behemoth warship that escorted the gold from the sky. Bai Ye is approaching. Now within sight. I saw the warship that was originally over 50 meters high. Experienced the baptism, just now. The front end of the warship has been completely dented, deformed, and the keel is broken. A large amount of seawater is constantly pouring in from the gaps. Advertisement. There is no doubt about it. If the ship escorting the gold in the sky is not rescued quickly, we'll sleep directly under this seabed forever, witnessing the terrifying gap torn by the impact of seawater. Bai Ye has a clear understanding of his own strength. Although the current template given by the system is only 60% unlocked. But even if only 60 progress is unlocked, now, he has truly stood at the top of the strongest group of existences in the entire pirate world. This power. Subvert the world government that has stood in this world for 800 years. Not delusional. Think of what the world government is doing. Bai Ye looked up and noticed that the albatross in the sky was able to free up its wings to take pictures. Bai Ye took a look and noticed that there was a trace of human fear in albatross eyes. Bai Ye didn't pay any attention to it. The power of devil fruit. I have to say, it's amazing. Birds that can mobilize the entire world at once are responsible for obtaining information and selling newspapers. So it is not surprising that you can pull the camera. Let's just shoot. This is just the first step to take revenge on the world government. It's far from that. With one leap, Bai Ye directly surpassed 50 meters in height. Set foot on this ship that is about to sink to escort the heavenly gold warship. 011. Celestial dragons. So what? This moment. On top of the heavily damaged escort ship, Heavenly Gold. Live. Survive. Marine Rear Admiral Rod held tightly to the crumbling main pole of the warship. I found that the terrifying shock from the warship below me finally subsided gradually. He just squatted down on the ground, gasping for breath, unaware that the cold sweat had already wet his back, and there was only lingering horror on his face. Facing the terrifying huge wave caused by a large sea king's turning over just now. Die. A heavy fear welled up in my heart. Rotor witnessed the unforgettable scene of seawater pouring into the warship. For the first time in his life, he felt that he had really walked through the gate of ghosts. As a dignified Marine Rear Admiral, even if it is only a Marine Rear Admiral promoted locally by North Blue, it's actually as fragile as an ant. That's right. That honorable lord can't have any accidents. Rotor managed to calm down. Suddenly, he turned his head and subconsciously looked towards the direction of the second floor on the rear deck. Over there. But there is one North Blue who collects all the heavenly gold, which is less than 1/10,000th of the existence. Rod got up quickly, ignoring the trembling fat under Marine's clothes, and hurriedly ran towards that side. Quick! Get off! Get out of the way for this Rear Admiral. It was too late to see who the person blocking in front of him was. Rotor now only wants to make sure that the incomparably noble adult is safe. However, if it is in normal times, he is currently on top of the warship under his feet. Get rid of that very distinguished guest. As Marine Rear Admiral, no one on the entire warship dared to disobey his orders. After all, those who disobeyed his orders were all thrown into the sea to feed the fish years ago. Even in order to avoid being found evidence, he used the excuse of exterminating pirates to completely silence all the family members of those who dared to resist him. So in North Blue, Rot's own No. 1 branch, and officially earned the nickname, the Tyrant, from the local town. But he is not only not ashamed of it, but proud of it. But now, panicked, the chaotic Rod was only thinking about ensuring the safety of that adult. Not found at all. The person he was about to bump into was not Marine at all. Or rather, boom, sound. It felt like I was bumping into an impassable mountain. He squatted heavily on the deck again. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** his eyes suddenly. Without even thinking about it, he directly took out a short sword from his waist and stabbed it out. What time is it now? If something happened to that incomparably noble lord. Cutting off the heads of these idiots was not enough to appease the anger from that lord. At this time, I am blocking the front, and I don't know how to make way. What are you doing if you're not courting death? Advertisement anger swept through my heart. Short sword stabs out. However, seeing the blood splatter, the idiot who dared to stop him let out a scream, and then received an unforgettable lesson scene, which did not appear. What appeared before his wide-eyed eyes? It was with a slashing light flashing in front of his eyes. Hot blood spattered on his face. It was a severed hand holding the short sword. After wiping his face, Shaw flew over. Rod didn't scream out immediately. Or to see clearly the person in front of you. Luote's eyes were wide open, flickering with unbelievable lingering fear. I saw a person wearing a white shirt with gray hair. Isn't it the old thing who blocked the warship alone just now, and who is it? But Rod hasn't waited for the answer yet. The severe pain of breaking the palm at the root has already hit. What? Unable to stop screaming, Rod was directly on the ground and Jonan couldn't help rolling over. Beads of sweat slid down his face. The pain I endured at this time can be seen with the naked eye. Bai Ye watched this scene with no wavering on his face. There was disdain flickering in Bai Ye's eyes coldly. As a Marine Rear Admiral, I can't bear even this bit of pain. Served in the Marine for 40 years. Although Bai Ye's past years were mostly days of clocking in and going to work to catch fish every day. But in the face of the era where pirates are swarming, Marine attendance is inevitable, even without being in the most dangerous new world. Bai Ye's battles and injuries are not uncommon. That's why Bai Ye has built up a daily exercise routine. But even so, even the most common bottom Marine, anyone who has personally participated in a battle to exterminate pirates, they will not yell directly on the spot because of the injury. Because of the result of doing that, it will make the pirates subconsciously attack the wounded first in the battle to destroy the pirates. Not only will it cause trouble for your companions, but you will also have a higher chance of dying in battle. Obviously a Marine Rear Admiral, but they don't even understand the basics of this. The scariest thing is, Just such a guy who doesn't even have the slightest experience in injury. To be able to formulate a crazy plan to destroy all the forces of the North Blue by destroying the towns under it. One can imagine. In the eyes of these guys, what kind of existence are the ordinary people at the bottom of the hierarchy regarded as? At this time, the Marine Rear Admiral Rot in front of Bai Ye was dazzled by the great pain, and roared angrily. You old B************************* D, I am a dignified Marine Rear Admiral. You dared to shoot at me. You're looking for death. Come on, get this damn old B************* D. Angry roars continued. There was no trace of anger in Bai Ye's eyes. Marine Rear Admiral? So what? Marine Vice Admiral? Advertisement, so what? As someone who has completely distanced himself from Marine. Will you care about the status of a trash who only screams before dying? The answer is, won't. It's like sitting in an office in Annie, and can decide the death of other people at will. Bai Ye is at this moment, wouldn't mind a dying trash rant either. Just this scene. In peacetime, those who think they are superior. Now the format has been reversed, looking at the garbage with a severed hand in front of him. In Bai Ye's hand was a long knife picked up from the deck. Use Ryujin Jaka. Solving this kind of garbage is simply overkill. The other party is not worthy, but just as Bai Ye raised his long knife, he was about to cut it off. The garbage in front of him showed fear at first, but then burst out laughing. Bai Ye stopped moving. Okay, ha, you don't know anything at all. Sure enough, you don't know anything at all. Dragging the body with the severed arm, he stopped when he saw Bai Ye. Rotor knew that he was really afraid of dying, so he burst into madness. Shouted. You attacked this ship, it would be the worst decision you made. You didn't even know. There is an extremely honorable adult on this ship. The incomparably noble lord? Heard the title again. Bai Ye's eyes were thoughtful. Rotor was even crazier. Haha, did you know? That lord is from the Holy Land? Holy Land. Do you understand? And the lord is on this ship. You attacked this ship? It is tantamount to declaring war on the world government. Haha. You are finished. You are finished. Puff. Rot. The voice has not completely fallen. Bai Ye suddenly moved, slashed with a knife. A head splashed with warm blood and flew straight up. The madness that kept his face turned into disbelief. Marine Rear Admiral Rot died, he couldn't figure it out. The old thing in front of him clearly heard the word, Holy Land. It should be reminiscent of the legendary celestial dragons on board this ship. But this old thing still has no hesitation. All kinds of ideas kept popping up in my mind. Consciousness gradually blurred. Sudden. Rot's head hit the deck, and his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had heard something that subverted the world view. Celestial dragons. So what? Bai Ye stood on the deck, looking at the head with wide-eyed and unbelievable eyes. His eyes were not shaken by the news of the world's nobles. He opened his mouth slowly and said something that would make his whole body and even his scalp tremble if someone else was here. Don't worry, you will meet in hell soon. 012. Kill celestial dragons directly, without the other coming, he will go to the Grand Line himself. Board the second floor of the doomed escort warship. Bai Ye's eyes flashed coldly. It's here. It is definitely the most shocking scene he has seen since he traveled to this world. Slave, Colosseum, chopped off limbs to punish people who are tied to beasts. Only unimaginable darkness. There is no scene where the rules are not trampled on at will. Even Bai Ye has seen all kinds of cruel pirates in North Blue. But there is absolutely nothing half of a cruel means here. Bai Ye looked at the fat and short figure wearing bubbles not far away, who had passed out. The indifference and coldness in his eyes increased. Except for revenge on the world government, as the chief culprit in promoting the slave industry in this world. Celestial dragons now have one more reason to be buried with the world government. Look up and look aside. I saw the albatross just now landed on the wall of the ship 20 meters away. While fulfilling its daily duty of obtaining news, it kept taking pictures, while keeping a fearful, safe distance from Bai Ye. See. Bai Ye looked back at the fainted celestial dragons, and picked up a small knife used to torture slaves from the ground. Without further ado, he pinched it between two fingers and threw it out. Whoosh. Puff. Ah. The severe pain of the flesh being penetrated suddenly spread all over the body, and the unconscious figure lying on the second deck suddenly woke up and screamed. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts to death. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* D. What happened? I must kill all those untouchables, then turn all the families of those untouchables into slaves. Torture them all to death. Veins sprang up on his forehead, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared without thinking. Face this scene. The indifference in Bai Ye's eyes did not change at all. He picked up another long knife from the ground. Wake up, the other party. Bai Ye just didn't want to make the opponent's death unclear. Too cheap. That's all. Most notable, the albatross not far away. The ability to take pictures must be very dedicated. No matter from all angles, or the whole picture of the entire escort Sky Gold warship. Advertisement basically nothing is missing. No wonder that with a devil fruit, world economic news can firmly occupy the position of a news giant. You. Who are you? No, no, what about that trash of rot? Without my permission, how did you get here? At this moment, noticing that none of the guys who were responsible for protecting him on the first floor rushed up, Saint Rothschild reacted and snarled at Bai Ye. Born status and acquired habits. Let him not take the old stuff in front of him in the slightest. After all, even Admiral, who is known as the highest combat power in the Marine, is nothing more than a good dog protecting his master in his eyes. What's more, it's an old thing in front of you, however. Bai Ye didn't say much, no nonsense plans, some. When he raised his hand, a slashing light had already flashed. Subsequently, the feeling of standing in Rothschild Street. He only suddenly felt a warm touch coming from his neck. Rose Charles subconsciously reached out and touched it. Warm, bright red. If it is in winter, there will be hot air flowing. This is blood? Wait, this is his own blood? Saint Rothschild's eyes widened suddenly. There was no reaction for a while. As the creator of this world noble celestial dragons. Since childhood, he has never seen his own blood. In other words, the careless slaves and untouchables in the Holy Land have all been dragged down and executed, and the remaining slaves and untouchables will naturally become cautious in their daily lives. But just today, as the noble celestial dragons of the world, the descendant of the creator of this world, someone dared to touch him. Feeling a large amount of blood flow, a clearer sense of life passing. The mind briefly cleared up. Saint Rothschild's eyes gradually revealed the great fear he felt for the first time in his life. Then he looked at the only old thing that could help him. Shouted in horror. You, what do you want? I can give it to you, quick, stop the bleeding. Whether it's a slave, wealth, or status, it's all right, I can promise you everything. The life force continued to flow at an accelerated rate, and the bright red blood quickly overflowed. Advertisement Saint Rothschild gradually turned from threatening to begging for mercy. Stand still. Bai Ye watched this scene quietly, with only cold indifference in his eyes. Rothschild Street was stunned. It is a privilege to be born into celestial dragons. He has seen many of those dog-licking pariahs who like to flatter them. Feel free to reward a little bit of insignificant thing at a time. The other party will immediately become his own dog, doing his best. This trip to North Blue, the same is no exception. And it's not the Grand Line. Marine's strength and his escort fleet are enough to frighten North Blue. But this time, why did the other party do nothing? Status. Wealth. Slave. Shouldn't it be what the untouchables outside the Holy Land desire most? And also, doesn't this pariah know what a stupid decision it would be to attack the nobles of the world? Holding all kinds of unwillingness, despair, and angry thoughts. Saint Rothschild gradually turned into a corpse and fell directly to the ground. Bai Ye witnessed this scene. Yes, there is no redundant questioning session. There is no intention of threatening the world government with the celestial dragons. Not to mention the idea of waiting for the marine government to send someone over. Bai Ye has always kept his promise to what he said. Since it is said that the other party will meet celestial dragons soon in hell. The two will meet soon. As for the consequences of killing celestial dragons outright, even the world government has no room for negotiation. Bai Ye put his hands on Ryujin Jaka at his waist. There was indifference in his eyes. No need to wait for someone to come to North Blue. He's going to the Grand Line himself, and the news about here. Bai Ye looked at the albatross that was taking pictures not far away. I am so kind that I have helped the world government inform the whole world of what happened here. 013. The news spread like a storm. The time has come to the present. With the world noble, the celestial dragons died in North Blue without the slightest sloppiness. Whether it is world government, or the marine government. It's only after knowing it, after all, in this sea. Whether it's in 4 seas, Grand Line, or the second half of Grand Line, New World. Even if it is a rookie pirate who just debuted. They all understand the meaning behind the title of World Noble Celestial Dragons. Dominating the world government, which has stood on this sea for 800 years, is an absolutely privileged class that no one dares to provoke behemoths. At the same time, you can ignore any rules and act recklessly. Once the nobles of the world celestial dragons are wounded, it's not even considered the slightest threat. The world government will immediately carry out the wanted. Moreover, Naval Headquarters, a subsidiary of the world government, will dispatch the Marine Admiral, known as the highest combat power, without hesitation. Head out to tackle any hidden dangers that dare to threaten the safety of the celestial dragons. Regardless of distance, regardless of time, regardless of location, regardless of identity. Marine Admiral will strike directly to neutralize any threat. Then, once you meet the world noble celestial dragons at sea, don't say it's getting closer. Even the most ferocious pirates will subconsciously change their course without hesitation, and avoid them far away, for fear of causing endless trouble. The pressure behind the world noble celestial dragons. It's so scary on this sea. Then, this has led to the fact that since the Rocks era ended in the Valley of the Gods 38 years ago, no one in this sea has ever thought that there are really lunatics who dared to provoke celestial dragons. But this time, nearly 40 years after the end of the Rocks era, something happened to the celestial dragons again. And neither the chaotic New World nor the supernova-studded Grand Line of pirates. Just one of 4 worlds, in North Blue. Now some people not only do this. Advertisement, not even a moment's hesitation. Kill a world noble celestial dragons straight away. There is not even time for the world government and Marine to react. And this move, because the Marine government and the world government are closely focusing most of their attention on the Whitebeard pirate group. I belatedly discovered that one of the celestial dragon's health cards stored in Mariajoy had been burned. When a celestial dragon dies, a sensational news that is destined to be unstoppable has spread from North Blue to the whole world. After all, the albatross flies very fast, from getting the news to sending it to the branch of the World Economic News newspaper. Thanks to the fact that an albatross can fly for 4 to 5 years without landing, even if it flies for 6 hours, it will only flap its wings. Albatross witnessed the whole process of celestial dragons being killed, and then sent the news to World Economic News. The whole process, all in less than an hour. The first half of the Grand Line. Hey, today's newspaper has already been bought, why would it be delivered again? You birds are too foolish, in the port of an island. The pirate who got the latest newspaper couldn't help cursing at the albatross in the sky. After all, it took 2 copies of money to buy newspapers published on the same day. No one wants to be taken advantage of this kind of loss. Unfortunately, the guy who delivered the newspaper happened to be a real bird. Even if he had no choice, he could only complain. As for the contents of the newspaper, who doesn't know that the second captain of Whitebeard's horrible monster has been arrested now? The whole world is closely watching whether the Whitebeard pirates will have a head-on collision with the Marine government. This message title, but it has been used by these birds delivering newspapers for almost a week. But the newspapers were delivered. Anyway, I won't lose a piece of meat after reading it, maybe I can still see this year's Supernova Pirate News. With this thought, the pirate opened the newspaper. Advertisement. Then the pirate, who was slightly dissatisfied, suddenly froze in place. The pupils widened, and the mouth couldn't stop opening, gradually elongating. Finally, turned into a murmur. Hey, this is not a joke, is it? That's, hiss. The pirate suddenly pinched his thigh. The intense pain suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Immediately, the pirate looked at the newspaper in his hand again. The pirate man's body trembled violently, almost dropping the newspaper in his hand to the ground. Really? Is this true? Someone provoked the celestial dragons of the world nobles at this time. No, it was a lunatic who killed the celestial dragons of the world nobles. Oh my god. A frightened expression appeared on the pirate man's face. Subconsciously raised his head and looked around the port. I saw many ordinary people who just got newspapers, pirates, merchant ships and so on. The reaction of the people above, it was almost the same as his reaction just now. At the same time, the pirate man didn't know it. Not just the port of the island where he was, North Blue, South Blue, West Blue, East Blue. And onto the Grand Line. It was less than half a day since the Litian Dragon Man died. All around the world, with the news spreading rapidly like a storm. This scene has been unfolding constantly, and it is such a serious situation that spreads. This caused the Marine government to temporarily suspend the meeting. 014. Responses from around the world this moment. Marine government, disrupted conference room here. So, celestial dragons will be attacked. A Marine vice admiral who only felt scalp tingling stood up abruptly. Admiral Kizaru, who participated in the meeting on this trip, paused casually. After all, he's in command of the Naval Headquarters Science Unit. This time, in response to the future outbreak of the Whitebeard pirates. Absence from meetings is not acceptable, and at this moment. Hearing this shocking news, Kizaru put down the nail clippers, stood up and said, Marshal Sengoku, hey, since the nobles of the world were attacked, why don't you let me go to North Blue? It happened in North Blue. Now, in order to discuss how to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, almost all the Naval Headquarters forces are present. Even if you don't want to admit it, there are people who can rush from the headquarters to North Blue in a short time. And only him alone. Now the only problem, it's just that Kizaru hopes that those crazy guys are looking for money, or a group of stupid pirates are trying to use celestial dragons as bargaining chips with the world government. That might be enough to save time, given his speed. At present, the only person who can rush to North Blue quickly is Kizaru Admiral, Marshal Sengoku. I hope the situation will come in time. That's right, Marine Vice Admiral Huashaoshan and others agreed upon hearing this. However, everyone present except Admiral Akainu, who was silent. Only Crane Vice Admiral, known as the Great Staff Officer, gradually became more serious. Because that's when Kizaru proposed to go, she noticed that the seriousness on Sengoku's face hadn't abated in the slightest. With her years of understanding of Sengoku, I am afraid. The expression on his solemn face darkened again. What happened in North Blue should be more than just celestial dragons may be attacked. And at the same time, in fact, Crane's guess was correct. Before this crucial meeting was interrupted, it has been more than 30 minutes since the attack on the warship escorting Tianshangjian in North Blue. Just when Naval Headquarters was discussing how to deal with Whitebeard. Outside starts at North Blue, as the news spreads. New World. Kingdom of Derise Rosa. Marine is already overwhelmed by the Whitebeard pirates, right? One of the current Shichibukai, Doflamingo looked down at the kingdom of Rosa below, eyes sparkling under the sunglasses, and murmured. Advertisement, after all. That is known as the strongest man in the world. In this era, he is closest to the existence of One Piece. If the strongest man in the world gets angry, maybe the world is at risk of being destroyed. Hey, Dover, at this time, the more chaotic the world is, the stronger our family will become. This is a good opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to expand. A voice came from behind Doflamingo. It looks like a quilt covered in blue snot, holding a scepter in its hand. It was one of the top cadres of the Don Quixote family, Torre Pole. When Doflamingo heard this, the corner of his mouth parted into an arc of satisfaction. Foo 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 foo. Yes, turmoil is not necessarily a bad thing, but an opportunity. The more chaotic the world is, the more interesting it is. Doflamingo kept twitching his fingers and murmured. Sudden. Young master, Buffalo, a family member with fan blades around his neck, fell from midair, his face revealing the horror of seeing some kind of impossible event. What happened? Buffalo, don't you know to send someone to inform Dover before coming here? Torpal frowned behind Doflamingo, seeing the flustered look of the family members, he scolded. No. Not, young master, quickly read the newspaper that was just released today. Buffalo shook his head hastily, held a newspaper in his hand, and handed it to Doflamingo. Okay. There is a hint of doubt in the eyes under the Doflamingo sunglasses. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates have some new big moves? After all, the whole world is now paying attention to what the man known as the strongest will do next. Doflamingo glanced at the newspaper in his hand, next second. Doflamingo's pupils froze. This is? White Island. Baldigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Dragon, it's not good, something big happened outside. A crude combat conference room. A Murloc ran in quickly. The Murloc was panting, holding a newspaper in his hand. Then I saw the eyes of everyone in the room gather. Among them was a middle-aged man in a dark green cloak looking up. The Murloc slapped the newspaper on the table. With lingering fear on his face, he uttered the latest news that changed the faces of everyone present. In North Blue, celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, were killed. What? The nobles of the world, celestial dragons. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army present in the room suddenly had their pupils widened. Whitebeard Pirates resident. Father, the outside world sees that we have not acted for a long time, so we must be very anxious. The Moby DK stops before an island off the coast. Marco jumped off the Moby DK, and came to a tall and calm elderly man with a white beard curving up like a crescent moon. Marco's dialogue has shown that men are not others. It is Whitebeard who is currently known as the strongest man in the world and the man closest to the throne of One Piece. Advertisement, Gu la la la. This is exactly what my old friend Sengoku wants to see. If he is not fully prepared, Marine will not be late to reveal the news about Ace. Whitebeard looked at his hometown not far away, then got up and held, Kong Yunki, a sharp look flashed in his eyes. But if you want to touch the old man's family, even Marine must consider the consequences. Marco felt the breath emanating from Whitebeard, sighed and murmured. As expected of father, sudden, followed by an albatross. A newspaper floats in. Whitebeard subconsciously took the newspaper over. Marco didn't care about it at the side. Whitebeard's reaction was startled. Looking at the contents of the newspaper, Whitebeard suddenly smiled heartily. Interesting. That kind of thing happened over there at North Blue. Interesting. Dad, what happened to North Blue? Marco froze for a moment. What's going on in places like North Blue that Papa would care about? Gu la la la, an opportunity presented itself in front of us. As for the interesting thing. Whitebeard hands Marco the newspaper. Marco's eyes sparkled when he heard, opportunity. Has Dad decided how to crack Marine's plan? As for the fun stuff. Marco glanced at the newspaper. Marco froze in place suddenly, his pupils dilated, and it took Marco a long time to react. Can't help but look at Papa Whitebeard. Hey, Dad, is this something funny? Marco's mouth twitched uncontrollably. The moment he saw the contents of the newspaper, he almost fell the newspaper. Before seeing the content in the newspaper, Marco can't imagine. The interesting thing turned out to be, a lunatic out of North Blue killed a world noble celestial dragons directly. Gu la la la, isn't it interesting? Whitebeard laughed. Then look at the newspaper photos taken by the albatross. Compared to the dead celestial dragons, the man up there is really interesting. Yes. Marco heard the words and nodded in agreement. As long as you dare to kill celestial dragons, neither the world government nor the marine government will let it go. The next step is to see if the old man can bear all this. Marco looked at Bai Ye on the newspaper, he murmured and sighed. He was already trying his best to find out the impression of Bai Ye. But no matter what, there is no impression at all. So Marco had to classify him as some kind of lunatic. But at this moment, Marco still doesn't know. What kind of damage will this lunatic bring to the world government and the marine government next? 015. The consequences of moving celestial dragons. Bai Ye's real identity. Is he a retired veteran? 38 years after the end of the Rocks era. Once again there was news that someone dared to attack celestial dragons, and even killed a celestial dragon. This explosive news once overwhelmed the attention of the Whitebeard pirates from all over the world in just half a day. At the same time, one was wearing a white spotless shirt and was carrying a tachi sword with a hilt-colored Dongfa Shuiji around his waist. The aged man, whose robust body seems to have been left untouched by the years, has come into the eyes of countless people. While guessing his identity, he attracted the attention of countless people. After all, dare to take action against celestial dragons is already something that ordinary people can't even imagine. What's more, this time it directly killed the celestial dragons. Nearly 4 decades after the Rocks era, this action. It is tantamount to provocation. No, it should be regarded as a terrible act of declaring war on the world government. To this day, how many years has it been since no one has dared to challenge the behemoth of the world government? Even if it's just stamping your feet, that is an unprecedented colossus that can cause earthquakes throughout the world. One can imagine, in this special period when the marine government is about to have a battle with the Whitebeard pirates. World government faces the challengers that appear at this time. What a terrifying reaction it will set off. Naval headquarters. Dead. Dead. How come? How many years? Is there a force similar to rocks in this sea again? Conference room here. Learn that the celestial dragons are dead. Everyone present couldn't help but look at each other, and they could all see the shock in each other's eyes. Can't help but feel a dry throat, swallowing saliva. Not even the elite Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel sitting in the back was spared. My heart couldn't stop shaking. Died. Kill a world noble celestial dragons. This is completely different from the seriousness of the situation that threatens the world's noble celestial dragons. As an executive at Naval Headquarters, Vice Admiral present basically has the qualifications to know the truth of the past. Not to mention everything, all Marines who can participate in the meeting basically know that before the rise of Roger, the Pirate King, there was an even more vicious era of pirates. That's the Rocks Pirates, although the history of the Rocks Pirates has been almost completely covered up. But the influence left by the Rocks Pirates is far from disappearing. For example, the strongest man recognized in this era, Whitebeard. Advertisement: 4 Emperors, the strongest creature, Kaido. 4 Emperors, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. 4 pirates who are now known as Emperors of the Sea on the Grand Line. 3 of them were former members of the Rocks Pirates. In addition, the Golden Lion who broke into Naval Headquarters in the past and made a big fuss caused countless casualties to Marine. One can imagine how terrifying was the power of the Rocks Pirates back then. But even so, the Rocks Pirates were finally destroyed. Disbanded in the Valley of the Gods 38 years ago. Such a terrifying pirate group, the real reason for its destruction. Bottom line, it is Rocks Pirates led by all the pirates. Rocks wants to move celestial dragons. That's right, you can dominate the sea, occupy territory, and plunder. You can also become a local emperor, but, once anyone dares to make a move on celestial dragons, the ending is bound to be hit by the world government. Did you die? There is some trouble now. Kizaru opened his mouth, eyes flashing with astonishment. Apparently he hadn't thought of that either. Some people are not afraid of the power of the world government, and they don't even plan to use the celestial dragons as bargaining chips, or just kill them for the sake of wealth. Dead. No matter how fast he was, it would be too late to save him. The Rocks Pirates. Hearing this long-lost name, Crane murmured with a solemn expression. So, Marshal Sengoku, what's the current situation on the North Blue side? That's right, is it true that the person who shot the celestial dragons really wants to become the second Rocks pirate group? Vice Admiral, who was shocked in his heart, came back to his senses and couldn't help asking. Now the battle between Naval Headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates is imminent. At this time, if a force with ambitions comparable to the Rocks pirates appeared on the sea, even if the people present were thinking with their toes, they understood the seriousness of the situation. Do not. Sengoku shook his head, seeing everyone's eyes gathered. Slowly said, the Rocks pirate group has become a thing of the past, and there will be no second Rocks, but the one who dares to kill the celestial dragons this time. Sengoku groaned. Get out the World Government Emergency Order file. Extract a photo from it, slowly said in the face of everyone. The person who made this move, according to the confirmed information, is only one person. One person. What, advertisement, how is this possible? Seeing the photo Sengoku took out, it looked like an elderly man. Hua Xiaoshan's expression changed. This is not a joke, is it? Marshal Sengoku, even in North Blue, the celestial dragons of the world's nobles usually have special escort warships, including the local top general marine. Will they protect them? With North Blue's local strength, how could it be possible for one person to do it? That's right. Sengoku nodded. It's unbelievable, but according to the world government's information, there is indeed only one person, and this person has never had a pirate bounty record at sea. Now that you are here, do you have information about this person? A person who has no pirate bounty record. Is this person crazy? It's not pirates, and it's not the Mafia of North Blue, so why did they attack celestial dragons? And it can solve the escort warships and the local rear admiral. With such strength, why is it so unknown in the sea? During the discussion in the conference room, everyone felt their scalps go numb. But at the moment, everyone didn't find out, when every Vice Admiral is talking about the old man in the photo. Sit next to the flaming mountain at Marine Vice Admiral. Marine Vice Admiral's eyes fell on the man in the photo for an instant. The pupils of the flying squirrel trembled. Immediately, the flying squirrel's brain went blank for a moment. Yes. How is this possible? Is that retired veteran? Looking at the man with indifferent eyes in the photo above, Flying Squirrel's heart can be said to be overwhelmed at the moment, and his nerves are beating wildly. As for why Bai Ye can be recognized at a glance, this, of course, is due to his involvement in the events surrounding North Blue's destruction of the town. The Flying Squirrel specifically investigated the G64 branch. Colonel Marine is a veteran who is about to retire. But he couldn't imagine it anyway. A retired veteran who was not on his mind at all a few days ago. The Flying Squirrel's face was extremely ugly, looking at the tense conference room. The Flying Squirrel forcibly suppressed his vibrating heart. I can only bite the bullet and speak, as for North Blue destroying the town. The Flying Squirrel was going to say nothing, after all. If you tell the whole story, even if he is Marine Vice Admiral, he can never bear the responsibility involved in it. Then, this meeting room is here. Bai Ye's true identity was only known to the Marine executives present. The madman who dared to kill the celestial dragons in North Blue. The reason why there is no pirate bounty record. The real reason is that a man has served in the Marine branch for 40 years. Veterans who are now retired. 016, Naval Headquarters decision, North Blue Pirates retreat. C. Marine? Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, what the hell is going on? Is it someone from our Marine? All the Vice Admirals on the scene changed expression, and subconsciously looked at the Flying Squirrel. The Flying Squirrel suddenly felt unprecedented pressure. But he could only bite the bullet and nod. No, that's right. This person was originally a colonel stationed in the North Blue G64 branch, and he has been serving in the Marine for 40 years. However, I have formally submitted a decommissioning application to the headquarters 2 days ago, so I am already a person who has nothing to do with Marine. The Flying Squirrel is trying to distance himself from the killing of the celestial dragons. By the way, Bai Ye is a retired veteran. After all, if this incident is known to the outside world, it is related to Marine's own people. The huge system of Marine will inevitably be implicated. Himself. Naturally, it cannot bear the responsibility for the killing of celestial dragons. The Flying Squirrel's nerves were tense, and cold sweat rolled down his forehead unknowingly. But no one could tell that the Flying Squirrel must have something to hide. Fortunately, Crane Vice Admiral raised his head, attracted everyone's attention and said, "Okay, since it's a retired Marine, there's no need to delve into the specific process of attacking the celestial dragons. The most critical issue now is that the celestial dragons have been killed. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise this may have a huge impact on our next fight against the Whitebeard pirates." As a great staff officer, Crane expressed his opinion. Everyone present heard the words, thought for a moment, and unanimously agreed. The celestial dragons incident has had a serious impact. It is no less than the impact of dropping a bomb on the ears of countless people outside. But in this special time, Marine also cannot give the Whitebeard pirates any chance. Then, whatever the Flying Squirrel was hiding didn't matter at the moment. The important thing is regardless of the pressure from the world government. Still for the image of Marine, and the next plan to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. The best way to deal with it right now is to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. And the fastest result, just dispatch Marine Admiral directly. Advertisement, however, it is now considered that the Whitebeard pirates may use this opportunity to raid Naval Headquarters. Marine Admiral cannot be transferred at will as usual. At the same time, because the identity of the celestial dragons who died this time is not simple. Heir to the Holy Family of Rose at Mariojoy. The order issued by the Rose Holy Family through the world government clearly requires that the murderer should not be allowed to die too easily. While arresting them, they are required to keep their mouths alive, so that the world can know what kind of horrific consequences daring to kill celestial dragons will cause. Faced with such an unreasonable request, this caused a lot of trouble for everyone in the conference room. So Marine who was present thought twice, at the same time as deciding to issue a wanted warrant. The Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel volunteered for this mission. After all, if things at that time were exposed, his Marine career was basically over. Therefore, the Flying Squirrel secretly prepared to bury Bai Ye, a retired veteran who dared to disobey the order, with his own hands. Only the dead will not reveal the news. Flying Squirrel has always believed in this. Certainly, the Flying Squirrel did not go alone. Before leaving, the Flying Squirrel recruited 5 warships, which were not Marines, but the results of the latest scientific research forces under Admiral Kizaru. Pacifist. This is the weapon used against the Whitebeard pirates in the Summit War. Possess a powerful armed force that self-identifies friend and foe, captures the target, and releases the laser. Want to capture a lone subject in the huge North Blue? It couldn't be more appropriate. It can also be used to test the power of Marine's latest technology. Thus, Flying Squirrel believes that whatever means a veteran used to kill the celestial dragons, or there are still unknown forces hidden behind it. Faced with such a lineup, there is no ability to resist at all. Again, the birth of a pacifist. This is to effectively deter external pirates. One such opportunity is now in front of Marine, that's it. Advertisement. The fate of Bai Ye was decided in this meeting that originally discussed how to plan the attack of the Whitebeard pirates. However, This moment. North Blue. Gouda. Then, is that a lie? This kind of thing. Is it really possible for humans to do it? Before North Blue enters the main passage of the Grand Line. There are pirates going to the Grand Line according to the navigation route. But North Blue's original ambitious guys. The moment before coming to the main road from North Blue to the Grand Line. One by one chose to stop. My mind was shaken, and for the first time in my life, I had doubts about my ambitions, and I had the idea of retreating. There is no other reason, as far as the eye can see. Under the sky, ahead of the blue sea, beside the blocked sea arteries ahead. An unprecedented passage appeared. Obviously, it is only enough to accommodate a small ship to pass by, from which you can go to the Grand Line that countless pirates in North Blue yearn for. But no matter who looks, the brand new and still terrifying cut marks on it. For the first time in history, all pirates have an absurd idea. It was cut open by someone. What kind of existence is it? In order to cut open the red line, yes, when Naval Headquarters decided Bai Ye's fate. The flying squirrel doesn't know it yet, there is no need for him to come to Bai Ye. Bai Ye has taken the initiative to go to the Grand Line. 017. Bai Ye's Marine officially offered a reward of 1 billion Baileys, the first half of the Grand Line. The first half of the Grand Line. Seagulls flit across the sky. On an island, ships are constantly coming and going to a port. Do you know? All the pirates who come to this sea, although all of them are not weak guys. But even so, why is this sea still called the cemetery of pirates by some people, and paradise by others? A one-armed middle-aged sailor man looked at a large pirate ship with hundreds of people going out to sea, and suddenly looked at the young sailor. Ah, why is that? The young sailor subconsciously asked suspiciously. The middle-aged sailor man sighed and recalled. That's because although those guys are the top pirates in their respective hometowns, once they have gone through untold hardships and come to the Grand Line, all the newly arrived pirates will stand on the same starting line again. Here, they all there, newcomers, and any place at any time may become their grave. The young sailor looked up thoughtfully and asked. The paradise. The middle-aged sailor man pointed to the broken arm and said with a smile. As the name suggests, although it is a cemetery for the truly strong, the more chaotic the place, the more it belongs to the paradise of the strong. As for the losers, well, it's like a guy like me. The young sailor smacked his mouth when he heard the words, and noticed the newspaper next to him, his heart moved. Okay, then the guy from North Blue, who is now offered a reward of 1 billion Baileys by Marine, is he considered a strong player in Grand Line? The middle-aged sailor man hesitated for a moment. That kind of thing. Huh? Sudden. The middle-aged sailor man paused. His eyes were fixed on the sea in the distance. What happened over there? The young sailor showed doubts on his face, and he couldn't help but follow the eyes of the middle-aged sailor man. Next second. When you see clearly what is happening at sea not far away. The young sailor's pupils dilated slowly, and his mouth subconsciously opened wide. Then, over there is. I saw the sea gradually attracting the shocking eyes of many people in the port. Under the blue sky. That was the direction in which the large pirate ship carrying hundreds of pirates was leaving. However, the scene where the pirate ship was supposed to sail away did not happen. Advertisement appearing in public, it was the large pirate ship that could accommodate hundreds of pirates that had just sailed to the sea not far away. Boom. It suddenly disintegrated directly at sea. No, it should be said that it was attacked by some supergiant sea kings. The entire ship turned into broken wreckage scattered all over the sky. Cough, cough, cough. B asterisk 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 D. B asterisk 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 D. Damn old thing, Lousy will never let you go. Ah, Lousy slaughtered several towns to build a boat. At sea, there was the sound of curses from the pirate ship above. The nearest middle-aged sailor man and young sailor on the port reacted abruptly. That large pirate ship that turned into a wreck, didn't it encounter the Sea Kings? Or some kind of peculiar ocean current, the reason why it became like that at sea? The two couldn't help but look at each other, can clearly see the disbelief in the other person's eyes. It turned out to be because of people, but what kind of person is he? Only then can a large pirate ship that can accommodate hundreds of pirates be destroyed in an instant. And at this time, as the broken large pirate ship turned into wreckage, it scattered across the sea. Gradually, this is a small ship sailing out of the wreckage at sea. The size of the ship is very small compared to a large pirate ship that can accommodate hundreds of pirates. A flat boat in front of the behemoth could not be more aptly described. But this is the arrival of such a ship, from the words of the pirates on the broken large pirate ship just now. But almost everyone in this port held their breath. Especially, when the man above gradually caught everyone's eyes. White spotless shirt. The color of the handle on the waist is Dongfashuo purple, and the shape is simple and simple. A strong old body that seems to have left no trace of time. Various features. Google. This is an island port on the first half of the Grand Line near North Blue. Advertisement. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva unconsciously. No, you can't be wrong, it's the one who dared to kill the celestial dragons in North Blue on the news of the World Economic News. Now he has been officially wanted by the Marine government with a reward of 1 billion Baileys. How, isn't this a lie? That lunatic made the move to kill the celestial dragons. Instead of staying in North Blue, He actually came to the Grand Line on his own initiative. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Killing the celestial dragons. Dare to come to the Grand Line? Don't the other party know that the Grand Line is completely controlled by Marine? The hearts of everyone on the port trembled wildly, their nerves throbbing violently. Thanks to Bai Ye's kindness to help the world government inform the world. Naturally, the island saw the news of Bai Ye's unscrupulousness without exception. For such a lunatic, while everyone was shocked, some pirates thought that at Bai Ye's age, they were crazy to want to be famous, so they dared to attack the world's noble celestial dragons. But now, no matter what they thought before, at this moment, I witnessed the scene of Bai Ye coming to the Grand Line. The people present almost only felt that they could hardly breathe. Obviously there is no movement and there is no approach. But, looking at the old man on the boat, that overwhelming sense of oppression coming from the sea. But it reached the peak in everyone's heart, immediately. Wait for someone to react. First thought, it is far away from the port of the island under your feet. Certainly, there are also people who thought of the terrifying 1 billion Bailey reward issued by the Marine government about Bai Ye more than 10 minutes ago. In the face of huge greed, someone's thoughts, notify the local Marine branch directly. The one who dared to kill the celestial dragons in North Blue. Not at North Blue today, instead, he dared to enter the Grand Line alone. 018. Due to the arrival of one person, the first half of the Grand Line miraculously attracted the attention of the world. Are you kidding me? Marine has just issued a reward order, and she actually entered the Grand Line alone in full view. What does it mean? Are you saying that you don't take Marine and world government seriously? With Bai Ye appearing on Grand Line, some forces in the first half of the Grand Line received news one after another. The immediate reaction was almost that he was going crazy, and he was restless in place. You can see the shock behind this news. After all, who would have thought of a being who would kill the celestial dragons in North Blue? Faced with a reward of 1 billion Bailey issued almost immediately by the Marine government. Not only did they not try their best to stay away from the sphere of influence of Marine and world government. Now, the other party was alone. Take the initiative to step into the Grand Line. This is simply not paying attention to the Marine power that firmly controls the first half of the Grand Line. There is no difference. Provocative? No, it should be actively declaring war? Then next countless people were shocked. How will Marine react? And once this idea appears, it will be like ants crawling all over the hearts of everyone who pays attention to the news, unable to stop. Not just the first half of the Grand Line has a special message channel. The New World to receive the latest news. The reaction of many forces is exactly the same. New World. Beast's Pirate Station, Ghost Island. Under a dark sky. Advertisement, Guy, Captain Kaido. Another big thing happened in the first half of the Grand Line. With horns adorned on his head, a giver pirate rushes into the cave with a phone bug. New news. Gap, the strong smell of alcohol hit his face. Then, it was a tall figure with muscles all over his body twisted like steel bars, and a huge figure with soaring horns on both sides of his head opened his eyes. It is none other than the Four Emperors Kaido, who is known as one of the Sea Emperors in New World. I haven't said it before, Lousy is not interested in any plans like Marine. No, Captain Kaido. The giving pirate quickly shook his head. With a shocked face, he said, it was the guy who dared to kill celestial dragons before. After being offered a reward by Marine, the other party took the initiative to enter the Grand Line. What's so good about this kind of thing? Huh? Kaido suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the frightened subordinates in front of him. Muttered. Interesting. Killing those celestial dragons who are easy to cause big troubles, what is that guy thinking? Take the initiative to go to the first half of the Grand Line controlled by Marine. Kaido suddenly raised his head and laughed. Whoa, this is an interesting guy, so pay more attention. Yes, Captain Kaido. It's really interesting. A guy who has never heard of it has such confidence. I'm really curious, how will it develop next, or is this guy a monster hidden among the people? As one of the Four Emperors, Kaido knows that there are many powerful guys in this world who are unknown. But there are also bluff guys. I don't know which kind this guy belongs to. Thinking of this, Kaido shook his head. Forget it, let's see the result first. If it is really a monster hidden among the people, I wonder if I can give Lousy a death and life. It's really boring. Kaido picked up the wine jar on the side and poured it down his throat. At the same time, when Kaido was interested here, similar scenes are also frantically staged all over the world. Big Mom Pirates. Advertisement The Whitebeard Pirates. Even the Revolutionary Army and others. I can't help but pay attention to the first half of the Grand Line, or what Bai Ye wants to do. Certainly, others think that Bai Ye is a pure lunatic. Like the Big Mom Pirates, it is considered to be based on the strength of Marine. Knowing that the guy who killed celestial dragons must not be able to bear the wrath of the world government and the Marine government in the end. That's why I chose to die instead of being arrested. Why not go straight to the Grand Line to gain life? But no matter what the current result is, there are still people who are currently eyeing Bai Ye's reward on the Grand Line because of their huge greed. Or someone guessed Bai Ye's purpose and so on. This moment. Undeniable. Today's first half of the Grand Line. Because of the arrival of one person, miraculously gathered the attention of the whole world. At the same time, Bai Ye put his left hand on top of the purple handle of Ryujin Jaka at this moment, Not far away on the sea. Within sight. Behind the pirate ship who couldn't help being greedy for Bai Ye up to 1 billion Bailey because of the pirates. That is, warships with the Marine government logo have arrived. Marine's speed. Really fast. Bai Ye's excellent eyesight now recognized the Marine general above him at a glance, and a coldness appeared in his indifferent eyes. It's not necessary for me to take the initiative to find it. I will deliver it to my door. 019. From the beginning to the end, you are the ones who should not be forgiven the most, right? Hot hell. Hey, come here. That guy has only one head, you can't grab me. Maritime. He didn't notice the Marine fleet that appeared behind him at all. Several pirates attracted by Bai Ye's bounty offer couldn't help arguing loudly. On the side, the tall pirate with scars all over his face heard the words. Stand at the front of the deck, carrying a huge axe on his shoulder. Staring at Bai Ye at sea ahead, the corner of the mouth reveals a greedy arc. You can't say that, no matter what, it's a head worth 1 billion. Whoever wins it first is the one who owns it. Besides, the reward, if you really win that head, maybe Lousy will have a chance to get a Shichibukai in the future. Ah ha ha ha. After speaking, the tall pirate with scars all over his face grabbed the giant axe with both arms, and jumped up suddenly. The hedgehog-headed pirate captain on the nearby pirate ship saw this. His complexion changed. UB************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* look at us. Quickly drew out 2 double knives, and the captain of the hedgehog pirate wanted to keep up, for fear of falling behind. However, suddenly, a blinding golden light of some kind tearing through the air came from behind. Before they knew what happened, boom, one of the several pirate ships was suddenly pierced through a terrifying hole. Even the dozen or so pirates above didn't react and died directly in the explosion. Accompanied by thick dust and smoke rising. Wait for everyone to come back to their senses. A pirate ship has sunk straight into the ocean. What happened? Just now that was. The hedgehog-headed pirate stared wide-eyed and froze in place. Subconsciously swept towards the back. See, Marine? The lips moved slightly and the words were unbelievable. But in the next second, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dazzling golden light tore through the air again and struck from behind. Almost in the blink of an eye, all of them landed on the pirate fleet at his feet. Followed by below the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Successive explosions detonated inside the pirate fleet. Soaring water jets and splashes, accompanied by the screams of the pirates, and the pirate ship turned into a wreck. I saw 6 or 7 pirate ships gathered in the sea. Not for a while, it directly turned into a piece of wreckage scattered on the sea. The only thing left is the tall pirate, and the hedgehog-headed pirate who held the axe tightly in both hands survived. It was the attack of Kai, Marine. But what happened? The hedgehog-headed pirate captain recovered from the dizziness caused by the strong explosion, and when he saw the surrounding scene clearly, he felt his throat was extremely thirsty. Suddenly, D. Damn Marine. Even if you don't want the 1 billion heads, Lousy will fight with you. How dare you kill Lousy's subordinates by sneak attack? An angry voice sounded. This is when the tall pirate man saw all his subordinates suddenly wiped out. Grasping the axe with both arms, he was ready to throw it towards the Marine fleet that sneaked at them from behind. However, destroy all advertisement. A cold order was issued from the front of the Marine fleet not far away. Under the gaze of the leader, the Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel with a mohawk in front, a mustache, and a beige suit with a cold face. The dazzling golden light tears the air. Blast from the deck of the Marine warship to the distance again. The scarred pirate who was about to throw his weapon didn't have time to react. The dazzling golden light continuously enlarged and the pupils has already struck head-on. Next moment, boom, a violent explosion resounded across the sea. A tall, scorched black figure who didn't know whether he was alive or dead fell straight into the sea. This moment, in the eyes of the only hedgehog-headed pirate captain who survived by chance. Then look at the Marine fleet that sneaked at them from behind. Be terrified. Fear, unknown trembling, madness began to emerge from the bottom of my heart. Others don't know, but he is very clear. The double axe, Khmer, is the guy with a bounty of 29 million. But just a face-to-face, he was killed directly by the weird means of the Marine fleet behind him. Win. Can't win. Absolutely impossible to win. The hedgehog-headed pirate captain no longer had the slightest intention of resisting. Hastily wanted to escape. Result. A dazzling light hit him in the panic of turning around. Boom. A huge explosion at sea set off splashes. Another pirate corpse was added, not far away, on the island. Google. Then, what is it? What just happened? Could that be Marine's secret weapon? He killed all those pirates in the blink of an eye? No. That's not the point, is it? The real point is, Marine finally met that man at sea. All kinds of shocking voices continued to sound, and countless people stared at the sea. I see. On one side are the 5 most advanced large warships under Marine. It's loaded with tall monsters that resemble the tyrant bears, one of the Shichibukai. And the reason why it is called a monster, that's because someone saw the scene where the scalp went numb. Those golden glares that wiped out the two pirate groups with tens of millions of bounties in a blink of an eye. It actually spit out from the mouths of those monsters above the marine warship. Now, it's just pointless resistance, above the front deck of the leading warship. He noticed countless fearful eyes on the island not far away. The flying squirrel paid no attention to this, looked up. He looked over the wreckage left by the pirate ships ahead. Look behind. I saw it at sea. It was a small boat, only big enough to accommodate a single person. But when you see clearly the old and strong figure above. Even though the flying squirrel was Marine Vice Admiral, he was shocked and unbelievable at this moment. When he received information that Bai Ye dared to enter the Grand Line alone. The flying squirrel's first reaction was impossible. The first half of the Grand Line is completely dominated by naval headquarters. Advertisement is completely different from the more chaotic North Blue. The opponent killed the Celestial Dragons, dared to enter the Grand Line. What's the difference between this and flouting naval headquarters and world government? Are you blatantly declaring war on the marine government? A retired veteran, how dare you make such a move? Or is there really a force behind the opponent who wants to reproduce the ambitions of the original Rocks pirates? With all kinds of ideas, at this moment, the flying squirrel released a powerful color of knowledge. It was found that there was no one behind Bai Ye in the whole sea, and he was really alone. The anger in the flying squirrel's heart can be said to have reached its peak. What he was worried about was not Bai Ye's strength. After all, what threat can a retired veteran pose to him, a naval headquarters vice admiral? He was afraid that Bai Ye was a real madman, if it weren't for the special period when naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates are about to go to war. In case the headquarters dispatched admiral to capture him alive. Bai Ye confessed the previous things again. The flying squirrel gritted its teeth and raised its hand, wishing to kill Bai Ye immediately. No matter what you want to do, the more attention in the world, the more those idiot pirates and forces will know what a stupid decision it is to fight against the marine government. Attack. Without hesitation, the flying squirrel gave orders to the pacifists behind him. For a while, the warships under the feet of the flying squirrel, including the decks of the 4 warships behind them. The pacifists brought by the flying squirrels began to lock on their targets, they opened their mouths collectively, and dazzling golden lights began to light up. This scene changed the faces of countless people watching not far away. They can clearly see. Those terrifying monsters just spit out a dozen golden rays of light. Just destroy the 2 pirate groups with a reward of tens of millions. Now this is the plan. Do you want to use all the monsters on those 5 warships to deal with one person? At this time, Maritime, facing the flying squirrel, he did not hide his killing intent. Bai Ye stood where he was, the indifference and coldness in his eyes increased. An unforgivable thing? The left hand holds Ryujin Jaka in front of the body. Watch the pacifists at sea ahead who will shine in future summit wars. Bai Ye didn't have the slightest fear. The right hand holds the Ryujin Jaka dark purple hilt. In an instant, with Bai Ye as the center, the temperature in the nearby sea began to rise sharply. After noon, the sea breeze became refreshing and turned into waves of scorching hot heat waves, and the air was slightly distorted and deformed. At the same time, Ryujin Jaka's blade is gradually revealed with a lot of orange-red flames. The soaring heat waves suddenly swept into the sky. Subsequently, Bai Ye holds Ryujin Jaka in his hand. Watch as the pacifists unleash lasers that take over the sky above the naval ships ahead. The most unforgivable people, since North Blue, it's been you all the time, right? The sight of Purgatory, the destroyed town where he lived for more than 30 years, flashed before his eyes. As Bai Ye's voice fell, an overwhelming aura descended. I see. These are dozens of pillars of soaring flames whose power can turn the earth into scorched earth with a radius of 100 kilometers. Rising suddenly from the sea, 020. Resistance in vain, flying squirrels and even pacifists are wiped out. Hot hell. Boom. With Bai Ye unleashing the power of Ryujin Jaka for the first time. An unprecedented terrible disaster at sea has appeared. Along with dozens of pillars of soaring flames that can turn the land with a radius of 100 kilometers into scorched earth, they rise from the sea. Boom. A large amount of seawater was instantly evaporated, visible to the naked eye. Countless water vapor covered the entire sea like a thick fog. But it is different from the usual white fog. Due to the dozens of terrifying flames occupying the sea, they exude astonishingly hot temperatures. So the fog of water vapor covering the entire sea. The color is orange-red like a flame in the night. It's like fire burns the cloud, covering the entire sea. And at this very moment, are you kidding me? Like the sea on the melting pot. The Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel witnessed dozens of pillars of soaring flames pressing towards the sky from all sides of the sea. Even as Marine Vice Admiral, Flying Squirrels have performed various marine missions. Faced this horrible situation, the Flying Squirrel was also confused. Subconsciously looked into the distance. The sturdy old body standing behind the thick fog formed by the evaporation of countless seawater. Seeing Bai Ye's indifferent eyes that seemed to be looking down at him again. This was the first time in the Flying Squirrel's life that he felt an overwhelming sense of terror. An uncontrollable tremor kept rushing to my heart. Fortunately, with excellent combat experience, the blue veins on the Flying Squirrel's forehead popped up, and it seemed to use all its strength to pull out the saber at its waist, and roared suddenly. "It's just a mere retired veteran, don't be too arrogant." Leaping into the air, dozens of slashes flew towards a pillar of flames. However, advertisement under the hopeful gaze of the flying squirrel. But it was like a mud cow entering the sea, without causing any ripples. How is this possible? The pupils of the flying squirrel widened at this moment, completely unable to see the killing intent towards Bai Ye before, and some just couldn't believe the facts. After all, he is the majestic naval headquarters vice admiral. Even among all the vice admirals in the headquarters, they are among the top existences in terms of strength. But it is precisely because of this, the slash he unleashes. How could it not have any effect? The flying squirrel's mind changed dramatically. Subconsciously looked at the pacifist he brought this time. He knows best the strength of pacifists. Every pacifist has a combat power comparable to the Marine Rear Admiral, and it is one of the latest naval headquarters weapons ready to be used against the Whitebeard pirates in the Summit War. And the biggest attack method of pacifists, laser. It's a move from Marine Admiral Kizaru. Take this into consideration. The flying squirrel did not hesitate to order the pacifists to direct all their attacks at the gathering pillar of flames. I want to use Marine Admiral's moves to help myself out of the predicament. But this time, it's different from the fact that the pacifists easily killed the two pirate groups with a reward of tens of millions just now. The strength of the pacifists, doomed to disappoint the flying squirrel. A streak of golden glare continued to gather on the pillar of flames. Not only did it have no effect at all, instead, in the angry and unwilling roar of the flying squirrel, the hot hell has revealed its most terrifying power. A futile resistance. Maritime. He stared indifferently at the unwilling and hateful eyes cast by the flying squirrel. Bai Ye slowly spoke out what the flying squirrel said with great confidence just now. In the next second, everything on the sea was swallowed by the hot hell. Advertisement at the same time, on the wide sea under this sky. That's when Bai Ye used the Ryujin Jaka to destroy 5 large warships full of pacifists in one blow. Outside, this moment, all sounds are gone, whether it is all the life that flies in the sky, or the countless people in the port on the distant island. Looking at the horrible natural disaster, that makes people forget to breathe on the sea. A long time. Then, is that a lie? No, that's right, humans are so likely to be able to do that, ahaha, ahaha. This must be a dream, right? Someone knelt down on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Some people rubbed their eyes desperately, unable to believe the terrifying scene at sea. There are also some people whose hearts are beating violently, and Doda's cold sweat seems to be falling like raindrops. This part of the people. There are also pirates who are attracted by Bai Ye's bounty of up to 1 billion on Bailey's head, and arouse huge greed. There are also people who secretly passed information to Marine to prepare for Bai Ye's death, to claim credit from Marine. After all, they could see it with their own eyes just now. The 5 large warships coming from Marine brought some kind of terrible weapon. Only a dozen golden glares were used to kill 2 pirates who had a reward of tens of millions on the Grand Line. It can be seen the terrifying power and determination displayed by Marine. But now, witness the absolute power of overwhelming at sea. Then the old and strong figure slowly appeared. People who have seen it all with their own eyes. Leftover. At this moment, there is only the trembling that can't be stopped from the deepest part of my heart. The indelible imprint of that aged figure is imprinted in the deepest part of the heart that must never be provoked. 021. A shock comparable to a major earthquake in the world. Thereafter, as Bai Ye showed his overwhelming strength to the world for the first time. A naval headquarters elite vice admiral. The 5 ships are equipped with the latest weapon developed by the Marine Science Force, the pacifist. It turned out to be the result of being completely wiped out at sea with a single blow. The news subverted the expectations of countless people. A sensation comparable to a major earthquake occurred throughout the Grand Line and even the world. Don't forget, after many years, Bai Ye came alone. At this time, the first half of the Grand Line is miraculously attracting the attention of countless people around the world. There are such magical creatures as projecting phone bugs that record images. Therefore, the picture of Bai Ye's attack to destroy Marine's power. It was recorded with incomparable clarity. Marineford. Naval Headquarters. Bai Ye, former colonel of the North BLUEG 64 branch, Sea Circle Calendar, joined the Marine in 1480, and the Marine has served for 40 years, with no bad records, 694 missions to eliminate pirates, and 67 injuries. How could a person do such a thing? Marshal's office. Sengoku read the detailed information in hand. The tone gradually reveals a touch of disbelief. In his opinion, this veteran named Bai Ye can't find any reason to take action against celestial dragons at all. But even so, Sengoku picked up the file and tossed it to the chewing goat. This kind of thing doesn't matter right now. What this veteran did, and blatantly dared to come to the Grand Line. This is almost equivalent to the act of declaring war. Considering the current speed of the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, plus the newly developed Science Troop Pacifist by Doppelganger. This person is absolutely doomed, and this person is currently gathering more attention in the world. Relatively, the more deterrent the pacifists can be displayed. Its purpose. Just to prevent the war between naval headquarters and Whitebeard pirates, some forces in the sea area originally controlled by Marine took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Just thinking about it. Sudden. Advertisement, Zan, Marshal Sengoku. No, it's not good, there's urgent information. A Marine's report sounded from outside the office door, which was extremely hasty. Hearing this, Sengoku showed a dignified face. Okay? Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates took advantage of the maneuver? New World. Kingdom of Darius Rosa. D. Dover. There is the latest news from the first half of the Grand Line. Torre Pole, the top cadre of the Don Quixote family, took a phone bug and rushed into the palace to meet Doflamingo. But at this moment, the expression on his face seemed to be filled with unbelievable lingering fear. White Island. Baldigo. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Hi. Marine actually lost. How is this possible? Could it be that the information that the bear passed on to us was wrong? I heard that in order to exterminate that man, Marine dispatched the pacifist that Shang revealed in the information. A crude combat conference room. When I heard the news from the first half of the Grand Line, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army all showed disbelief, unable to believe the information they heard. After all, they're different from those forces who don't know about Marine's intelligence. As an undercover force in naval headquarters, before the pacifists officially showed up, they knew the powerful weapon of the pacifist. Marine may use pacifist in the upcoming war against Whitebeard. So when it became known that naval headquarters sent out pacifists, everyone thought that Bai Ye must die. Marine will also take advantage of this opportunity. Show the powerful combat power of pacifist to the world. Result not long. What they heard was, the force Marine sent to destroy Bai Ye failed. Their first reaction was, how can that be? Advertisement. However, when the informant of the Revolutionary Army obtained the phone bug screen, they recorded the video at that time. Google. The entire Revolutionary Army headquarters fell silent. All of them had lingering fears, staring at the terrifying power above them with a huge shock. Can't help but take a breath. It turns out that the force sent by Marine is more than just defeated. Even the newly developed scientific troop pacifist was used. Still, the defeat was extremely complete. Whitebeard pirates resident. Dad, we have the latest news in the first half of the Grand Line. With blue flames burning in his arms, Marco, with his pineapple head on his head, quickly landed beside Whitebeard. Gu la la la, it seems that the news over there is very surprising? Noticing the tension in Marco's throat and face moving slightly, Whitebeard laughed. Marco reached out and touched the back of his head, helplessly said. Father, when will I surprise you? Tell me, what happened to the first half of the Grand Line? Whitebeard looked at Marco. Marco nodded, his face immediately became dignified, and he said. It was Marine who sent the troops to destroy that lunatic. Failed. Failed? Think of the world government's style of doing things that has never changed? Whitebeard can already foresee that even if Sengoku is the Marine Marshal, facing the Celestial Dragons, he will not be able to avoid being accused. Looks like even that Sengoku guy sometimes miscalculates, gurgling. Marco shook his head when he saw that his father was in a good mood for the first time. Father, that's beside the point. The point? Whitebeard looked at Marco. Marco nodded, his face gradually became serious, and said. The point is, that lunatic, who everyone thought would be wiped out by Marine, faced Marine's siege. He only used one blow from the beginning to the end. One strike? Hearing this, Whitebeard thought about it. Is it a monster living in seclusion among the people? In this way, it seems that Sengoku guy is really in big trouble this time, too. Whitebeard looked up, witnessing the progress of the coding work on the Moby DK. This is also an opportunity. 022, Onijima, Kaido leaves the station. The other side, Wano-kuni, Beast's Pirates Station. Ghost Island. Is Mr. Kaido sober? A huge pteranodon figure fell from the dark sky. The visitor was tall and strong, except for a pair of black wings exposed behind his back. His whole body, including his face, was covered by pitch-black clothes. He wore a mask, goggles and a helmet, not leaving an inch of skin, and a long knife was hung on his waist, with flames surrounding the back of his head. Master Jin. The face of the giver pirate guarding outside changed. The person who demonstrates that he can fly unscrupulously over the Ghost Island is the first of the 3 signboards of Beast's Pirates, Jin. Captain Kaido is still drinking in there, but I think he's pretty much drunk by now. The giver pirate carefully glanced at the cave behind. Jin nodded upon hearing this. Okay, you continue to stay here. Jin then walked straight in. Not long. In the dimly lit cave. Jin looked up at the drunken Kaido in front of him. Leaning over reports. Captain Kaido, we're almost ready for that. Huh? It's Jin, you're here. Kaido raised his eyelids and looked at Jin. Hearing that it was that thing, a gleam flashed in Kaido's eyes. Since we're almost ready for that matter, it looks like it's going to be very interesting, oh lol. Ember nodded and said, that's right, now the Beast's pirates need to stay behind in Wanakuna's combat power. Jin went on to say. Currently, Filiubao and our numberers, givers, laughers, and 2,000 weighing people have all assembled outside the Ghost Island. Now we only need to wait for the Whitebeard pirates to take action, and we can start as soon as possible. Take all the chassis under the Whitebeard pirates within the time limit. Well done, That Whitebeard guy is going to fight Naval headquarters for a mere son. This stupid decision shows that the old guy is still old after all. Kaido propped up his tall, drunken body, and grabbed the mace beside him, exuding a sense of oppression from his body. In this way, instead of waiting for the sight to be eaten away by those wastes after death, it's better to give Lousy all the money. Uhu. Kaido's voice echoed in the cave. Jin stood aside silently and didn't say much. Because of the upcoming Summit War, the outside world is paying attention to Marine and the Whitebeard pirates. As everyone knows, the Beast's pirates are ready to eye Whitebeard's territory. Just wait for the two to conflict. Beast's pirates is getting a new expansion. Completely break the balance of the so-called Four Emperors' forces at sea. Suddenly, at this time, advertisement, Guy, Captain Kaido, the matter you paid attention to earlier has come to fruition. A giver pirate who was crawling and crawling suddenly ran over. What happened? Ember frowned. It is necessary to prepare to expel this name giver. Kaido took a step ahead, raised his hand to interrupt Jin, and asked the bestower. Is there a result so soon? Kaido thought that the distance between the previous two reports was only an hour. Suddenly picked up the wine jug, poured the wine down his throat, and wiped the corners of his mouth. Looking at it this way, it really doesn't make any sense. He's another, bluffing, guy. When will some interesting guy appear in this boring sea, after all? Kaido smashed the wine tank and roared. There are too many bastards who play pirate games. Guy, Mr. Kaido. Jin's face changed slightly, for fear that Kaido would enter a state of drinking madness. After all, every time Kaido goes drunk, he wreaks havoc on Onojima and even Wano-kuni. It was a last resort to create a place where you can drink unscrupulously. Yes, Captain Kaido. Jin's reaction was okay, but the giver was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Bite the scalp and said quickly, but Captain Kaido, it turned out that Marine's people failed. What's the value of such news? Marine's people failed. Kaido paused in grabbing the wine jar again, and looked at the giver. Give the giver a crazy nod. No, that's right, and according to the intelligence, the fleet sent by Marine was loaded with some powerful weapons, but even so, they were all wiped out at sea by that madman who dared to kill celestial dragons. After finishing speaking, the giver's forehead and back were all wet with cold sweat. Jin heard the words, and couldn't help but look sideways. Celestial dragons died. These days he's mobilizing almost all the strength of the Beast's pirates. Jin has no idea what happened to North Blue, but Jin didn't notice at the moment. After Kaido heard the news of Marine's failure, especially the destruction of Marine's fleet with one blow, Kaido's eyes became more interested. Then, Kaido suddenly put down the wine jar in his hand and looked at Jin. Ember. Mr. Kaido. What are your orders? Jin quickly lowered his head. Kaido pointed to all the fine wines in the cave. Help Lousy take care of it, there is no shortage of these wines. What does Mr. Kaido mean? Jin showed doubts on his face. Literally. Kaido stepped towards the outside of the cave, his eyes twinkling with interest on his drunken face. Lousy intends to leave first. Advertisement, what? Ember's face changed. But Mr. Kaido, now our preparations are about to. Rest assured. Kaido shook his head, exuding confidence. At the same time, the muscles of Kaido's whole body began to swell and change at this moment, under the gaze of countless Beast's pirates members on Onojima. Rumbling, accompanied by the faint tremor of the earth. A huge blue dragon with a flame cloud on its body appeared. Kaido's ferocious drunken giant dragon head ran out of the cave like a small black dot of Jin. Play at a drink interval. Lousy will be back soon. Funny things are happening outside. How can Lousy be missing, right? As soon as the words fell, Kaido's huge figure transformed into a dragon body suddenly soared into the sky. Leave a sentence. I hope this time, there is someone in this world who won't let Lousy down, uhu. Mr. Kaido. Jin raised his hand and opened his mouth. Seeing the figure of Kaido leaving the ghost island, Jin couldn't help but reach out and touch his forehead. This time it's going to be a lot of trouble. Originally, Onojima's gathering of troops was a secret operation. But how big is the movement of the four emperors leaving the station? Coupled with Kaido's mischievous suicide-seeking personality. Now Onojima originally gathered forces to seize the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. I'm afraid I can't hide it. As for whether something will happen to Kaido messing around outside, Jin is not worried at all. The strongest creature in the sea, land and air. This name has revealed everything in this world. Since Kaido became famous, he has been executed 40 times by Marine without injury. Even in the worst case, it is only an injury, not enough to threaten Kaido's life. That's why Kaido is messing around outside even when he's alone. The people of Beast's pirates are never worried that Kaido will have any unexpected strong confidence. Just, this time, the opponent that Kaido is going to find on the Grand Line. But it will be completely different from the situation Kaido faced in the past. 023. All Marine branches have entered the state of combat readiness and will continue to unlock the progress of the template. At the same time, compared to Kaido's sudden departure from the Beast's pirates resident, stirring up a storm in New World. The first half of the Grand Line is here. To say that the most unacceptable force is the news that the Flying Squirrel led the pacifists to defeat. Nothing more than the Marine government and the world government. The former is because Bai Ye's information is very detailed. A Marine veteran from North Blue, that's all. Even the past battle records and injuries are all recorded. So even Bai Ye made a crazy move like killing celestial dragons in North Blue. In this special period, at first, Naval Headquarters still thought they would send out a Vice Admiral. Plus the Pacifist, developed by the Marine Science Corps. This is an extremely powerful lineup. It is almost impossible to have any omissions in the operation to arrest Bai Ye. Right now, the Naval Headquarters focus. It should still be the Whitebeard pirates led by the strongest man in the world. Result: it is an action that should have been impossible to have any omissions. Something went wrong. In this operation, more than one Naval Headquarters vital Vice Admiral force died. Also lost all the pacifists on the 5 warships. Such a huge loss. Marineford. All Marine executives who were temporarily reconvened came to the meeting room. Crane Vice Admiral's face was serious, looking at the urgent battle report handed over by Sengoku. The result is far beyond the estimate, even enough to affect our next effort to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Crane looked at the battle report in her hand. Her face was solemn. She glanced at Vice Admiral and others who had just arrived in the meeting room, and continued to analyze and said, "And this is not the most troublesome. The most troublesome thing is that the appearance of the pacifists was intended to deter the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. As a result, not only did the purpose not be achieved, but this incident may further reduce Marine's prestige in the world." Sengoku, the situation couldn't get any worse. Crane put down the document in his hand, and looked solemnly at Marine Marshal Sengoku. "Good." Sengoku nodded with the same serious face. At this time, after listening to the content of the meeting, Vice Admiral couldn't help but ask immediately. "Marshal Sengoku, the operation failed. How is this possible? A retired veteran, what method did he use? Is there really a huge force behind the other party who wants to reproduce the Rock's pirates?" Hua Xiaoshan and others who were urgently summoned obviously could not believe the authenticity of the information. After all, in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, does not affect the plan to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. A Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, advertisement 5 warships loaded with pacifists. This lineup, even in the New World, it is also a terrifying combat power that no one dares to underestimate. Now they are suddenly summoned and told that all pacifists, including a Vice Admiral, have been wiped out. How does that make them believe? And it can be done in a short period of time. Even the captains of the 4 emperors, it's impossible, right? Not to mention the strength of the flying squirrel. Even if it is really invincible, it is also impossible to send any message to the headquarters for help, right? Doubts spread in everyone's mind. However, as Sengoku spoke, everyone's pupils gradually widened. There are no other forces, and there is no preparation. The opponent has only one person from the beginning to the end. What? What? A person? How come? Hua Xiaoshan and the others changed their expressions. Sengoku noticed the eyes gathered in the conference room. Continued. That's at the heart of why this meeting is being held. Talking. Sengoku ordered a phone bug that recorded projections to be placed on the conference table. Then, Sengoku, as Marshal of the Marine, issued an unprecedented order. From now on, all the Marine branches in the first half of the Grand Line will be on combat readiness, and they will keep an eye on that man's movements. At the same time, the extermination operation will be presided over by Admiral. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of Hua Xiaoshan and the others all changed. Great, Admiral, is Admiral going to make a move? But once the Whitebeard pirates, someone just opened his mouth when he was worried. But, when the recording videophone bug played the terrifying picture of the old and strong man standing alone on the sea, he released a single blow and wiped out all the flying squirrels, including all pacifists. The Vice Admiral choked back the words abruptly. The unbelievable flickering of his pupils showed that he was undergoing a huge shock in his heart. One blow. How is this possible? Vice Admiral saw that the evaporated seawater formed countless clouds of steam covering the entire sea, and finally couldn't help but screamed. Such a scary guy. Why is he so unknown? Hua Xiaoshan listened to the shock of the nearby Vice Admiral, and the sound was unbelievable. His pupils also flickered in disbelief. Can't help but marvel and murmur. A terrible monster has appeared. Such a monster used to belong to our Marine. Hua Xiaoshan couldn't help clenching his fingers tightly. Although it is still unclear what happened to North Blue. The other party even made a move on celestial dragons. Obviously, such a monster that no one wants to face head-on, is now standing on the opposite side of the Marine government and the world government. Advertisement. The other side. Maritime. Ding. The unlocking progress of the template, Yamamoto Genryūsai, you currently own has increased by 0.5. Current unlocking progress. 60.5, okay. Feel the incomparably clear power emerging again in the body. Although it is far from the exaggerated power to directly reach 60 progress. But the kind of power that really improves, it still surprised Bai Ye. To know. 60 unlocked template progress. It has been easy for Bai Ye to have the combat power to stand in the strongest group of pirate world. Bai Ye originally thought that the improvement speed of the template would be extremely slow in the future. After all, he has the template, but it is almost recognized as the strongest existence in the world of Shinigami. If it is fully unlocked, maybe. Bai Ye raised his head and looked at this seemingly endless sea area. Put your hand on Ryujin Jaka and feel the terrifying power contained within Ryujin Jaka. The entire first half of the Grand Line will be easily evaporated, right? As a traverser, no one in this world understands the horror of his template better than him. Bai Ye thought that with his current unlocking progress, it would be extremely slow. It seems that is not the case. What exactly does the unlocking progress of the template depend on? Bai Ye thought for a while and murmured, "Pity. The system he turned on when he was 60 years old." Unable to answer any of Bai Ye's questions on his own. All the answers need to be explored by himself, but even so. For Bai Ye, knowing the template will continue to unlock. That's enough. There is no news more reassuring than this. After all, the object of his revenge, it is a world government that has stood in this world for 800 years and has a foundation that ordinary people cannot imagine. At the same time, if those enemies know that his strength will continue to rise. I don't know what will happen then. 024. On the eve of the storm, the latest reward of 4 billion. I began to faintly look forward to it. Bai Ye looked at the calm sea on the eve of a real storm that was about to break out. Feel the terrifying power contained within Ryujin Jaka. Clouds cover the sun from above the sky. Bai Ye stood alone in the sea. Muttered. Marine is also good, it doesn't matter if it's a pirate. Now I have nothing to worry about, anyone who stands in my way. Everything is ashes. Just as Ryujin Jaka Shikai will reveal its true inner power. This is Bai Ye's attitude towards what he regards as an enemy, now. And the level of the Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. It's not worth the slightest bit of his time wasted. New World. Kingdom of Darasaros. As news of the Marine fleet's demise spread like crazy. The aftermath caused naturally has not calmed down for a long time. Now, Dover, do you think this kind of thing is really possible? Torrepole, a cadre of the Don Quixote family, witnessed the aged and robust figure displaying overwhelming power above the projection in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. For the development of their family, it is natural to hope that the world will be as chaotic as possible. After all, the more chaos there is, the better the dark forces of the Don Quixote family will develop. But, if a monster that was regarded as a lunatic appeared on the sea, no, it should be said that it was an unprecedented monster. One day in the future, such a monster came to New World. The palms of Torbol's cane could not help but break out in cold sweat. That is definitely an existence that no force wants to face. Doflamingo remained silent for a long time, his eyes under the sunglasses fixedly staring at the horrible picture on the projection like a burning cloud descending on the sea. After a long time, Doflamingo slowly exclaimed, "It can be done to that extent with one blow." It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a monster whose strength is as unfathomable as the abyss. There are so many hidden monsters in this world. Doflamingo looked up at the sky above him. As celestial dragons, even celestial dragons who leave Mariajoy and can never go back. Doflamingo naturally holds a lot of information that ordinary people cannot know. Even the world government has many unknown secrets in his hands. So he knows more or less the folk monsters, but none of those so-called monsters could stand shoulder to shoulder with the old guy currently projected. This sense of control is completely beyond expectations. Doflamingo is very uncomfortable. Dover, the original plan? Advertisement, cancel. Doflamingo spoke directly to Torbol. Cancel. But then those guys who have paid the deposit. What's the point of those guys' attitudes? Disdain flashed in Doflamingo's eyes, and he said. We are just merchants in charge of sales. We just need to return the deposit that belongs to them. This is how business is done. When things go well, there will naturally be accidents. Guys who don't even understand these basic principles, even if they get weapons, it's just the party that was slaughtered. Yes, Dover. Torbol nodded. Then I will arrange it immediately. Wait. Doflamingo suddenly called to Torbol to stop. Torbol looked at Doflamingo. Anything else, Dover? Doflamingo pondered for a moment, then moved his fingers. Looking in the direction of the naval headquarters at sea in the distance. Doflamingo said slowly, if the Marines ask Shichibukai to go to naval headquarters, just reject them, after all. Doflamingo turned to look at the phone bug recording the impact, and murmured. A man who is considered by the world to be the strongest man in the world is enough to cause headaches. If Marine wants to provoke this monster again at this time, no one wants to face it head on. What if it doesn't work out, but lives would literally be lost? That's right. Although Doflamingo has not personally experienced the feeling of flying squirrels projected above. But by recording the projection of the phone bug. Bai Ye is at this moment. In the heart of Shichibukai, Doflamingo, the degree of fear has risen to a level almost equal to that of the pirate Four Emperors. That's why. Doflamingo subconsciously commented on Bai Ye as a monster whose strength is as unfathomable as the abyss. I am afraid. Marine has now been discovered too. White Island. Baldigo. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Dragon. Monsters of such mighty power that they slew the celestial dragons, and now they do it to Marine. Look. After experiencing a huge shock, he looked at the terrifying figure of the man on the projection. The cadres at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army suddenly looked at their leader. That vaguely hot gaze. That's right, other forces can be said to be extremely afraid of Bai Ye's existence. Basically all reactions are that they don't want to face such a terrible monster. However, here at the Revolutionary Army, they have a crazy idea of action. That's win over. That's right, the reason why the Revolutionary Army can only operate in secret. It is impossible to touch the front of the Marine government and the world government. In addition to the lack of like-minded allies, there is also an extremely powerful combat force like Marine Admiral. And all this advertisement, it can be said that Bai Ye is a perfect candidate for everything. Long felt the gaze in the meeting room. There was no expectation on Long's face. Some are dignified instead. On the one hand, he knows that the background of world government is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. The second is that the Revolutionary Army did not know anything about Bai Ye. Such a nameless monster suddenly made a crazy move that was equivalent to declaring war on the Marine government and the world government. It is inevitable that there will be concerns that people have to think about. But look at the power displayed by Bai Ye above. Long hesitated for a moment. He has an idea. Before he is unsure, maybe he can try to get in touch. At the same time, various forces reacted differently, including Big Mom pirates, and even Red Hair pirates and so on. Start this day. All the forces in the entire pirate world faintly began to feel that a huge storm was brewing. Whether it is the Four Emperors Kaido who is suddenly active in New World, or the Marine government has not used it for more than a day, made a move that shocked the whole world. All Marine branches in the first half of the Grand Line. All of them have entered the state of preparation. To know, the Whitebeard pirates, regarded as the greatest enemy by the Marine government. But there is no movement yet. One can imagine the shock of these news. Same. Undeniable. All these big events one after another. A huge storm is brewing. Its essence, it's all because of one person. It's worth mentioning, by the way, before the Marine government announced that all branches had entered combat readiness. Bai Ye's latest bounty has been released to the public. 4 billion Baileys. Yes, this exaggerated number. It only took one day. From the very beginning, a reward of 1 billion Baileys was offered. Now it has been added to a terrifying 4 billion Baileys at an unprecedented speed. 025. Get rid of evil. 4 to 4 billion Baileys offer a reward. Isn't this really a joke? The Marine guys actually issued this kind of bounty in the first half of the Grand Line. Hey, to what extent is that man's threat in the eyes of the Marine government? When Bai Ye's latest reward order was announced, everyone around the world who saw this unprecedented reward order was shocked like a storm without exception. 4 Cs, the first half of the Grand Line, New World, etc. After all, this bounty, almost all of them are equivalent to the monsters known as the Emperor of the Sea in New World. Even Marine for the elderly man who came to the Grand Line alone. It turned on the combat readiness of all Marine branches distributed in the first half of the Grand Line. This kind of thing, any one of them is enough to easily subvert the worldview of ordinary people. Not to mention, today's events, they were all born by one person. Gather in one person. Certainly, the behavior of the Marine government today. And Bai Ye was able to get such a high reward. Naturally, it is inevitable to intervene with the Celestial Dragons who have absolute privilege in the world government. The Celestial Dragons were killed. Someone dared to provoke the nobles of the world, which is an intolerable event in itself. And the man who died was another future heir to the family of Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons will definitely not choose to let it go. But now, no one thought of it. It is almost impossible for Marine to have an accidental extermination operation, and it failed. And it was completely reduced to ashes. Marine loses face. Facing such a monster, that was obviously tantamount to declaring war. Even Mariojoy and the other Celestial Dragons couldn't sit still. As an absolutely privileged class who controls the world government. The war between Celestial Dragons versus Whitebeard pirates and Naval headquarters. Advertisement not interested at all. Have fun as you want. In their eyes, that's a Marine thing. But Bai Ye is completely different. Since killing Celestial Dragons in North Blue, now take the initiative to come to the first half of the Grand Line. Destroy Marine's fleet. Bai Ye's behavior is already actively declaring war on the world government. Therefore, no Celestial Dragons on Mariojoy will allow such a person to live in the world. So the Celestial Dragons leapfrog orders issued by the world government. In addition to scolding Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, over his head and face. The request has been to capture Bai Ye as much as possible from before, and let the world know what kind of tragic end it will be for Celestial Dragons. Now it's, use all the power of Marine, to destroy them as fast as possible. Such a guy must not be allowed to live in the world. At the same time, world government will also participate in this action. Now, the first half of the Grand Line. Bai Ye, who made the world government eager to wipe out immediately, just happened to catch the latest reward order flying in the wind. 4 billion Baileys. Marine is really willing. Looking at the reward order, his current reward of 4 billion Baileys. If I'm not mistaken, some people in the world government can't sit still. Today is after Bai Ye destroyed the Flying Squirrel and others. Day 2 on the way to world government. Along the way, surprisingly, Bai Ye was not affected by any forces that dared to hinder him. Even the Marine branch that has entered a state of combat readiness. No one dared to attack him again. To this, Bai Ye already had a rough premonition. When he showed his overwhelming power in front of the world. As long as the Marine government is not stupid, there will be no more cannon fodder that can only be sent to death. Advertisement. This is also Bai Ye's warning to the Marine government. Little characters, like Marine Vice Admiral's flying squirrel that aren't worth his time are out of the question. Such a result. It can only be the ending that everything he passes will be turned into ashes, that's all. In other words, feel the atmosphere of a huge storm brewing on the Grand Line right now. Bai Ye didn't feel any fear or panic now, no matter who the enemy will be. Everything is ashes. Anyone who dares to block his way forward. Only this ending, suddenly, far away, maritime. Damn, what the hell is going on, Marine? We have not succeeded in burning, killing and looting for several days. Yeah, but fortunately, I remember that there are places that Marine can't control. Hey, this time Lousy must snatch 10 or 8 women from him. After all, the last time he was too young, he died before playing for a long time. It's so boring. The man who kills all those women will wait until he resists. It's fun to play. A battle of turning a certain town into a purgatory on Earth seemed like a joke came from the mouth of the pirates. When Bai Ye heard this, his eyes remained indifferent. He looked up at the pirate ship. In his eyes, these pirates are already dead. Just treat the dead. There is no need for mercy. There is an ability that cannot be found as an experiment, and requires the cooperation of this group of dead people. With his current strength, can it be possible to use the current Ryotsu? Forcibly erasing the enemy's consciousness? Read memory? By the way, now that we have met, get rid of evil. Just like Bai Ye's attitude towards world government. Since it is revenge, Bai Ye will not miss any potential enemy in the world government. 026. 2 Marine Admirals are dispatched. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�amn, what the hell is going on, Marine? We have not succeeded in burning, killing and looting for seve D. Damn old guy, lousy fought with you. The vicious pirate with a scar on his face witnessed the scene where the entire pirate ship shattered. Roaring, I want to draw the sharp blade from my waist. However, he raised his head and looked at the strong and aged figure in front of him. See those eyes full of indifference. The ferocious pirate froze in place, and the sharp blade fell to the ground, as if he hadn't reacted. Because from the perspective of a vicious pirate, the moment he raised his head, it was a wave that seemed to be rushing head-on. An overwhelming sense of terror and oppression. Don't talk about taking out weapons to kill each other. Just trying to move his trembling body is already extremely difficult. Next second. Wait for the pirate to react. One of Bai Ye's palms has been placed in front of the enemy's head, and Ryotsu gathers. Wei Mian. Immediately, a large amount of unfamiliar memories and information began to flow to Bai Ye. It is different from using the color of knowledge to read people's hearts. This is a terrifying magical skill that can truly obtain the other party's memory at will. From the origin of the other party, to committing the first murder when he was young, the person who killed the entire village after being discovered became a pirate, and now all the evil scenes are remembered. The life memory of the pirate in front of him is like a recorded video completely floating in front of Bai Ye. It worked. There was a hint of surprise in Bai Ye's eyes. This ability. It was he who thought that in Shinigami, Yamamoto Genryūsai used this trick to block the telepathic communication between Shinigami. So I wanted to try whether he could master this power with his current strength. I didn't expect it to be successful the first time I used it. With this magical skill of reading memory, no matter how prepared the world government is, as long as he can catch an enemy who dares to come, he can know all the plans of the opponent. Undeniable. This is a very terrifying ability. Nobody wants to face such an enemy. However, in addition to reading people's hearts and memories, this ability. There is still no attempt to wipe consciousness, but before that, I want to make sure whether it is effective for everyone. With a murmur, Bai Ye looked at the 7 or 8 dead people struggling in the sea after the nearby pirate ship was smashed. Bai Ye is ready to find the next one. Read from memory just now. Each of these pirates is a guy who has committed heinous crimes. No kindness is needed for this kind of guy, and at this time. Suddenly, advertisement. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** asked Yi. Go to hell, old man. Taking advantage of Bai Ye's turning around, the pirate man felt that the oppressive feeling that made him tremble uncontrollably was greatly reduced. The vicious pirate man suddenly roared, standing up abruptly, subconsciously looking for the nearest weapon. When Ryujin Jaka on Bai Ye's waist was found, the vicious pirate man seemed to see hope, and desperately grabbed Ryujin Jaka on Bai Ye's body. Facing the pirate behind him, he rose violently. Bai Ye's choice was. He stood where he was, watching the scene quietly. Because, just when the pirate thought Bai Ye didn't react, there was ecstasy in his eyes, the moment those hands were about to touch Ryujin Jaka. Boom! Hot orange-red flames burst out from the dark purple hilt of Ryujin Jaka. This unexpected flame instantly ignited the pirate man. What? There was a scream, and the vicious pirate man almost immediately turned into a burning man. After a while, the ferocious pirate whose flesh and blood melted quickly turned into a pool of ashes under the horrified gaze of the rest of the pirate men struggling at sea. Bai Ye looked at the pile of ashes on the ground, thoughtfully, and said, "It seems that he doesn't like being touched by others." Opposite the results in front of you, obviously Bai Ye was not surprised at all. Most of the famous knives in One Piece world have their own personalities. No one is allowed to touch it easily. The same is true for Zanpakuto. Except Zanpakuto in the sealed state, each powerful Zanpakuto is not allowed to be used by anyone other than the bearer. What's more, compared to those so-called famous swords in One Piece world, I don't know how much higher the level of Ryujin Jaka is than the so-called 12 works of Supreme Kuaisao. It can be said, in the entire world of Pirate World, except Bai Ye, anyone who wants to touch Ryujin Jaka, the end will not be much better than the pirates just now. Okay, now it's your turn. Bai Ye looked at the sea again. I saw that not long ago they were excitedly discussing how to destroy the town, but now there are only a few other pirates who are extremely terrified. At the same time, the other side, Marineford, Naval Headquarters, Corridor, that monster, acts so recklessly. This is not paying attention to Marine at all, gritting teeth sounded angrily. None of the passing Marines dared to step forward. The reason is simple. Advertisement because the person standing outside the corridor is Admiral, who is known as the highest combat power in Marine. Akainu, Sakazuki, a Marine hawk through and through. Akainu thinks Naval Headquarters is reacting today. It is tantamount to showing weakness to the outside world. Even if Whitebeard really dared to take the opportunity to raid Naval Headquarters, Akainu also has the confidence to let the other party back and forth. As for the guy who dared to declare war on the world government, no, just him alone, it can be solved, as a Logia lava fruit ability user. A superior devil fruit who possesses the ability to restrain all fire abilities in this world. Akainu naturally has the confidence not to take Bai Ye seriously. That's why Akainu became more dissatisfied with Sengoku's attitude. After all, others don't know, as Marine Admiral, Akainu is very clear that the past Marshal Sengoku did not win the title of the resourceful general, recognized by the outside world. Sengoku, who was Marine Admiral at the beginning, changed the countenance of countless pirates in this sea. Crowned by pirates on the sea as Buddha's Sengoku, the presence. The veins on Akainu's forehead were faintly raised, and thick black smoke was coming out of his fist. Suddenly, Akainu Admiral, a messenger Marine comes running down the corridor. Feeling the astonishing sense of oppression exuding from Akainu's body, he hurriedly said, "Finally found you." What happened? Akainu restrained the aura emanating from his body, and frowned. Marine breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately reported, "The people sent by the world government have arrived. At the same time, Marshal Sengoku asked you to go to the port to assemble with Bluzolino Admiral." Hearing this, Akainu subconsciously looked towards the Naval Headquarters port. As far as the eye can see, it was a warship with the world government logo sailing into Marineford under the blue sky. Akainu suddenly realized. A coldness flashed in his eyes, and he said slowly, "Those moaning guys are finally here, so the days of that arrogant guy outside will be over." The voice fell. Marine, who was in charge of the order, watched Akainu go to the port. My heart couldn't help shaking. Akainu Admiral, Kizaru Admiral. In addition, although I don't know who the world government sent here, but in the first half of the Grand Line, it allows 2 Marine Admirals who are also the highest combat power of the world government to be dispatched at the same time. But looking at the history since Naval Headquarters was seated in the first half of the Grand Line, all unprecedented, 027, a storm that invisibly affects the whole world. And with the undisguised movement of Naval Headquarters, the purpose is to destroy Bai Ye as quickly as possible. In just a few moments, when someone learned that Marine Admiral had left Marineford, they all couldn't help but change their expressions. The entire Grand Line was shaken for a moment. Marine Admiral is dispatched? And 2 admirals? Cheat, lie, right, below the blue sky. People on islands near Marineford watched as large warships sailed out of Naval Headquarters. Notice that the above 2 figures exude an indescribable sense of oppression just by standing. All the people on the island couldn't believe it, their voices trembled and they couldn't help saying, could it be that the man's threat level has reached that level in Marine's eyes, and he can even temporarily put down his guard against the Whitebeard pirates? No, maybe all the Marine branches in the first half of the entire Grand Line will be put into combat readiness. The purpose is to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from making any moves. In this way, Marine can wipe out that man in the shortest possible time. But even so, the speaker's heart was beating violently. In order to deal with a man alone, the Marine government actually dispatched 2 admirals. Is it really enough for this kind of sake? For a while, a scene similar to each other, it's happening in every town that's hearing about the Grand Line. But as everyone knows, above the warship at this moment, in addition to the forces sent by Naval Headquarters on this trip, and the world government also participated in this extermination operation. Now, Marine's large warship deck. Hey, Sakazuki, it seems that you have also been included in this operation. Kizaru pursed his lips and glanced down at the watch on his wrist, then looked at Akainu with a teasing tone. Akainu snorted coldly, ignored Kizaru's teasing, and said in a deep voice, "Perusalino, put away your sloppy attitude. Marine's face has been completely lost by a guy like you." Kizaru scratched his chin, disapprovingly. Advertisement. Okay, but it's really scary. Kizaru turned his head and saw several CP0 members in white suits and masks on the deck behind him. Kizaru continued to Akainu. For this operation, even CP0 members who have the title of the world's strongest shield of nobles were dispatched. It seems that the enemy is really very tricky, isn't it, Sakazuki? Heard the words. Akainu gave Kizaru a serious look. Akainu then came to a man in an antler mask headed by a CP0 member. Shen Sheng asked. The world government sent CP0 to participate in this operation. Does this mean that the world government can't even trust Marine? This time the action. Akainu is confident that he alone is enough. But with the departure of the warship, only then did Akainu realize that not only Kizaru would accompany him. The world government even dispatched a CP0 agency dedicated to the world noble celestial dragons. In Akainu's view, this is blatant sarcasm. The world government did nothing while naval headquarters faced the oncoming Whitebeard. But at this moment, for a lonely enemy, not only must the order force Marine to send out 2 Marine admirals, but even the CP0 organization, known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons, will accompany them. This formation, unknown to others, they thought they were dispatching to deal with the pirates known as the 4 Emperors entrenched in New World. Facing Akainu's questioning, the CP0 leader man first shook his head. Akainu Admiral, this certainly does not mean that the world government cannot trust the Marine government. Having said this, seeing Akainu's face softened a little. The man slowly added while Akainu's face sank, but because of your Marine's last failure, our entourage is only to help the big shots living in the Holy Land to ensure with their own eyes that the evil will be wiped out by Marine's power. By the way, if Marine's power is insufficient, we will make a move. You? Akainu had a twitch of veins on his forehead, and he was unmoved by the attitude of the man headed by the CP0 members. Clenched fists under the cuffs. But because the person in front of him is a member of the world government, which is the higher authority of the Marine government. Even if Akainu is Marine Admiral, he can only snort coldly and turn around to leave. The man in the antler mask headed by the CP0 members looked at this scene with indifference in his heart, secretly said. Marine's people are really untrustworthy. They are obviously lackeys under the banner of the world government, as long as they carry out their master's orders well, just watch. The guy who dares to attack the nobles of the world will definitely die in the most tragic way. Advertisement at the same time. New World, Whitebeard Pirates resident. Old, father, Marine Admiral is dispatched, and now the eyes of the entire Grand Line will be focused on the first half. According to this progress, it will be a matter of time. Marco took a phone bug from the Moby DK and immediately dropped to the ground. Heard the words. Tall, with a beard curved upwards like a crescent moon, the man stood up without anger and prestige. Whitebeard looked at the group of sons who had already prepared. Open your mouth and say loudly. The opportunity has come. When those annoying flies outside come to their senses, we will have reached naval headquarters and rescued Ace. The Moby DK pirate cheered when he heard this. Haha, are you finally leaving? Dad, Ace, wait for us. This time we must let Marine know how good we are. Those who dared to touch our Whitebeard pirates, what a wrong choice. Not long. Located at the base of the Whitebeard pirates. The Moby DK disappeared into the sea out of thin air. Wait for the forces of the New World to discover this. Time flowed, and it was already approaching Marine's originally planned execution day. At the same time, as the current gigantic storm that initially brewed imperceptibly in the first half of the Grand Line looms. Unknowingly, leave the 4 Emperors Kaido in the New World. The Whitebeard pirates disappeared in New World, 2 Marine admirals from naval headquarters. And the news that the Beast's pirates gathered pirates to seize the territory of the Whitebeard pirates was exposed. Already doomed, this huge storm has now virtually affected the entire world. 028. Confront Marine Admiral, the title of the worst. Time goes by. Seagulls flit across the open sky over the sea. With a series of continuous big events appear, it shows that a huge storm has already opened. The current atmosphere of the entire first half of the Grand Line. With the passage of time every minute and every second. It's as if it gradually turned into a huge quagmire, making countless people inside unable to breathe. No one pays attention to the usual things to do. No one thinks about what to drink today. Or what to do today. Right now, the real concern. Naturally, this battle between Marine Admiral and Bai Ye. After all, how many years have you been in this sea? Dare to openly confront the existence of the Marine government and the world government. How long has it been without showing up again? And this time, the Marine government dispatched 2 Marine admirals who were reputed to be the highest combat powers ever. Without any exaggeration, every Marine admiral is a group of monsters standing at the top of the world. At the same time, the other side, the first half of the Grand Line. In front of a deserted island, with the arrival of a ship. Bai Ye glanced at the deserted island in front of him. Let's use this place as the next battleground. He jumped down. This scene, if it falls into the eyes of the forces on the Grand Line at this moment. You will definitely think that Bai Ye is really crazy. Facing 2 Marine Admiral led the fleet out. The group of monsters who stand at the top of the world. Bai Ye not only did not choose to retreat, advertisement. Today's move it seems to be actively waiting for the other party. Not to mention the fleet led by Marine Admiral. Just Marine Admiral, that's a full 2. 2 of the Marine government's top fighters join forces. Even the 4 Emperors pirates in New World, who are known as the Emperors of the Sea, don't dare to make a big deal easily, right? Not to mention, Bai Ye is alone. it is far from the huge force under the banner of the New World 4 Emperor's pirates. One can imagine. What a crazy move, but it's such an unbelievable thing. Now it actually happened. Or, Bai Ye is actually very clear. Once you enter the first half of the Grand Line, which is fully controlled by naval headquarters, his position has basically been completely exposed to the Marine government and the world government. In this Grand Line, where Marine power has been entrenched for countless years, any sign of trouble cannot escape the eyes of the Marine government. Therefore, since Bai Ye dared to come to Grand Line, from the beginning, he never intended to hide his whereabouts. And the death of the Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. It is the little guy obstacle that is not worth Bai Ye's time wasting on the road to revenge. It is also a warning to the Marine government, and now that the Marine government has made a decision, it is ready to become an obstacle on his way to revenge. Bai Ye looked at the sea in the distance, within sight. As the Marine branches all over the first half of the Grand Line passed his real-time location to the Marine intelligence system. Didn't have long to wait. Let Bai Ye down. This is a warship carrying a terrifying lineup of Marines that has already appeared on the sea. There are densely packed warships, and some of them are dispatched from the Marine branch. At the same time, even if there is a great distance at present, standing on the deserted island, Bai Ye could already clearly see 2 3-meter-tall figures above the leading warship, exuding an aura far exceeding that of Marine Vice Admiral. Advertisement red suit and beige suit, and a cloak symbolizing Admiral on the back. The identity of the visitor has been revealed: Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. Marine Admiral Kizaru Paluzalino. I saw these two people. And behind the two of them, this time brought the power to ensure the destruction with all the strength of Marine. Face it all, there was no trace of panic on Bai Ye's face. Instead, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Finally come. Feel the deserted island under your feet." A coldness flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. This time, he did what the Marine government wanted. It's here. Take out the power that can finally be released without any scruples. After all, on the sea, even some of the nearby islands are far away. But I can't bear the full picture of Ryujin Jaka's real Shikai. One kill for the Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. I don't know how much seawater is evaporated directly on the sea. The mist and steam formed by it cover the entire sea surface. At the same time, it was at Bai Ye that Akainu and Kizaru were found. As Marine's warship approaches at sea, Akainu and Kizaru who didn't say much along the way. Later, Bai Ye was also found on the target island, not far away. During this trip, the Marine government did not hesitate to go to war at a critical moment. Also risk doing everything Marine can to destroy the worst man. That's right, the Marine government and the world government define Bai Ye today. It is the worst, the incomparably powerful formation that is dispatched now. It is standing on the side of justice, launch an absolute extermination operation against the worst. 029. Bai Ye. After all, it's just a bunch of hypocritical guys, Akainu shot. Now, this unknown desert island that is destined to attract the attention of the world is here. Marine Admiral. The world government is exclusively at the beck and call of Celestial Dragon's CP0 members. Coupled with the number of warships exceeding 30, is there still a buster call? Bai Ye stood on the deserted island and glanced over. All of Marine's terrifying lineups fell into view this time. Facing the approaching warship, Akainu's expression sank on the deck of the warship not far away. Bai Ye saw that behind him, there was a group of special troops in uniform world government costumes wearing various masks. There was a look of disdain in his eyes, and he said slowly, "It's really ironic, what should come and what shouldn't come have come." Bai Ye's voice is not loud, but in front of the depressing desert island at the moment. Clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. The ordinary Marines on the warship looked at such a terrifying lineup. On the deserted island, the healthy and elderly figure showed without any fear. They couldn't help but their hearts trembled. It is indeed a monster worthy of Naval Headquarters' decision to nearly all possible forces to destroy. Alone, it is obviously the party that will be wiped out by Marines' terrorist lineup. But it seems to be actively waiting for them to come. Just that calmness. If they face this terrifying lineup sent by Marine. Don't say that his face didn't change, just being able to stand still without incontinence is already a miracle. Humph. A cold hum sounded from the sea. Break everyone's thoughts when Marine came this time. As a Marine, facing such evil people, why are you still hesitating? Take action. The man with the antler mask saw Bai Ye standing on the deserted island, and he turned out to be above board waiting for them to come. In the astonishment, there was a hint of anger in his eyes under the mask. Just an old guy all by himself. It's just a remnant of the old era that should have been eliminated by the new era long ago. In this sphere of influence that has been controlled by the Marine government and the world government for an unknown number of years. The other party is acting like this now. What's the difference from not paying attention to those waste Marines and their CP0 special forces? Then, the man headed by the CP0 force immediately issued an order to all Marine fleets. For a while, Marine Admiral participated in the battle as the main force for this extermination operation. The CP0 sent by the world government has the highest command. With the voice of the man with antlers, he issued Akainu and Kizaru's expressions changed slightly. Immediately, one after another of the warships began to turn their pitch-black muzzles, facing the deserted island ahead. Evil. Advertisement faced this scene. The coldness in Bai Ye's eyes intensified. Boom. 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 A pitch-black cannonball began to fly into the sky. Under Bai Ye's gaze, like raindrops densely began to occupy the entire sky. Thereafter the torrential rain of shells from the sky fell towards the deserted island. That's it. Anyone who dares to challenge the world will definitely die in the most miserable way. Man with antler mask clasped 5 fingers. Finding that the shells were about to engulf Bai Ye on the deserted island, he couldn't help shouting. However, the man with the antler mask didn't notice the slight change in the expressions of Akainu and Kizaru. Subconsciously looked up to the sky. This is. The surrounding space seems to be distorted by some kind of force. Akainu and Kizaru subconsciously looked at the man on the deserted island. Only at this moment, all the flying cannonballs seemed to be frozen in midair in the eyes of everyone's gradually widening eyes. With enough to suffocate, Ryotsu began to emerge. Although the indifference in Bai Ye's eyes has not changed at the moment, there is a sense of oppression that makes one dare not look directly at it. Next second, Bai Ye raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Raising his head, his sharp and cold eyes were fixed on the warships at sea. Who defines evil? Who can be identified as evil? Looking at Akainu and Kizaru with serious faces above the warship, Bai Ye snorted coldly. In the end, what is in front of me now is just a group of extremely hypocritical guys, that's all. One bone. The voice fell. Bai Ye swung his fist with his right hand at a speed invisible to the naked eye. A powerful combination of strength and speed. In an instant, the air in front was torn apart. The fist landed in front, and the sonic boom sounded later. Next moment, most of the cannonballs that flew from the sky like a rainstorm exploded. At the same time, thick dust and smoke covered the air. The few shells that were far away from Bai Ye and not affected by Ryotsu all flew back to the direction of the marine warship at sea. Are you kidding me? The antler mask CP0 man's pupils froze and he came back to his senses. Witnessing a small number, but also comparable to the number of shells flying in a small buster call. There was a shock in his heart. Advertisement if all those shells landed in such a densely packed marine. There is no doubt that the marine who came this time will lose a lot of combat power if they haven't started a real battle. The man's flesh swelled and he gritted his teeth and prepared to shoot. But at this moment, a figure in a beige suit moved one step faster. Kizaru stepped forward helplessly. Didn't expect Celestial Dragon's strongest shield to be so stupid. But as Marine Admiral, he can't just sit back and watch. I saw golden light particles appearing on Kizaru's arms. He raised his hand and pushed it towards the sky. Immediately, whoosh, 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 compared to the pacifist who can only release the laser once. Kizaru is Marine Admiral. One shot. It shows the terrifying and exaggerated extreme power of Marine's highest combat power. Lasers are not treated one by one, or more than a dozen. Instead, Kizaru unleashes hundreds of taus by raising his hand. Golden light enveloped almost the entire midair in front of the marine fleet. Detonate all the shells blown back by the wind pressure in advance. At the same time, the man in the antler mask breathed a sigh of relief before waiting for a new order. Standing behind Kizaru, Akainu's sinking gaze has already swept over. Hot, high-temperature lava poured out of Akainu's fists, and black smoke billowed. Akainu's tone was harsh. Just watch the next battle. Since you are here to supervise Marine's strength, it's best to look like a supervisor. The expression of the man with the antler mask changed. However, Akainu ignored him at all. With force under his feet, he jumped up suddenly. Then comes the real battle. Just don't make trouble for these people. After all, from beginning to end, face enemies with fire powers. As a superior devil fruit with the ability to restrain all fire elements, the owner of Logia lava fruit. This extermination operation, Akainu's thoughts have not changed from the beginning to the end. Get rid of Bai Ye, the evil man, he alone is enough. Akainu showed a cold face, and shouted angrily in midair, and the hot lava had already gathered in his fist. Big. Fire-breathing, 030, playing against Akainu, inconsequential little character, that's all. Boom. Angrily shouted. Akainu tore apart the cloud of dust and smoke raised by the explosion of the shells throughout the sea. It followed closely in the midair that tore apart the dust and smoke. Akainu exudes an amazing and destructive aura and appears. At the same time, the terrifying attack erupted from the Great Eruption, spared no effort to blast towards the deserted island in front. Go to hell. From now on, the evil will be wiped out by my own hands, only arrogant guys. His eyes flickered sharply. Akainu put all his attention on it. He blatantly dropped the attack on Bai Ye, well done. Facing Akainu's attack, Bai Ye's attitude was calm, without any panic on his face. Under Akainu's icy gaze, the Great Eruption was only 10 years away from Bai Ye. Akainu thinks that Bai Ye will pay for his arrogance. Instantly, Bai Ye moved, stepping forward. The ground on the coast of the deserted island faintly trembled, and the condensed Ryotsu seemed to soar into the sky, blowing the whole body of Bai Ye's robe. Next second, Bai Ye clenched his fist. Under Akainu's astonished gaze, he clenched his fist with one arm and blasted towards the great eruption. Akainu reacted and roared. "UB asterisk 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 D. Are you still arrogant at this time? Go to hell." Great eruption blatantly intensifies the flow of lava. Bai Ye didn't answer Akainu's question. Straight to meet the great eruption that raised his fist and blasted Akainu. Thereafter, I saw the moment when the two met. Boom. The terrible movement like an explosion was set off on the deserted island in an instant, straight into the sky. Thereafter, it's just the aftermath of the next moment's spread. They scattered like sharp blades, set off countless dust and smoke. It makes people tremble violently, at the same time. Can be clearly seen with the naked eye. If this deserted island is the center of this sea, the surrounding seas will not stop shaking in the aftermath of this blow. It shows how terrifying the forces colliding on that desert island are. Okay, what a powerful force. This is Admiral's shot, known as the highest combat power. Even the whole island seems to be trembling. Marine fleet here, looking at the terrible movement on the deserted island ahead. The Marines who followed were all shocked. Marine Admiral can be hailed as the highest combat power. Sure enough, they are all inhuman monsters. Marine was shocked. But no Marine found out, at this time. Advertisement. Marine Admiral Kizaru's usual, frivolous, look had disappeared. From the moment Akainu and Bai Ye collided head-on, it was like this. He watched the dust and smoke gradually dissipate over the deserted island ahead. A serious look gradually appeared on Kizaru's face. Hey, what a scary monster. Kizaru's voice just fell. I saw that the aftermath of the collision on the deserted island that shot straight into the sky has not yet dissipated. Next second, a scalding heatwave came from the deserted island with the sea breeze. It was Akainu's vaguely angry roar. UB asterisk 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 D. What are you kidding? Akainu jumped up and appeared in the air with a gloomy and angry look on his face. The dog bites. Red lotus. A large amount of orange-red lava poured out of the fist, exuding high temperature. Then it turned into a lava dog head bathed in flames and attacked straight ahead again. Boom. The violent collision explosion happened again. This time, however, it's not like the horrific aftermath of the previous great eruption. The lava dog head attack bathed in flames is about to engulf everything in front of it. But within the dust and smoke, a hand holding a saber stretched out. The overwhelming breath blows away all the dust and smoke. Collided hard with the attack from Akainu, this time. Everyone saw it clearly, that shocking scene that made the scalp tingle. Akainu Admiral's personal shot. The two extremely exaggerated attacks did not cause any effect. To talk about the only results, that is the upper body clothes of the elderly strong man was torn by the aftermath of the collision. Standing on the deserted island at this time, if it weren't for the large and small scars left by Marines' 40 years of service in battle, it is impossible to see that it is the body that an elderly man should have. Neatly arranged chunks of muscle rise and fall with calm breathing. Even bystanders can intuitively feel the incomparably powerful power contained inside it. Not to mention while Bai Ye blocked Akainu's attack. From beginning to end, but the figure was completely in place and never took a step back. Strange, monster. Is that why? Two admirals are being sent. This astonishing scene in the distance made the Marine soldiers of the Sea Fleet uncontrollably feel their hearts fluctuate and their mouths opened wide. After all, even if it is a tentative fight, that's Marine Admiral too. The Marine with the overwhelming power in the first half of the Grand Line has the highest combat power. Usually just dispatched. The sense of oppression brought by Marine Admiral is enough to make countless pirates in Grand Line run away. One can imagine. No matter how exaggerated the outside rumors about Bai Ye are. They are definitely far from enough to see and feel the shock they have seen with their own eyes now. Advertisement. It seems that sending us this time is a very normal choice. At the front of the deck, a tall man wearing an antler mask CP0 looked at the scene on the desert island that surprised Marine, with disdain in his eyes. It's just a Marine. He actually wanted to show his teeth to the master party. This is already completely certain. The worst person on the desert island who dared to wait for their arrival. Indeed, it has a strength comparable to the highest combat power of the Marine government. But, the tall man in the antler mask looked at himself and his companions. His gaze returned to Bai Ye on the deserted island. In his view now, that's all, for the success of this extermination. The Marine government's highest combat power was dispatched to 2. Plus their CP0 troops known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons. And the aftermath of the Buster Call fleet, nowadays. Traces of this person will completely disappear from the world from beginning to end. Just like the guy who dared to rebel against the world government in the past. After all, it can only be buried by the new era, think here. The man led by the tall CP0 member under the antler mask looked at the person he had brought. Commanded an order. I saw that the rest of the subordinates took out the long-range weapons that are completely processed by Seastone, which only exist in the world. Purpose. It goes without saying. Marine seems to be wasting a lot of time. Once there is a chance, he will help Marine, well. Just to let those Marine guys know, for an enemy alone. To be able to delay the time of so many big shots, living in the Holy Land to solve the guy. In front of the power of the world government, just how fragile it is. Yes. Bai Ye's abilities are unclear though, but that flame must be some kind of devil fruit ability. So, in their opinion, as long as it is a devil fruit ability user, no matter how powerful it is, once you face the sea stone, you will become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. With this thought, the man in the antler mask was not clear at this time. When seeing CP0 people, the reason why Bai Ye will continue to focus on Akainu and Kizaru. The reason is very simple, because CP0 people from beginning to end. In Bai Ye's eyes, it was the same as the previous Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, an insignificant, little character whose strength could not affect this battle at all. That's all. 031. Ryujin Jaka in full display. At the same time, deserted island. Physical strength alone is enough for me to block Marine Admiral's attack. Bai Ye felt the collision of the two fights and knew Tao in his heart. However, my real strength will never be my physical strength. Determined some final things to be sure of, Bai Ye raised his head. Take a peek at the roster of horrors that Marine is throwing at any cost to surround this deserted island today. Bai Ye's indifferent eyes began to show a hint of coldness. The real battle, it's time to start, at this time. Akainu snorted coldly when he heard this, and stared at Bai Ye firmly. At this time, are you ready to use your full strength? Or, you, an arrogant guy, already knows that no matter what kind of fire-related abilities you have in this world, in front of lava, they're just low-level abilities that are not popular. Akainu's anger, it was he who had watched the recorded projection of Bai Ye annihilating the pacifist fleet. Obviously a swordsman, facing the situation that has reached the end of the road, now. When Bai Ye fought against him, he didn't even use the weapon on his waist. Facing such an arrogant guy, Akainu's nerves couldn't stop beating and the veins on his forehead popped up. As Marine Admiral, the existence that makes countless pirates in this sea change their faces. Akainu absolutely does not allow anyone to dare to belittle himself. What's more, there is just an old guy who should have been abandoned by the times long ago and has not been famous for a week. Uninfluential low-level ability. Bai Ye heard Akainu's words. Look at Akainu's arrogance that dismisses any flames. Advertisement. This should be the funniest joke Bai Ye has heard these days. Any fire ability is inferior to Akainu's lava fruit ability? It seems that Akainu, no, it should be that the fire ability of One Piece world is indeed very weak. So weak that Akainu mistakenly thought that lava would be stronger than all fire abilities. But don't forget, lava is lava. It is precisely because of the temperature released by the flame that the minerals are melted and formed. And Ryujin Jaka in his hand. Bai Ye placed Ryujin Jaka in front of him with his left hand. Shikai's flames only. The flame temperature will reach as high as 5,700 degrees Celsius on the surface of the sun. The heat released is enough to turn everything in this world into ashes. That's why Bai Ye has never really released the true full picture of Ryujin Jaka. But Bai Ye has no intention of arguing with Akainu. Because now there is finally a place where he can unleash his strength without any scruples. We'll tell Akainu clearly, what is the real, blazing hell? It is just Akainu's self-righteous idea that the lava fruit has the power to restrain all flames. Are you finally going to show your strength? But even so, your ending will not change. Akainu saw Bai Ye place his right hand on Ryujin Jaka's dark purple hilt. He snorted coldly. Hot lava erupted from Akainu's body. Suddenly, it was a scene of destruction that melted all around. However, Bai Ye didn't respond at all, because Bai Ye holds Ryujin Jaka's dark purple hilt in his right hand. Feel the emotion that Ryujin Jaka seems to cheer. Advertisement. At this moment, Bai Ye wondered how long the deserted island under his feet could last. But the moment this idea appeared in Bai Ye's mind, Bai Ye erased it. This kind of thinking is not what we should have now. Then, far away, Kizaru, who had been watching the battle with a serious face, suddenly felt a bad premonition. Kizaru's expression changed slightly, ready to remind Akainu. But as a large number of orange-red flames crazily surged on Bai Ye's body. At sea, the Marine fleet, CP0 and others didn't realize what was going to happen next. Bai Ye looked at everything in front of him indifferently, and had already slowly spoken the Shikai language that Ryujin Jaka would show the true whole picture. Everything is ashes. Ryujin Jaka, next moment. The Marine fleet at sea has not yet reacted. Suddenly, all the flames frantically rushed towards Ryujin Jaka in Bai Ye's hands. At the same time, at this moment, the entire deserted island can be seen with the naked eye that high temperature is escaping outwards. Centered on Bai Ye, the flame is like a taboo zone. The ground beneath my feet began to thirst and crack. Nearby plants withered and were reduced to swift ashes by the flames. Then spread to the distant forest, the entire desert island. Visible to the naked eye, compared to Akainu turning the vicinity of the body into lava. The high temperature escaping from Ryujin Jaka has already turned the entire deserted island into a fire hell. And the frighteningly high temperature has begun to escape to the deserted island. 032. Akainu's fright, without Haki's ability, elemental damage. Clatter. The sea trembled all around and the flowing air seemed to freeze. The suffocating sense of oppression fell on the deserted island of the Grand Line from this moment. The orange-red flame soaring into the sky is like hell, igniting Bai Ye as everything near the center. The earth quickly dried up, cracked, and collapsed. Plants die, are set on fire, and are reduced to ashes. The hot flame escapes under the high temperature. Visible to the naked eye, the sandy land on the deserted island is gradually turning red, it's melting. Not only that, take this desert island as the center. The astonishingly high temperature continues to escape. The surrounding sea is gradually emitting white steam. That is the sea steaming, evaporating? Hey, what happened on that island? Did Akainu Admiral use his full strength? On the warship, facing this sudden horror picture, the Marines collectively changed color, but then the scene on the deserted island came into view. But it made their hearts tremble, found only on deserted islands. The source of all this today, that is the full view of Ryujin Jaka holding the flame bathing. An old and strong figure stood there, although there is no movement in place. But the overwhelming sense of oppression coming from above the deserted island. But it reached its peak in the hearts of everyone who witnessed Ryujin Jaka Shikai. Everything is ashes, Ryujin Jaka. Bai Ye is holding Ryujin Jaka. Watch to unleash the full power of Ryujin Jaka's true Shikai. It will cause such a terrifying momentum, even Bai Ye was amazed. After all, this is Shikai, in case of Ryujin Jaka's Bankai. It must be as Bai Ye thought before, it's only a matter of time before the entire Grand Line is vaporized by Ryujin Jaka. Okay, now is the beginning of the real battle. Bai Ye felt the island rapidly begin to melt under the full temperature of Ryujin Jaka's descent. Bai Ye is not wasting time. Indifferent eyes looked at Akainu. Akainu looked at everything that was burning nearby. Akainu looked at Bai Ye in front of him, his eyes shone with disbelief compared to before. The power of that fire, what exactly are devil fruit abilities? No one could feel the changes nearby more clearly than Akainu. It is for this reason that Akainu clearly knows, the changes in this island today are not at all the result of his lava fruit power. In this world, there is such a powerful fire ability? But, even so, there was no panic in Akainu's eyes. As Marine Admiral, Akainu is still convinced at this moment. His lava fruit ability is the nemesis of all fire abilities. Then, Akainu attacked first without hesitation, however. This time, Akainu's idea is really coming to nothing. Big. Fire breathing, jumping up, hot lava poured towards Bai Ye again. Facing Akainu's attack, Ryujin Jaka fully revealed for the first time. Advertisement Bai Ye's heart is very peaceful now. Raise your hand. Wave the Ryujin Jaka, and then to the great eruption that is slashing towards the attack. The whole movement looked extremely slow in Akainu's eyes. In fact, Bai Ye's shot happened in a very short time. In the eyes of people who are shocked in the sea outside. That is, staring at Bai Ye's actions only felt a sudden blur in front of his eyes. Next moment. Boom. The blade bathed in flames in Bai Ye's hand released a flame wall, like a large palm. Straight into the sky. That's it, see how I smash him. Akainu let out a roar, the lava erupted in full force. Next moment. The oncoming wall of flames is about to meet in great eruption. Akainu's face changed slightly, unbelievable shock flashed in his eyes. Because, as a Logia lava fruit ability user, he actually felt the temperature from the flame. How can that be, since eating the lava fruit ability? Even jumping into magma, it will have no effect on him. Ordinary flames don't even have temperature. For him, it has no effect on him like the sun shining on his body. But this time, as the flame wall continued to dilate the pupils, the distance was shortened. The high temperature became more and more obvious. Had to let Akainu face reality, the flames released by Bai Ye. The temperature is actually higher than his lava fruit ability. At the same time, great eruption meets the attack released by Bai Ye. Inevitable. Akainu believes that lava can restrain all fire abilities. Any firepower will become fragile in front of lava. Result. Reality slapped Akainu hard in the face. The omnipotent lava power was swallowed by the flames ahead. It was too late to wait for Akainu's reaction. A burning sensation hit. It was Bai Ye's release of Fire City that continued to rush towards Akainu without sparing any effort. This is, what are you kidding? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Afterwards, the huge palm formed by the flames wrapped around him. Akainu roared in disbelief. With 5 fingers clenched into a fist, the arm turned into lava, billowing black smoke rising. Outrageously blasted out again, Akainu forcefully prepares to break through. But Akainu overlooked one point. If the temperature of the lava is overwhelmed by the flame, but it will cause a more violent reaction. Then, just as Akainu's attack landed on the flames coming in front of him, the huge flame wall that looked like a palm exploded directly in the drastic change of Akainu's face. Boom! Akainu's whole body was almost swallowed. Great Admiral! In the distance, seeing this scene, everyone in the fleet collectively gasped. Marine Admiral, he failed for the first time. And at this time, thick dust and smoke covered the air. A cloud of lava fell from midair. Advertisement, it falls to the ground and gradually takes the form of Akainu. That's it, Akainu Admiral. Very good, everyone was relieved to see Akainu reappear. But, don't wait for thoughts to drop. Cough, cough, cough. Akainu, who remained elemental, suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Akainu saw blood dripping on the lava and quickly turning to ashes. Akainu's pupils shrank suddenly. How come? Others don't know, but he was completely elementalized in the explosion just now. And Bai Ye's attack, obviously it didn't make him feel any power of armament hockey. But, pain from internal organs, Akainu knew it all too well. I hurt myself, and most importantly, in this world, there's a power that can harm, elementalization, without using hockey's ability. Such an unprecedented thing. The shock to Akainu was even more shocking than just discovering that Bai Ye's flame was far hotter than the lava temperature. At the same time, Akainu gritted his teeth, looking at Bai Ye in disbelief. Sudden. A golden glowing particle quickly approached Bai Ye from the distant sea without warning. This is, Marine Admiral, Kizaru moved, if it is usual. Akainu absolutely disdained to let Kizaru, who usually loses Marine's face, help him. But the various abilities that Bai Ye has shown now. It vaguely made Akainu feel that the seriousness of the situation might be beyond expectation one after another. There are still hidden monsters in this world that are as threatening as the four emperors. Therefore, Kizaru chooses to fight at this time. Akainu's heart immediately felt a lot more at ease. Because in Akainu, and even the defaults of naval headquarters and world government, even the four emperors pirates from New World, in the situation of fighting alone. No matter who, there is absolutely no way to defeat the combination of two admirals. That's why there are two admirals, it is to ensure that Bai Ye can be absolutely wiped out. With this thought, sudden, Akainu sees Kizaru preparing to attack Bai Ye. He didn't care much about the method, as long as it can kill the enemy. There is no problem by any means, but suddenly, I felt pain in my internal organs again. Akainu couldn't help but change his face. Big drink. Perusalino. Don't get close to that guy. Even without the power of armament hockey, that guy can deal damage to elementalization. The voice fell. I saw particles emitting golden light appearing behind Bai Ye. Kizaru's upper body has been revealed. Kizaru heard the words. His face couldn't help but change. Hey, Sakazuki. You should talk about such important things sooner. In Kizaru's hand is the Amazono Cloud Sword, which is condensed with the ability of the Shining Fruit. Just about to cut it off, Ryujin Jaka, who was already waiting for Kizaru in Bai Ye's hand, had already slashed towards the back. The rising flames and high temperature swept away in the color change of Kizaru's pupils. And the blow at this moment, it is Bai Ye who has been waiting for Kizaru, the only threat in this battle, for a long time. 033. Fight two admirals at the same time, Bai Ye. Now, it's my turn. Swish. For a moment, Ryujin Jaka bathed in flames streaks through the void. I saw the flames with terrifying high temperature rush towards Kizaru like a tornado-shaped flame wall in an instant. The flame won't dissipate until it turns the enemy into ashes. Torch, slashed with one blow. With Kizaru giving up the sneak attack almost without hesitation, direct elementalization away from Bai Ye. Bai Ye looked at Akainu without looking back. The indifferent eyes remained unchanged, and he opened his mouth and said, "Now let me see Marine's confidence in this siege, otherwise I will be very disappointed in Marine Admiral's combat power. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** standing on the ground that has begun to melt in front of Ryujin constant release of heat. Akainu stared at Bai Ye holding the bathing flame Ryujin in front of him. The veins on Akainu's forehead popped out. Don't be too arrogant, who do you think this old man is? Shout angrily. The great sound is transmitted far away. As if to shake the sea, thereafter, Akainu clenched his fists. The moment the voice fell, in the eyes that can move anyone enough, a large amount of smoky lava began to emerge from Akainu's body. Boom. The strong vibration was transmitted to the entire desert island. A large amount of lava is trying to flood the entire island like a pouring river. Akainu himself. The whole body is bathed in lava, standing in the center with a completely elemental posture. The breath on his body is compared to landing on a desert island. It can be seen with the naked eye that it has exploded several times. Bai Ye saw this scene. There is no surprise in the eyes. Or, Akainu is only now showing his true strength. All demon fruit power owns the strongest hole cards. Devil fruit awakens. After all, being able to become a Marine Admiral is known as the highest combat power of the world government and the Marine government. Any Marine Admiral, they all have the terrifying strength to destroy the country alone. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a humanoid natural disaster, moving at sea. Feeling the bursts of impact and oppression coming from Akainu. Very strong. This is the intuitive feeling in Bai Ye's eyes. As expected of Admiral who can become Marines, highest combat power, standing among the group of monsters at the top of the world. Akainu alone, except for the 4 Emperor's pirates. Even in New World, no one would want to face such a powerful monster. But, that's for Bai Ye who didn't unleash the true power of Ryujin Shikai. Suddenly, Akainu, who was in a state of complete annoyance, moved. Akainu exerted force on his feet. The land turned into lava rippled. The sea shakes in the distance. Akainu suddenly came in front of Bai Ye, keeping his distance this time. Sanity is not completely swallowed by anger, thereafter. A large amount of lava has already gathered in the elemental state of Akainu's right arm. Roaring, Akainu blatantly blasted out, "Die, go." The pouring lava dilated Bai Ye's pupils. Face this scene. Bai Ye is holding Ryujin Jaka, his face remained unchanged. Put it horizontally in front of your body, and cut it out with a single knife. The high temperature as high as the surface of the sun rose instantly. Wherever Ryujin Jaka crosses, all will be reduced to ashes. But at this moment, pieces of dazzling golden light lit up in the distance. Kizaru appeared with a disheveled face, looked at Bai Ye who looked like a monster, and said, "Advertisement, hey, it's not a good thing not to take this old man seriously." The voice fell. Hundreds of thousands of light bullets flew towards Bai Ye. Kizaru keeps starting shot. That's Kizaru Admiral's ability. Both admirals are in battle at the same time. Marine at Sea was shocked when he saw this scene. CP0 showed a hint of hatred towards Bai Ye in his eyes. Both admirals shot, plus they will act secretly. The ending of the man who dared to provoke the world government on the deserted island. This time it was already doomed, and at this moment. Deserted island. Bai Ye's face was very calm, there was no surprise about Kizaru's sudden attack. One-click solution to Admiral. Bai Ye has no such hope. The temperature released by Ryujin Jaka is indeed terrifying. The flame has a high temperature comparable to the surface of the sun. Anything that passes by will be completely reduced to ashes. But that premise is when the flame completely hits the enemy. But, even so, if only Kizaru was just attacking in the same way as playing house. But it's not enough to watch. Bai Ye slashed at Akainu with a slash of high-temperature flames. Ryujin Jaka streaked through the air. I saw the air was suddenly ignited. A wall of flames soared into the sky. Then Kizaru's hundreds of golden light bullets were all blocked. In other words, in front of a flame that was as hot as the surface of the sun. Even Kizaru's attack cannot escape the fate of being engulfed. But with only 2 blows, the joint attack of the two was resolved. After Akainu and Kizaru showed a brief shock, they didn't stop. Because it is against their level of top combat power. Just want to. There is no problem in continuing to fight for days and nights. And I am convinced that Bai Ye is indeed comparable to Admiral. No, it should be enough to threaten Marine Admiral's strength. The two of them were already prepared for the battle to be impossible to end in a short time. Then, Kizaru put away his usual sloppy look, keep shooting towards Bai Ye. The golden radiance continuously condenses moves. Boom to Bai Ye. Never stop. As for the idea of attacking Bai Ye again. Kizaru had no such thoughts at all at this time, because he had just faced the flame released by Ryujin Jaka in Bai Ye's hand. Although he gave up the sneak attack without hesitation at the last moment, he chose to leave elementally. The flame only kept a very short distance from him, even for an instant. But Kizaru himself was at that moment, but I felt a strong sense of threat crazily rushing into my heart. Can't touch. Anyway, you must never touch the flames on the blade of the weapon in that man's hand. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Kizaru kept flashing his figure in midair with his speed. It released what looked like endless, laser, attacks. Akainu is after Kizaru joins the battle, perhaps firmly believed that no monster in this world can fight 2 admirals at the same time. Therefore released the Devil Fruit ability after awakening. Akainu chose to join forces with Kizaru in the true sense. Keep every attack at a high frequency and continue. Even if the tempers of the two do not match, but as a disciple of the same teacher. The experience of cooperation is still very sufficient. Only compared to the past, at present, it is more biased towards, as a last resort. Because only Bai Ye has really fought against him. Advertisement only then can we understand more clearly the strength of the worst man, who must be wiped out. Boom. The desert island shook violently, it looked like it was on the verge of falling. Highlight the terrible battle above, but even with 2 marine admirals. Bai Ye can easily block the attacks of Akainu and Kizaru. Suddenly, not far from the sea, several gunshots sounded. Breaking through the desert island is fighting fiercely. Akainu and Kizaru couldn't help but eat. It was a few special seastone bullets flying towards Bai Ye. Akainu subconsciously looked towards the direction of the warship and said, "What are you doing, Humph?" Above the warship. The man wearing the antler mask confronts Akainu from a distance. Disdainfully said, "Of course it's to help you Marines, see. That island is already in a state of collapse at any time. You Marines haven't taken down that guy for a long time. This time, with our help, we will definitely be able to wipe out that old guy faster." The man with the antler mask said proudly, "Actually. Battle on a desert island, it has already affected the fleet. Originally, the surrounding sea was just suddenly steaming near the deserted island. But now, the terrible high temperature has caused some of Marines' warships to begin to melt. Even if they don't want to admit it, but there is no denying it. The sea, it's evaporating, stay here. Sooner or later, their safety will be threatened. Therefore, in order to end the battle faster, he ordered the people of CP0 to prepare for the opportunity to fight Bai Ye, Akainu and Kizaru on the deserted island. He firmly believes, as long as a bullet with sea stone quality can be driven into Bai Ye's body, this battle should be over. There is no need to continue wasting the time of adults living in the Holy Land like Akainu and Kizaru. Let the world nobles in the Holy Land hear the good news earlier. In the eyes of a tall man with an antler mask, nothing is more important than this. You, stupid, idiot, Akainu heard the words, gritting his teeth secretly. Although he doesn't mind using any means, as long as the purpose is achieved. But with the current battle on this deserted island, the CP0 people choose to intervene in this way, which is not helping at all. After all, he doesn't have time to worry about the lives of a group of guys who can't help. Just thinking about it, Akainu is going to continue to attack Bai Ye. Available at this time, Akainu looked at Bai Ye again, and what he saw made Akainu's face change. I saw that the sea stone bullet was easily blocked by the scorching flame. And behind the flames dissipated, Bai Ye is holding the handle of the Ryujin Jaka knife bathed in the flames of the surface temperature of the sun in his right hand, and is in a state of strength. Now, it's my turn. Bai Ye noticed that the island under his feet was already crumbling. His indifferent eyes flashed sharply. The robust muscles on his body began to bulge piece by piece, and the scars left by the naked eye began to be clearly revealed due to the rapidly rising temperature. Arm strength, blue veins revealed. Next moment, Ryujin Jaka slashed out. Boom. 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 The ground of the melting desert island trembled constantly, and could no longer bear the terrible pressure, straight torn apart in horrifying horror. At the same time, the sea is boiling, evaporation, white steam filled the air crazily. These are pillars of fire that are releasing a 5 incomparable temperature. In an instant, it continued to rise around the torn island. 034. Overwhelming power, Bai Ye. It's time to end this battle. Boom. Boom. The torn apart island was trembling violently, screaming as if it was about to be burned. At the same time, the high temperature enough to sweep the world is accompanied by countless sparks erupting. Visible to the naked eye, the terrifying heat wave evaporated all the sea around the island, boiling, exposing the soil that has been eroded by seawater for many years, but it has long since contained no trace of water and melted the soil. 4. That deserted island is torn apart. This must be a lie, right? Hiss. So hot, on the warship, the shocked marine couldn't help but make a sound. Someone subconsciously touched the edge of the warship, and the scorching heat immediately made people withdraw their hands. On the head, limbs, and back, I suddenly felt a large amount of sweat flowing out in a high-temperature environment. Some people wipe it subconsciously, but suddenly he was horrified to find that the sweat dripping from his forehead had evaporated in midair before it dripped onto the deck. Marine's expression changed drastically upon discovering this scene. He couldn't help but look up at the deserted island that was torn apart, facing the pillars of flames that seemed to ignite the sky at this moment. Feel the astonishingly terrifying high temperature that is constantly escaping. There was a shudder on someone's face, because even if there is a distance from the sea, the heat wave from that deserted island, this sea area has been affected by such terror. If continue like this die, an unstoppable fearful thought popped into my mind. And on the leading warship, CP0 members hold one of the few rare seastone process precision weapons in the world. His pupils widened at the sudden change on the deserted island, and he was almost dumbfounded. Strange, monster. Looking at the splintered deserted island, the old and strong man exuding a frightening aura is holding the bathing flame Ryujin Jaka. Even people with CP0 couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Then, before he could react, a scalding heat wave suddenly came from the weapon in his hand, causing the weapon to drop directly to the ground. CP0 members subconsciously pick up weapons. Suddenly his pupils widened. He was horrified to find the incomparably hard sea stone actually started to turn red, exuding an astonishingly high temperature. The first reaction of CP0 members is disbelief. What kind of joke is this? Advertisement sea stone is one of the hardest substances in the world. If sea stone becomes like this, a horrified thought suddenly popped up in the CP0 member's heart, and he looked at the nearby marine fleet. I can only see what I see. The CP0 member's heart trembled. I saw that the front ends of most of the warships have begun to melt. Those muzzles that originally fired shells were also difficult to hold on to in the face of high temperatures. This whole fleet. The CP0 member swallows a mouthful of saliva whose throat is already thirsty and does not exist. He looked at the deserted island in horror. Follow this progression. Even if the opponent doesn't make a move, the fleet assembled by Buster Call will be destroyed. At this moment, the member of CP0 gave birth to an indelible fear of Bai Ye. In this world, how can such a powerful man exist? At the same time, now, above the desert island. Rumbling. The splintered desert island is fast approaching its fate of being reduced to ashes. This fate is destined to be unchangeable, and at this time, the Ryotsu poured out by Bai Ye has already covered the whole body like a materialized flame. Looking not far away, Kizaru and Akainu were also shocked. Bai Ye looked sideways at the direction of the CP0 unit under the world government, a naval fleet. But just this indifferent glance let the tall man with the antler mask feel fear. Then, I saw Bai Ye raised Ryujin Jaka with his right hand. Seeing this, the tall man with the antler mask trembled violently in his heart. Couldn't help yelling loudly, "See, Marine, that monster, stop that guy." The man, who was afraid of feeling the fear of death for the first time, no longer cared about his image, and his previous attitude and relying on his identity were all left behind. Even if Bai Ye hasn't swung Ryujin Jaka out yet. This is the moment. Bai Ye brought to the Grand Line all the forces who will know this battle, no matter anyone, overwhelming absolute fear. At the same time, the moment the tall man with the antler mask spoke. Ryujin Jaka has fallen. Just as Bai Ye didn't take action against CP0 people at the beginning, it was because in Bai Ye's eyes, they were insignificant little characters from beginning to end. That's all. Advertisement. Wow. The air was instantly torn apart and ignited. The high-temperature flames comparable to the surface of the sun swept towards the members of the CP0 force at sea. Akainu and Kizaru's expressions changed drastically. That's from the world government, they wanted to make a move. But those pillars of flames that melted and torn apart the deserted island have already begun to gather towards them. Just like what Akainu thought just now, at this time. But there is no time to worry about the lives of a group of helpless guys. Then, the flames flew across the sea and sky. Without sparing any effort, he instantly engulfed the trembling CP0 troop member warship. Akainu and Kizaru watched that scene, and their hearts couldn't help being shocked. Because this is the first time the two see each other clearly. What will happen if they touch that flame? The sea swept by the flames released by Ryujin Jaka evaporates in an instant. Expose the eerie dry seabed below, countless steam just rose up. He was actually overwhelmed by the high temperature of the flames. As for the warship where the members of the CP0 unit are. Ash. That's right. At the moment of being wrapped in that high temperature flame. The entire warship and the CP0 troops on it were reduced to ashes, scattered with the wind in the current sea that is continuously evaporating. Such terrifying strength. Hiss. The two subconsciously looked at each other, and then looked at Bai Ye, with unprecedented solemnity in their eyes, as well as unstoppable shock and ups and downs in their hearts. And at this moment, Bai Ye holds the Ryujin Jaka, and the almost materialized Ryatsu envelops the body like a flame. After Bai Ye finished the insignificant, little things, it would probably take less than a few tens of seconds to realize that the island under his feet, no, maybe it would be completely reduced to ashes in a shorter time. He looked at Akainu and Kizaru, and with their hearts trembling, he said, "Now, it's time to end this battle." The indifferent voice fell. Boom. Boom. The pillar of flame rising from this deserted island that was quickly reduced to ashes seemed to be alive, and quickly began to gather towards Akainu and Kizaru. Witnessed the consequences of exposure to that flame. Akainu and Kizaru's expressions changed drastically. 035. Shock at Naval Headquarters at the same time. The other side, Marineford, Naval Headquarters. The battle between Bai Ye and Marine Admiral in the first half of the Grand Line is destined to attract the attention of the whole world. After all, never before had Naval Headquarters dispatched such a formidable array of two Marine Admirals against a single enemy. Even in this special period, Marine did not hesitate to risk being attacked by the Whitebeard pirates, known as the world's strongest man. Don't even make such a move. It can be seen Naval Headquarters' attitude towards Bai Ye. It must be wiped out as quickly as possible at any cost. So that the whole world would know how foolish it was to touch the celestial dragons. And at this moment, Naval Headquarters is naturally the one who will be watching the battle most closely. Sengoku, there is no need to worry about things over there. No one in this world can win the shots of the two most powerful admirals. Marshal's office. Crane, known as the great advisor by the outside world, stood by the window, her aged eyes staring at the seemingly calm Naval Headquarters port, but in fact the sea was constantly surging. Now Marine's main focus, Crane turned to look at Sengoku. Don't ignore Whitebeard's strategy just because the focus is on the terrifying strength of the world's strongest man. Sengoku heard the words. There was no rebuttal, and there was a touch of approval on his face. The most terrifying thing about Whitebeard is that he is known as the strongest man of this era, possessing the power to destroy the world. But under that incomparable power, as the existence of the same era, Sengoku knows very well that the past Whitebeard was no less difficult than the Roger pirates. Back in the days of the rocks, Roger was one of the most powerful monsters before he was famous. And Whitebeard, if it wasn't for the incredible value of his family. Even as long as the guy has the will, can become the next One Piece. That Whitebeard guy, what the hell is he going to do next? Sengoku murmured. Suddenly, no, it's not good, Marshal Sengoku. There is urgent information. A Marine pushed open the door and ran over with a nervous expression. When Sengoku and Suru saw this, their hearts suddenly sank. Sengoku asked. What happened? Could it be advertisement? Sengoku's face showed a dignified look. Has the strongest man in the world already left? Whitebeard. Crane's heart sank. Marine shook his head. No, it's not. Sengoku and Suru's expressions changed. Not from the Whitebeard pirates. What happened? Sengoku pressed on. Marine sensed the rapidly increasing dignified atmosphere in the office, bit the bullet and reported. Yes, our people found another 4 Emperor's pirate at the entrance of New World. The opponent is the captain of the Beast's pirates, Beast, Kaido Trace. The voice fell. What? Disbelief welled up in Sengoku's eyes. Guy, Kaido? Isn't that guy messing around in New World? Why come to the first half of the Grand Line at this time? The crane on the side looked solemn, with a bad feeling in his heart. So where is Kaido now? Marine stammered. Kaido ignored our Marines and just crossed the red line by using their ability to fly. Crossing the red line, the ugliness on Sengoku's face reached its peak. That guy, what exactly do you want to do? Are you crazy? Or is it that the Beast's pirates are gathering people to capture the territory of the Whitebeard pirates? It's just a cover from beginning to end? The actual truth is that Whitebeard guy teamed up with Kaido? No, with the irresolvable hatred that those two guys once formed, can Whitebeard do this for the successor of the worst bloodline? The expression on Sengoku's face was changing. Obviously Sengoku couldn't believe that Kaido would come to the first half of the Grand Line at this time. After all, inside all of Marine's current plans. But Kaido was not counted from the beginning to the end. With Kaido's character, no matter how mischievous it is usually only in the New World. As long as Kaido does not come to the Grand Line, Marine's plan will not be affected at all. On the contrary, because of Kaido's commotion in New World, it will bring huge psychological pressure to the members of the Whitebeard pirates. So when he learned that Kaido left the Beast's pirates camp, Sengoku didn't care. He can be said to have considered all kinds of possibilities. But, advertisement Kaido chose the most impossible behavior. Sengoku's face was extremely serious. A Whitebeard pirate group is enough to deserve Marine's unprecedented lineup of combat power. Now if you suddenly add another Kaido, Sengoku's heart sank suddenly. Current state of affairs. The severity is simply terrible. Almost without thinking, Sengoku looked at the Marine sharply. Go. Let Admiral Aokiji, who is already on standby, stop that B************** D Kaido. In any case, before Akainu Admiral and Kizaru Admiral come back, Kaido must not be allowed to affect the current plan. What? Ow, Aokiji Admiral are also dispatched. Hearing this, Marine's eyes were filled with shock. All three admirals leave naval headquarters, but an unprecedented event. If the Whitebeard pirates take their chances, Marine's heart trembled. But still nodded and said, yes, Marshal Sengoku. Marine left. Sengoku's face was extremely serious. Kaido. What the hell did that messy guy come to the Grand Line for the first half? He didn't stay in New World honestly. Could it be that his goal was naval headquarters? Damn it. Sengoku clenched his fists, then subconsciously looked at the crane. By the way, what is the situation with Akainu and Kizaru? Once the target is wiped out, let the two of them come back immediately, and don't stay for a while. Now naval headquarters cannot lack their combat power. As he spoke, Sengoku saw Crane took out a phone bug and contacted him to destroy Bai Ye's marine fleet. However, Crane did not respond for a long time. Sengoku had a bad feeling in his heart. What's the current situation over there? Crane didn't speak, and put down the phone bug in his hand. He saw an unprecedented seriousness suddenly appeared on Crane's face. Slowly said, I'm afraid that something happened to Akainu and Kizaru. Sengoku, who was supposed to keep in touch with Marine, is no longer available. What? Heard the words. Sengoku's expression changed drastically. Get up abruptly. Recalling the picture of Bai Ye evaporating the sea recorded by the phone bug earlier. Unbelievable said. Is that man strong enough to fight against two Marine admirals? Are you kidding me? 036. Kaido comes to the first half of the Grand Line, Bai Ye's battle results. And at this moment, the news comes as Kaido arrives in the first half of the Grand Line from New World. The entire front half of the Grand Line couldn't help but gasp. Hearing the color change, Guy, Kaido, what did he do in the first half of the Grand Line? Is another four emperors going to take the opportunity to attack naval headquarters? My god, is the first half of the Grand Line going to be destroyed? Countless people showed disbelief and couldn't sit still. After all, even if the reputation of the four emperors is spread all over the world, children will be frightened and cry when they hear it. One can imagine. In this special period, the impact of Kaido's sudden arrival is no less than that of dropping a nuclear bomb in the first half of the Grand Line. At the same time, everyone in the world is speculating about Kaido's purpose in the first half of the Grand Line. Available at New World Derise Rosa Kingdom here. Dover. According to our family information, Kaido has arrived at the Grand Line, and that monster with terrifying strength suddenly asked about the guy who killed the celestial dragons. Could it be? Torbol's pupils flickered in shock as he looked at Doflamingo. The world is guessing Kaido's purpose, but their Don Quixote family has vaguely guessed. The purpose of Kaido, probably for that folk monster out of West Blue. Kaido, Whitebeard, and that monster whose strength is as unfathomable as the abyss, plus Marine Admiral dispatched. Doflamingo suddenly called out names. Looking in the direction of the first half of the Grand Line, Doflamingo's face showed rare palpitations in his life. According to this progress, the world government may also have to, no, it is already going to be unbearable. After all, this is the most unprecedented dogfight in the world since the old days of the rocks. One can't. Doflamingo murmured, I'm afraid the world will be destroyed because of this. What, people from the world government want? Torbol's heart trembled when he heard the word world government. The senior cadres of the Don Quixote family knew the true identity of Doflamingo. Therefore, there is almost no pirate force in this world who knows the horror of world government better than their family. Advertisement after all, even the marine government has to face the upcoming attack of the Whitebeard pirates. The world government didn't show any signs of worry. It is conceivable that the one standing at the pinnacle of power and standing in the world for 800 years has made all countries in the world confident in their absolute power behemoth. If you say world government from someone else's mouth, you may also end up in trouble. Torbol naturally didn't believe it, but from Doflamingo's mouth. Torbol's heart reacted violently, once the world government also participates in it. That is a terrifying power that ordinary people can't imagine. No matter how powerful a kingdom is in this world, it will be wiped out overnight. Sabahadi Bottom Islands. Kaido, is that guy here? An old man with silver hair suddenly looked up. I can only see what I see. It was a black shadow covering the sky over the Sabahadi Islands. Facing the scene where the sky suddenly turns black. Countless people raised their heads subconsciously. Next second, his pupils widened, and it was the cold air rushing from the soles of his feet to his forehead in an instant, and the things in his hands fell to the ground unconsciously. Because within reach, it was an extremely huge dragon descending from the red line on a cloud of flames. An overwhelming terrifying aura came from the sky. The entire Sabahadi Islands could not help feeling desperate. But fortunately, the commotion here didn't last long. Kaido doesn't care about these ants at all, his purpose. Just interested in a guy. As for Marine's reaction, whether the first half of the Grand Line will be in chaos. Kaido doesn't care about these things at all, in his eyes. Even the so-called supernova pirates in the first half of the Grand Line who offered a reward of hundreds of millions of Baileys are nothing more than a group of brats playing house games called kings. That's all, advertisement what he seeks, but a happy battle. In this boring world, waging war, or seeking suicide, is his only pleasure at the moment. Now Kaido only hopes for that guy's strength. Don't let yourself down. Kaido, who fully exposed the dragon body of the green dragon fruit, suddenly accelerated, and started to move forward in the first half of the Grand Line. The other side. The whole world couldn't imagine that this unprecedented storm would be caused by a single person. In the first half of the Grand Line, it was set off by one person. Bai Ye is here. Under the blue sky, deserted island. Do not. This area was completely engulfed by the flames released by Ryujin Jaka. It should be said that the sea with a radius of 100 kilometers has been evaporated by high temperature. A large number of Earth battlefields with cracks and dry seabeds are exposed here. With Bai Ye swinging the knife, the flames from Ryujin Jaka's knife were thrown away. Such a terrifying scene. Cooperate with Bai Ye's move. Already highlighted this in the opinion of Akainu and Kizaru. The battle that will last for days and nights has come to an end. And this time the marine government is preparing for the result of the battle that is bound to wipe out Bai Ye. Buster Call, more than 30 assembled warships were wiped out. Known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons, the CP0 troops who followed the action this time were all wiped out. 2 marine admirals, unknown to the outside world. And each of these is enough news to make one's scalp tingle. Now they are all gathered in one person, so, the next day. When people discovered that the entire sea area in the first half of the Grand Line was evaporated. The result of this monster versus marine monster with the highest combat power battle. It is tantamount to a terrible earthquake sweeping across the whole world in an instant. P.S. 037. The vibrating Grand Line alone can rival any 4 Emperors pirate group in the New World. And the first to receive the news, it was also the first to show an unbelievable reaction. Naturally, various towns, islands, kingdoms, pirate forces, etc. located in the first half of the Grand Line. In front of the shock of this big earthquake news. Everyone's reaction. The first time it was impossible. The news of Marine Admiral's previous dispatch almost caused a sensation in the entire Grand Line. On the island near Marineford, someone saw the Buster Call warships that symbolized elimination of evil. And the 2 Marine Admirals headed above, a terrifying lineup of this size. It is enough to make any power in the sea change face, and the 4 Emperors will also be moved. Take it seriously. Not to mention, Marine is not facing endless enemies this time. Nor is it the 4 Emperors pirate group that has a large number of forces under its command and is entrenched in the New World. That's just the first half of the Grand Line since North Blue came here. Alone man. That's all. Now Dahai is crazy like there are rumors that Marine failed again. How do they believe this? After all, when the 2 admirals were dispatched. Despite the world's attention, no one thought Marine would fail. Even the reason why all the Marine branches in the first half of the Grand Line entered a state of combat readiness. The purpose is also for naval headquarters to guard against the real threat from New World. Whitebeard pirates, but it doesn't matter what countless people in the first half of the Grand Line think. When a powerful force secretly dispatched his men to the sea area where Bai Ye and Akainu fought with Kizaru. See the recorded images sent back with your own eyes. In the picture above that made people tremble uncontrollably, all forces fell silent. There is no other reason, above the recorded image. The sea, no, that can no longer be called a sea area. As far as the eye can see, blue sky, That is, hundreds of miles of sea area have all disappeared. See, here. There is only one glimpse of the dry seabed land with cracks and no end in sight. If it wasn't clearly marked on the nautical chart as a sea area. Witnessed again. No one believed it at all. A battle actually evaporated the entire sea area in just one day. North Blue. As the news spreads, G64 branch. Colonel Carey. There is Bai Ye. No, there is news about that gentleman. A young Marine quickly ran to the port. The dark-skinned new Colonel Carey heard the words. Take it quickly. How's it going? Advertisement. Carey subconsciously turned to look, but the newspaper is in front of you. He didn't dare to read the news above. I'm afraid the news is the worst. Long after Bai Ye left the G64 branch, Marine of the G64 branch has been paying attention to Bai Ye, an old colonel who has worked hard. At first, when I heard that the old colonel actually had the ability to destroy the Marine fleet, they were relieved, and they were also shocked that the real strength of the old colonel was so powerful. But the good news didn't last long, when first heard 2 Marine admirals dispatched. Marine of the G64 branch couldn't help but tremble, and his heart was beating violently. As a Marine, they have naturally heard of Admiral's strength. Can be hailed as the highest combat power. All of them are monsters standing on the top of the sea. So the hearts of the G64 branch are almost all tightened. Until now the news came. Carey, who is currently the Marine Colonel of the G64 branch, dared not look at it for a while. He was very afraid of seeing the news that he least wanted to see. At this time, the nearby Marine came around, gritted his teeth and said indignantly. Damn it, those damn bastards from other branches of North Blue, and the newly appointed Rear Admiral. Obviously we have reported the whole story to the highest responsible branch of North Blue. Those bastards have been ignoring us for a long time. This is clearly trying to hide the fact that someone in Marine destroyed the town. That's right. If Colonel Bai Ye hadn't blocked the passage from North Blue to the Grand Line before he left, we would all want to go to Naval Headquarters. Even if Mr. Bai Ye's guilt cannot be mitigated, let those guys know what happened. Something happened. You say it one sentence at a time. Carey interrupted in a deep voice. Okay, don't talk about this matter now, and don't mention the old colonel's name again. Someone is procrastinating, which means that the Lord must be very aware that someone is rotten to the bone, so don't add trouble to the Lord. That's it. Yes. Colonel Carey, Marine of the G64 branch, looked at each other and nodded upon hearing this. Then, Carey moved the newspaper carefully. The heart started beating uncontrollably along with Marine, who was approaching nearby. Obviously, the news can be seen in a blink of an eye. It opened abruptly when everyone's heart was about to jump to their throats. When Marine couldn't resist helping Carey remove his hand first. Next second, the news came into view. The G64 branch was taken care of by Bai Ye in the past, and even some Marine recruits from nearby towns who watched them grow up collectively stayed in place. His eyes widened, staring at the news in the newspaper. For a long time, someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Look at Carey. Colonel Carey. B****************** D. Hit me, is this true? Yuan, it turns out that that Lord is so powerful. I used to dare to disturb Mr. Bai Ye's fishing. Now that I think about it, my little life will disappear at any time. Huh. Marine Admiral failed. At this moment, Carey's heart was also beating violently, and his face showed disbelief. And at this time when everyone's hearts are extremely tense. Suddenly, a Marine comes running. Colonel Carey, someone is coming outside. I want to see you. Advertisement. This sudden sound, it shocked everyone in the G64 branch. When he saw clearly that it was a companion, he immediately gritted his teeth. You idiot. Scared me to death. One more time like this, I feel like I don't need to read the news in the newspaper anymore. I'm going to go straight to heaven. Hug, I'm sorry. The young Marine rubbed his head in embarrassment. At this moment, Carey asked, just now you said there was someone outside? There was vigilance in his eyes. At this time, the instinctive reaction made Carey think that someone was against old Colonel Bai Ye. He was about to say no. The young Marine nodded quickly and realized. Said, no, that's right, and that person claims to be Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The voice fell. Everyone in the G64 branch breathed a sigh of relief at first. It turned out that other branches were not looking for trouble. But immediately, he reacted. Everyone's expressions changed suddenly. Revolutionary Army, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, known as the most ferocious criminal, Dragon. What is the other party doing here? And the Dragon stood outside. In my heart, I thought that when contacting a person, it is natural to collect as much information as possible about the other person. At the same time, with news like a major earthquake rapidly fermenting in the world. Just less than a day, Bai Ye's fame has reached an extremely terrifying level in the first half of the Grand Line, all over the world. At the same time, start with North Blue killing the Celestial Dragons. The North Blue to and from the Grand Line is closed. The Red Line was cut open, stopping the North Blue pirates. And then Bai Ye was destroyed in one blow in the first half of the Grand Line. Vice Admiral led the pacifist fleet. Now due to the outbreak of the battle with Marine Admiral, hundreds of miles in the entire sea area have been evaporated. And news of the failure of Marine's second extermination operation came out. Facts about Bai Ye have been uncovered one by one. Only then did everyone find out. If it was said that Bai Ye dared to make a move to the world government and the marine government, it would be tantamount to declaring war. In the eyes of countless people on the sea, Bai Ye is a lunatic. Or simply want to make a big event that shocks the world. It will soon be suppressed by Marine's absolute combat power. But now, seeing that everything that is enough to shake the Grand Line converges on one person. Then at this moment, all they can feel is trembling. And without the slightest doubt, that one came from North Blue alone. Possess an overwhelming, terrorist combat power that is not lost to any Four Emperors pirate group in New World. 038. World Government's Plan, Summit War is about to break out. The other side. Reactions vary from place to place. Amazon Lily. 9 Snake Island. Grandma, do you know this person's past? Royal Palace. He was tall and slender, exuding aloofness all over his body, and his haughty tone carried unbelievable doubts. The speaker is none other than Boa Hancock, one of the Shichibukai known as the Pirate Queen. On the side, it is the former emperor of 9 Snake Island, who is comparable to the Grandma Yi in the Living Dictionary. The mother-in-law looked at the news in Hancock's hand. Wanted to find out about the man's past in North Blue above. But nothing. The mother-in-law shook her head and said solemnly. This person is probably a monster living in seclusion among the people. At least in the Rock's era, or Roger's time, there were never any rumors of this person in the sea. Said here. Grandma Z looked up at Hancock. Snake Girl, don't be delusional. Although that man has overwhelming strength, if he wants to bring down the world government, it is definitely not something that can be done by relying on this level alone. The mother-in-law looked very serious. After all, even Marine Admiral is just a running dog under the world government. Even if they were as powerful as the Rock's pirates back then, the consequences of daring to touch those guys did not escape the fate of the pirates disbanding. Are you teaching my concubine how to do things? Hancock's face darkened slightly. The mother-in-law knows that Hancock touches certain things, and sometimes loses his rational character. Shook his head. Said, all in all, I can only give advice based on past experience. In addition, Marine came to summon Shichibukai yesterday, and I have already refused on the grounds that you are unwell. The mother-in-law looked at the waters outside the 9 Snake Island. In the first half of the Grand Line today, Kaido, Whitebeard, the Marine government, and that monster whose strength is as deep as the abyss are far beyond what Marine can handle. I'm afraid the world government may have to take action in person. The voice fell. Hearing this, Hancock quietly clenched her slender white fingers and frowned. The other side. Sanctuary Mariajoy, world government. Any proposals on how to deal with that criminal? The empty top meeting room. The faces of the 5 old men opened in the shadows, revealing sharp eyes. In front, this is an old man with a white beard with the word, mountain, muscular, arms folded, over 70 years old. This person is not someone else. It is Kong Kong, the current Generalissimo of the World Government Army, former Marshal of the Marine. However, the only way to participate in the meeting with an identity like Kong Kong can only be standing. The identities of those 5 people were undoubtedly revealed. It is the one who holds the apex of power in the current world, and at the same time represents the highest position of all celestial dragons in charge, 5 elders. And the sinner, in their mouth. Nature is the theme of this meeting today. Bai Ye, originally, they just thought it was a bottom-level bug that could be crushed to death. It won't be long before there will be news of being completely erased. Like all those who dared to defy the world government, they will be destroyed, become slaves, and then be buried by the times. Did not expect to order Marine to make 2 shots. Advertisement they were all disappointed. So much so that now Marine's prestige has become a stepping stone to the sinner's reputation in the outside world, and even the face of the world government has plummeted. This kind of thing is the last thing the world government wants to see. It is also the most unacceptable. Marine's face is not important to them at all. The most important thing is absolutely not to lose face of the world government. Threat to the status and rule of the world government. Then, this is a meeting attended by the 5 elders collectively. Has manifested facing the Grand Line, where the current situation has almost reached the point where the Marine government cannot handle it. This behemoth has stood in the world for 800 years. I am ready to take action again in person, and let the whole world feel how stupid it is to defy the world government for the first time in a long time. At the same time, an island. Open black lens bracket host. Bai Ye close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current template. Yamamoto Genryūsai, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, unlocked close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Shinigami ability. Keto, unlocked close black lens bracket, physical technique. 1 bone, unlocked. Current template progress. 62.5, the clear and familiar sense of increasing strength poured into the body again. Bai Ye was thoughtful. The key to increasing the proficiency of template unlocking lies in combat. The stronger the enemy is, the faster the progress of unlocking the template will be. Before destroying the flying squirrel and others, the progress of unlocking the template was suddenly increased by 0.5 progress. After fighting broke out again now, the unlocking progress of the template has directly increased by 2%. Don't underestimate the 2% progress. The 2% of the power also depends on who it belongs to. If it is an ordinary person, 2% is of course insignificant or even insignificant. But the template that Bai Ye possesses is the existence of the strongest Shinigami in the Shinigami Soul Society. Even with a strength of 2%, it is far from being an existence that the tens of millions of pirates can fight against in the first half of the Grand Line. One can imagine, if you follow Bai Ye's idea, you are right. Then those who want to hinder others may never dream of it. This will intensify the progress of the world government being buried. And now, the place where Bai Ye is located is an island near Alabasta on the Grand Line. The purpose of coming here is very simple. Bai Ye's white shirt has been completely destroyed due to the previous battle. Bai Ye didn't want to just appear in the sea like this. Ships docked in port. Jumped onto the island. The sun shone from the sky and fell on Bai Ye's strong body that seemed to have no trace of the years. In this way, Bai Ye came to the town on this island. Perhaps the local news is blocked. Most of the island is dominated by the elderly and children. Advertisement: there are not many young people. Therefore, he didn't pay attention to Bai Ye, the special outsider. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye was not puzzled. He's only here briefly for what he needs, and he'll be leaving soon. Not to bring trouble here, not to be contaminated with trouble, is the best result. But just as Bai Ye used Bailey to buy what he needed, he was about to leave the island. Sudden. There was a commotion in the town, and the residents who heard the sound quickly hid for fear of being discovered. This, usual, response. Bai Ye frowned slightly. Pirates? Look in the direction of the island's port, as far as the eye can see. Bai Ye's eyes sank. No, it's marine, and to make this island fear marines to such an extent that they are stronger than pirates. A look of indifference appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Not long. In the port, on the deck of a broken warship. Bai Ye flipped through the memory of the other party, and looked at Colonel Marine, who couldn't stop being incontinent in front of him. Without giving the other party a chance to beg for mercy, Bai Ye directly ended the other party's life. The people who watched Marine are basically rotten to the bone. From memory, Bai Ye already knew the purpose of the other party coming here. If Marine was just simply bullying, it would not be so impressive. But the bloated Colonel Marine in front of him is the local person in charge. He actually cooperated with the slave trader, privately arrested the civilians in charge of the towns under his banner, and then selected the boutiques from them, and then went to do business with the slave trader. In exchange for a lot of wealth, one can imagine. How rotten are these so-called justice, subsequently. Bai Ye took care of the garbage. In the first half of the Grand Line, the crazy vibrations have not subsided and waves have started again. The 4 Emperors Whitebeard Pirates of New World was found missing in the Whitebeard Pirates camp. C has left that town. When Bai Ye heard the news, he thought about it. Looks like the Summit War is about to break out. As a traverser, Bai Ye, if I remember correctly, the Whitebeard Pirates managed to sneak into the naval headquarters from the bottom of the sea by coating the ship. And when the forces of the New World discovered the movement of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates are probably very close to Marineford. Maybe today or tomorrow. All in all, the outbreak of the biggest war between pirates and marines, which is enough to determine the future fate of the world, is probably imminent. 039. On the eve of the shaking Whitebeard Pirates. Summit War. On the sea near Alabasta, currently wearing a black baggy shirt, Bai Ye stood under the blue sky and looked towards the direction of Naval Headquarters Marineford. For this war that is enough to change the next era. Bai Ye is naturally no stranger. But stop here for a while, he doesn't plan to go to Marineford to join the Summit War. The outbreak of Summit War, it's not a bad thing for him at the moment. Once the Summit War breaks out, it is difficult for the Marine government to become an obstacle to Bai Ye until the end of the Summit War. And as a time traveler, Bai Ye is very clear, as long as the world government behind the Marine government exists. The results of the Summit War were far from enough to have an impact on world government. This has been evident since the end of Summit War. Whether it is Marine or the Whitebeard Pirates, they were all seriously injured in the Summit War. As the veteran 4 Emperors, Whitebeard has given his life to create the next new era. But the result, from beginning to end, standing behind the Marine government as a whole, holding the supreme power, a single thought in the Holy Land, Mariajoy can determine the death of countless lives, and the rule of the world government has not been affected at all. The world government is still firmly in control of the entire world and has never changed. All those who dared to defy the world government were further obliterated. Even the destructive weapons suspected of being displayed by Uranus just waved a name across the map, and then the world government destroyed a kingdom that dared to defy the world government with one blow. One can imagine. Summit War is a battle that attracts the attention of countless forces on the sea. In the eyes of the world government, which never showed up in the future. As long as it does not threaten the world government and celestial dragons rule. The world government doesn't care about this level of commotion at all. Even if you were a pirate, massacring civilians wantonly, or a kingdom of endless civil strife, or you were trying to dominate the new world and challenge the 4 emperors. As long as it does not threaten the absolute power in the hands of the world government. The world government doesn't care what the world will become or what the fate of the people at the bottom will be. What the world government cares about is only the right to make rules and the celestial dragons. That's why, even if the system is awakened, Bai Ye has no intention of participating in the next era, and does not want to get involved in trouble again. Bai Ye, who just wants to live in peace for the next few years. After witnessing the town I lived in for more than 30 years, it was destroyed by artillery fire by the world government just because of a suggestion made by an idiot. Bai Ye will resolutely give up the new life and choose the second system option, Yamamoto Genryūsai Template. Since this world is already rotten, God gave him another chance to take revenge with his own hands. Looking at the sea in front of him, Bai Ye's eyes shone indifferently. Then turn the whole world upside down, no matter world government or celestial dragons. It has already given Bai Ye every reason to turn it into ashes. Grand Line. Deep sea. Somewhere. This is a huge pirate ship that looks like a whale, and it is quietly sailing towards Naval Headquarters Marineford. At the same time, behind this ship, there are more than 40 pirates with different logos. If anyone from New World sees this scene, you will be stunned, speechless, almost suffocated. Because the ship advertisement, not another ship. It is one of the 4 emperors of New World, known as the Emperor of the Sea. The Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, and Moby Dick appeared here. One thing has been explained: Whitebeard, the man who is currently hailed as the strongest man in the world, the era belongs to Whitebeard. A man with the power to destroy the world. Whitebeard has come to the first half of the Grand Line. And it's not just Whitebeard. The densely packed pirate ships behind the Moby Dick already represents a terrible fact. It wasn't just the Whitebeard pirates that disappeared from New World. There are also 43 pirate groups led by the Whitebeard pirates. All the forces on the entire Whitebeard pirates territory have been dispatched. One can imagine the Whitebeard pirates' move. This is absolutely determined to set off an unprecedented war with Naval Headquarters. And at this time, Moby Dick aboard. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were all in admiration. Father's attention is really kind. By the time those idiots find out, we'll be in Naval Headquarters. That's right. This time, we must let Marine know the consequences of daring to touch our family. Everyone was discussing excitedly. Whitebeard didn't say much as he entered the first half of the Grand Line. The only thing left in Whitebeard's eyes at the moment is a faint solemnity. Because he is very clear in his heart that Sengoku guy isn't going to sit still. Although it is now called the Resourceful General, it can be used as an old opponent for many years. He is well aware of Sengoku's past as a Marine Admiral, and the name circulating on the sea is Sengoku of Buddha. Sengoku dared to announce Ace's execution to the outside world. That guy must have a solution. Only, I'm afraid Sengoku didn't even think of it himself. Whitebeard's eyes flashed the figure that came from the North Blue to the first half of the Grand Line. That guy Sengoku would have provoked a man who was also a big problem for Marine at this juncture. This was the opportunity, just thinking about it. Suddenly, one of Marco's intelligence pirates ran up with an unbelievable face. What happened? Seeing the person coming, Marco's face changed slightly. Could it be that their departure from the New World has been discovered? Marco hurriedly asked about the information his opponent had obtained. Since leaving New World, they have been using phone bugs to contact some pirates left in the outside world. The purpose is to get information as soon as possible. Find the best time to rescue Ace, with this thought. Marco asked the specific reason, but after receiving the news obtained from the outside world from the subordinates. Even though Marco was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' first team, Marco couldn't help but froze in place. How come? There was disbelief on his face. Advertisement. Marco muttered in place. Marco, what happened? Will you make such an expression? The other captains noticed Marco's face and asked subconsciously. A nearby sound brought Marco back to his senses. Marco just wanted to speak, but immediately shook his head. No, I have to tell my father about this first. With that said, Marco came to Whitebeard with a tone of shock and disbelief. Old Daddy, Naval Headquarters is in trouble. Naval Headquarters? Whitebeard couldn't help being taken aback when he saw Marco's reaction. Huh? What happened? Marco, tell me. The other captains were even more confused and asked hastily. Marco looked at the puzzled crowd and his father. Marco swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, he slowly uttered the news that made all the captains present turn pale. Hi, Marine dispatched 2 admirals to encircle and suppress that man, and it failed again. That man. Wait. The guy who can be surrounded by 2 Marine admirals. Could it be the one who dared to kill the celestial dragons in North Blue? How is it possible? Both admirals failed. The rest of the captains' eyes widened. Since they were currently at the bottom of the sea, they couldn't help being shocked when they just received the news. The stronger the strength, the higher the level of contact. So being a member of the 4 Emperor's pirates, they are very aware of the true combat power of Marine Admiral. Each Marine Admiral is a monster at sea comparable to a humanoid disaster. It was originally when I learned that Bai Ye was surrounded by 2 admirals. They basically thought that Bai Ye might escape. After all, those are the 2 admirals known as the highest combat power in Marine. But now, from the beginning of the extermination operation to the present, in a short period of time, news of failure came again. The other captains of the Whitebeard pirates glanced at each other subconsciously. You can see the unbelievableness of their pupils. But don't wait for them to speak. Marco's next sentence seemed to make their breathing stagnate, and they even felt that a bomb had been placed in their ears, and their minds buzzed as they exploded. This is not the most important thing, Dad. Marco felt a glance from nearby. Marco's tone was shocked, and everyone's expression changed after a word. Although the intelligence is currently unable to confirm the authenticity, the two Marine admirals involved in the extermination operation. The current information shows that one person died, one person was seriously injured. Naval Headquarters' current combat power has been severely damaged. Boom. The voice fell. It was like a bomb exploded in the ears of the many captains surrounding Marco. Some people even subconsciously said, "Hi, Marine Admiral was killed? Didn't that man escape Marine siege?" The nearby captain's voice trembled faintly, showing their shock at the moment. After all, possess a combat power comparable to Admiral, even if he defeats Marine Admiral head-on. And being able to kill Marine Admiral is not a concept at all. 040. The execution day was brought forward, and the world government decided to intervene. Marineford. Naval Headquarters. The siege led by Admiral also failed? Even Admiral died in this operation. Hey, Marshal Sengoku, this must be a joke, right? Naval Headquarters receives word that the Whitebeard pirates have disappeared in New World. A grim meeting of all Marine executives was called immediately. Sengoku is the Marine Marshal. From the very beginning, he went straight to the point and told the news about the current complete blockade from the outside world. Not surprisingly, all Marine executives on the scene immediately changed their expressions. After all, this time, the impact of Marine Admiral's failure on the outside world is too great. Since the establishment of the Marine government, able to act as the presence of Marine Admiral, throughout the history of Marine, every Admiral, regardless of character, experience, past, needless to say, the only criterion for being able to become Admiral, the highest combat power of Marine. It is powerful. Possess a combat power that is powerful enough to be overwhelming. It can be said, Marine Admiral is equivalent to representing every era, and Marine chooses the existence that can be called monster of monsters from countless monsters. But it is the highest combat power that is so powerful. It failed when two Marine admirals were dispatched at the same time. Even Admiral personally dispatched and led the buster call, and there was an almost impossible result of 1 death and 1 injury. To know, so far, Marine Admiral has a clear record of being killed in action. The only time, it was also the great battle where the Rocks pirates were destroyed in the Valley of the Gods 38 years ago. But compared to the Rocks pirates in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, advertisement the enemy this time was to silence all the Naval Headquarters executives currently participating in the meeting. Even if no one wants to admit it, the current seriousness of the situation in Naval Headquarters has completely exceeded the control and planning of Naval Headquarters. And the most unacceptable to Naval Headquarters, the man who created the current situation. No doubt, just a retired veteran from West Blue who was not really taken seriously by the Marine government and world government at first. That's all, even the other party from beginning to end. All alone, it can be said. At this meeting, facing the situation that the first half of the Grand Line has been completely out of control, the senior executives of Naval Headquarters are almost helpless. But suddenly, a Marine ran out of the meeting room with a phone bug, speaking urgently. "Zahn, Marshal Sengoku, the world government is calling." World government. Heard the words. All the high-level executives in the conference room looked at it suddenly. Yes, with the bad situation that is now irreversible, I'm afraid the only power that can solve it is world government. Admiral Kong, bring it here. Marshal Kong. Hearing this name, the senior management of Marine in the conference room was once again collectively shocked. Null. It can make Marshal Sengoku have a respectful tone, and also has the name of Kong. Apart from the former Marshal Marine, who else is Marshal Kong, who is now the Marshal of the world government's entire army? And, just before Sengoku took over the phone bug, the first words that rang out from the phone bug ignited hope in Naval Headquarters, who was currently at a loss. That is the Summit War this time, the world government will not sit idly by. Advertisement in this sentence is enough, as well as between the failure of the Marine government to encircle and suppress Bai Ye twice. The Marine government does not need to intervene in this matter for the time being, and will do its best to ensure that the execution of the worst blood must be successful, and it is enough to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. As for Bai Ye, the world government has discussed and proposed, and has now made a final decision. That is, the world government is ready to take action in person. This time, it's not the CP0 special forces that only obey the private orders of the world's nobles. Instead, standing on the sea, the world government that has lasted for 800 years really took action in person. In order to pass the first half of the Grand Line, the current Marine government has been unable to deal with the situation. The world government has decided to let the world feel what it has not seen for a long time. What kind of serious consequences will be ushered in if you dare to provoke the world government? World government, do you want to do it yourself? Heard the words. The high-level executives in the Naval Headquarters meeting room all had shocked expressions on their faces. And with the world government's decision to come forward, the Marine government's senior officials have hoped to clean up the situation in the first half of the Grand Line that Marine's power alone has been unable to control. At the same time, there was an explosive news in the first half of the Grand Line. That was the execution day for the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Fire Fist, Ace. It was supposed to be a week later. Due to Naval Headquarters' sudden announcement to the outside world to change the plan, the progress of the execution date will be more than doubled. In other words, there was not much time left for the Whitebeard pirates, and now there is only less than half of it left. For a while, Naval Headquarters news as soon as it is released. There are countless forces in the first half of the entire Grand Line, and everyone in every town is starting to feel in danger. Obviously, nobody understands that Naval Headquarters seems to be in a worse situation at the moment. He even chose to take the initiative to anger the Whitebeard pirates. What exactly is Naval Headquarters playing at the moment? Not to mention the first half of the Grand Line today. The Whitebeard pirates, the 4 emperors, 100 beasts, Kaido, and the terrifying monsters that can smash 2 large-scale marine sieges alone, and even dispatch Admiral exist. With the arrival of these monsters one by one, they might really be destroyed. 41. Vibration everywhere, the ambition of the world, use the Summit War to solve it together, modified. The first half of the Grand Line, with the news of the early execution publicly announced by Naval Headquarters. Countless forces couldn't figure out why Marine took the initiative to provoke the wrath of the strongest man in the world at this juncture. But for some people who really guessed that some unpredictable big events are about to happen. Aware of the unusual situation behind the Marine government this time, they were all shocked in their hearts. Naval Headquarters today. Obviously, a lot of combat power has been lost, and the failure of the 2 encirclement campaigns has caused Marines' prestige and morale to plummet in all aspects. At this time, if you take the initiative to start a war with the Whitebeard pirates. The current situation in the first half of the Grand Line is visible to the naked eye, and it has completely exceeded the scope that Naval Headquarters can handle. But this is the time. The Marine government does not know how to retreat, but chooses to intensify the progress of the Summit War. Added a lot of fire to the first half of the Grand Line, which was already boiling hot and ignited when it touched the fire. All these signs of madness are beginning to indicate one thing, pointing in one direction. It can make the Marine government suddenly have a huge confidence. The move is almost crazy, heedless of all the dreadful monsters that may be befalling the Grand Line at the same time. The answer can only be the world government that has been hiding behind the Marine government. Many years have passed, facing the first half of the Grand Line, which the Marine government has been unable to handle. World government is ready to come forward to solve it in person. Currently, this is the only possibility. For a while, advertisement of force and some pirates who know what this means. First thought, I just can't stop the crazy idea of wanting to escape from the first half of the current Grand Line. They already regretted coming to the first half of the Grand Line. Now I can go to the new world, no, even the world. After all, once the world government decides to come forward in person. I am afraid that everything that exists in the first half of the entire Grand Line will be reshuffled. Sanctuary Mariajoy, on the exclusive waterway of the world government. Now, under the blue sky, Marshal Kong, the troop mobilization order has been issued to all levels of the world government, and now we only need your order to move. A member of the world government arrives at the Fairway port. He lowered his head and reported to an old man with a mountain character beard. The strong old man heard the words. He looked sharply at the waterway. I saw warships with the world government cross's logo gathering here. Moreover, each ship is different from the warships sent by the Marine government, and there is a figure exuding a powerful aura standing on it. Seeing this, Kong felt that Xindao was gathering strength to solve the so-called Summit War, which was more than wrong. But consider the sinners who made the Marine government lose twice in a row. Kong reached out and pulled out a Contact 5 Elders phone bug from his pocket. Put the phone bug in front of your mouth and say, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong in this operation, I would like to solicit the transfer of another batch of PX Project test products that are still in the research stage. PX test product. Kong, although those guys have successfully researched it, you have to think carefully, those test products are not honest pacifists who will completely obey orders. Advertisement. The 5 Elders' voice came from the phone bug. Once out of control on the battlefield, there is a possibility of ignoring orders and attacking regardless of friend or foe. That's right. Kong nodded with certainty, looking in the direction of Naval Headquarters, his tone cold. Difficulty in control is not a problem in my opinion. Since someone wants to make a big fuss, combat power is the real key, and those damned bastard Shichibukai don't want to come, so it's time to take this opportunity. Let them understand that even Shichibukai is not irreplaceable. There was undisguised anger in the voice. Obviously Naval Headquarters recruiting Shichibukai is not going well. Kong already knows. Now the front row of the Shichibukai war is useless, and the legal looting certificate issued by the world government is wasted. Since this is the case, Kong is ready to simply do it. The power of the XP project code named Seraphim, which has been researched and is still in the experimental stage, is revealed to the world. As it happens, there is nothing like a big battle to test the chances that the Seraph has far more combat power than the Naval Headquarters pacifists. Kong hesitated for a moment with the phone bug in his hand. Not long after, the voice of 5 Elders came from the phone bug, and there was only one word. Can. The voice fell. On behalf of the world government, it has decided to collectively clear the entire first half of the Grand Line. And right now, Kong mustered such a large force, and without hesitating to apply for the second-generation pacifists who are currently in the experimental stage, the Seraphim is going to be exposed to the world in advance. No doubt, Kong intends to use the Summit War as a springboard this time to solve all the hidden dangers hidden in the first half of the Grand Line. SP. Change the chapter. I'm sorry, I woke up today with a fever, and now I'm very afraid of direct sunlight. I can't concentrate enough when typing. I'm very sorry. 042. Summit War is coming. With the Summit War that is destined to attract worldwide attention, it is imminent. When everyone in the Grand Line is in danger and frantically wants to escape from this place of right and wrong that is about to explode. This moment. The first half of the Grand Line. Bai Ye, as a sinner, who is currently offered a reward of 4 billion Baileys by the world government. No, he should be an unprecedented, big villain. Watching the newspaper in his hand being burned to ashes by a ray of flames. There was no trace of fear on Bai Ye's face. There is also no sense of tension and urgency that the countless forces on the Grand Line are in danger today. Facing a situation that Marine could no longer handle, I finally decided to end it. It is really in line with the usual style of the world government. There was a look of disdain in Bai Ye's eyes, as a traverser. He could see at a glance the confidence behind naval headquarters daring to announce the execution in advance. One Marine Admiral dead, another Marine Admiral dying, plus the previously damaged pacifist fleet. If there is no world government behind the Marine government will never make such a seemingly stupid move. Behind such behavior, the participation of the world government is inevitable. But even knowing this, the behemoth world government is finally about to end in person. Bai Ye has no intention of retreating at all. Instead, Bai Ye has been waiting for a long time, after all. Now that he is determined to completely subvert the world, bury the world government. Some enemies that should come will come sooner or later. Obstacles will not give up coming because of his warning. With this world government ready to show its fangs. Bai Ye is already predictable. These will not be the first to die at the knife of Ryujin Jaka, nor will they be the last before the world government dies entirely. Facing this already rotten world, this will just be. Advertisement. Bai Ye looked down at the Grand Line with indifferent eyes. He personally overturned the beginning of world government. Deep sea, somewhere. Moby DK aboard. Play as the protagonist of one of the biggest factions on both sides of the Summit War. The Whitebeard pirates learned that Ace's execution date was brought forward. Not surprisingly, there was a commotion on the Whitebeard pirates. After all, if you want to quietly avoid all eyeliner, rescue Ace by sneaking into naval headquarters. The estimated time will take at least 4 days, or even 5 days. Only in this way can all the troops enter Marineford on the execution day without anyone noticing. But now the Marine government suddenly announced to the outside world that the execution date will be brought forward. This result leads to, are you kidding? Could it be that Marine has already discovered our plan, and that's why the execution date for Ace has been brought forward? In this way, most of Dad's original plans will be disrupted. Damn it, did Marine prepare for this from the beginning? Many captains talked about it. The front end of the Moby DK. Whitebeard looked serious. Sengoku advanced the plan? Or, did Sengoku decide to abandon the plan because of all the big things that the man in North Blue did? Or Whitebeard's face hardened. People from the world government are ready to join the Summit War? Thoughts flickered. Intuition tells Whitebeard Marine that there is more than that simplicity behind the sudden announcement of early execution this time. But the current situation, it has been impossible to give enough time to change the original plan. Because Marine will not give them that chance. Advertisement. Whitebeard is well aware of this, too. Therefore, I'm afraid this time, he can only try to gamble. Time begins to pass. Minutes and seconds passed. As the date of Summit War approaches, all forces are pursuing their own ideas. Think you will get the ultimate victory. Correspondingly, countless people around the world hope that that day will come later. However, fate is always like a joke. The more you fear something, the faster it will come. During the period, news spread that Marine Admiral Aokiji did not stop 4 Emperors Kaido. But there is no denying it, attracting the attention of countless people from all over the world. Compared to 4 Emperors Kaido alone, now located in naval headquarters, the Summit War destined to influence the direction of the times. Is really from the beginning, or since Bai Ye killed the celestial dragons in North Blue, before his fame shocked the entire world. An unprecedented event that countless people pay attention to. And at this moment, when time moves, it was almost noon. The outside world began to be turbulent, no doubt. As the Marine government chose to make the entire execution process public by projecting phone bugs. When those terrifying military formations that were not prepared for simple execution were revealed to the world. Already revealed. Even if this Summit War has not started yet, it has already made countless hearts palpitate several weeks in advance, already destined to come. 043. 2 wars, change, for this Summit War. Completely bury the Whitebeard pirates in Marineford. The Marine government can be said to have taken out almost all of its wealth. A door full of gunfire in front of the U-shaped port. Nearly 100,000 elite Marines, dozens of Marine Vice Admirals fought. As well as, headed by Marine Marshal, the resourceful General Sengoku, Marine legendary hero Garp, Crane of Great Staff Officer, Marine Admiral, Aokiji. Usually the outside world can see or not see the existence of Marine that can only be heard in legends. All revealed to the world without a doubt, at the same time. The most eye-catching. There is nothing more than a group of indifferent weapons with eyes that look like the Shichibukai of the boyhood, but have PX numbers on their bodies. 7. Shichibukai. Wrong. Whether it's age or the indifferent temperament on his body. They can't be connected with living people. What exactly exists? For a while, the whole world caused countless shocks and doubts. At the same time, this confusion also caused Shichibukai, who did not participate in the Summit War, to change his face suddenly. 9. Snake Island. Snake. What are those things? Witnessing the real-time broadcast of Summit War, Grandma Z had an unbelievable expression on her face and couldn't help but look back. Seeing that Hancock himself was here, Grandma J breathed a sigh of relief. Available immediately, doubt crept into her mind. What are those things that look so similar to the Shichibukai's teenage years? Empress Hancock frowned, staring at the seraphim above. Her face changed slightly. New World. Kingdom of Derise Rosa. D. Dover. Those things? Could it be? Advertisement. It is different from not knowing what the seraphim is. Their family has first-hand news, but that kind of stuff. I didn't expect world government to actually succeed in research. Doflamingo spoke now. What? World government? Toribol looked shocked. Doflamingo nodded. Yes, a powerful clone that can replace Shichibukai, the second-generation pacifist. I heard that it was still in the experimental stage, but I didn't expect the world government to come up with such a terrible weapon. In this way, the world government seems to be determined to clean up the entire Grand Line. Hiss, Toribol gasped, at the same time. Shaking all over the world. Seraphim, it turns out that the research has been successful. No wonder the world government was able to fill up the battle force in the first place before canceling all Shichibukai. Summit War live streamed by the Marine government. Bai Ye was thoughtful. Summit War is not something I need to focus on, though. Reach out on the dark purple hilt of Ryujin Jaka. Bai Ye raised his head and turned to look at the seemingly calm sea ahead. Actually, Bai Ye passes through Ryotsu was terrified in the body. As far as the eye can see, it was as if in the dark night, countless dancing lights and flames were weighing ahead. Enemy. No doubt. It's not Marine who is in Marineford to deal with the Whitebeard pirates in full force. Instead, stand behind the Marine government, standing in this world's 800-year-old world government. Face this scene. Bai Ye was not surprised. The enemies that should come will come sooner or later. If the outside world knows, advertisement his lineup here is comparable to, no, maybe even above Summit War. I really don't know how the outside world will react. And, in a very distant place, there are two more powerful auras, which are strong enough to surpass the existence of Marine Admiral. One is approaching rapidly. The other one is in the wait-and-see stage. Kaido. He raised his head and noticed that the one that was approaching rapidly came from the direction of the sky. Bai Ye suddenly thought of the Four Emperors Kaido who was making a fuss in the first half of the Grand Line these days. Originally, Bai Ye didn't know why Kaido came to the first half of the Grand Line. Take the character of Kaido. This is the right time to take the opportunity to annex the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. It seems now, it turned out to be because of his relationship. But, Bai Ye's eyes remain indifferent. The front is the careful preparation of the world government. Not to mention the incoming Four Emperors Kaido. Bai Ye will not give up revenge and subvert the world government just because of who is in front of him. Then, it seems that as long as you drive through the sea in front, you can go directly to the Sabaody Islands, where the world government is located. Bai Ye was alone. No fear. They don't need to wait. He will take the initiative to go. And together with the world government, Bai Ye will bury it together, for a while. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Together with Bai Ye here. Two unprecedented wars of terror that are destined to change the era are coming. 2 GT044. Kong Kong personally leads the team to encircle and suppress Bai Ye and start the demon-slaying operation. Now, Summit War touched the hearts of countless people on the Grand Line. And on the necessary sea area to go to the Sabaody Bottom Islands. A pirate ship appeared bleakly from the path of the route. Captain, run. The people at Naval Headquarters are crazy. Such a lineup. Once it collides with the Whitebeard pirates, Marine is planning to destroy the entire first half of the Grand Line, right? Yeah, if it gets involved, we'll be doomed. The pirates on the pirate ship talked a lot. Showing the fear that everyone in the Grand Line is in danger today. However, just when they thought they were taking the trail, as long as they stayed away from the Grand Line, they would not be affected by this incident. Suddenly, the tall pirate who was talking suddenly stopped in place. He showed a dumbfounded and shocked expression of fear. Pharaoh, what happened? What's going on in front? The pirates who were discussing behind were puzzled. The tall pirate in front of him didn't come back to his senses for a while, and then he said with a trembling voice. In front. There is someone? When the companion heard this, disdain appeared on his face. What's wrong with someone? We're pirates, all bastards who dare to stop us from leaving the Grand Line, get ready to be killed. Withdrawing his weapon, a ferocious pirate stepped forward. It can be next second, when I saw the small boat under the blue sky and the sea ahead. See clearly the figure of the man standing alone above. The fierce pirate suddenly froze in place. Then he saw something frightening, and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground unknowingly. Cold sweat broke out almost immediately on his forehead, and he said in a trembling voice. Alone. Dare to be on the Grand Line, No, it can't be wrong. Yes, it must be the monster that caused Marine to suffer a lot. Cheat, lie, how did that monster appear here? The fierce pirates couldn't believe their bad luck. And such a monster, when the focus of the world is now focused on the summit war. What is the other party trying to do here, suddenly? The dire pirates thought of the Sabaldi bottom islands they were trying to escape from. And above the Sabaldi islands, gurgling, no, no way. A thought flashed through that made his collective hair stand on end. Then he looked at the lonely figure in the sea ahead. Advertisement. The pirate couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. There was an indescribable tremor in his eyes, cried out aloud. That monster is alone like this, planning to attack the world government? Is he crazy? The bottom of my heart became more and more convinced of this terrifying idea. Almost without thinking, the pirate roared with all his strength. Quick! Quick! Go back! No, you can run to other places. That monster is definitely not something we can provoke. The sound fell, and the rest of the pirates on the pirate ship who found Bai Ye came back to their senses. Their first thought, just stay away immediately. Yes, he didn't have any intention of fighting Bai Ye. After all, what a joke. Go and fight a monster that dares to hit the attention of the world government. Isn't that disgusting that I didn't live long enough? Do you know that even Marine Admiral didn't get any bargains? The idea of this group of pirates is almost crazy. In their eyes, meaning Bai Ye, the current crisis is simply more terrifying than going to summit war in person. However, just the second they were about to turn the bow of the ship. Look to the sea area behind. All the pirates collectively froze in place. Breathing is almost suffocating. Scalp burst, as far as the eye can see. They copied the trail behind the sea area, I don't know when. In this blue sky, that is a warship with world government appearing on the sea. Line up. Block the entire sea area that can go to the Sabaldi bottom islands. Then he subconsciously looked at the lone monster figure in the sea ahead. All the pirates on this ship couldn't help but tremble with uncontrollable fear. It was like being drained of strength and squatting on the ground. Desperate. Use up. Ruined, they seem really. Straight into a war scarier than the summit war. And at this moment, seagulls skim below the blue sky. The world government forces are headed on the deck of the warship. Marshal Kong Kong, that sinner is really bold. He didn't change his route to Mariajoy at all, and just appeared before our eyes. Advertisement. A world government report soldier looked in disbelief at the figure that gradually became clear in the distance in the sea. Although he knew that Bai Ye had no intention of hiding his whereabouts at all. But when you witness it with your own eyes, it is not at the same level as the shock you feel from hearing the rumors. At this time, the phone bug on Kong Kong's hand suddenly rang. Marshal Sora, there seems to be a pirate in front of us who strayed into our encirclement net. May I ask if you want to destroy it immediately? The identity of the other party has been found out. It is led by the pirate who offered a reward of 67 million. He once committed the crime of destroying more than 2 towns on the Grand Line. Thieves. Pirates. He heard the words of Kong, who embraced his muscular arms and exuded a powerful aura. Raising his head, he happened to see the tiny trembling pirate ship caught in the middle. Seeing this, Kong Kong showed disdain in his eyes. Road. Don't worry about it. There is only one priority to exterminate. As for those ants, they are just the scabies of the world government. Let the Marines exterminate them in the future. Talking. Kong Kong's indifferent tone revealed that he didn't care about the bounty offered by those pirates at all. It doesn't matter what crimes those pirates committed. As the Generalissimo of the world government army. In Kong Kongan. As long as this kind of pirate does not threaten the status of the world government. Don't bother at all. Let your Marine handle it. Now the world government has come up with such a large-scale military force. It's not to deal with those mere ants. World government came forward in person. But make sure to wipe out all evil forces who dare to defy the world government. Yes, Marshal Kong Kong. The world government staff responsible for the observation over the phone bug nodded. Kong Kong asked again. By the way, what's the current situation at Naval headquarters? The world government staff on the phone bug was obviously taken aback. After a moment he replied, at present, Marineford is still 15 minutes away from the execution time. Naval headquarters has already received the prisoners we escorted yesterday and sent serifs to support them. As long as the Whitebeard pirates appear, they will definitely make them come and go. It is good. Hearing this, Kong Kong nodded, then looked forward. Muttered, 15 minutes is enough time. After the sinners are wiped out, all the troops here can rush to naval headquarters in less than half an hour. At that time, the whole world will know what it will be like to disobey the world government. This is the idea. Kong Kong's eyes flickered sharply. Seeing the sea in the distance, Bai Ye dared to sail into the encirclement net by himself. Kong's eyes were indifferent, and he said, arrogant guy. Your last time is over. Whether it's you, Whitebeard, or Kaido, who doesn't know what to do, all will be buried here. Since the world wants to know the consequences of offending the world government, let's start with a sinner like you. Kong Kong put another phone bug to inform the whole army on his lips. Afterwards, Kong Kong announced without hesitation the order to start the Operation Demon Slaying. 045. The Great War has begun. Since you are ready to put people to death, then be prepared to die here. Operation Demon Slaughter. This is the codename world government named the plan to destroy Bai Ye. As the name suggests, when Kong Kong used the golden phone bug to issue orders to all levels of world government. Once this action starts, it will be like the Buster Call in the hands of Marine, which frightened the outside world. All warships will carry out indiscriminate and destructive attacks on the area where the signal is sent at the same time. Regardless of whether the above things are innocent, whether they are only civilians or hostages kidnapped by pirates, etc. Once the action starts, the Buster Call will be used to completely wipe out all things and people in the target area that threatens the rule of the world government with absolute, strong measures. Until the target is completely dead or the area is completely razed to the ground. And at this very moment, with the Operation Demon Slaughter officially started. From Bai Ye's point of view, this is above the sea in the distance. The world government warships lined up in a row gradually began to appear. At the same time, the front, left, and right fully reveal the whole picture of this devil-slaying operation, in the form of 3 bread clips. Just warships, the world government dispatched hundreds of them. One can imagine, the world government is fully prepared to bury him here this time. Believe, regardless of any faction on the Grand Line. Seeing this scene of battle was enough to shudder. Unknown. I must have thought that the determination of the world government was to start a collective war against the 4 Emperor's pirate groups at the same time. However, I'm afraid no one would have imagined that this massive Operation Demon Slaughter was prepared for just one person. And at this moment, the atmosphere is like a suffocating sea of quagmire. It's over, we're doomed, we're going to die here. Caught in the middle of the trembling pirate ship. Those pirates saw the terrifying formation of the world government. The scalp almost exploded. There was a wild hope in their hearts that Bai Ye would back off and give them the space to escape. As the weakest side that has strayed into the center of this battlefield. Whether it's the man in front who shakes the Grand Line alone. It was still the terrifying lineup of troops from the world government behind him. None of them dared to take the initiative to provoke any side. Therefore, we can only pin our hopes on when Bai Ye sees the troops deployed by the world government. We'll choose to retreat, however Bai Ye's next move. But it shattered every hope of the pirates on the pirate ship. I saw that Bai Ye discovered that the world government's arrangement was comparable to, no, it was no less terrifying than the Summit War. Bai Ye's options are, not only did not retreat, advertisement. Instead, he intends to face the terrifying lineup of the world government alone. Now, a sinner like me, Bai Ye stepped on the boat. There was no trace of fear on his face. Looking directly at the forefront of the warship dispatched by the world government this time, the figure exuding the most powerful aura. There was a look of disdain in Bai Ye's eyes. Pirates can burn, kill, and loot unscrupulously. Marines can use their powers to collect bribes at will, and even capture civilians under their banners privately and turn them into slaves to trade in exchange for wealth. Bai Ye slowly talked about what he saw and heard on the Grand Line. In the end, he said in a cold tone, "What is the real definition of a sinner? What is the world government that can turn a blind eye to all this?" Bai Ye's voice is not too loud, but under the power of Ryotsu. It can be heard even in the Sabaody Bottom Islands. At the end of the day, whether it's the world government hiding behind Marine, or you who are now appearing in front of me, they are nothing more than rubbish with hypocrisy brought to the extreme, that's all. Now, you, Kong Kong's face suddenly sank. Sudden. You bloody B****************. How dare you slander the world government? Just as Bai Ye's voice fell, on a warship not far from Kong Kong. This is the first violent sound, then it was a swing of a long knife over 10 meters. The air is torn. From the weapons and movement, it was obvious that the person who came was not an ordinary person at all. It's the famous Titan family in this world. I saw that the eyes of the man of the Titan tribe were full of enthusiasm for the world government. The muscles in both arms are tense and the blue veins are bursting. Next second, the gun of Al-Buff, Waiguo. Hum. Suddenly, a beam of light capable of penetrating directly toward the sea apart. It set off countless water splashes and hit Bai Ye directly. Dead. Dead. The trembling pirate almost collapsed. But suddenly it was discovered that the attack was from Bai Ye. They were relieved, however, it was that seemingly powerful attack. Following the Kong Air Force ship, the Titans made an unbelievable sound. I saw Bai Ye facing the attack, just simply raised a hand. Subsequently, it turned out to be that powerful slash, in his hand. Then, Bai Ye exerts strength with 5 fingers, advertisement. Slash wave is instantly smashed, impossible. As soon as the Titan man spoke, he frantically wanted to see exactly how Bai Ye did it. It can be next second. Boom, in the eyes of this Titan man. In the distance, Bai Ye's eyelids obviously didn't move. But the moment they met Bai Ye's eyes, suddenly, the entire daytime sky suddenly turned black. No, not right. It was he who felt in himself. Smaller. The figure of Bai Ye falling in his eyes from a distance is constantly rising, like a peak. At the same time, a sense of terror and oppression that one dare not look directly at, suffocating, is constantly emanating. Obviously in the distance it was a small bug that could only look up at him. But he felt the terrifying pressure of falling into the deep sea. And if those terrible pressures come together, die. The Titan man took a few steps back abruptly, and when he was unsteady, he squatted directly on the ground. What happened? The Titan man looked at Bai Ye in the distance in disbelief. However, those present ignored him, or, no one found out exactly what method Bai Ye used. Instead, go through this. The world government staff who participated in the demon slaughter operation couldn't help feeling extremely afraid of Bai Ye. And at this time, Bai Ye naturally has no interest in paying attention to this kind of waste that even a trace of Ryotsu can't bear. He raised his head, facing the battle of Operation Demon Slaughter, initiated by the world government. Bai Ye continued the topic just now and said slowly, "Now, since we are ready to put people to death, we should all be ready to die here." The cold voice fell. Boom, release all the Ryotsu hidden in Bai Ye's body. A split second, compared to the Ryotsu that the tall Titan man felt just now. That's more than 10 times as much, no, it should be 100 times the pressure. The incomparable, overwhelming atmosphere instantly descended on the Sea of Grand Line. At the same time, the almost materialistic Ryotsu no longer seems to be blazing on Bai Ye this time. Instead, with Bai Ye as the center, it is like an unprecedented special conquerors. Atmospheric pressure is abruptly changed by the terrifying Ryotsu. And those who cannot bear this Ryotsu, they were all instantly pressed to the ground and could not move. 046. Scary Ryotsu. Change, boom, boom. The seemingly endless Ryotsu is pouring out in all directions. The robe on Bai Ye's body was blown by Ryotsu. The nearby space is visibly distorted by the naked eye. The sky is starting to change color. The sea couldn't contain the ripples that spread outwards, turning into giant tumbling waves. This moment, facing Bai Ye who poured Ryotsu seemingly endlessly in front of him. Plop, plop, plop. What happened? The body seems to be suppressed by the mountain, and it is no longer under control. Okay, it's so uncomfortable, I can't breathe anymore. What exactly is going on? 1 warship, 2 warships, 3 warships. From the beginning, only the man of the Titan tribe felt the pressure, and then a group of people knelt or lay on the ground uncontrollably, unable to move their bodies. Feel the pressure from the sea in the distance. Someone wants to look up and know what's going on. But the pressure from the seemingly endless Ryotsu continues, and keeps rising. Then, swish, advertisement visible to the naked eye. Kneeling on the deck and trying to stand up, or people who forcefully tried to raise their heads, there was a bang. It turned into a group lying on the deck in the form of big. The blue veins on the forehead are faintly exposed. An ugly complexion that is swollen, red and congested. All of them show the tremendous pressure they are under all the time. At the same time, it is precisely because of this that the body and the deck are firmly stuck together at this moment. Some people have already started to faint in pieces, spitting out blood. Just suddenly realized, it's not just people who are affected. Even the warship beneath them began to tremble violently. There was a steel twisting sound that sounded like a scream. Are you kidding me? What is this? Such a terrifying, conquers, hockey. Is it really the power that humans should have? Countless people trembled. There is at least 300 meters of sea distance between them and that monster. This kind of thing. How to make them accept it? However, no matter how they react, can't believe what I'm seeing. But today's reality, it was the man in the distance who should have been in a desperate situation. Advertisement alone, face the sheer force of this world government call. Haven't shot at them yet, only with Ryotsu released outward. So let all the world government forces involved in this action to wipe out Bai Ye. This moment, combat strength over at least 9 levels will be useless in front of Bai Ye. And at this moment, witnessing the horror of unleashing Ryotsu before his eyes, enough to shake the entire Grand Line. There was no surprise in Bai Ye's eyes, because Bai Ye is very clear. Ryotsu is a form that represents the Shinigami's own power. Just like the Hokage world chakra in his previous life memory. The stronger the Shinigami's own power, the stronger the oppression that Ryotsu unleashes. As for the template he owns, even if only less than 70% of it has been unlocked so far. Don't forget, look out for the entire Shinigami world. The reason why Yamamoto Genryūsai has been able to serve as the captain of the 13th Division of Godai for thousands of years. There is no other reason, throughout the history of Soul Society development. Shinigami who can be stronger than Yamamoto Genryūsai. It's a rare event in 1,000 years. 047. Unique appearance in Summer Wars, Bai Ye. At the same time, rumbling, with Bai Ye's seemingly endless Ryotsu release. Grand Line, Sabaody Bottom Islands, and even Naval Headquarters. Marineford, they are all beginning to be partially affected. Yes, is the Whitebeard pirates coming? Faintly see the churning sea beyond Naval Headquarters in the distance. Marineford, whose nerves were tense, was shocked suddenly. Marshal Sengoku. That's Aokiji, guarding the execution platform, stood up abruptly, staring at the distant sea beyond Naval Headquarters. Then Aokiji subconsciously looked at Sengoku. I saw the Crane Vice Admiral beside Sengoku had opened his eyes, his face was serious, and he asked Sengoku. Sengoku, do you feel the breath coming from over there? Sengoku didn't say much, but his face showed seriousness. looking at the apparently empty sea beyond Marineford. Clearly aware that something had begun, Sengoku said slowly. Looks like another war has begun, finished. Sengoku doesn't have the mind to explain it to everyone. Instead, he took out the loudspeaker bug and yelled loudly to keep all Marines on alert. No matter what happens outside, it doesn't matter. Naval headquarters here now to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from raiding. This is Marineford's top priority right now. At the same time, the deep ocean below the naval headquarters harbor. A large pirate ship in the shape of a whale is quickly arriving here. Suddenly, all the pirates above gave a sudden meal. Marco looked up and saw naval headquarters above, facing Whitebeard. He suddenly couldn't help asking a question just like Crane asked Sengoku. Dad, did you feel it? Was that? Although Marco did not explain it, it may be enough to move the captain of the first team of the Four Emperors pirates. One can imagine how powerful the owner of that breath is. At this moment, on the deck of the Moby DK. Hearing this, Whitebeard looked up at the direction of the sea completely opposite to Marineford for a long time. Whitebeard withdrew his gaze, then nodded slowly and exclaimed. It's really surprising. The breath alone is so powerful, it really makes people really want to see what kind of man he is. Old Dad felt it too. When Captain Fan, who was stagnant in place, heard this, shock appeared on their faces. Does the owner of that aura just now think that even the old man is very powerful? Is that the backhand that Marine prepared? Whitebeard looked at the sons whose hands Jenin couldn't help but speak. Whitebeard shook his head. Gu-la-la-la, don't worry, that breath has nothing to do with Marine. The experienced Whitebeard immediately realized the aura just now, which was very far away from them. So Whitebeard, half joking to reassure his sons, said while gazing up at naval headquarters above. Advertisement, after all, if the owner of the aura you felt just now is on Marine's side, I'm afraid this war has been lost from the very beginning. The voice fell. Visible to the naked eye, the captains under Whitebeard immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But when they noticed the second half of the old man's sentence, they couldn't calm down for a long time. Although the old man was obviously joking, but from the side, it also showed how terrifying the strength of the owner of the aura that could reach the bottom of the sea just now. To be able to make Dad, who is the strongest man in the world, recognize him so much. Okay, now it's our turn to create an accident for Marine. Whitebeard secretly recorded the breath in his heart. Then Whitebeard looked up to naval headquarters. When Marco heard this, he couldn't help being moved and said, Now, Dad, even if the rest of the people rush here at full speed? Due to the sudden change of execution time. Therefore, driving at full speed, only one of them, the pirate group, has arrived. It will take at least another hour for the other 43 pirates to arrive. No, it's a risk. Although Sengoku speeded up the execution in advance, don't forget that the current Marine power is much weaker than before. Now is a very good time. Let Marine know the price of daring to attack this old man's son. The voice fell. Whitebeard focused all his attention on naval headquarters above. And the pirates and captains under Whitebeard heard the news. Immediately each took out their weapons, immediately. Following Whitebeard's order to float up, immediately. Clatter. A large number of water splashes suddenly appeared in the inner port surrounded by layers of naval headquarters Marineford. And this sudden change, time to stop, affects the hearts of countless Marines throughout Marineford. Sengoku's expression changed even more. Looking at the large number of muzzles prepared on the outside, it is impossible to aim at the inside, falling into a useless state. Sengoku's expression changed, and he said in disbelief. Whitebeard. That guy? Did he sneak in from the bottom of the sea? Thoughts arise. Next second. Bang! A whale-like pirate ship coated with film suddenly appeared in front of countless people who were paying attention to Summit War. WH. It's Whitebeard. Come, come. Marineford's nervous Marines suddenly caused a commotion. Same moment. This change also ignited the outside world. Sengoku, long time no see, gu-la-la-la, tall, standing on the deck in front of Moby DK, facing the sunlight falling from the sky. The person who came was holding a knife in his hand, his beard curved upwards like a crescent moon, and he exuded a powerful aura that made the world not angry. No doubt, this is the world's strongest man whose current title is enough to represent an era. Whitebeard, advertisement for a while, naval headquarters. The outside world caused a crazy shock. Same, just when the atmosphere in naval headquarters is tense. Whitebeard spoke to Sengoku next. It made the whole world stunned, and then was shocked. Gu-la-la-la, Sengoku, this formation seems to welcome the arrival of the old man, but why don't you see the other two Marine admirals? Where are they? The tone is pretending to be puzzled, the voice fell. Countless people outside were taken aback for a moment, even Marine who participated in the Summit War. Why did Whitebeard ask this suddenly? Shouldn't the focus be on the son who was going to be executed first? However, Sengoku, who was very clear about Whitebeard's plan, suddenly changed his expression. No. Not good. The B****************. He planned to use his currently blocked news to hit Marine's morale right from the start. Where did this B************ get the information from? Sengoku's expression was uncertain. Whitebeard's next words shocked the whole world. Gu-la-la-la, it can't be because even Marine Admiral couldn't survive the operation that took part in the extermination of that man? Whitebeard's voice was not too loud, it was very calm. But don't forget, because this is the public execution of the Marine government to the world. So when Sengoku reacted and was about to order someone to cut off the voice call bug. Already. Late. Then. Boom, in this summit war that countless people in the world are currently paying attention to. The whole world at this moment. It was only from Whitebeard that he learned of a shocking event that could shake the world. Ocean. Marine Admiral. Dead. Did Marine Admiral die in an operation to wipe out that man? Wait. Isn't it the same as the news announced by the Marine government? Is it just that Marine's simple extermination operation has failed? And Whitebeard's, that man, suddenly, the figure of the man on the reward order flashed through the minds of countless people from all over the world, and they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. And at this very moment, now in another battle, I'm afraid Bai Ye didn't imagine it either. How could I appear in Summit War in such a unique way? 048. Shocked by Marine Admiral's death, Seraph appears. Hi, Marine Admiral is dead, real or fake? No way. Those admirals who existed like monsters died in Marine's second extermination of that man. Outside, countless people all over the world suddenly got up. Deadeye on Naval Headquarters live projected phone bug these days. Crazy to find out the truth of what Whitebeard revealed. And the result of some searching. The entire Naval Headquarters is currently on the terror lineup assembled against the Whitebeard pirates. As Whitebeard said, both Akainu and Kizaru did not appear. Add to that Sengoku's unbearably ugly face and anger at Whitebeard. Immediately. Realized Whitebeard was right, someone didn't stand still and squatted on the spot. Someone's body can't stop shaking in place just like the body and mind. Others swallowed their saliva, unable to believe what they heard from Summit War Whitebeard. Because, real, it is true, 2 Marine Admiral personally led the operation. Admiral actually died in the second operation to suppress that man. For a while. Vibration all over the world, Sabadi Bottom Islands. Is that news? True? Rip off the bar outside. Shaki stopped smoking in place, ignoring the entire Sabadi Bottom archipelago that is in shock not far away. After a long time, she subconsciously looked at the silver-haired old man beside her. Rayleigh's eyes flickered with disbelief behind his glasses. Watch Whitebeard and Sengoku face off above, opened his mouth and said, I'm afraid this matter is true. In this way, Marine's recent actions and the early execution all make sense. While drinking and talking, the fluctuation in Rayleigh's eyes showed that he was not at peace at the moment. After all, Rayleigh has fought Marine admirals several times in the past. Not the Marine admiral of the current era though. But no one knows better than him. The reason why a Marine admiral can become an admiral is that any Marine admiral needs to possess inhuman and powerful monster strength. Even if they fight continuously for days and nights, there will be no problem. It is conceivable that in the face of such a monster that is almost beyond the scope of human, it is very difficult to defeat it, and how impossible it is to kill the other party. Not to mention, it doesn't matter whether the dead admiral is Akainu or Kizaru. Today's 2 people, no matter their strength or age, are at the peak stage of this era. And even if you are invincible, Marine Admiral was determined to escape, and it was difficult to do anything effective against them. That's how it exists. It didn't even occur to Rayleigh. Since the destruction of the Rocks pirates in the Valley of the Gods 38 years ago. In this world, there is another record of Marine Admiral's death. And it's different from the kind of melee between the 2 forces. This is based on the premise of being alone, against 2 Marine Admirals. To know, killed and able to defeat Marine Admiral. But it's not a concept at all. There's not even a comparison between the 2. Amazon Lily, 9 Snake Island, advertisement, now. A tall figure suddenly got up from the palace room. Hancock's slowly narrowing pupils showed her inner restlessness. Marine Admiral, dead, in the face of such a big event. The Marine government chose to hide it from the outside world. Think of the news you saw earlier. Hancock's hands clenched slowly. Maybe, that would not be delusional. Snake Princess, wake up. Aside, Grandma Z noticed the thought flickering in Hancock's eyes. She was experienced enough to see at a glance that Hancock had changed his mind again. So she did not hesitate to bring Hancock back to reality. The background of world government is not as simple as you imagined, otherwise those guys who think they are superior will not always hold the power to control the world firmly. Even at that level, isn't it enough? Hancock frowned and couldn't help but speak. Quote. That's right. Hearing this, Grandma Z nodded without doubt. As the oldest person in the entire 9 Snake Island, he is also a person who has gone through an earlier era before Rocks. The mother-in-law is very clear about how powerful the background of the world government is. Although the last time the world government truly showed its power to the world was the Valley of the Gods 38 years ago. But that was just one shot. At that time, the Grand Line had become the recognized overlord of the sea, gathering almost all the monsters of that era, which was equivalent to the Rocks pirates, who were almost uncrowned kings. After being discovered by the world government, Rocks actually wanted to attack the Valley of Gods. The result can be imagined. In just one day, the Rocks pirates were destroyed in the Valley of the Gods. Completely become history buried today. It is conceivable that once the world government decides to act, how powerful the background will be. The Rocks pirates, which were in full swing back then, couldn't do it. Not to mention, alone, they actually want to subvert that giant world government. This kind of thing, even if the 4 emperors of New World join hands, it may be difficult to do. Suddenly, the mother-in-law noticed that the aftermath of a powerful aura was spreading towards Nine Snake Island. The mother-in-law's face changed slightly. She jumped to the window, subconsciously released her knowledge. Could it be that some pirates want to take advantage of the chaos to attack Snake Island? The calm belt waters off Hydra Island were found to be deserted. The mother-in-law first breathed a sigh of relief. Can be followed, thinking of the powerful aura that made her involuntarily enter a state of alert just now. If it weren't for the pirates who came to take advantage of the chaos and attempted to attack Nine Snake Island, or broke into calm belt by mistake. Doesn't that mean that the powerful aura I just felt came from the outside world? Why mother-in-law's heart sank. Through the calm belt, and such a strong oppression. Could it be that Whitebeard monster? Has it started a war with Marine? Subconsciously look at the Summit War projection screen. Note the situation above. The mother-in-law's complexion couldn't help but change. No, not Whitebeard. But besides that Whitebeard monster, what could it be? Wait. The mother-in-law suddenly subconsciously thought of the figure of the man that flashed in her mind just now. If it is that dangerous man who is alone, trying to subvert the world government. Maybe. But what force is that man fighting against now? He was able to pass his powerful aura through the calm belt to Nine Snake Island. Suddenly notice the Summit War that the whole world is now focusing on. Advertisement. The mother-in-law's face suddenly showed a dignified look. She thought of a possibility. World government. Maybe the world government has already started the extermination operation against that dangerous man while the whole world's eyes are attracted by the Summit War. The mother-in-law looked at the deserted sea in the distance. The beating heart couldn't help but lift up, although she strongly refuted Hancock's abandonment of unrealistic fantasies. But it cannot be denied. When it is realized that there may have been a war between the world government and Bai Ye. In my mother-in-law's heart, I hope that the man from North Blue wins. Because this world has been around for too long, no one dares to challenge the world government anymore. And whether it is standing on the stand of Hancock or Hydra Island. What she wanted, of course, was to see that giant collapse. At the same time, all around the world, Sabayati Bottom Islands, Amazon Lily, Grand Line, all over the world, New World. Countless people were shocked by the news that Marine Admiral died in the Summit War. The other side, the screen returns to Bai Ye. Now. Rumbling. Due to the seemingly endless Ryutsu release. Forcibly turning this sea into Bai Ye's domain here. Be prepared to die here. So that's what it meant. There was a steel-twisting warship that sounded like a scream. Facing the situation that the huge force prepared by the world government was suppressed by one person. Kong was empty as the generalissimo of the world government army, and his expression couldn't help but move. But facing Bai Ye directly, Kong didn't back down in the slightest, but the aura on his body began to rise gradually, and he said in a cold tone. The world government has given priority to solving sinners like you, and now it seems that it is the most correct choice. We must not allow monsters like you to continue to threaten the world government and live. With that said, Kong took out the phone bug and notified the people hidden in this operation to carry out the first phase of the Operation Demon Slaughter extermination plan. First of all, it is to test the powerful combat power of Seraphim. I saw that following Kong's order, several powerful auras suddenly appeared on the various warships. Without exception, these powerful weapons have no humanity on their faces, only the coldness of being ready to kill at any time. See these seraphs. Kong faced Bai Ye again, and said coldly. Whether it's you, or Kaido, or Whitebeard, those guys will all disappear after you die. Now, let me show you why the world government is the controller of all power in this world. The voice fell. Immediately, the Seraphim, who didn't know what death was at all, attacked Bai Ye one after another. Is it not allowed to continue to bring threats to the world government? Bai Ye was not nervous at all, but said calmly and slowly. Has your hypocrisy been completely exposed now? Really, regardless of the Marine government, which is the loyal dog of the world government. He is still the generalissimo of the world government army that he is facing directly now. They are all a group of extremely hypocritical guys. But fortunately, looking at the second-generation pacifist, Seraphim, who rushed forward collectively, and Kong who obviously had a backup method behind him. There was a hint of coldness in Bai Ye's indifferent eyes. These are all for maintaining the rule of the world government from beginning to end, and they are extremely hypocritical garbage. Today will be the party destined to be buried here. 049. Bai Ye's Seraphim, 10 folk monsters. Boom. Now, all the Seraphim received an attack command. Straight away began to attack Bai Ye. One is the first to jump into the air. Swish. Pulling out the imitation of the supreme sharp sword Haidao Yi on the back, exerting strength, releasing a slash that is powerful enough to cut off the mountain peak. Tear Z straight and fly towards Bai Ye. Same moment. The last Seraphim, standing behind, raised his palms and released a super long distance laser light attack that was far more powerful than the first generation of pacifists. As soon as the battle started, Seraphim chose to seal off Bai Ye's route. And at the moment when two attacks hit at the same time, a Seraph plunged into the sea, approaching Bai Ye underwater from behind with great speed. Then, while the water splashed, Seraph broke through the sea, and attacked Bai Ye together with another extremely powerful attack. Melee, long range, sneak attack, the three cooperate almost at the same time. If it is an ordinary person, it must be extremely panicked. But at the moment when three different attacks approached Bai Ye together, Bai Ye moved, stepping on the sea like walking on the ground. His eyes are indifferent, watching the three blazing angels attack. Draw the Ryujin Jaka. There are no dancing flames and flames above. However, although it's just cutting out its own current Ryutsu attached to the slash sword pressure, the entire space in front of Bai Ye seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. Very heavy. The terrifying slash that strikes steps into this Ryutsu realm. Visible to the naked eye stopped. Then Ryutsu collapses on its own, due to being unable to withstand the horror above it. And it's not over yet. The slash wave with terrifying Ryutsu flew straight to the Seraph in front. For a moment, visible to the naked eye, the body of the Seraphim, who was jumping in the air froze, suddenly seemed to be subjected to tens or hundreds of times the gravity. Unable to adapt to this sudden change, it directly slammed into the deck below. A terrible pit appeared. At the same time, Seraphim in the shape of Jinbei, rushing from behind tried to fight melee. Advertisement. The first goal was to capture the Ryujin Jaka from Bai Ye's hands. It seems that the world government has made a lot of preparations for the action this time. Discover the other party's purpose. Bai Ye didn't change color in the slightest. Facing it, there are incoming light attacks and attempts from behind. Do not forget. The indifferent eyes looked at the real target as Ryujin Jaka's Seraphim. Bai Ye raised his right hand, his muscles surged, and he exerted strength. Turn around and punch directly on the Seraphim, whose target is Ryujin Jaka. The fist of the human met the body of the mechanically made Seraphim. Bang! Seraphim is like a cannonball. He was shot straight out. The impact was not far away, and the pirates on it had collectively died of vomiting blood because they could not bear Ryutsu. Boom. Sound. The entire pirate ship turned into wreckage scattered all over the sea due to the impact. Even without Ryujin Jaka, his physical strength is far from comparable to that of Seraphim's mechanically constructed bodies. Then, notice the light attack that is coming ahead. Bai Ye raised his eyelids. Boom. More scary Ryutsu unleashed. Woman's fire. Single quote. Bai Ye raised a finger, Ryutsu released. A light attack that is far more powerful than the pacifists is flying. He was blocked by an insignificant finger. Seeing this scene, the Seraphim in the distance raised its hand subconsciously and continued to attack. Result. I don't have extra time to waste with a bunch of scraps. Bai Ye's cold voice sounded. Seraphim raised his head, and suddenly, his eyes met. That is Bai Ye's figure is like an unfathomable mountain, constantly dilated by the pupils of the Seraphim. Sparks and splashing electricity began to appear on Seraph's body. Seraphim is in front of the concentrated Ryutsu who can abruptly change the atmospheric pressure. It fell straight down. Impossible. Seeing that the latest research of the world governments, Seraphim, has such a result. The pupils of the technology researchers staying at the back of the fleet were shocked. This is the second generation pacifist, Seraphim. The cost is not only several times higher than the first generation of pacifists equivalent to a warship, but its combat power can even approach Shichibukai. Although it is currently in the unexperimental stage that has just been completed. Advertisement. But it's not so weak. The first phase of the Devil Slaughter project seems to have failed. The possibility of capturing that weapon is not high, and on the warship headed by world government, Kong looked at the Seraphim, who hadn't given up trying to stand up, but couldn't. There was a look of disappointment and coldness in his eyes. I miscalculated. Experimental products are experimental products. Facing the enemy that the world government really needs to deal with, they didn't even force the opponent's real strength. At present, it seems that it is not enough to replace Shichibukai. As he said that, the air on Kong's body rose. Take out another phone bug. Go to contact the recovery force, and pass the information back to the world government. Let the 5 elders wait for the good news for the rest of the matter here. Yes, Marshal Kong. The phone bug's reply sound rang. Afterwards, Kong Sora just hung up the phone bug. Facing the failure of Seraphim, the commander-in-chief of the world government's army didn't have much fluctuation in his eyes. In his eyes, the Seraphim was dispatched more to test the powerful combat power of the current experimental stage. The second is to warn those Shichibukai that the world government has the power to replace them at any time. Don't think about things you shouldn't have. And based on the premise that the Seraphim might get out of control, Kong still decided to dispatch a group of Seraphim who have not yet been tested. From the side, it shows his absolute confidence in his own strength. If the Seraphim really got out of control, then he will personally destroy the out of control Seraphim. That's all. In addition, now that the world government is going to end in person, they are already sure to win this extermination operation. Since neither of the 2 admiral level fighters can win, then the world government will send 3 of them. 4, even 5. To know. On this wide sea, the most indispensable thing is those so-called folk monsters. And this time, those folk monsters, who have been watched by the world government and are eager for opportunities. World government recruited 10 candidates in just 3 days. Each one is close to, or can replace Marine Admiral's combat power. It can be said that this is one of the biggest confidences that Kong Kong personally dispatched to destroy Bai Ye. 10 folk monsters join forces. Plus himself. No matter how powerful Bai Ye is, Kong Kong doesn't believe that Bai Ye alone has any possibility of winning. 050. Bai Ye, let's go together. Unleash the power of Hado. Now it's your turn. Witnessing Bai Ye who easily solved the Seraphim. Kong Kong looked to the deck behind him. Pause time. This is a group of 10 special forces consisting of 2 teams each. Everyone exudes a powerful aura. It is the 10 folk monsters who are eager for opportunity, from folk omens this time by the world government. One of the long-handed men stepped forward and said playfully. Marshal Kong, I heard that you only need to participate in this battle. And if you successfully wiped out that sinner over there who tried to threaten the world government, the person who kills the opponent can be promoted to the position of Marine Admiral, right? Yes, this is your chance to become famous in one fell swoop. Similarly, don't disappoint the expectations of the world government. Kong said in a cold voice. Hey, old man, you're welcome, the position of Marine Admiral. I'm going to decide. It was said that a hunchback middle-aged man with short blonde hair had already put on the marine cloak, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. He flew towards Bai Ye violently. It's such a terrible monster, it doesn't hesitate to ask the world government to offer such a generous and attractive condition. But no matter how powerful you are, in front of my stun fruit ability, kneel down obediently. While talking, the hunchback middle-aged man crossed his fingers, and a yellow dizzy light shot out at his fingers. And the moment the hunchback middle-aged man set off. Hey, you be *********D. You actually want to take credit for it. Stop lousy. The position of Marine Admiral. It belongs to lousy. The expressions of the rest of the people changed. Not to be outdone. Immediately, a big melee broke out in the sea in an instant. And at this moment, swish. Although the rest of the people moved very fast, it showed that each of them was extremely strong. But the speed is obviously not as good as the hunchback middle-aged man who rushed to Bai Ye first. I saw the yellow dizzy light attack coming to Bai Ye one step ahead of everyone else. For a while, the entire vertigo light passed through Ryutsu, unexpectedly directly enveloping Bai Ye in it. Bai Ye suddenly felt a strange sense of being upside down. The power of devil fruit is truly magical. Sensing that his senses were being disturbed up and down, Bai Ye thought about devil fruit's ability. Some weird devil fruit abilities. Perhaps far less powerful than Logia, but sometimes it can cause unexpected effects. Can't be too careless. However, if it's only to this extent. Bai Ye raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man in the distance. In the distance, a middle-aged man with a hunchback saw that Bai Ye had been recruited, and he was overjoyed. Pulled out a short sword from his waist. Crazy straight to Bai Ye's neck. Ha. The head of this criminal is mine. And the position of Marine Admiral. I will accept it without hesitation. Now you are hit by my dizzy light, you must not be able to tell the direction of your body. Go to hell with me. The voice fell. A middle-aged man with a hunchback came before him. However, bang. The man has not yet seen the picture of Bai Ye being pierced in the throat by himself. A slash wave, but the pupils are dilated. As far as the eye could see, it was the scene where Bai Ye raised his hand and swung a knife. If it's only this level, it's too weak. Bai Ye spoke in an indifferent voice. The blade of Ryujin Jaka has fallen. No, have you been affected? This was a thought that suddenly appeared in the mind of the hunchback middle-aged man. Next second. Advertisement. The hunchback middle-aged man who charged towards Bai Ye instantly had a tearing line of blood on his chest, and flew straight out with a bang. Ha, the guy who was too anxious really suffers. The rest of the people who were afraid of being robbed of the Marine Admiral promise, were relieved when they saw this. A strong man with suspenders on the upper body looks like a spinning top. Swinging 2 double axes suddenly flew over. This head. Give it to me, Lord Dre. Die. The strong man rotates his body at high speed. On the sea, a waterspout with countless splashes was formed abruptly. Sweeping madly towards Bai Ye's position. Purpose. It goes without saying, he is a strong gymnast. If Bai Ye is, no, as must be demon fruit power. As long as he pulls the opponent into the sea to fight. Then he has full confidence to win Bai Ye. And thus become Marine Admiral. Thoughts arise. The man spun his body even more frantically, swinging the double axes. However, gymnastics. There was a look of disdain in Bai Ye's eyes. He steps forward. The robust muscles under the robe were exposed on his body. After that, the 5 fingers of the right hand clenched into a fist, and the blue veins were exposed. The robe is blown by Ryutsu. Looking at it made other people look pale, they could only back away, now it seems like a giant waterspout connecting the sea and the sky. Bai Ye moved. One bone. The sea under Bai Ye's feet exploded with a pong. Due to the huge leverage. Next moment. This is Bai Ye appearing in front of the giant waterspout. Blast out with a punch. There are no excessive bells and whistles, and there is no dazzling light. But physique. Boom. The huge sound instantly resounded through the sea. Thereafter, this is the waterspout that connects the sea and the sky and is forced to stop abruptly. However, this is not the end. The moment the waterspout collapsed, the physical man who tried to pull Bai Ye into the sea to fight earlier spat out a mouthful of blood visible to the naked eye. Only then did everyone find out. Bai Ye's punch not only stopped the waterspout, but even hit the man hidden inside the waterspout. It was visible to the naked eye that the man lost consciousness, and his entire chest was sunken. A mouthful of blood spurted out and crashed into the distant sea. This scene could not help but make the rest of the people who were about to step forward faintly change their colors. Good. So strong. Far stronger than the breath I feel. And, isn't that man a devil fruit ability? How dare you touch the sea? They were terrified. Sudden. The attack on Bai Ye did not stop. This time was different from the enemy who came to Bai Ye on his own initiative just now. This is an ear-piercing sound wave suddenly appearing from a distance, shaking the entire sea, trying to sneak attack Bai Ye from the side. That B asterisk 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 D just now. Are we even included? The few people who were so shocked subconsciously dodged, and then looked up. I saw that it was the long-armed man in a blue suit who asked Sengoku first. The long-handed man looked at the sound wave attack that was already close to Bai Ye. Confident ecstasy appeared on his face. Got it. The location of Marine Admiral. It must belong to him. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. His devil fruit ability is Sonic Fruit. As the name implies, a devastating sonic attack can be launched through the throat. And even though he witnessed how powerful the monster was in the distance. But the long-handed man firmly believed. Maybe the human body can become incredibly powerful through various extreme exercises. But no matter how powerful the monster is, it is impossible for the internal organs inside the body to be as strong as the appearance. As long as the internal organs or brain are shattered, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. And his Sonic Fruit ability. It is such a power that can completely destroy the enemy inside. He believes in it. As long as he succeeds, there is absolutely no possibility of Bai Ye surviving. However, with this thought, suddenly, a scene that everyone present did not expect appeared. He has basically figured out all of Bai Ye's abilities. That's why they dared to do Bai Ye. I saw Bai Ye facing the man with the Sonic Fruit ability of the long-handed clan who was attacking him. Bai Ye raised a finger. What did he do first? Could it be that you want to use conquerors to deal with the strange ability of the Seraphim, just now? Are you kidding? With our strength, it's not just to conquerors. Various thoughts floated in everyone's mind. However, the next scene shocked everyone. The 4th of Hado, Shirai. Above Bai Ye's fingertips, there was an extremely dazzling blue-white thunder and lightning light. Everyone's pupils suddenly narrowed. What's going on? Didn't he eat the devil fruit with some kind of powerful fire power? In the distance, Kong Kong's expression also changed suddenly. And at this time, although this is the first time that Bai Ye has shown the ability of Shinigami Hado in front of the world, the release is the 4th, White Thunder, of Hado. But don't forget, Hado's power is linked to Shinigami's own power. So when everyone was shocked what happened to Bai Ye. This is a white thunder like a pillar of thunder flying directly from Bai Ye's hand. Its power, like a beam of thunder and lightning tearing apart the sea, directly crushed the sonic attacks coming from the side. Then he flew straight towards the discolored long-handed man in the blue suit. No. Not good. Not good. The long-handed man who kept releasing the sonic attack felt the threat of death, and his expression changed drastically. Subconsciously want to turn around and run. However, in Bai Ye's hands, Bai Lei, who is like a thunder dragon, has arrived. Boom. Unparalleled thunder and lightning explosions rose from the sea. All the shocked people froze in place. So, what the hell is going on? What is the opponent's ability? Why do you have the power to control lightning? All kinds of crazy and shocking thoughts came to the minds of the remaining 7 people. And at this time, Bai Ye glanced at the rest of the people who saw Hado for the first time and stayed in place, and saw a vaguely familiar figure in the distance. It turned out to be the future Marine Admiral Green Bull. But Bai Ye was not surprised. Instead, he looked at the people in front of him who were willing to be world government running dogs for the position of Marine Admiral, and slowly opened his mouth, pulling them back to reality and saying, "Next one. No, let's go together. 051. Overwhelming combat power. ... 1. Go together. UB asterisk 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 D. Stop joking. Stop looking down on people. Who do you think lousy is?" Witnessing Bai Ye's arrogant attitude, he wanted to challenge all of them alone. Everyone recovered from the shock. A strong man with a hedgehog head had bulging veins on his forehead, and his 5 fingers were clenched tightly. No wonder he was so annoyed. Although I don't know what happened to Bai Ye. The information on that monster is completely different from what the world government gave them. But, since he dared to participate in this demon-slaying operation, he coveted the position of Marine Admiral privately promised by the world government. It has already explained their confidence in their own strength. Bai Ye's attitude now, obviously they don't pay attention to them at all. How can he bear this? Immediately, the strong man with the hedgehog head growled. Body shape changes rapidly. Flesh surged. Not long after, it was a half-orc monster with brown skin, 3 meters tall, and spikes on its back. Thereafter, in Zone's strongest half-orc state, the man suddenly shot the sharp spikes on his back at Bai Ye. Let's do it together. The rest of the people saw this scene. My heart sank. There are already 3 careless guys. Seeing Bai Ye's powerful and terrifying strength, there may be unknown means. Although the rest of the people were dissatisfied. But right now there is really nothing more important than solving Bai Ye. So they used all their strength to release their abilities one after another. For a while, there are cuts. Has Devil Fruit ability means. And the future Marine Admiral Green Bull with his hands under his feet. Countless vines are derived from the planks. All kinds of attacks exuded a terrifying aura and all attacked Bai Ye. For this scene, there was no panic in Bai Ye's eyes. The massive, almost materialized Ryutsu began to pour into Ryujin Jaka. Flame, emerging from the blade of Ryujin Jaka. Witnessing that everyone is now shooting together. This is exactly what Bai Ye wanted. Advertisement. Because Bai Ye said, the moment they all went together. It has already been stated that Bai Ye is not interested, so I plan to waste time with this group of dead people, who are willing to be the running dogs of the world government. A dead person should recognize his position from the very beginning. Swish. The moment Bai Ye left. Like walking on the ground at sea. The scorching heat is like the sun descending on the Grand Line. The sea can't stop evaporating. Next second, all attacks were swallowed by the flames released by Ryujin Jaka. And after it, Bai Ye's figure flashed and disappeared in place. Already appeared in front of one person. Okay, so fast. Realizing the figure in front of him, the pupils of the man in the strongest half-orc state shrank. With an extremely quick reaction, he subconsciously aimed his back covered with spikes at Bai Ye. However, the Ryujin Jaka slash bathed in flames has arrived. One knife. The man watched Bai Ye with indifferent eyes. I suddenly felt a tremor of fear in my body and mind. Wait for him to come back to his senses. Suddenly realized that I actually saw my lower body standing in place. That's my body. What's going on? The pupils suddenly widened. But the flames have already risen from the severed part of the body. Maintaining the state of transforming into a half-orc, before dispelling the ability, he was directly engulfed by the flames. It screamed and turned into ashes as it fell into the sea. Go first. Die. Go to hell. UB asterisk 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 D. Sudden. An angry voice sounded from the left. It was an obese middle-aged man who came back to his senses first. Seeing the half-orc man closest to him die tragically. Realized it might be him next. Without hesitation, he took the sledgehammer in his hand and slammed it at Bai Ye. Result. When the man got close to Bai Ye, he felt the almost materialized Ryutsu. The obese middle-aged man suddenly realized the gap between them and the monster in front of them who has begun to really show their strength. If you compare their mighty strength to a wide river. Then, Bai Ye in front of him is like a vast ocean that is unfathomable. If you drop it, you will die. Dense cold sweat oozed from his forehead. A short smashing action. At this moment, he became crazy and wanted to stay away from Bai Ye. However, advertisement. Meet the enemy who came to your door. How could Bai Ye plan to let him go? From the moment this group of people chose to be lackeys under the banner of the world government and fight against him, they were destined to be dead in Bai Ye's eyes. Ryujin Jaka cut an arc. After that, the scorching flame is like a tornado-shaped flame wall, directly enveloping and burning the enemy in front of you. The flame doesn't dissipate until the enemy is reduced to ashes. This move is the one Bai Ye used against Kizaru. Kizaru was able to dodge at the last second with the speed of the flash fruit. The enemy in front of him obviously couldn't do it. Then, as soon as a life screamed in the flames, it melted and turned into ashes, disappearing from this world forever. Next, Bai Ye ignored the ashes in front of him and looked elsewhere. This moment, as the two people died directly one after another, the people nearby who were extremely confident in killing Bai Ye couldn't help feeling terrified. Win. Can't win. Absolutely can't win. Such a monster. The world government is simply deceiving us. A balding elderly man watched 2 more die at the hands of Bai Ye in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have time to stop them, their legs couldn't stop shaking, and they subconsciously turned and ran away. However, seeing this moment, Bai Ye felt like shrinking back. Looking at the background where the opponent immediately ran away without hesitation. Bai Ye raised his eyes. Ryujin Jaka is placed horizontally in front of him. It is different from the blue and white Hado 4 Bele just now. This is where the golden light comes on. Next moment. Hado's 32, yellow fire flash. Ryutsu is unrivaled in its own right. Bai Ye can directly omit the singing step. A flash wave suddenly tore the sea ahead. While the expressions of the rest of the people changed. Hit the bald old man with precision. What? After a scream. Another person lost his life along with the exploding sea. And at this moment, located on this rapidly rising temperature battlefield, facing Bai Ye who showed overwhelming combat power. An uncontrollable feeling of fear spread in the hearts of the remaining few people. Bai Ye has no intention of wasting time with them. Now that I have decided to be a lackey of the world government. Be prepared to be buried in this battlefield. Not just them, the next one. It's his turn to lead the Operation Demon Slaughter. This time, the commander-in-chief of the world government's army, Kong. 052. Defeat them all. Kong empty shot. ... Now, on the battlefield of the sea area that must be passed to the Sabayati Islands. Boom, boom, boom. As Bai Ye has no interest in playing with the dead man, after they compete for the position of Marine Admiral. The overwhelming combat power has been released. Every time you raise your hand to release an attack. Cut off Ryujin Jaka every time. Or every use of Kido. You can see a person vomit blood, and then fly out like a shell. If you're unlucky, a face-to-face ending, spike. Yes, he will be beheaded by Bai Ye directly. Although the strength of alternate admiral is already in the ranks of strong in this sea. Not too weak. It is even the limit that countless pirates who have gone to the Grand Line can achieve in their lifetime. That is, this level can be called the big pirate. However, even if they are both strong, there is still a gap. If the starting strength of the alternate admiral is level 69, there is still a thin line between him and admiral, which is enough to squeeze into the bottom ranking of the strong. Then the level of combat power that Bai Ye has shown now. That's level 100. Desperate combat power. Just like these dead men, in front of them, their strength is similar to that of the T-Dolphins and Momosuge in naval headquarters. Although the level of combat power may be the same as the alternate admiral. However, there is still a certain gap between the real combat power of T-Fish and Momosuge and the real Marine Admiral. One can imagine, when Bai Ye just unlocked to 60 template progress. The combat power has reached the level enough to defeat 2 Marine Admirals at the same time. Not to mention alternate admiral. Even if the opponent is a full 10 people, among them is the future Admiral Green Bull who is infinitely close to the real Admiral combat power. But, just this level of lineup. In front of Bai Ye, it's still not enough. The real combat power gap between the two. Enough to be an overwhelming gap. Literally, overwhelming. Not to mention, Bai Ye's current template unlock progress. With each battle, Bai Ye's strength continues to rise. And at this moment, what the hell is going on with that guy? Are the guys in charge of collecting intelligence trash? Kong watched everything in front of him from behind. Fists clenched, brows furrowed. It showed that he began to vaguely feel something bad about Bai Ye's combat power at the moment. The helpers of this world government recruitment are obviously also strong people of civil origin. No matter how weak 10 people are. Judging by the strength of the alternate admiral, it shouldn't be so weak. Light is just a face-to-face advertisement. It actually lost nearly half of its combat power. And there is also the power that Bai Ye showed this time. Sword skills, body skills, flames, lightning, and that golden shock wave just now. Kong can't wait to kill all the personnel responsible for collecting intelligence. Such a monster, as far from what the world government has shown. What? Just as Kong was thinking about it, another scream sounded from the battlefield ahead. It represents another death at the hands of Bai Ye. Originally 10 were recruited from the 10 folk powerhouses. Now there are only 4. No, there are still 3 people barely supporting. But there is a reason why they survived. Not because of their strength. But it's not their turn yet. That's all. The expression on Kong's face could not help but sink. If you continue to let this progress continue. Except for the 10 people who have a strong life-saving ability, the Logia Sensen Fruit ability user named Wangmu. I'm afraid they will all die in Bai Ye's hands in no time. Kong gritted his teeth secretly. Suddenly, a figure flew towards him. Sora dodged subconsciously. Boom. This is a man with slightly messy black curly hair, bare upper body and tattoos, slamming blood on the cabin. Kong's complexion changed, and he was about to see the other party's situation. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from the sea. Don't worry, the next one will be your turn. What? Kong looked in the direction of Bai Ye's voice. His heart sank. I saw the front of the sea that was gradually starting to boil due to the rising temperature. Under the sky, none of the 10 folk monsters who had originally besieged Bai Ye was standing still. Only Kong is the last to want to see that sinner standing alone in the sea. Damn it, it's all defeated so quickly. Quote. It's really a bunch of trash. Kong has an ugly face. Clenched fists. At this time, a voice sounded behind the empty space of Kong. Sky, Marshal Kong, you can't win. That dangerous monster is not something that ordinary humans can defeat. Dragging his deeply injured body, he barely got up. The person who speaks is the one who will become the Green Bull, Huang Mu, who will lower the overall strength of Marine Admiral the most in the future. Huang Mu looked at the terrifying sea battlefield, and his face revealed a lingering fear that could not be concealed at the moment. If he hadn't taken advantage of Bai Ye to attack others just now, he didn't use Ryujin Jaka to chop him down. Huang Mu didn't hesitate to lose a layer of skin if he didn't die. Him now. But he didn't intend to participate in killing Bai Ye, and then take over the very attractive position of Marine Admiral. After all, as far as the eye can see, Bai Ye killed several people in a row. Advertisement. Can't see any consumption at all. And if he hadn't been very lucky just now. Huang Mu has no doubt that even the dense fruit endowed him with vitality far beyond ordinary people. I may have to explain here today. Although his real strength is the strongest among the 10 people just now. But because of this, Huang Mu is very clear. What a terrifying existence that monster alone is. That kind of terrifying combat power is definitely not at the level of Marine Admiral's combat power, and it is even far above that. So, Kong's expression sank. Aramaki scratched the back of his head, and a flower grew like a fan spinning rapidly from behind. I'm sorry, Marshal Sora, I'm going to retreat. It seems that I'm out of luck for the position of Marine Admiral this time. Good luck. Seeing that there was only one folk monster who was still alive, he even had the idea of running away at this moment. Kong's expression sank. Then, witnessing the moment when the green bull turned around. The veins on Kong's forehead bulged, and he let out a low growl. Since all of you trash are useless, let's all die. Clenching a fist, the deep black armament hockey wrapped around his fist, and blatantly blasted towards the back of the green bull, Aramaki. Next second, visible to the naked eye, green bull, Huang Mu's face changed drastically, and he was about to resist. But in the face of Kong's fist, the already injured green bull didn't even have time to resist. Then he was hit hard on the back, and the sound of bones breaking sounded. Then, green cow, Huang Mu spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of internal organs, which instantly turned into a cannonball and flew out. It directly hit an island nearly 1,000 meters away. And do it all. The anger on Kong's face did not subside in the slightest. He turned around. He stared at Bai Ye viciously, and then tore off the cape of the Generalissimo of the World Government Army on his back. An incomparably powerful aura erupted from his whole body. The warship under his feet, and even the nearby objects are crushed abruptly. Since those guys are all a bunch of trash, now, let the old man kill you himself. Feel honored, sinner. Since the old man took over as the commander-in-chief of the world government, it has been more than 20 years since the old man has done anything with anyone. Quote. Leave behind a voice containing cold killing intent. Kong empty feet exert strength. Suddenly, boom, the front end of the warship collapsed. Huge cracks of collapse spread out. At the same time, Kong quickly approached Bai Ye. Visible to the naked eye, the dark, deep armament hockey wraps around Kong's whole body. The coverage of armament hockey has reached the 100% full coverage that shocked countless people in the outside world. And it's different from Doflamingo's Virgo. Kong has truly achieved what it is called in the outside world. The whole body is like a whole piece of Kong pleasure. Seeing Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government's army, finally couldn't help but act. There was a hint of coldness in Bai Ye's indifferent eyes. The hypocritical world government can make jokes, so it seems that this will be your last words. Ryutsu released. Next moment, Bai Ye and Kong slammed into each other, their eyes glanced at the sky not far away. Don't worry, after you die, there will be a guy hiding in the dark who will be buried here with you. 053. Bai Ye's Kong, empty. Boom. On the battlefield in this sea area. The two figures quickly approached. Bai Ye and Kong fought against each other. And the first collision between the two. The power it creates. Forcibly tearing the sea apart into a terrifying hole with a diameter of hundreds of meters. And the aftermath that spread in all directions resounded through the entire Grand Line like thunder. Boom, boom. All the nearby islands, and even countless people in the Sabayati Islands could not help but wonder. What's going on today? It was obviously daytime, did it suddenly thunder? Ordinary, March 13th, people's reaction is mostly the same. But for the real strong with strength. But his face changed. They sensed two extremely powerful auras, and a terrifying battle is breaking out. This moment, a large amount of sea water is pouring into the battlefield that has been torn out of the abyss. Strong. The figure reappeared. This was Bai Ye's first intuitive impression. Relying solely on physical strength. Kong is among all the opponents Bai Ye has fought so far. The only opponent who cannot lose to him physically. Moreover, the strength of armed color can be enhanced through continuous practice. A force that accumulates in the body over time like an ever-expanding pool. It has been more than 20 years since I have shot again, but I have never stopped exercising. One can imagine. Advertisement. Kong is empty of the armament hockey that has accumulated in his body for more than 20 years. Whether it is the quality that can be used at this time, or the quantity of the armed color. Once it is turned on, what a terrifying level it will reach. In a short time, maintain the emptiness in this Kong state. The real combat power is definitely close to the apex limit of Marine Admiral. And the General Marine Admiral is absolutely difficult to be the opponent of Kong. As a pure taijutsu and use hockey powerhouse like Garp. Demon Fruit Power encountered such an opponent at sea, it was nothing like a nightmare. No wonder. Kong was so confident that he personally led the team to carry out the Operation Demon Slaying, never thinking that it would fail. Kong's biggest hole card, now it seems, is himself. I'm afraid the Marine Admiral position promised to those folk powerhouses earlier. The real purpose behind it. Just like the original Seraphim. It would be the best if Bai Ye can be captured, so that the marine government under the world government, which is acting as a running dog, can take advantage of the opportunity to supplement the strength of an admiral who was killed by Bai Ye. If you can't get it, then consume Bai Ye's physical strength as much as possible and force out his true strength. And finally, he personally took action to bring an end to this demon-slaying operation to exterminate the sinners. Have to say, Bai Ye looked at the Kong who now showed the strength that the general commander of the world government army should have. The opponent made almost all calculations very well. But facing Sora, who entered the state of Kong, Bai Ye had already discovered the opponent's weakness the first time they fought against each other. That is, the armed color covering the whole body is of course very powerful. It can multiply Kong's physique and physical skills, and even enhance it several times. This kind of full body coverage armed color can be maintained at all times. The consumption speed of the user itself is also very terrifying. And every attack will sharply increase the consumption of armed colors. It can be said, advertisement, if Bai Ye ignores Kong, now. Once Kong gets rid of the current state, victory in this war will naturally belong to Bai Ye. But even though he knew it, Bai Ye has no intention of taking advantage of it. After all, if only to solve a watchdog sent by the world government. It's all so troublesome. He should not be delusional. Next, go to overthrow the world and take revenge on the world government that stood behind the Kong sky. Since you like staying in the dark so much, then take a good look, Kaido, you will also be buried here in the last sight. Bai Ye tore through the air and attacked the Kong again, and suddenly said such a sentence inexplicably. Then, don't give Kong the time to change his face. I saw the originally seemingly endless Ryutsu tearing the sky and pouring out in all directions. At this moment Bai Ye body Ryutsu from this moment. Boom. Impressively, it began to turn into a bright orange-red flame that spewed out madly. It was as spectacular and terrifying as the endless sea of flames filling the sea and occupying the entire sky. 4.6 At the same time, the sea under Bai Ye's feet began to tremble uncontrollably. A large amount of white steam filled the air, and the temperature increased sharply. At the same time, in the sea area centered on Bai Ye bathing in flames, the height of the sea level is dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. And this accident, it is not only the sea area where Bai Ye is affected. The nearest Sabayati bottom islands. Grand Line. Even, Summit War, everyone suddenly felt an extremely hot temperature coming. 054. Kill the Generalissimo of the world government army. Kong is empty. What happened? Even though it's noon, the temperature in Sabayati Islands has never reached this level. It's so hot, I can clearly feel the water in my body evaporating rapidly. If this continues, there may be a risk of death. The first place on the Grand Line to feel the temperature is not right today. Naturally, the closest islands are the Sabayati bottom islands. Many people subconsciously gulp down water. But the feeling of extremely thirsty throat has no meaning of relief. And this is not the case with individual people. Yes, almost everyone on the Sabayati Islands. Really? What the hell is going on? Rip off the bar not far from the grass. Shaki noticed that the temperature in the air was slightly wrong, and she looked aside. Rayleigh stared at the direction of the sea outside the Sabayati Islands. Seeing this, Shaki frowned. Did something happen over there? Shaki subconsciously looked in Rayleigh's direction. Next moment, Shaki froze on the spot, his pupils shrank slowly, flashing an unstoppable shock. I don't know when. The sea around Sabayati Islands. White steam is actually coming out. The sea is vaguely boiling like boiling water that is about to be boiled. Shaki jerked his head up to the sun in the sky. Feeling the direction of Rayleigh's eyes again, the sea area where high temperature is constantly escaping. Shaki's heart skipped a beat. What's the situation over there? Could it be that the sun descended on the Grand Line? The other side. Boom. 44 euros. The temperature has increased dramatically, and perhaps it has really come down like the sun on the battlefield on the Grand Line. Wow. A large amount of seawater evaporates crazily, protecting. The scorching flames soaring into the sky occupy the entire sea, as spectacular and terrifying as swallowing the sky. And in the center of the sea of flames occupying the entire sea, there is only one figure standing there. Exudes a palpitating horror atmosphere. Kong shock punch. At this moment, Zhou Tian suddenly sounded. This is Kong who realized something was wrong, his face changed, and he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. All the almost materialized armament hockey gathered in the fist, and blasted out brazenly. The air exploded in an instant. Huge sound waves and shock waves visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared. There are ripples in the trembling space. It is conceivable that Kong's blow was terrifying. However, it was this seemingly incomparably terrifying attack. Attempt to extinguish the flames. But at the moment of contact with the flames. Advertisement. All shocks are gone. 1 + 2. Pipe exclamation mark quote. The Kong, whose whole body was covered with armed colors, changed before he landed. Unbelievable what he saw. His attack doesn't work. How is that possible? And at this time, suddenly, flames exuding frighteningly high temperatures began to spread towards both sides of Bai Ye. Fire that occupies the sky, flames gone. Kong's expression changed again. suddenly noticed. No, most of the flames poured into Ryujin Jaka in Bai Ye's hand. See this scene. A drop of cold sweat immediately evaporated from Kong Kong's forehead, and his pupils widened subconsciously. This scene. It seems to be the information reported by Marine Admiral Kizaru. The real most dangerous moment for that man. How is this possible? It turned out to be exactly the same as the information. That kind of high temperature that is hard enough to evaporate an entire sea area. Wasn't Akainu's lava fruit power involved from the start? All kinds of crazy thoughts kept bumping into the empty mind. Can be final. All thoughts converged into one point. That is the present moment. The man in front of him. Very dangerous, although only alone. But experience it yourself. Kong decided that Bai Ye in front of him was more than a threat. No, it must be far above the rocks pirates 38 years ago. And, no matter what, the world government will do everything possible to erase this sinner in front of us. Otherwise, feeling the terrible breath of death that has never been seen before. On this grand line, the world government may face an unprecedented crisis. Thoughts here. Sudden. Shunpo. Bai Ye's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Disappeared. Kong's pupils shrank sharply. In an instant, he felt a terrifying high temperature hit his face. He subconsciously pulled away quickly. Next second. As far as the eye can see, this is the picture of beheading Ryujin Jaka day and night. Although his reaction has been very fast. But Bai Ye is moving too fast now. Too fast. The moment a wrist was covered with flames, the flesh and blood began to melt, turning into bones. And then turning into ashes. And with that knife cut down. Before Kong could make a sound from the severe pain. Advertisement. Boom. The final landing point of Ryujin Jaka is clearly the air. Underneath, there is an entire sea that is directly evaporated. Are you kidding me? My armament hockey. Can't stand it. His pupils shrank sharply. Ignoring the pain, he gritted his teeth and cut off his forearm to stop the terrifying flames that were trying to spread. Kong backed away hastily. His head was going crazy. This kind of monster should not exist in the world. Are you really kidding me? Kong's scalp is numb. Suddenly, I found that Bai Ye swung the second knife and came again. This time, looking at the attack that was too late to dodge. A frightening idea of shaking was vaguely born in the hollow of Kong. He may die. Those wastes like Marine who failed to wipe out one after another died in this demon-slaying operation. Wait. Realize that you are going to die. Kong suddenly shouted out. Bai Ye, the former colonel of the North Blue G64 Marine branch, is the information obtained by the world government correct? Hearing the name G64 branch again, Bai Ye paused slightly. What do you mean? Kong heaved a sigh of relief, accumulating energy secretly. If the old man told you that before the start of this extermination of all evil, demon-slaying operation, he had ordered people to go to West Blue, what do you think would be the result? You don't know, do you? Those stupid Marines in West Blue actually wanted to report the whole story to the Marine government, but they forgot that without the permission of the Marine government, how could such a thing happen? So, Bai Ye realized the other party's plan and asked. Seeing that it was actually effective, Kong secretly gritted his teeth. The threat of this sinner has far exceeded the world government's initial estimate. When he has the opportunity to return to world government, he will definitely make all preparations next time. It's very simple, I advise you not to act rashly. Enduring the severe pain in his wrist, Kong raised his head and threatened loudly. Besides, if I die here, the third phase of Operation Demon Slaughter, that is, the final blow will begin. At that time, no matter how powerful you are, you will only die here. If you understand. Puff. Kong hadn't finished speaking yet, only the fist on one arm was not ready yet. A sudden scene appeared, Zhao Hao. Bai Ye has no intention of negotiating conditions with Kong at all, nor does he have the idea of delaying time. Ryujin Jaka beheaded. Immediately with the next blow, behead. Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government's army, here. Corpses and heads quickly melting in the flames. The expression on Kong Sora's face still seems to indicate. How is it possible? Could it be that the threat is ineffective? Isn't the reason why this man chose to stand against the world government because some untouchables died? Didn't he care about the safety of the G6 branch? Although Kong subconsciously believes that the G64 branch should be destroyed by now. But since it is effective, the other party should not act rashly again. But the unexpected result of making Kong empty is. Without any hesitation, Bai Ye chopped off his head with a single knife. In fact, when Kong suddenly said something about the G64 branch, Bai Ye already realized that something might have happened to North Blue. But for Bai Ye who has come to Grand Line now, what the world government has done. Just adding reasons for Bai Ye to completely destroy them. 055. Kaido appears. A huge threat in Kaido's eyes. Watches, Kong's body is rapidly engulfed in flames separating the corpses. At this moment, Bai Ye is concerned about the killing of the world government generalissimo, which is enough to shock the entire Grand Line. Bai Ye's heart didn't fluctuate too much. After all. In his view, Kong is just a watchdog killed on the way to subvert the world government. That's all. As for the so-called Consequences that you will have to bear once you kill the other party. Could it be that if the other party is spared, the world government will let Bai Ye go, with compassion? Do not make jokes, in order not to let anyone threaten the rule of the world government. How many scandals have the world government ever done? I learned that someone studied the text of history. Without hesitation, order the Marine government to launch a buster call to destroy Ohara. Obscure the real world history. Then to establish the Shichibukai system. Deliberately create a balance of 3 major forces among Marine, Shichibukai, and 4 Emperor's pirates. Let the whole world be in all kinds of chaos all year round. What it does. The ultimate goal is to make the rule of the 703 world government always rest easy. Any signs of threatening the world government are not allowed to appear. Anyone who is like this. The basic end will be the same as that of the Rocks pirates in the past. Except for a few who actually lived through the horrors of the Rocks. Today's sea. Many people don't even know that before Roger became One Piece. There is also a pirate group called Rocks in this world. One can imagine. Not even his name was allowed. How domineering the world government is to anyone or anything that threatens their power. Have you seen enough? At this time, standing on the battlefield, Bai Ye raised his head and suddenly looked at the sky not far away. There was a powerful aura that had been in the dark when he and Kong fought empty-handed. The other party's breath reveals a tyranny, self-confidence, and arrogance. Advertisement. Now on the entire first half of the Grand Line. Except knowing Whitebeard who will start the Summit War. CDBE. To be able to have this level of breath. Only the 4 Emperors, Kaido. This is why Bai Ye called out the name Kaido. And the moment Bai Ye's voice fell. Boom. The color of the sky changed faintly, and the dark clouds shrouded it, forming a stark contrast with the sea evaporated by Bai Ye on the other side, as if divided into 2 worlds. Follow closely. Ooh, he was actually discovered. Laozi thought he was hiding well. A ferocious huge dragon head emerged from the clouds, followed by a huge body rolling in the clouds, with blue scales all over its top, and its sharp claws trampling on the flame cloud. Not for a while. This is a huge and ferocious blue dragon that occupies the entire sky not far away. A unique look that would intimidate countless people on the Grand Line. No doubt. It is the doubt that surrounds everyone in the first half of the Grand Line. Pirate 1 of the 4 Emperors. Beasts. Kaido. Kaido had indeed been here long ago. But there is no reason for showing up at the first time, it is very simple. He is a fighting maniac, a lunatic, looking for a fight, looking for an opponent, and he will not hesitate to make a scene anywhere. But he is not a fool. A lineup of the level of world government just now. Before you know what the world government wants to do. Kaido has no doubt that once he shows up, Kong will directly order to attack him. He came here to seek a fight, not to provoke the big trouble of the world government. As one of the pirates who have personally experienced the 38-year God's Valley War and survived, Kaido knows very well that the Marine government is a soft persimmon and can be provoked at will. With his ability, no one can keep him. But the world government, even with the background he has accumulated for decades, is not the time to cause this big trouble. Therefore, Kaido chose to wait and see for the time being. Then, take the opportunity to kill Bai Ye. Advertisement. That's right, Kaido has already killed Bai Ye at this moment. At first he wanted to fight with Bai Ye. Kaido prefers to find this so-called folk monsters than those wastes who only play house, pirate games. If it's pleasing to the eye, the beast's pirates have a chance to increase their combat power. However, after witnessing the terrifying strength of Bai Ye in the distance, Kaido's mind changed. Such a powerful guy. Although the world government will definitely find ways to destroy Bai Ye after learning about what happened here, just like killing the incomparably powerful Rocks back then. But in case, even if the probability is very small, Bai Ye survived by luck, and came to the new world. At that time, such a powerful guy. It is bound to break the balance of power in the entire new world. It is a direct threat to the forces of the 4 emperors who are at the apex of pirates. Do not forget, now Bai Ye is alone. Once you have your own power. Who dares to say that the existing 4 emperors' forces in New World can stabilize this man? Therefore, Kaido has gone from looking for a fight, to killing Bai Ye here. And now, the reason why he showed up. Naturally, I witnessed Bai Ye going through battle after battle. And then to the battle with the world government's commander-in-chief, Kong. The aura on Bai Ye's body is currently terrifying. But absolutely impossible without any consumption. No matter how powerful a monster is, its physical strength cannot be unlimited. Kaido firmly believes in this. What's more, Bai Ye didn't eat the ability of Zone Devil Fruit. So in Kaido's view now, if you want to kill Bai Ye, this future, is destined to become a huge threat to break the New World forces. Now, in front of you, is the best opportunity. 056. The shock of 5 elders, go to, ask, that adult. At the same time, Holy Land, Mariajoy, world government. Has the Morgans been notified? Mostly empty top meeting room here. A 5 elders with long straight white hair and a long beard was sitting on the sofa. He raised his head, exuding a sense of oppression, and looked towards the front of the meeting room. I saw, in front of the conference room door. This is a CPO member kneeling on one knee and wearing a mask. Feeling the pressure in Five Elders' tone, the CPO members hurriedly nodded and reported. Masters Five Elders, all the news prepared in advance has been sent to the World Economic News Agency, and our people will personally check every piece of content when it is published in the newspaper. You can be sure that no mistakes will occur. Quote. Hear this satisfactory answer. Five Elders with long white beards nodded and said. Okay, you go down and wait for orders at any time. Yes, Lords Five Elders. Hearing this, the CPO members stood up and silently guarded the corridor leading to the conference room to prevent anyone from disturbing them. And at this moment, meeting room, another Five Elders with a birthmark on his forehead watched the CPO members leave and said. Don't worry, Morgans is a smart guy. Morgans should be very clear about what to do and what not to do. He should be very clear about what will happen if he dares to violate the order of the world government. After speaking, Five Elders with the birthmark on his forehead picked up a reward order and continued. In this way, by mastering the news of the World Economic News, we have gained the power to control the public opinion of the entire world, whether it is the untouchables living in the Four Seas, or the bottom guys of the Grand Line and New World. You are not qualified to know the truth. Good. Five Elders, with short blonde hair, nodded in agreement and said. Now we just have to wait for Kong to send back the good news, and wipe out that sinner. Next, it's Whitebeard's turn, Kaido's turn, and then it's time to clean up the entire first half of the Grand Line. The voice fell. Another Five Elders spoke, with a cold voice. In my opinion, the world government has been silent for too long, and it has made the whole sea forget who was the master. Holding first-generation Goosh in his arms, the bald Five Elders stood by the window of the conference room, overlooking the world outside the world government, and continued. Taking advantage of this opportunity, just let some guys and forces who should not have ideas, sober up, and realize how stupid it is for them to dare to oppose the world government. That's right, several Five Elders chatted here. During the conversation, he didn't regard the decision to clean up the first half of the Grand Line as a major event at all. In their eyes, it seems that everyone and everything living on the first half of the Grand Line are nothing but captive cattle and sheep raised by the world government. And at this time, suddenly, no, it's not good. A hurried voice came from the corridor outside. Five Elders and others collectively frowned. Let him in, what's going on outside? Need all this panic? It looked like an intelligence officer ran in with a panicked expression. One said in a dissatisfied tone. Could it be that Naval headquarters fell to Whitebeard? No, no, the panicked world government intelligence member shook his head violently at first. Then what happened? Five Elders with short blonde hair showed dissatisfaction on his face. Advertisement. It seems that it is not just that the world government has been silent for too long, so that the outside world has forgotten the power of the world government. Even the trash under his hand should be replaced. I don't know, I thought the enemy captured naval headquarters, or they had already reached Marineford. Yes, it's news about Marshal Kong. Null. Hearing the words, the faces of several people changed slightly when they heard that it was Kong. What happened to Kong? Hearing the words, Five Elders, who was holding the ghost of first generation, stood up immediately, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The world government personnel in charge of intelligence suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression. He lowered his head and reported with a firm scalp. Just now, Marshal Kong's life card suddenly burned out. 1. A brief silence appeared in the conference room. Thereafter, how is this possible? With a look of disbelief on the face of the blonde Five Elders, he got up and looked at the other Five Elders. Life card, this is a special paper unique to New World. The life card will shrink when the owner is weak, and will return to its original size when the person restores health. Therefore, many high-level world government will have this kind of thing, including the celestial dragons, living in the Holy Land. In order to keep abreast of the situation of every celestial dragons traveling outside. In contrast, if the life card is suddenly burned out, that means the owner of the life card has dead. In other words, Kong, who is the generalissimo of the world government's army, is dead at this moment. Can't even Sora be able to deal with that sinner. Behind, the bearded Five Elders who spoke first widened their eyes, revealing disbelief. Subconsciously, I looked at each other with other Five Elders, and I could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. The operation to exterminate the criminals was personally approved by them. They can be said to be very clear about what preparations Kong has made. 10. Seraphs, who are comparable to backup admiral civilian powerhouses and are still in the experimental phase of the PX project, plus Sora himself. With that kind of combat power, even if it is to wipe out a Four Emperors pirate group on the spot, it should be more than a mistake. What's more, Kong is the target of priority elimination this time. Is a sinner who is alone. And not long ago, Kong sent someone to send an order to wait for the good news. But they can't think of it anyway. What we are waiting for at this moment is the news of the death of Kong, the generalissimo of the world government army. How can they accept this for a while? Could it be that there is another powerful force hidden behind that sinner alone? All kinds of thoughts arise. Sudden, a phone bug rang in the short blonde Five Elders' arms. Five Elders saw that they were sending people to North Blue's fleet, and immediately took over. But immediately, when I heard the news that the operation failed over there, The short-haired 5 elders fell silent, asking for flowers. The 5 fingers slowly clenched, and the joints turned white. What the hell is it? North Blue's joint operation to erase all traces of that sinner's existence also failed. What are you kidding? Advertisement. The thoughts are extremely chaotic. Several 5 elders couldn't accept the news that Kong died empty. At this time, sitting on the main seat of the sofa in the conference room, wearing a black suit, with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face. 5 elders, who hadn't said a word the whole time, opened their eyes. The sound brought the remaining 5 elders back to their senses. He is holding a cane in his hand. First, he glanced at the panicked intelligence personnel. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Go down first." Yes, my lords. The world government reporter, who was out of breath under the pressure of the atmosphere, hurried down. At this time, 5 elders with short blonde hair wanted to say something. The 5 elders, with their shaggy beards, raised their hands and stopped him from speaking. Then look at the other 5 elders. 0.0. It's useless to panic now. Since the second phase of the Operation Demon Slaying has failed, then follow me to greet the adult, so that the third phase of the Slaughter Demon plan can begin. Phase 3. 5 elders stared wide-eyed, and the doctor said, "Use Kong to fight that sinner, then maybe even the Sabayati Islands will not be left behind." Yes, 5 elders, with his long white beard, also showed a touch of emotion on his face. Obviously, the so-called third stage of Slaying Demon Project is also the final stage. The rest of the 5 elders know exactly what that means. That's one click away. A terrifying power that could wipe an entire kingdom off the Grand Line. Although the third stage was added when the plan was formulated. But they never thought they would need to do that. After all, once you have consulted that adult for instructions, another place on the Grand Line will be completely lost to history. What are the Sabayati Islands? It's fine if they're not under construction, they're just some entertainment facilities and the people living on them, and they're only affected to the extent that they're affected. Even if 1/10 of the people have a chance of surviving, that's enough. The most important thing now is to completely deal with that sinner. The tone of the shaggy bearded 5 elders is unmistakable. Whether it's you or that lord, you probably don't want to see the next rocks appear again. Rocks. At the name, the remaining 5 elders fell silent. Subsequently, the 5 of them got up and walked towards the depths of the Holy Land Mariajoy. That's right. For the stability and rule of the world government. There is absolutely no room for another rocks in this day and age. The other side. When the 5 elders went to prepare to ask Kong for instructions, once the sky died, it would use the absolute power. Bai Ye is here. Boom. Hot interest. Occupying this sea, Kaido, who seems to be separated from one of the two worlds, has already taken office. 057. Bai Ye's Kaido. Boom. On the cloudy sky. Kaido opened his mouth wide. Light shines from the mouth. Against the backdrop of dark clouds, a scorching breath that spread for tens of kilometers burst out. Swish. Its power pierced through the sea in an instant, enough to easily destroy an island. This is one of Kaido's signature abilities. Hot interest. Let lousy come and see it, compared to those little devils who are bored and only play house games in the Grand Line. How much strength do you have now? Whoosh. The heat that pierces the sky and the sea is heading straight for Bai Ye. Kaido's eyes were fixed on the figure standing on the evaporated sea in the distance. Keep the eyes of 063 in the green dragon form full of fighting spirit. However, witnessing the terrifying, hot breath, rapidly dilated in the pupil. Bai Ye, who had just beheaded Kong, didn't show any emotion in his eyes. Because the temperature emanating from hot breath is in front of Ryujin Jaka, too weak. The figure stood still, and the orange-red flames emitting terrifying heat rose up. Ryujin Jaka beheaded, in Kaido's anticipation full of fighting spirit. The two met. However, the picture that appears is not that the destructive power of heat will swallow up the dry sea including Bai Ye. Our Bai Ye in a state of severe physical loss was forced to retreat by heat. The results are the moment the terrifying heat that pierces the sky and the sea rushes in front of you. Ripped straight down the middle by Bai Ye. Afterwards, hot breath showed a bifurcated picture. Hot breath was forcibly divided into two. Boom towards the distant sea in the left and right directions behind Bai Ye. Boom, boom. Advertisement. 2 explosions enough to destroy the island resounded in the distance one after another. Kaido, who occupies a sky full of dark clouds, has no intention of paying attention. A pair of dragon eyes focused on Bai Ye, who was intact after the dust and smoke dissipated in the distance. Because Kaido sees very clearly. The moment hot breath came into contact with Bai Ye. From the beginning to the end, that man only swung his knife once. Then split his heat breath attack from the middle. Not only Bai Ye was in the original position, and he didn't take a step back even because of the impact of the heat. Strong. This was Kaido's first thought. He deserves to be the guy who dared to challenge the behemoth of the world like rocks back then. But immediately, Kaido opened his bloody mouth again. The killing intent contained in the fighting intent in his eyes is even stronger. That's why. This dangerous man who will threaten the status of the current 4 Emperor's pirates once he comes to the new world in the future. He must die here. And before killing Bai Ye. Kaido doesn't deny it. Kaido came to the first half of the Grand Line from the boring new world, and his purpose was to find a strong opponent, to see if there is anyone in this world who can kill him. And the man in front of him that made him want to kill. Either the former or the latter. In this world, there is no one who meets all my requirements better than the man in front of me. Then, bad wind, hovering its huge body, Kaido's ferocious dragon head was slightly tilted back. Immediately, he aimed at Bai Ye's next second again. A large number of cyan wind blades that looked like a sickle weasel slashed and rushed towards the direction where Yi was. The air was split instantly, sending out a distorted whistling. Thereafter, that's not enough for that dangerous fellow. A sharp light flashed in Kaido's eyes. Then the dragon body made a circular motion like a spinning top in place. Followed by several huge tornadoes, sweeping a lot of debris and seawater moving towards Bai Ye together. Advertisement. After the bad wind, Kaido felt that this trick was not enough to threaten Bai Ye for the real strong, so he used tornado. A split second. Bad winds and tornadoes occupy the entire battlefield space. Ooh-hoo. This time, you can't be intact. Let lousy see. How are you going to proceed? Swish. Kaido raised his ferocious dragon head and laughed like a loudspeaker. For a moment, the area where Kaido was located was thundering and lightning. And at this moment, boom. Watch Kaido wreak havoc across the skies behind, bad wind, and tornado. Bai Ye thought that Kaido's luck was very good more than once in the past. Obviously just eating a devil fruit, but at the same time controlling several elemental attack methods. In a sense, if the world of pirates does not have a form comparable to the devil fruit sun god Nika form, Kaido's devil fruit is the strongest among all zone. Powerful enough to be given the title of the strongest creature of the sea, land and air. It is enough to show the power of the fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form. Bai Ye once traveled to the period of pirate world. He had thought of getting this devil fruit. Pity. The original Bai Ye, facing this world of pirates who can only rely on innate talent plus background supremacy. There is simply no chance to compete with those monsters for the mighty devil fruit. Even if you exercise day after day, you can't compare with those natural monsters in the sea. But even so. 3.6. Now that the system has awakened, he has been given the template of Yamamoto Genryūsai that he can choose. Bai Ye doesn't think there is any power of devil fruit at the moment. Comparable to the strongest Shinigami template he has today. Akainu's lava fruit will not work. Kizaru's glitter fruit doesn't work. Kaido's phantom beast fruit, not to mention. And everything will become an obstacle on his way to subvert the world government. As Kaido's next doomed fate, just like Bai Ye beheaded Kong, unprecedentedly said. Since you like staying in the dark so much, then watch carefully, Kaido, you will also be buried here in the last scene. 058. Terrorist collision. Seriously injured Kaido. Now, swish, boom, facing a large number of cyan wind blades that tear the sky like a weasel slashing, and tornadoes that roll up various debris and the sea rumbling. Bai Ye moved, eyes staring back at Kaido wreaking havoc on the side of the dark cloud that divides the world. Step forward. Boom. Use your feet. Visible ripples appeared in the air. Moment. A large amount of seawater was evaporated, exposing the dry seabed, and the land suddenly shattered. The naked eye can see a large pit that is sunken and broken out layer by layer. Boom. Thereafter, Bai Ye's figure appeared in the air, and the scorching heat dissipated. Okay. Kaido behind witnessed such a terrifying scene. Pupils froze. Next second, the bright flames soaring into the sky instantly occupied the entire sky where the blue wind blade and the tornado flew away. Whether it is the countless blue wind blades flying like a sickle weasel, or the rumbling tornado that rolls up debris in the sea. In front of the suffocating high temperature, all of them collapsed directly. Then, it was a path into the field of dark skies. Like bright stars in the dark night, no. It's a figure of a man bathed in flames that can't be ignored, rushing towards him suddenly. Kaido's ferocious dragon head froze. Immediately, I felt the terrifying 23 heat waves coming in front of me. Kaido, who has plenty of combat experience, suddenly came back to his senses and let out a roar. Tornado bad wind. Look at the trick. Open your bloody mouth wide. The sky full of dark clouds instantly dropped several flashes of blue and white light and thunder, falling from the sky. It smashed towards Bai Ye who was approaching rapidly. Follow closely. Kaido then makes the dragon body rotate in a circular motion like a top and release bad wind, which is enough to cut all the nearby terrain. Trying to use this to hinder the figure that is rapidly approaching him. However, Kaido saw it with his own eyes. Thunder fell on Bai Ye who was surrounded by bright flames. But it has no effect at all. It can't even stop that man's footsteps. Not only that, the field formed by the tornado bad wind. Just a boost to feel. But the next second, Bai Ye shattered the wind blade and was coming. This moment, standing the figure with dilated pupils. Advertisement. Kaido panicked a little. This guy's physical strength. What is going on? Isn't there a bit of consumption? Roar. In desperation, Kaido let out a growl. The momentum of the huge body covered with blue scales is rising steadily. Face Bai Ye. Choose to rush out to meet this head-on collision. Next second, thunder and lightning flashed, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. The terrifying collision sound appeared. Boom. Its voice is like thunder, causing a sensation in the first half of the Grand Line. The clouds above the sky were all torn apart. It is the terrible aftermath. Rolling the sea. Crossing the battle sea area, turning the sea in the nearby sea area into huge waves, rolling towards the islands, towns, and sky far away. Boom, boom. Sabayati Bottom Islands. With the appearance of Kaido, it brings dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Today, the Sabayati Bottom Islands are the closest to the Bai Ye and Kaido battlefields. Countless people above couldn't feel this more strongly. Is the world going to be destroyed? What the hell happened over there? Oh my god. Countless people trembled, compared to the Summit War, which was originally the world's attention. Now many people in the Sabayati Islands are running to the edge, the port, and their hearts are constantly being strongly shaken. Because at this moment, the sea around the Sabayati Islands is crazily steaming with white steam, surging like boiled water, and the horizontal line has dropped a bit visible to the naked eye. At the same time, because of the loud noise and terrifying aftermath like a thunderclap, everyone on the entire Sabayati archipelago could clearly feel that the island beneath them was trembling visibly. Coupled with the huge waves rolling over like a tsunami, the wind pressure spread by the aftermath was like a sharp blade, and the shaving face was painful. The scalps of countless people on the Sabayati Islands were numb. Witnessing the high temperature coming from the direction of the sea area far away, but on the other side the sky is covered with dark clouds and thunder is flashing. It was as if the sea area was forcibly split into two worlds. This terrifying movement, obviously, although at the beginning, the world government had the idea of taking advantage of the Summit War to cover up the Operation Demon Slaying. Then take the opportunity to carry out a thorough cleaning of the first half of the Grand Line. But now with the defeat of Kong, Kaido is fighting Bai Ye again. It is very difficult not to attract the attention of the entire Grand Line. Boom, boom. Captain Kid, that kind of ability, is it for Emperor's Kaido? Advertisement. The pirate who was holding onto a root of the Yarchman mangrove and desperately trying to stabilize his body was extremely shocked. Looking at the sound waves and movements that seemed to destroy the world in the far distance, he shouted in despair. Didn't the Four Emperors Kaido come to the Grand Line to attack the naval headquarters in the first half? How could it appear in the sea near the Sabayati Islands? The pirate said, but the nearby supernova pirates who gathered in Sabayati Islands this year ignored him. He stared at the sky full of lightning and flames in the extreme distance. Ascetic monk, Arouge was shocked, put his hands together, and sighed. What if the other side is the legendary Four Emperors Kaido? Who was Kaido fighting? It was able to cause such a terrifying movement. Feeling the earth-shattering movement from far away. The Kid, Scourgeman Arp, Basil Hawkins and others present were subconsciously silent. As this year's supernova pirate, each one is a pirate standing at the apex of various origins, or the Grand Line's respective hometown. Before entering the New World, countless dreams and wealth were entrusted to the New World. Result. Now I personally feel the collision of the monsters that really stand at the apex, just the aftermath that is transmitted from the extremely distant sea area is so terrifying. The blow to them can be imagined. There was solemnity and a trace of fear in everyone's eyes. After all ambitious pirates going to the New World are very clear in their hearts at this moment. The exaggerated and terrifying aftermath of the inhuman monster, from 873 extremely far away. It turned out to be the object of their delusion to challenge. Pirates standing at the top of the New World. Four Emperors. And at this time, as the aftermath continues to spread to naval headquarters, and even across the Calm Belt, to the Amazon Lily on the Calm Belt. Suddenly, what? A growling sound of pain suddenly spread across the Grand Line. Made many people above the bottom islands of Sabayati tremble. Kaido's voice. It turns out that in the sky far away from the sea, is the Four Emperors Kaido, one of the opponents. Might be able to make Kaido scream. Who's on the other side? Under strong shock, crazy doubts arose in the minds of those who heard Kaido's screams on the Grand Line. But there are also some islands near the battlefield. Feel the scorching heat on the sea far away. Suddenly, someone's figure couldn't help trembling suddenly, as if thinking of something, his eyes were fixed on the sea area far away. No. You can't go wrong. This temperature, absolutely, definitely belongs to the existence of the sea taboo. At the same time, boom, dark clouds are being torn apart by the sky of lightning and thunder here. The collision center that sets off a huge sound wave and explosion. Swish. This is a huge body covered with blue scales that crashed down from the sky. It caused countless shocks. It is none other than Kaido, who is almost seriously injured in the blue dragon form. 058. Kaido with the strongest form of human and beast, Bai Ye, it's time to end this battle. Boom. Kaido's gigantic body in the form of a green dragon suddenly fell from the sky. It seems that the black shadow covering the sky occupies the entire sky. Afterwards, Kaido slammed into an island like a meteor. Boom. I saw Kaido just touch the surface of the island. The terrible aftermath instantly shattered the earth with a radius of 500 or 600 meters. A lot of gravel and dust are flying, and the shock force visible to the naked eye continues to spread circle by circle. Under the thick dust and smoke, the whole island couldn't stop trembling crazily. It seems as if it will be torn apart in the next second. One can imagine how terrifying is the impact carried by Kaido's huge body. Same. The thick dust and smoke have not yet dissipated. Roar. A roar emerged from the center of the dust cloud. In an instant, all the dust and gravel in the vicinity were crushed, and the surface of the nearby earth was inevitably blown away. The bare ground was exposed. This is Kaido's ferocious faucet sticking out again. It's just compared to what it was just now. Clear and distinct. At this moment, the kakuzu on Kaido's head is half broken, blood dripping, and there are large and terrible burns on the upper part of the dragon's body. It looks like a serious injury. But, if it is an ordinary person, this degree of injury is indeed enough to die. But Kaido is different. As the strongest creature of sea, land and air, eat the devil fruit with the strongest recovery power. This, extremely serious, injury was not life-threatening for Kaido. But even so, at this moment, Kaido looked at Bai Ye's figure in disbelief. He actually lost in the head-on collision. Although it was an act of desperation, relying solely on the collision of physique. But since eating the green dragon fruit, relying on strong resilience and physique alone, Kaido thinks that no one in this world can be stronger than him physically. However, what are you kidding? As the four emperors pirates of the current era, his opponent is just a remnant from the old era who should have been abandoned by the new era like Whitebeard, whose physical strength must have been severely depleted after successive battles. Advertisement. Just such an opponent, as long as he shows his true strength. Here today, the man in front of me is destined to die here. Roar. Kaido's eyes flashed with mixed killing intent and fighting intent, and he opened his bloody mouth and roared to the sky. Laozi will definitely kill you. Kill you. Boom. A strong hurricane blows from beneath Kaido's blue dragon form. Then there is the purple thunderbolt falling suddenly from the reclouded sky. Boom. Inside the hurricane, Kaido's body began to surge with flesh and blood, shrinking visibly with the naked eye. At the same time, the powerful aura emanating from Kaido's body has not diminished but increased. As the hurricane and lightning dissipate, this is the center of the big pit that collapsed hundreds of meters, revealing Kaido, who is 7.1 meters tall, holding a mace, 8 fasts, entering the strongest human and beast state. Next second, boom, the compressed breath on Kaido burst out. It suddenly expanded the range of the nearby big pit that was already sunken hundreds of meters. For a moment, the entire island was blown away by Kaido's explosive breath, trembling continuously. And at this moment, Kaido, who showed the strongest human beast state, stared at Bai Ye and roared fiercely. Watch out. Hum. The pitch-black armament hockey first surged onto Kaido's arm, and then passed on to the 8 fasts. Kaido growled. The figure suddenly disappeared in place, leaving only the sunken collapsed ground. Hockey is wrapped around the mace, flashing purple lightning light. Head towards Bai Ye with an extremely fast attack. Thunder. 8 trigrams. The air whistled distortedly, and Kaido came to Bai Ye across a distance of hundreds of meters almost instantly. Hit it hard. Good job. Let me see the strength of the so-called 4 emperors. The flame that Ryutsu turned into bathed his whole body. Under Bai Ye's eyes flashed a sharp look. Boom. Moment. The scorching flames, the sky full of dark clouds, and the thunder and lightning. The two collided fiercely again. Boom. Advertisement. Boom. Boom. Your flame is very weird, but Laozi just needs to not touch it. Laozi doesn't believe it. Your physical strength will be unlimited. Ooh-hoo. Kaido, who entered a frenzied fighting state, jumped into the air. The muscles in both arms swell instantly, and the blue veins burst out. Waving the 8 fasts in his hands. In the next second, the air tore apart. A column of stick air pierced through the sky and flew directly towards Bai Ye. Diamond Dysprosium. Followed by, Kaido's pupils froze. Conqueror's hockey exploded. It seemed to shatter the entire void. Kaido then grasped the 8 precepts, fast. Conqueror's hockey and the purple lightning falling from the sky wrapped around the iron rod and struck towards Bai Ye violently. Watch out. The air roared, and the space distorted. Facing Kaido, who took out 4 emperors, should have the level of madness. Bai Ye's indifferent eyes were sharp and unchanged. I said, this will be the last scene of this world you saw before you were buried. Ryujin Jaka easily shattered the incoming stick energy as the high temperature that burned the sea erupted. Face the Kaido who follows. The scorching heat instantly detonated everything around Bai Ye. Bright and fiery white light magnifies directly under Kaido's pupil color change. Bai Ye's current physical strength will indeed not be unlimited, as Kaido said. Good job. Shinigami's Ryutsu is not in common with physical strength. After these successive battles, Bai Ye lost part of his physical strength. However, with the remaining half of the physical strength, getting rid of Kaido is enough. Now Bai Ye is actually waiting. It seems that the world government should have no other means to exterminate this time. Witnessing the bright and hot flames drove Kaido back. Bai Ye glanced at the entire battlefield that continues to influence the outside world. The so-called absolute power of the world government that Kong talked about just now. If there is, with the current movement, the world government should have taken action long ago. So it seems. Bai Ye placed Ryujin Jaka with one hand across in front of him. Looking at Kaido, who was in a frantic fighting state in the distance, ready to use more powerful moves. It's time to end this fight. Hot as hell. 059. Kaido must die. The strike of the world government is coming. Boom, boom, boom. Under a sky full of dark clouds, lightning and thunder. A black and red lightning bolt appeared around Kaido. Pour conquerors and armed colors into the 8 precepts. Getting ready to unleash roaring thunder 8 trigrams. Suddenly, the nearby land that was constantly being evaporated to expose the dry seabed suddenly began to shatter. Bright and exuding like white light, the hot pillar of flames tore through the ground and rose suddenly. The earth trembled violently, and the space trembled. The terrifying high temperature heat emitted is like the sun descending on the battlefield. Kaido stood on the battlefield, feeling the oncoming terrifying high temperature, and the water in his body was quickly evaporated. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand in an attempt to resist. Immediately afterwards, Kaido's pupils changed suddenly. A burning sensation came from the palm of the hand holding Bai Ye. Kaido looked down at the face of Bai Ye, and Jonin couldn't help showing a look of disbelief. His 8 precepts has been infecting the armed forces all the year round. If it weren't for the strength of a single round, there wouldn't be a supreme mace ranking in this world. His 8 precepts is a weapon that is as famous as the supreme sword in 12 works. Even one of the hardest items, the sea stone. Nothing can compare to it. One can imagine. Kaido looked up and quickly looked at the soaring flames dancing in his pupils. Look at the earth that has begun to melt under your feet. The battlefield where 623 is now has reached such a terrifying temperature. Feeling the palpitating aura of destructive flames coming from nearby, Kaido, who has plenty of combat experience, gritted his teeth, grasped the Bai Ye tightly, and wound the Conqueror's haki and the remaining armed colors on the weapon. Then, Kaido put the first target on Bai Ye. That's right. Since these things are made by that guy, so just kill that man. Whether it's the flaming pillars carrying terrifying flames, or the terrifying heat covering the entire battlefield today, everything will disappear. A look of anxiety flickered in Kaido's eyes. The fierce light is exposed. Hold the 8 precepts fast with both hands. Work hard. The muscles of the upper body protrude piece by piece, and the blue veins are exposed. Follow. Swish. Kaido disappeared instantly, hit Bai Ye at breakneck speed. This is exactly the advanced version of Thunder 8 trigrams. David Thunder 8 trigrams. Advertisement. It was this trick that almost killed the Son of Destiny in this era in the future on Onijima. Now Kaido is facing the current situation. Just use this trick. However, facing Kaido, who was rushing towards him with a surge of speed. Shunpo. Swish. Bai Ye's speed is no less than Kaido's. In an instant, he appeared in front of Kaido, who had just pulled in 1/3 of the distance by casting David Thunder 8 trigrams. What is this concept? If someone else is watching the battle, then Bai Ye's speed has reached a speed that cannot be seen by the naked eye. You can probably only see Kaido and Bai Ye disappearing in place in an instant. Then came the sonic boom of the air being torn apart. Next second, Bai Ye meets Kaido, who casts David Thunder 8 trigrams. The figures of the two are like speeding trains. The moment we met, boom, the 1,000-meter dry seabed and land on the entire battlefield collapsed. It bounced into the air. With the terrifying craters sinking layer by layer, it seems that the entire seabed has been lifted into the sky. Not only that, the collision caused a part of the pressure to skyrocket. Straight to be vented to the sky. That part is Kaido's power. The whole sky seems to be pierced directly. Terrible. Thick dust and debris filled the entire battlefield. Except that blazing hell keeps approaching. Now, the thick dust and smoke dissipated. Bai Ye and Kaido appeared in the positions before the two respectively. The large black robe on Bai Ye's body was shattered, revealing the muscles underneath that contained terrifying strength. And Kaido. It was the eyes widened, and the unimaginable gaze slowly moved to the 8 precepts on the hand. A big mouthful of blood spurted out directly. How is it possible? Kaido sees it all. The weapon he was proud of, CDAC, Baji, was cut off by the collision just now. And it's not just the 8 precepts. At this moment, Kaido has a horrible burning wound that spread from his eyes to his entire chest. If it wasn't for Bai Ye, who resisted most of the power, the temperature on the wound was too high, the blood evaporated instantly, and his physique had eaten the green dragon fruit that was almost the strongest phantom beast. Kaido. His heart trembled. No doubt, I will die. In this world. Advertisement. There really is someone who can kill him. Thoughts arise. Kaido half kneeled on the ground. The breath suddenly became extremely weak. Witness the nearby pillars of flame that turned the entire world into a furnace. For the first time in my life, I felt the breath of death so close. Unacceptable. Kaido smashed the ground with 5 fingers. Forcibly supporting the body, roaring. What are you kidding? You be asterisk 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 D. Lousy is Kaido. The resilience of Zone Devil Fruit is really powerful. Bai Ye looked up at Kaido, who was not far away, whose body was cut open in half, and who was still alive. I can't help but sigh that the power of Devil Fruit is definitely not as good as the template he has. But zone demon fruit power, everyone is absolutely comparable to the existence of blood cows. That level of injury, if I were an ordinary person, I would have died countless times. Only a natural monster like Kaido plus the physique given by the Phantom Beast ability can forcibly support this level. But, that's all, in front of the remaining hot hell. Even if Bai Ye doesn't continue to do anything next. With Kaido's current state, he is sure to die. Thoughts arise. Bai Ye is going to get rid of Kaido. Suddenly, boom. A muffled sound of the sky bursting suddenly sounded. Followed by, okay. Bai Ye subconsciously looked up to the sky. It was a wave, coming from the sky with a vague sense of threat. And this feeling, Bai Ye looked at Kaido whose color changed in the distance. Bai Ye could clearly feel it. There's absolutely no way the looming menace in the sky is Kaido. So, there was the only object in Bai Ye's mind that he didn't want to see him live in this world. A coldness flashed across Bai Ye's indifferent eyes. World government. Watching the sky slowly tear apart the thousands of meters of clouds, gradually revealing a dazzling white light exuding a destructive aura. Bai Ye was thoughtful. No wonder the final resort wasn't released early on. With the intelligence capabilities of the world government. The first time Kaido got involved. The world government probably already knows the situation here. Never did it before. Nothing more than waiting for the opportunity. An opportunity to directly destroy him while his state is declining. 060. Shock of the appearance of Uranus. Boom. Boom. Countless thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. As the covering area reached an incomparably terrifying number of kilometers, the clouds in the sky were slowly torn apart. The entire first half of the Grand Line seemed to be trembling uncontrollably at this moment. For a while, everyone in the first half of the Grand Line vaguely felt a suffocating and destructive atmosphere coming soon. Subconscious palpitations raised his head extremely. And in the Sabayati Bottom Islands, Naval Headquarters, Amazon Lily, Impel Down, etc. near the Bai Ye and Kaido battlefields. Everyone felt the heart-shattering terrifying power for the first time. Hello. This time, then, what is that thing? The sky is torn apart. Someone slowly opened his mouth wide, and his body was half kneeling on the ground uncontrollably. Witnessing that the sky seemed to be pierced by the God, and the suffocating and destructive breath of the God's judgment was about to descend. My whole body is trembling uncontrollably. Can't hide the fear in my heart. Same. Some people subconsciously want to retreat. But suddenly, I realized that my legs didn't listen to me at all. Ship, Captain, that shouldn't be something made by the four emperors Kaido. God, oh my God, does God really exist? In the area where supernovas gathered, Aruj was shocked, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. It was hard to describe what he was witnessing for a while. First, the summit war broke out between Naval Headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates. Then there's one of New World's other apex monsters. Four emperors Kaido is fighting someone. I don't know who Kaido is fighting though. But that scream, it is enough to represent that four emperors Kaido suffered a loss in the first half of the almost unbridled Grand Line. Then, what do they see now? Far above the cloud-covered sea. A place located at an altitude of several thousand meters appeared, and as it seemed to slowly tear the sky, it has now revealed a whole picture of nearly 10,000 meters. Exclamation mark. For a while, what I saw and heard today, it actually gave them the illusion that they were in a dream. After all, is all this true? Advertisement. Are you sure you're not joking? Are they really in the real world at this moment? Area 13 of Sabayati Islands. Really? Is that? Shaki's pupils narrowed, feeling the destructive aura that appeared over the sea far away. Shaki lost his voice. Rayleigh's eyes under the lens revealed seriousness at the moment. He got up and drew the sword from his waist. His eyes stared at the sky above the extremely distant sea area, which was already emitting glaring light. Said, if there is no wrong guess, I am afraid that the world government has taken action against that side. ... World government. Shaki had a look of shock on his face. What kind of power can? Summit war. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Kill these Marines. Rescue Ace. Let them know how powerful our Whitebeard pirates are. The Summit war started as scheduled. Kong claimed to finish Bai Ye in 15 minutes. Coming again to the idea of Summit war. Apparently, as Kong was beheaded by Bai Ye, it completely fell through. However, this moment, whether it's a hands-on Marine, or a pirate from the Whitebeard pirates. When he felt the terrifying suffocating breath coming from the extremely distant sea area, his expression changed subconsciously. Old father, what's going on? Many captains almost turned their heads to look in the direction of the sea area completely opposite to Naval Headquarters. Then, when witnessing the source of breath, the dazzling light that tears the sky, everyone's heart trembled suddenly. Over there, what the hell is going on? Did you hear that B********** D scream from Kaido just now? Who is Kaido fighting? Now there is such a horrible movement again. Is there a more terrifying battle happening on the other side? Zon, Marshal Sengoku, what's that? Now, on the execution stand. The volcanic Marine Vice Admiral below Sengoku witnesses the changes in the sea sky far away. Marine Vice Admiral Huo Shaoshan froze in place, unaware that the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground. It shows the trembling that cannot be contained even as a Marine Vice Admiral at this moment. Advertisement. And throw this question to Sengoku in Huoshaoshan. In fact, if you look closely, you will find that Sengoku's pupils are also flashing with indescribable shock. Asking for flowers. Over there, the Operation Demon Slaughter, launched by the world government fleet led by Marshal Kong. Sengoku naturally knows a thing or two. When the Summit War happened, another battlefield had already begun. But, even though Sengoku joined Marine for so many years, he was promoted from Marine Commodore, Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, Admiral, and then to the current Marine Marshal. Even Sengoku had never heard of the terrifying power that the world government held in its hands. What the hell is that? Sengoku was puzzled, but it cannot be denied. Sengoku's eyes showed a look of incomparable dignity, and his heart was shocked. The world government is not hesitating to achieve this level now, it is completely ready to completely destroy everything over there. 0. This shows that in the eyes of the world government, killing that monster, who is obviously alone. The importance is several times more important than the Summit War, which is enough to change the times. It was this that shocked Sengoku. Could it be that the threat level of that man is already comparable to that of the Rocks pirates back then? At the same time, the entire first half of the Grand Line was constantly shaken, setting off countless storms. World Government. Sanctuary Mariajoy. Pangu City. Deepest. Inside a spacious hall symbolizing power. If there are outsiders here, you will definitely be shocked beyond words by the scene here. Because is the highest position of the respective celestial dragons. The 5 elders are kneeling on the ground collectively at this moment. Facing the beginning of the symbolic establishment of the world government, 20 royal families jointly created a void throne that even celestial dragons are not qualified to sit on in order to share power equally. And at this moment, on the void throne, there is actually a person sitting. Master I am, this time. 5 elders, with scars around their eyes and shaggy beards, bowed their heads and said. Although some indifferent lives will be sacrificed, since the sinner can kill Kong, it shows that the sinner already has the power to threaten the world government, just like the Rocks pirates back then, and now, that person will surely die this time. With no doubt in the eyes of the 5 elders. At this moment, the Uranus, which shocked countless people in the Grand Line, finally descended from the sky with destructive power. 061. Hados 99, 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Boom. Thousands of meters of sky seem to collapse in pieces. The blinding white light that fills the sky seems to turn night into day in an instant. The destructive power fell instantly. Its range directly expanded to nearly 10,000 meters. Thereafter, a series of attacks containing incomparably terrifying power came, covering the sea area below and even several nearby islands. In front of this destructive force falling from the sky. Whether it is any person, life, thing or thing below. This moment, it seems that they are all trembling ants on the ground, waiting to meet the destruction of God. Are those bastards of the world government crazy? 9 masters. Kaido looked up. There was an unconcealable tremor in his pupils. Although he didn't know what the attack in the sky was. But it is possible to make such a big deal. Only the world government. And will die. Kaido coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes flickered violently. In his current state, whether it's the terrifying high temperature here on this battlefield, or the attack from the world government in the sky. It's definitely not something he can bear now. Moreover, even the General Marshal was killed by the world government just now, and they did not use this method. Obviously, the plan is now to destroy him and that man here together. B asterisk 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 D, B asterisk 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 D. Damn it. Kaido, who had figured everything out, roared angrily. Suddenly, Kaido's pupils froze suddenly. I see. That's Bai Ye's position, facing the absolute attack, coming from the sky. This is the power of Uranus. Seeing that it was a destructive attack directed at him. I didn't expect to meet so soon. Advertisement. Aware of the remaining physical strength after fighting Kaido. Bai Ye faced the Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons suspected to be mastered by the world government. Bai Ye raised his head, feeling the power contained in it, a look of indifference flashed in his eyes. Let me see, the so-called absolute power. Will you be able to destroy me, or will I completely overturn you? A coldness flashed in his eyes. Bai Ye raised his left hand. Subsequently, this kind of flashy attack, as long as it is crushed by Zhong, is enough. Boom. The terrifying Ryutsu was released, and the nearby melting ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Centered on Bai Ye, visible to the naked eye as the surrounding atmosphere and space ripples. The ground beneath his feet cracked countless times. This scene came into view. Feel the terrifying aura emanating from Bai Ye. Not far away, Kaido's pupils widened. That monster. What a joke. After a battle, is it still that powerful? Subsequently, a scene that Kaido will never forget in his life appeared. Boom, boom, boom. The entire trembling battlefield suddenly seemed to be a earth dragon turning over. On the dry seabed, several gigantic stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground. The strong man stood on it, followed by Hados 99. The voice rang out. This is the terrifying Ryutsu that has turned the entire Grand Line into disbelief. The space is completely distorted. Thereafter, this is a total of 5 heads composed of a large number of almost substantive horror ryutsu, exuding a destructive breath and roaring. The Eastern Dragon appeared. Advertisement. 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Exclamation mark. Suddenly, an oriental dragon made of the unimaginable ryutsu soars to the sky. Next moment, attack from Uranus meets Hado unleashed by Bai Ye. Boom. A terrible roar resounds through the sky. Echoes in the Grand Line. In the eyes of countless people outside the coverage of the Uranus attack. This is a horrifying picture appeared. Every attack of the power descending from the sky is enough to wipe out everything, leaving a terrifying trace like an abyss wherever it touches. No one will question it. Under that kind of power, as long as any kingdom stays in it for a moment, or even a few seconds, it will be completely wiped out of its existence. That appalling scalp-tingling attack today is destined to subvert the worldview of anyone who has witnessed that terrible picture. However, destroy almost everything there. The aftermath set off a terrifying tsunami. Go straight to the Sabayati Islands, Naval Headquarters Marineford, before dozens of nearby islands. In that terrifying attack, a more powerful and palpitating aura descended. Thereafter, after everything around that battlefield was devastated. That's several hundreds of meters of terrifying Ryutsu dragons roaring. Stand up. Face the attack from Sky 3.1. Forward towards the sky. A series of attacks and the encounter with the huge Ryutsu dragon begin. But it didn't work at all. It's like tickling the dragon Ryutsu instead. There's nothing stopping you from progressing. Then, it is precisely because everything near the battlefield in that sea area was destroyed. When a dragon made of pure, almost materialized Ryutsu rips through the very center of its attack. Rush through the sky. A split second, sunlight fell along the center of the attack range covering nearly 10,000 meters. That moment, give Grand Line the shock of the world. It's as if the sky has been completely pierced. 062. Terrible aftermath, shock of the 5 elders. Flicky. This is Bai Ye's evaluation of the absolute destruction, power of the world government that made Kong empty to death. If the Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons suspected to be in the hands of the world government, is to concentrate all attack energy in one place. Bai Ye is undeniable. In his current situation, Uranus's does threaten his credentials. However, only cover attacks like this downpour, although it has the power to easily wipe out any kingdom on the Grand Line. But based on this, I want to completely throw away day and night on this battlefield. In Bai Ye's eyes, it can only be said to be too naive. Such an overly diffuse, flashy attack, even if his physical strength is really exhausted in successive battles. Ryutsu only. Just crush it. Boom, boom. Now, as the most central area from Uranus attacked, it seemed as if the entire sky was pierced, and the sun shone from the sky, shocking the entire Grand Line world. The aftermath of the terrible attack Uranus unleashed at this time also began. The tsunami spread to Sabayati Islands, Summit War, Calm Belt, and dozens of surrounding islands. The entire first half of the Grand Line. 23. Whoever saw all this. When you are pulled back to reality by the overwhelming tsunami that greets you. The first terrifying thought of trembling from the inside out came to mind. World, is it really going to be destroyed? Even if it is a pirate who is ambitious on the islands at the bottom of Sabayati and intends to go to the New World to develop his ambitions. Facing that is only aftermath. It is enough to destroy all tsunami disasters. At this time, he fell to the ground uncontrollably like an ordinary person. It shows the despair in their hearts. Summit War. When witnessing the scene where the sky was pierced on the sea area far away. Whether it is marine or pirate here, they all froze in place. Then, when the sea outside Naval Headquarters was discovered, the aftermath of a tsunami hundreds of meters high appeared overwhelming. The Summit War battle subconsciously stopped at this moment. Am I not dreaming? Or is it all a dream? Whether it is marine or pirates, there is an unreal feeling. A long time, Sengoku, who was still one of the few insiders present, was the first to recover. Cursed secretly, world government is really crazy. To destroy that man. Advertisement. He did not hesitate to do so. Is the world government planning to destroy the entire first half of the Grand Line? Immediately, after cursing secretly, Sengoku shouted to prepare all marines for the oncoming impact. As for the Whitebeard pirates, a distraught Sengoku has no time to care. After all, if you don't bring the marine participating in the Summit War back to God, it was only affected by the attacks of the world government's own people. Watching the overwhelming tsunami hit outside Marineford, Sengoku had no doubts, but enough to destroy almost half of Naval Headquarters. And this time, compared to Sengoku who made the first move, Whitebeard also chose to temporarily suspend this Summit War without hesitation. The other side, Calm Belt, Amazon Lily. This shock is. My mother-in-law's pupils narrowed. Feel the aftermath of power that even Calm Belt is shaking. In a flash, Granny Yi appeared on the edge of Nine Snake Island. Looking at the terrifying sky piercing the picture over the sea in the extreme distance. The mother-in-law's reaction was almost suffocating. It is different from the fact that the outside world does not know who did it on the battlefield over there. But that's why. Why is my mother-in-law afraid of feeling such a strong shock for the first time? That one is from North Blue. A monster alone, does it really have the possibility of subverting the world government? This moment, the mother-in-law who has gone through several eras was shaken in her heart. Perhaps, Snake Princess is really not delusional. The other side. At the same time, the whole first half of the Grand Line was felt in a real sense of a terrible shock at the same time. World Government. Sanctuary Mariajoy. Pangu City. Boom. 5 elders felt that the shaking outside could even permeate the red line. The 5 people were shocked by the terrifying power of Uranus. The 5 people also breathed a sigh of relief. The sinner, who is a threat to the world government, will definitely not be able to survive this time. And together with the 4 emperors Kaido. Advertisement. Although in the process, the spread of power will sacrifice an unknown number of untouchables living in the first half of the Grand Line. But in the eyes of 5 elders, it's all totally worth it. Eliminate evil and do everything. The world government does not allow a second, rocks, pirate group to appear in this era. Even if they don't know what power is hidden behind the man alone. But as long as you kill the sinner, who has the strongest combat power. The goal of the world government to shock the whole world has been achieved. The rest is nothing more than taking time to clean up slowly. Then erase all traces of that man's existence, just like erasing the history of the Rocks pirates who were in full swing, or the history of Ohara who tried to study the text of history. Completely hidden in history. How to clean up the follow-up. They are the most proficient at it. Anyway, even the World Economic News newspaper did not dare to disobey the orders of the world government. And manipulating public opinion is tantamount to manipulating the whole world. Anyway, those guys living at the bottom are not qualified to know the truth and history. Is it over? Master, I am. The shaggy bearded 5 elders looked up. Prepare to order someone to notify the World Economic News newspaper. The big news of the first day. That is, the big sinner who attempted to threaten the security of the world will be personally eliminated by the world government. Then, announce that sinner to the world as an enemy of the world. It can be said that 5 elders will have Bai Ye's death, and all the scripts have been arranged every step of the way. Eliminate sinners from the perspective of justice. What a glorious and great deed of world government. By the way, all the towns that were destroyed in North Blue can be blamed on that sinner. That would make the perfect scapegoat for what the world government did in North Blue earlier. The plan for dealing with the follow-up can be described as watertight. Shaggy bearded 5 elders prepare to consult the figure sitting on the void throne, where no one should be able to sit. However, just looked up. The face of 5 elders with the fluffy beard couldn't help changing slightly. Because of the sight, the lord sitting on the void throne didn't show any reaction that he had successfully erased the sinner. Instead, the shaggy bearded 5 elders vaguely caught a sinking gaze from above. He reacts very quickly. A sense of foreboding was felt almost immediately. What happened? Combined with the adult's sinking gaze. Suddenly, 5 elders thought of a possibility that he couldn't believe at all. All kinds of thoughts flooded into my mind, and finally, I lost my voice. Could it be that a sinner survived? How can that be? That is the power that claims to be enough to destroy the world. 063. Taboo at sea. The fluffy bearded 5 elders felt uncontrollable horror at this moment. He turned his head subconsciously, staring at the outside direction of Mariajoy behind him. As the highest power in charge of the world government, the celestial dragons are the highest positions. With the power in their hands and their status in the world government. Already qualified enough to know the core secrets of the world government. That's why, in this world, no one knows better than them the horror of the attack just now. Uranus. Uranus. That is possessing the legendary power to truly destroy the world. One of the 3 ancient weapons that are as famous as Poseidon, and Pluto, which have disappeared into history. Just one click. Almost any kingdom on the Grand Line will be completely wiped of all traces of it in just a few seconds. It is precisely because of this that it relies on such terrifying power. World government in the past hundreds of years of history. Although every few eras, there will be some kingdoms and forces that dare to defy the world government. But in the face of the power of Uranus, the final outcome can only be completely reduced to a part of history buried by the world government. So to speak, the existence of Uranus. It firmly maintains the absolute rule-making power of the world government over this sea rule. This time, they also thought without exception at first that sinner will die under the sanction sent down by God. Because throughout the 800 years since the establishment of the world government, the lamps that each age tried to light up have been extinguished, and they have completely disappeared. Even the world has no way of knowing that those kingdoms and forces once existed. Even if you look through the historical records of various countries, you can only find vague traces of words at most, and it is impossible to prove its existence at all. However, in the eyes of 5 elders, such a terrifying, absolute power. Judging from the reaction of Master, I am, today. The faces of the other 5 elders who reacted changed drastically, their pupils shrank sharply, and a drop of cold sweat quietly slipped down from their foreheads and landed on the carpet of the Great Hall of Pangu City. God's sanction. Is it going to be the first defeat? The hearts of the 5 elders were filled with turmoil. This moment, Bai Ye's threat level in the eyes of 5 elders. It's close to, no, it should completely surpass the Rocks pirate group that was in full swing. After all, based on their available intelligence, it is not difficult to know, at least on the Grand Line, that horrible monster from the North Blue, who has done everything to this day and has been alone. One person. First, the pacifist fleet was easily destroyed. Advertisement. Secondly, Naval Headquarters, a subsidiary of the world government, sent two Marine admirals with the highest combat power, but they were unable to take them down. Instead, one died and the other was injured. Now the Generalissimo of the world government's army, Kong, took action himself. But news of death came again. In addition, God's sanction has lost for the first time in hundreds of years. The five elders were unimaginable at the moment. Once the outside world knows the world government's secret operation taking advantage of the Summit War, it will end like this. This world, no, what will become of this era in the future? Block. That's right. The shaggy bearded five elders suppressed their horror. First reaction. It is no matter what. All news must be firmly blocked in the first half of the Grand Line. Otherwise, once the news spreads to the whole world, even the New World, the world government stands behind the Marine government with all the prestige built up over the centuries. It will be like the previous Marine government. Not only did he not succeed in eradicating that sinner. On the contrary, all the images that the world government has established to the outside world for hundreds of years will become a stepping stone for that person's reputation in the outside world. This crazy idea was born, however, with the news that a communication bug suddenly brought. But it made the five elders' collective face change again. With the appearance of Uranus in the first half of the Grand Line, there was a shock of terror. If you want to say that the forces that get news the fastest in this world, who else is there besides the world government? The answer is of course World Economic News. Its scale spreads all over the world, and the albatross in every corner is the eyeliner of the World Economic News newspaper. Coupled with the huge subscription group of the World Economic News, including pirates, bounty hunters, various kingdoms, underground dark forces and so on. This advantage is sometimes unmatched by even the world government. Therefore, before the start of the Operation Demon Slaughter, the first move of the world government was to dispatch members of the CPO to forcibly monitor the World Economic News newspaper. While preventing the slightest news from leaking out, take the opportunity to prepare to further use the World Economic News newspaper to expand the influence of the world government. Before the start of the operation, the big news connected by the world government has been prepared in advance. Now, action failed. The big news that was intended to create public opinion is naturally all completely abolished. A piece of bad news that five elders couldn't accept. They underestimated that D Morgans this time. As one of the five giants of the underground dark world, the king of news, Morgans took advantage of the Grand Line, eventually forcibly escaped from the CPO's surveillance. In other words, the World Economic News newspaper is now completely out of the control of the world government. Next, advertisement. I'm afraid, a week, no, maybe just one day. The whole world will know about this unprecedented defeat of the world government. It can be said, the current situation, even in the eyes of five elders, is already too bad to be in a worse situation. In fact, this moment, somewhere in the new world, things are going in the worst possible direction for five elders. As one of the five giants of the underground dark world, Morgans naturally knew the consequences of offending the world government. But compared to the consequences of offending, Morgans couldn't tolerate the faction he built himself as a subsidiary of the world government. And as a businessman, with a keen sense of smell, Morgans saw an unimaginably dire business opportunity this time around in the news the first half of the Grand Line received. A business opportunity enough for him to take the risk of offending the world government. The world government lost for the first time in hundreds of years, and even the commander-in-chief of the whole army died in battle. It is conceivable that once such shocking news appears in the four seas, the new world, and all over the world, while igniting the whole world an era, the sales of World Economic News will definitely take the opportunity to explode several times, maybe more than that. Then, facing the temptation of interests, Morgans chose the latter without hesitation in the face of world government and interests. And as one of the five giants, how can you do it without any real Wangjiao strength? Therefore, after overthrowing the CPO supervisors sent by the world government, Morgans immediately chose to move the base camp. Then, a headline that was about to send the world's scalp tingling was born in Morgans' mind. The first is that the world government's first defeat in hundreds of years must be widely reported. Of course, we can't forget the key point this time, the terrifying powerhouse who appeared from North Blue. Wait, monster. Or is it comparable to four emperors? From Morgans' point of view, these suggestions can all be changed. After all, alone can make the Marine government, world government lose one after another fly. Even in the case of the Operation Demon Slaughter, prepared in advance, Kong, the General Marshal of the army, died in battle. Based on this alone, even the Rocks pirates couldn't do it back then, right? Therefore, this one belongs to one person alone. It can represent the coming of a new era. It is enough to be praised as the title of taboo by the world. And it was born. 064. Change. Appeared red hair pirates. Bai Ye. Get out. At the same time. Grand Line, 4 Seas, New World. It is destined to set off an unprecedented shock. Today, Bai Ye is here. Bathed in the sun that pierces the center of the cloud-covered sky. Bai Ye stood on the stone pillar pulled up from the ground like an earth dragon turning over. It seems that there should be no second attack. 2. It is suspected that Uranus is indeed very powerful. But 2 scattered attacks are Bai Ye's biggest, fancy, weakness. Moreover, it is impossible for the world government to unconditionally display it. Otherwise, there is no need for the world government to establish, marine, Shichibukai, 4 emperors deliberately create the so-called 3 major forces of peace. The power of Uranus alone is enough to hold the whole world in his hands. So, Bai Ye's eyes moved, falling not far away and staying below to witness everything. The mouth is wide open at the moment, and Kaido's face is full of disbelief. Now it's your turn. Wait. He was pulled back to God by Bai Ye's indifferent voice. Kaido's body trembled suddenly, staring at the man whose clothes were torn, showing a strong figure. Kaido's face suddenly changed. The heart is surging. This has been. Is it the second time? No, even in the Valley of Gods War that year. Kaido, who was not strong enough back then, has witnessed the strength of rocks with his own eyes. There is no denying that either. The man in front of me, even the monster rocks. I'm afraid he can't compare with him. 2. Will die. Absolutely die. In his current state. Think of 190 Bai Ye's previous sentence. This will be the last sight you see. Kaido couldn't help roaring. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ He never thought about it as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. There are actually people in this world who can kill themselves. Kaido couldn't accept the reality in front of him. However, now, Bai Ye won't care what Kaido thinks in front of him. After all, now that you have the idea of putting people to death, be prepared to be killed. It should be just the most basic and superficial truth. Raise Ryujin Jaka, Bai Ye is going to kill Kaido directly. But suddenly, okay, swish, advertisement. This is another powerful aura coming from the farthest point of this ruined ugly battlefield. Follow closely. This is a figure galloping forward holding a long knife weapon in the shape of a Western sword. Almost immediately stood in front of Bai Ye. Thereafter, I saw that the person was well proportioned, with striking red hair, 3 scars on the left eye, and an empty left arm, wearing a long black cloak. This look and shape, red hair, how did you be ********** D come to the first half of the Grand Line? Could it be that you also wanted to take this opportunity to kill Laozi? Without Bai Ye opening his mouth, Kaido's pupils widened suddenly when he saw the figure, and he almost immediately called out his identity. It is not someone else who has suddenly entered the battlefield. It was red-headed Shanks, CDAE, who made the leap to one of the 4 emperors a few years ago. Kaido, shut up, or I don't have the confidence to save you. The red-haired Shanks glared at Kaido, and said lightly. After all, your subordinates have already been defeated by us in New World. They can't expect to have a chance to save your life. My subordinates. Could it be that Jin's actions were destroyed by you? D. Kaido's expression changed when he heard this, and he was about to yell at the redhead. Suddenly, thinking of the second half of the red hair just now, Kaido's pupils widened suddenly, and his eyes were fixed on the back of the red-haired Shanks. The D redhead. Going to save him. What the hell is the redhead thinking? Didn't he come to take the opportunity to kill himself? What the hell is this D looking for? Kaido was lost in thought. Red hair. Shanks saw Kaido lying on the ground, shut his mouth. Then, the red-haired Shanks looked in front of him, the figure of the man who has been rumored to have shocked the Grand Line several times in the past few days. Looking around the almost completely destroyed sea area, he said slowly. There are already enough losses in this battle, so, I would like to ask if I can sell my face and let this guy go. Saying that, Shanks pointed at Kaido with his western sword. Bai Ye faced the red-haired Shanks who appeared now. As a time traveler, he is not surprised that the red hair will come to the first half of the Grand Line. Summit Wars advance. Changed a few things though. But apparently some doomed things haven't changed. Redhead Shanks decided to join the Summit War anyway. However, if the red-haired Shanks joins the Summit War, Bai Ye will naturally not care. Can now. A look of indifference appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Redhead Shanks if Kaido is involved in the problem. So, what qualifications does a redhead have for this face? Look at the redhead Shanks. He didn't care about the other party's identity at all. The word Bai Ye represents his attitude towards this 4 emperors redhead. As a junior in age, it is necessary to save face when you speak up, and there is no reason to let Kaido, who just wanted to kill someone. Not to mention the red hair, even, One Piece, Roger is not qualified to ask Bai Ye for this face. Hearing this, the red-haired Shanks' eyes sank slightly, and said. In that case, I'm afraid we will have to be enemies. Although I really want to kill that guy, once that guy dies, all the balance in New World will collapse instantly. That's not what I want to see. Also, with your current physical strength, although you are very strong, there shouldn't be much left, right? Furthermore, the red-haired Shanks raised his head and looked not far away. Advertisement. My companion has arrived. The voice fell. Captain, don't run so fast. Yeah, those tsunamis nearly capsized our boat. That man, is that monster. This is the silhouette of several Red Hair Pirates members running from a distance. Without exception, there is a strong aura exuding from the body. This has a lot to do with the pattern the Red Hair Pirates developed. Although every Four Emperors pirate group has a huge force. Red Hair Pirates are no exception. But unlike Whitebeard Kaido and Big Mom, Red Hair Pirates pays more attention to personal strength than developing their own strength. Therefore, every member who can be on the Red Force is basically famous. This leads to a very high average bounty in Red Hair Pirates, also known as the most balanced Iron Wall Pirates. In the New World, almost no one wants to mess with the Red Hair Pirates. However, these things. What's the deal with Bai Ye? An enemy of me. Bai Ye glanced at the subordinates who had rushed over from the Red Hair Pirates, his face didn't change at all, and he looked back at the red-haired Shanks. What you just said can be regarded as a declaration of war, right? Feel the oncoming indifference and coldness. Red-haired Shanks' face changed slightly. The man in front of me. Even if he understands the situation at this moment, do he still plan to clash with the Red Hair Pirates alone? Thoughts arise. However, without waiting for the redhead to speak. Among the subordinates of the Red Hair Pirates who rushed over was a figure of a pirate with a red exploding head. Due to his fiery personality and temper, he couldn't help but said to Bai Ye. Hey, our captain is a proof of your friendliness for not taking advantage of others. You don't think you are capable of fighting our Red Hair Pirates again? I'm afraid even I am qualified to fight with you now. Let's fight. The person who spoke was Rox, who had just joined Red Hair Pirates and had a fiery and impulsive personality. Although the horror scene of the entire battlefield shocked him deeply. Maybe he can become a trainee crew member of Red Hair Pirates, in order to make his companions value him as soon as possible. Right now, in the eyes of Rox, it is undoubtedly the best opportunity. And Red Hair Pirates is one of the Four Emperors. It's not like being alone like an idiot like Kaido. All of their Red Hair Pirates cadres basically came to the first half of the Grand Line. So when he saw Bai Ye's attitude towards Red Hair, Rox couldn't help but speak. However, Bai Ye's response was to raise a finger. Redhead Shank's face changed slightly. This guy. Thoughts arise. In the next second, the Radao shockwave suddenly flew towards the Rox. There was a bang. The faces of the members of Red Hair Pirates sank, and Rox was directly sent flying. Thereafter, face off against the entire Red Hair Pirates hordes who seemed to be on the verge of a battle. Bai Ye's tone was indifferent and calm. He looked down at the other party without any emotion and said, before you have real strength, you'd better not say too arrogant words, it will make you look weak. 065. Bai Ye's red hair, the real world's #1 swordsman, Bai Ye. You be *******D, directly attack our partners. Do you want to start a war with us pirates? Members of Red Hair Pirates saw Bai Ye's actions. Their expressions changed one after another, and then they took out their respective combat weapons, glaring at Bai Ye who dared to hurt their companions suddenly. Seeing that the battle is about to start, stop. The red-haired Shanks spoke up suddenly, and used the griffin to block in front of his companion. Enough. The red-haired Shanks looked at Rox who was blown away, and said in a deep voice. This time it was Rox who made a mistake. As a rookie who has just boarded the ship, facing the strong, it is very lucky that he did not lose his life after this lesson. Redhead Shanks sees it very clearly. The man in front of him really didn't take their plans into consideration. And with the strength of Rox's reward of 94 million. Dare to yell in front of one of the monsters at the top of the sea. If the other party really wants to kill, Rox is not as simple as just being beaten. Shanks. But this B*************** D dared to stand in front of us. The person who couldn't help but speak was wearing sunglasses, blue-gray hair, a white shirt, and a red dragon tattoo on his right neck. It was Bendik Snake, the navigator of the Red Hair Pirates. The difficulty of boarding his new world is almost the highest Red Hair Pirates. It can be said that Red Hair Pirates is the most short-sighted pirate group in New World 4 Emperors, and there is no one. Although the newcomer's temper may be hot and excited. But since they are on board, they will be recognized as a member of the Red Hair Pirates and have the potential to become an elite. Even if they made a mistake first, they can only allow the people from Red Hair Pirates to teach them a lesson. And Bai Ye did it in front of all of them. It's as if they didn't plan to take their Red Hair Pirates seriously. If it is usual, this can already be considered a serious act of provocation. The most important thing among pirates is the reputation and flag of their own pirate group. Once someone touches this red line, a war will break out without warning. One of the main reasons why pirates in New World break out in fights from time to time. You can insult me, even if you pour wine on my head, or even all kinds of abuse. However, you must not insult the pirates and the flag behind me. Otherwise, wait to pay the price of a big battle. And now, in the eyes of everyone in Red Hair Pirates, Bai Ye definitely touched that red line, and at this moment, Redhead Shanks feels the vaguely oppressive atmosphere of the day. Although he told his companion to stop, he didn't let his companion put away all kinds of weapons. Instead, he stared at Bai Ye like an eagle eye. What happened to my partner is indeed that he made a mistake in the first place, and the lesson he should receive is also what he asked for, but... The red-haired Shanks bowed his head in apology first, then his tone sank. Since we can't reach an agreement, we can only fight one battle according to the rules of the sea. However, since we are also in a hurry, I hope that the victory can be determined within 3 moves. Again, this is not a declaration of war, but Kaido, your life can die in the future, but if you die now, the balance maintained by New World will not end. Feel sorry. The red-haired Shank's voice fell, and the nearby companion showed excitement on his face and retreated subconsciously. Immediately, a conqueror's red glow flashed in the red-haired Shank's eyes, and Griffin was standing in front of him. Work hard. Advertisement. The red-haired Shanks suddenly flashed, and rushed straight to Bai Ye standing on the stone pillar. Haha, finally got to see Shanks shoot again. Go, Shanks. Let this guy know how awesome we red-hair pirates are. Seeing this, Usopp and others immediately showed excitement. Bendick Snake's face showed excitement when he saw Shanks make a shot. Looks like Shanks didn't intend to hold back the breath just now. That's right. This is the usual Shanks. How can the guy who accompanied the shot let him go easily? In the final analysis, in this world, strength determines everything. Bai Ye stands on the upturned earth stone pillar of Hado 99-5 swirling dragons of destruction. Looking at the red-haired Shanks who came directly in front of him in an instant. The indifference in Bai Ye's eyes flashed with disdain. But, now that redhead Shanks has made his move, Ryutsu emerges again. Moment. Yasop and others who had been cheering for Shanks suddenly felt a terrifying Ryutsu coming. Subsequently, Bai Ye's Ryujin Jaka collided with red-haired Shanks' griffin. Boom. The nearby ground cracked crazily and diffused outwards, a strong wind pressure swept in all directions. That's. Their weapons didn't touch at all. Am I dazzled? Rox, who had just climbed up from the pile of rubble in the distance, witnessed the scene where Red Hair and Bai Ye fought in the distance. The pupils suddenly widened. Hey, that's the power of Conqueror's Entanglement. Boy, it's a skill that can't be mastered by the top powerhouses, and you still have a lot to learn when you're on our ship in the future. A hand came over suddenly, and it was Yasop who spoke. But that guy is a terrifying monster. After turning this place into this, does he still have the strength to fight Shanks? Yasop saw that Shanks' first attack couldn't make an inch, and sighed inwardly. And at this moment, very strong, the red-haired Shanks kept on colliding with Bai Ye's first move, with a look of seriousness in his eyes. This was his first impression of the man in front of him. Unimaginable. The sea of the battlefield here has been evaporated, and has been destroyed by successive wars into a devastated and terrifying appearance. It seemed that the man's strength had not been affected in the slightest. Asking for flowers. After all, for speed to decide, head to summit war. When red-haired Shanks made a shot, he used at least half of his strength. But even so, this man still took it. It is conceivable that the strength of the man in front of him may be even more terrifying than he expected. But, now that he has done it, there are 2 more tricks. The red-haired Shanks held a griffin and let out a low snort. Advertisement. Armed colors and conquerors pour into the griffin. Suddenly the next move has arrived. This strike is Captain Roger's signature skill. God Escape. Today's redhead Shanks has mastered the game. Under this move, it has the terrifying power to cut open the sky. I saw the red-haired Shanks suddenly preparing to release the soaring slash wave. However, full of flaws, Bai Ye's indifferent eyes flashed sharply. 0. The second trick is to fight. Bai Ye is faster than redhead Shanks. Red-haired Shanks' first move, Bai Ye will choose next. But Bai Ye wanted to see the strength of another 4 emperors. And the second trick, the opponent has already shown its strength. Bai Ye felt the physical strength in his body now. No need to waste too much time with each other. Caress. A split second. Bai Ye's figure is in the eyes of outsiders. The last second was still standing in place. But next second, Bai Ye had already appeared in front of Red Shanks, who was about to release the griffin in his hand. Thereafter, the red-haired Shanks paused in place, his pupils flickering with surprise. Puff. This is a line of blood appearing on the chest of red-haired Shanks in an instant. Then blood splattered immediately. Sent. Shanks. Below, Yasop and others, who were discussing who would win, were taken aback for a moment, and then their pupils widened suddenly. Bai Ye looked at this scene and had expected it. Yamamoto Genryūsai is not just the power of Ryutsu and Ryujin Jaka. Stamina aside and almost even Grandmaster All Hado aside. As the founder of Yuanliu, and the founder of Spiritual Arts Academy. Once defeated in the Soul Society and accepted Unohana Retsu, who claimed to master all schools and sword styles in the world, as a member of Gote 13. That's all. It can be seen that in terms of swordsmanship alone, the swordsmanship of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni thousands of years ago has already reached its peak. Therefore, Bai Ye with Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni Template. In a sense, he is also the world's #1 swordsman. It's just because there are too many enemies every time. Compared with swordsmanship, Bai Ye prefers to use Ryujin Jaka's large-scale attacks. Now, you have one last resort. Shake Ryujin Jaka off the blood. Bai Ye's gaze moved, and he landed on the red-haired Shanks with a dignified face at this time. 066. Bai Ye, looks like the war has begun. Kill Red Hair Pirates members. ... This guy, quote. Redhead Shanks looked down at the blood-spattered wound on his body. A look of disbelief flashed across his extremely serious face. Just now he has already predicted the actions of the man in front of him through his knowledge. It can also be said to use the power of listening. As long as a person is still alive, the body can make special sounds, and through these sounds, the opponent's next move and position can be predicted. However, regarding the next move of the man in front of him is unpredictable, or, even if he clearly sees the man in front of him throwing a knife. But the result is unstoppable. Just like Bai Ye's evaluation of full of flaws. At the moment when the red-haired Shanks is about to use the 430 Griffin to release the slash wave, there is a short deadly gap. Ordinary people can't catch it at all. But now, the opponent of red-haired Shanks is not normal. And Bai Ye, who has the template of Yamamoto Genryūsai, who has reached the pinnacle of kendo thousands of years ago in the Soul Society. Redhead Shanks had no doubts. If this is a simple competition of swordsmanship, the second move can almost decide the outcome. Hurt Shanks. You be ***************. D. How dare you hurt our captain? A competition is a competition, when we don't exist. At this time, Yasop and his team saw the red-haired Shanks injured, and suddenly reacted. Put their angry eyes on Bai Ye collectively. For a while, the atmosphere here was tense again. If it is an ordinary person, facing the pressure from the red hair pirates who are the four emperors, they will definitely be so scared that their legs and feet will go weak. But, Bai Ye's response was that Ryutsu instantly pressed Yasop and others. Thereafter, Bai Ye looked around Yasop and his group below, causing Jesus Bu and others to change their expressions. You can choose to do it, and the choice is in your own hands from the very beginning. What? Yasop and others were taken aback. You guy, you are too arrogant. Advertisement. Are you trying to single out our entire red hair pirates? Bendick Snake also reacted, with two long knives in his strong arms, he couldn't help but stepped forward. The rest of the red hair pirates members saw this. Except for the calm Ben Beckman, everyone stepped forward. Watching the red hair pirates seem to be swarming. Bai Ye's face was very calm. Come on, from the moment you decide to intervene, it means that the war has already begun. Whether you approach rashly, or approach cautiously, or... Bai Ye looked at Ben Beckman who was cleaning the gun in the distance. It's not going to be close at all. It's going to be the same. I'm not talking about the future. Boom. Ryujin Jaka's blade gushed bright orange-red flames. A terrible pressure that distorted the surrounding atmospheric space soared into the sky. Bai Ye's indifferent eyes scanned the red hair pirates calmly. Because you will definitely end here, and the inescapable fate will be your inevitable end. You be ************************************ D. Red hair pirates Kadri Lime Jones was furious when he heard this. What a joke. Alone, and after successive battles, he should have been seriously exhausted. Want to single out their entire red hair pirates. Waving the long stick in his hand, a golden light of electric shock emerged instantly. Seeing to be about to make a move. Stop. The red-haired Shanks yelled at Yasop and others, and forced his subordinates to resist the attack. Shanks. This B*********** D is too arrogant. Lime Jones fixed his eyes on Bai Ye. The redhead shook his head. Since the three measures have been agreed, we must abide by the determination. As he spoke, the red-haired Shanks looked at Bai Ye. There is a last resort, right? He looked at Bai Ye with serious eyes. The red-haired Shanks understands the feelings of his companions. But the problem is, with the swordsmanship strength shown by the opponent just now. Advertisement. Shanks' heart sank. He clearly knew that Bai Ye might not be talking big. If that man is really in a state of total victory. Might actually have power against their entire red hair pirates. Such a monster. Red-haired Shanks doesn't want to make things too hard. And the purpose of their trip is to prevent the beast's pirates from going to the summit war. If there is a war with people here, leaving aside the fact that the companion might really die. The redhead didn't have the confidence to take down the man in front of him either. In the fight between the strong, it is often possible to decide the outcome in an instant. It is because of this that the red-haired Shanks can feel more and more how powerful the man in front of him is. Therefore, to be able to end things here with 3 moves to determine the outcome. Looks like a perfect match for redhead Shanks. And just now he lost 1 move, the 3rd move may not be lost again. However, Bai Ye's actions made Shanks' face change. Rox, who had just been beaten by Bai Ye in red hair pirates, sneaked 2.7 behind Bai Ye at some point. Thereafter, Rox showed ferocity in his eyes, and swung his long knife with all his strength to slash at Rie's neck. Roared. You arrogant B**************** D. You can insult me, but you must not underestimate the red hair pirates. This is the price you pay for underestimating the red hair pirates. Go to hell. The eyes flickered sharply, and they fell directly. This moment, it seems that the war has already begun, and your subordinates have already made a choice. Bai Ye looked at the red-haired, Ryujin Jaka rising with high-temperature flames. At the same time, the instant I saw rocks, the redhead's complexion changed instantly. Subconsciously opened his mouth to stop. However, the terrifying high-temperature flames have instantly engulfed the rocks in Vice Admiral. .067. Bai Ye's red hair pirates everyone. Boom. The moment Bai Ye raised his hand and swung Ryujin Jaka back. The hot orange-red flame is like a flame tornado soaring into the sky. Straight into the sky. Then, before the red hair pirates could stop them, the moment Rock's face touched the flames, it began to melt rapidly, revealing the terrifying white bones under the flesh, and then his entire body was directly engulfed by the terrifying flames. From beginning to end, wait for the red hair pirates to come back to their senses. This is the red hair pirates who just passed the test not long ago, offering a reward of 94 million Baileys. The hot-tempered and impulsive Rocks died directly at the hands of Midnight. You paid with your life for your actions. Not even a chance to scream. And do it all. Bai Ye looked down at the red hair pirates whose pupils shrank sharply. He can tolerate the arrogance of an ant once. It doesn't mean that a second time will be tolerated. And since you want to kill someone, you must be prepared to die. 23. Bai Ye will not care about the other party's status as a member of the Four Emperors pirate group, and will sell face to the other party's captain. And at this moment, Rocks up. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ kill our red hair pirates right in front of us. Yasop and the others came back to their senses and saw that only the ashes of their companions were left in the tornado of flames that shot up to the sky behind Bai Ye. The battle that was supposed to start immediately ignited the nerves of everyone in the red hair pirates. It was red hair pirates combatant Lime Jones who gave the first rant. Wields a long staff that unleashes electric shock attacks. Jump up, attacking directly at Bai Ye. However, the four of Hado. Bai Ye raised the fingers of his left hand, his eyes were indifferent. Bai Lei. Next second. Swish. A blue-white lightning bolt moved faster than Lime Jones, and Lime Jones' pupils dilated as he jumped towards Bai Ye in an instant. What ability is this? Lime Jones felt the pressure in front, subconsciously forcibly changed the attack and used a long stick to resist in front of him. Advertisement. Result. The moment Lime Jones made contact with Hado 4, Shirai. The blue and white thunder pillar that was powerful enough to penetrate the sea directly sent Lime Jones flying. Lime Jones. Seeing the situation of his companions, he roared angrily this time. It was Bendik Snake, the red hair pirate's navigator who got the PS off the first time. As the shortest four Emperors pirate group in New World. Bai Ye's initial attack on the rocks could be seen as a red line. So, now kill red hair pirates rookie rocks up in front of them all. That is the place where they completely touched the most intolerable. After all, no matter how impulsive and hot-tempered Rocks is, his ultimate goal is to maintain the reputation of the red hair pirates. Even if they make mistakes, they cannot be killed directly, they can only be taught by their people. I saw Bendik Snake's arms exerting strength, and his veins were exposed. All of a sudden, these two slash waves combined into a cross slash in the flying midair, roaring and tearing space, and flew towards Bai Ye. At the same time, Yasop and the red hair pirates ship Dr. Deed who were on the side all shot when they saw their companions. The two came back to their senses, looked at each other, and shot without hesitation. The battles on the Grand Line are often triggered at the touch of a button, and there is no room for them to react. Now that the battle has begun, then there is no room for them to think about it. Giving priority to helping your companions is the first choice. What's more, that guy actually killed their comrades in front of their red hair pirates' cadres. For a while, except for the red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman. All kinds of attacks from the rest of the red hair pirates' cadres attacked Bai Ye immediately. To this, the indifference of Bai Ye's eyes remained unchanged. Stand on top of the stone pillar where the flaming tornado shoots into the sky. Bai Ye raised his hand. Will-o'-the-wisps. The cross slash wave with a size of more than 10 meters was crushed to pieces by Ryutsu. Snipe from Yasop. Naturally, it cannot escape Bai Ye's Ryutsu range perception. Bai Ye slashed across. The bullet-carrying armament hockey was split into two. Before it bounced to the sides, the broken bullet was melted into molten iron and fell to the ground. Thereafter, advertisement. Shunpo. Before the red hair pirates ship Dr. Deed could react. Bai Ye's figure has already appeared. Everyone is full of flaws. The eyes are indifferent. Ryujin Jaka rolls up the heat and crashes down. Quote exclamation mark quote. This B asterisk 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 D actually aimed at our ship Dr. Yasop's expression changed drastically, and he raised his gun to aim at Bai Ye again. The pupils of Deed who stood still suddenly dilated. Because only when you face Bai Ye directly, only then can I truly feel that terrifying sense of suffocation and oppression. Is this guy a monster? Deed's face changed drastically. Then, the remaining thoughts in my mind are, 640 will die. As a ship's doctor, Deed is no stranger to the breath of death. Although he didn't know why Bai Ye in front of him knew that he was the ship doctor of red hair pirates, he chose to deal with him immediately. However, once the opponent's attack falls, I will definitely die. The armed colors emerge from both arms. Deed gritted his teeth, he didn't allow himself to sit and wait for the ship. But just before the breath of death came, a red-haired figure suddenly galloped over. Push Deeg aside. Not someone else. It's the captain of the red-hair pirates, red-haired Shanks. As the captain, I will never watch the crew die again. Red-haired Shanks' eyes darkened. The mighty conqueror's hockey glowing red is unleashed. Griffin faced Bai Ye's attack in the next second. Next moment, boom, strong wind pressure suddenly swept across the battlefield hundreds of meters away. It can be seen with the naked eye that the ground, which was already a dry seabed, was deeply sunken layer by layer, rolling away continuously. Countless dust, smoke and gravel splashed. This terrifying strong collision, together with the islands that are extremely far away from here, vaguely felt the earth tremble hard. 068. The man who made red hair pirates tremble. 4 emperors die. At the same time, boom, Sabayati bottom islands. Was that just now? Did Pluton Rayleigh help us hold off the tsunami? Did those legendary beings actually live in the Sabayati Islands? Countless people on the Sabayati Islands were shocked at this time. Originally they thought that the Sabayati Islands would be completely destroyed. Unexpectedly, just now, a robust old man with silver hair appeared. Although the other party only swung a sword, the tsunami hit and then disappeared quickly. But the appearance of that figure, even if it has been retired for decades, was quickly recognized by the residents of the Sabayati Islands. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, the former deputy captain of the Roger Pirates. A man called One Piece Right Arm exists. That's not a legend. Hey, this is not a joke. What day is it today? Even those existences have appeared. The supernovas gather together. Urouge muttered with cold sweat all over his forehead, and subconsciously exchanged glances with other supernova pirates. The naked eye could see the shock in each other's eyes, and the cold sweat on their foreheads showed that even though they were supernovas, facing the tsunami just now, they almost felt the fear that they might really die here. And at this moment, Supernova and others have not yet breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, in the direction of the extremely distant sea area that originally penetrated the sky, there is a terrifying conqueror's hockey. The faces of the supernovas couldn't help but change again. This time, which monster is it again? He suddenly looked up at the direction of the tsunami in the extreme distance. The gathered supernova pirates stared at that side. Then, when the sound of plop plop sounded, seeing that all the companions around him, as well as the residents on the Sabayati Islands, suddenly began to lose consciousness and collapse. Kid and the group couldn't help but widen their pupils and open their mouths. Is this a joke? Is this conqueror's hockey? But such a powerful conqueror's hockey. Area 13 of Sabayati Islands. Rayleigh, it looks like you're going to be exposed. Shaki looked at Rayleigh, who came back, and sighed. No way, the seeds of the new era, we can't just watch them all die here. Rayleigh picked up a glass of wine, turned his head and looked at Mariajoy, the sacred place, above the red line, behind the Sabayati Islands. Rayleigh continued, and what the world government did this time is really too much. It almost didn't hesitate to let hundreds of thousands of people be buried with the Grand Line, but also to launch that kind of terrible attack. Even the incident back then was not that serious. Shaki was silent for a moment. The Rocks Pirates. Looking at the direction of the sea area far away. So do you think Kaido and that monster from North Blue have a chance of surviving? Rayleigh shook his head. This kind of thing is not something that you and I can. The voice did not fall. A conqueror's breath slammed across the Sabayati bottom islands from a distance. Rayleigh's pupils froze slightly. Shaki looked up sharply, too. This conqueror's is. No need for Shaki to ask. Rayleigh has already taken the first step to the edge of the Sabayati archipelago with a western sword in hand, staring at the sea area and said. It's Shanks, that guy has also come to the first half of the Grand Line. What, Shanks? Shaki looked shocked behind Rayleigh. Nice, and that guy Shanks is fighting. Rayleigh nodded, a look of seriousness on his face. At the same time, Rayleigh still had a hint of horror in his heart. Redhead, Shanks coming to the Grand Line in the first half may be the focus in normal times. But now the real problem is the key. On that battlefield almost completely destroyed by the world government. Who the hell is Redhead, Shanks fighting? Who will it be? Kaido, the people of the world government. Or that, the man from West Blue. Rayleigh's pupils shone with shock. Could it be that even the world government has used that level of power? Can't defeat that monster. The other side. Boom. The battlefield where Bai Ye battles the red hair pirates is here. Shanks, be the first to react. Advertisement. Everyone in the red hair pirates immediately looked into the depths filled with dust and mist. The ship Dr. Deeg, who was pushed away, got up quickly, staring at the inside of the battlefield regardless of the dirt on his body. Followed by, as a large area of dust and mist began to gradually dissipate. As far as the eye can see, the scene that set off the center of the terrible collision made everyone in the red hair pirates tremble. I saw that the land behind Rex was completely sunken. There was an orange-red flame burning soaring into the sky. It seemed to dye the sky red. See it from their point of view. Redhead Shanks behind. The entire dry seabed is as terrifying as if it was split open by a knife. Yes, definitely will die. This scene came into view. Red Hair Pirate's ship Dr. Deeg's pupils suddenly dilated, and his body trembled involuntarily. Such a horrible attack, he can't imagine. If it just fell on him. Even if he uses all armament hockey, use his arms to resist. Best result. I am afraid that his arms will be cut off directly. Then the whole person will end up like Rocks, who was completely burned by the flames. That horrible monster. Deeg clenched his slightly trembling fists. Shanks, we're here to help you. And at this moment, Yasop and the others trembled physically and mentally, came back to their senses, and shouted hastily. However, just before Yasop et al. Were ready to act. This is another figure that stopped Yasop and the others. Bai, Mate Beckman, what are you doing? When Laji Lu and the others saw the person coming, their expressions changed slightly. Standing in front of them is none other than the right hand of Shanks, known as Shanks in the Red Hair Pirates, relying on a calm mind with clear thinking and extremely high combat effectiveness. In New World, it is rumored that he is compared to a powerful figure comparable to Red Hair. Ben Beckman looked calmly at the angry Red Hair Pirates' cadres. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Open your eyes wide and see, that man is a terrifying existence that is truly coveted in this world, even if you are a member of the Four Emperors pirate group, go now." Beckman said slowly, "Just making trouble for that Shanks guy." After a brief silence, Yasop and the others calmed down as if they had been poured with cold water. Although I don't want to admit it, but that monstrous man, who has gone through several terrifying battles and even defeated Kaido, remains unimaginably powerful. In the first fight, it has already revealed that there is a gap in strength visible to the naked eye with some of them. Be damn, are we just watching like this? Bendik Snake couldn't help saying. Do not. Beckman shook his head, said. This battle will end soon. What? End? Why is that? Hearing this, Bu and others were taken aback. Thoughts arise. Suddenly, the earth suddenly began to tremble violently. The faces of Yasop and others couldn't help changing, and they subconsciously stood firm. Then, swish. Ooh-hoo. Get ready to die for lousy. This is a hurricane suddenly blowing on the battlefield. Boom. Followed by, Yasop and others saw that Kaido, who was crawling on the ground, stood up at some point. And Kaido, who was almost cut in half, has already healed more than half of his injuries. Subsequently, this is Kaido's figure reverting to the strongest human beast state in the hurricane that rolled up countless earth and gravel. But it's different from just now. This time Kaido was exuding terrifying heat. Then create a huge fire dragon to wrap its body. Anything touched by the flame will melt instantly. Fire dragon torch. Next second, Kaido leaps into the air, soaring into the sky with a huge fire dragon. Then wrap the Conqueror's hockey centered around the dragon's head, boldly charging towards the back of Bai Ye below. Who do you think? Lousy. Go to hell. Kaido's eyes are fierce. It shows that today's Kaido is not the same Kaido who thinks he has been, standing in the world's invincible position, 2 years later. Advertisement. Next second, Shanglong Flame 8 trigrams. Kaido charged directly at Bai Ye. High temperature flames swept across the sky. Yasop and the others never expected that Kaido would still have fighting power, and their expressions changed dramatically. They seemed to understand the meaning of Vice Captain Beckman, that the battle will be over soon. Today there is still Kaido who has regained his combat power. Plus their captain, Redhead, Shanks. Feel the terrifying power that Kaido incarnated as a fire dragon can wipe out any kingdom in an instant. They were shocked. 4 emperors. This time. No matter what, it is absolutely impossible for that man to win. Yasop and the others quickly retreated, afraid of being affected. However, now, before and after 4 emperors Redhead Shanks. Then there is the strongest attack with Kaido unleashing all his powers. Bai Ye seems to be in a desperate situation. There was no tension on Bai Ye's face. Or, under the cover of Bai Ye's Ryutsu. Kaido's little moves Bai Ye is clear from beginning to end. If Kaido directly chooses to escape without hesitation, maybe there is a real chance for red-haired Shanks to save Kaido. Kaido will leave one life behind. But now Kaido takes the initiative to deliver it to your door. Boom. The hot flames from Ryujin Jaka instantly pushed the red-haired Shanks back. Thereafter, facing Kaido who rushed madly from behind, Bai Ye raised his left hand to Kaido on the sky. Hado's 88. The dazzling light of lightning mixed with blue and white rose suddenly. In the next second, under Bai Ye's indifferent and calm gaze, and the pupils of the red hair pirates all stared in disbelief. A beam of light with a diameter of more than 10 meters, made of unimaginable lightning, exploded from Bai Ye's palm in an instant. Like a pillar of light tearing apart the sky, suddenly towards. Boom at Kaido who unleashes the strongest attack. Flying dragon striking thieves shocking thunder cannon. Hum, swish. The sky is torn. Next second, crazy Kaido and Bai Ye release Hado no 88 flying dragon striking thieves and shocking thunder cannon. In a split second, the sky, where only the dark clouds in the center were pierced, was suddenly illuminated like daylight. Everyone in the red hair pirates couldn't open their eyes to Qianzhou due to the dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, an unimaginable terrorist explosion appeared in midair. The terrifying impact turned into aftermath, instantly blowing away the entire dilapidated melted battlefield. It is as terrifying as the slash released by the great swordsman. After forcing everyone in the Red Hair Pirates to change face, Beckman had to fight against the blown ground. Even the redhead subconsciously uses Griffin to resist this terrifying shock. But even so, the terrifying aftermath almost invaded the entire battlefield. Waiting for the people of the Red Hair Pirates to open their eyes, their hearts are terrified. Because you can see it. The entire land of the dry seabed that was originally dilapidated has become bare. All of them have almost completely disappeared. Red Firth. Navigator Bendik Snake of the Red Hair Pirates looked back abruptly. The pirate ship in the distance is still there. However, even though it was located in the sea far away, the Red Force was blown hundreds of meters away. Bendik Snake was horrified. Is this real? It's thousands of meters away from here, isn't it? The horrible collision just now. Bendik Snake quickly looked at the battlefield. Suddenly, they found that the pupils of Yasop and others were dilated, and cold sweat was falling from their foreheads. What happened? Bendik Snake trembled in his heart, and subconsciously followed his companion's gaze. Then, Bendik Snake saw the terrifying scene of why Yasop and others could change their minds. Caught the eye. That's Kaido's dead body. Falling from the sky. .069. The bow of the Four Emperors Pirates. Kaido, die. The Red Hair Pirates watched as they fell from the sky. With a plop, it landed on the charred black body of Kaido not far away on the now bare battlefield. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates looked at the scene in front of them. At this moment, there was a feeling of unreal. After all, that's Kaido. No ordinary big pirate at all. It is located at the top of countless pirates in the New World, and is crowned as the Emperor of the Sea by Guan Yu, a monster among monsters with the title of Four Emperors. Along with their Red Hair Pirates captain, Red Hair, Shanks, one of the eponymous Four Emperors, Pirates. And there are rumors all over the world today, now known as Whitebeard's era. The next new era of maritime supremacy. It must be the captain of the 100 Beasts, pirate group, 100 Beasts, Kaido in Four Emperors. The strongest creature in the sea, land and air. After the Whitebeard era, the strongest existence that no one can match in the entire ocean. In the Red Hair Pirates camp, also one of the Four Emperors. Although everyone in Red Hair Pirates can usually think that Kaido is a brainless reckless fool, who will play around all over the world from time to time, chasing the so-called stupid game. But I have to agree with Kaido's inhuman and terrifying power. Definitely one of the most powerful men standing on the sea and even in the whole world. However, that's why such a powerful monster exists. It's really dead. 900 died on the battlefield in the first half of the Grand Line they witnessed. Witnessing Kaido's dead body that was smashed into a big hole not far away. Red Hair Pirates Yasop and others were all shocked. Then, when everyone in the Red Hair Pirates looked at the old man with a strong body and scars. This moment, Yasop's group couldn't control their hearts and collectively shuddered. Cold sweat emerged from their foreheads, slid down their faces, and dripped onto the bare battlefield. That terrifying monster. To face the pressure of two Four Emperors at the same time. Kill Kaido here. Even though Kaido was badly injured, even dying before their Red Hair Pirates arrived. However, under Kaido's crazy and sudden attack just now, Yasop and others thought that none of the Red Hair Pirates' cadres could take over. However, the opponent is not only taking over, even kill Kaido abruptly. Is that level of terrifying power really a level that humans can possess? The scalps of Yasop's group were about to explode. Advertisement now. Recall that Ben Beckman stopped them and talked them out of trouble for Shanks. Yasop and others felt lucky in their hearts. That kind of battle is not at the human level at all. Yasop and others can hardly imagine how Shanks will take care of them again. If they chose to join the battle just now, I'm afraid I don't have the good luck that the ship's Dr. Deeg just had. Yes, Shanks. The faces of Yasop and others changed suddenly. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the red-haired Shanks. Within sight. Just now the red-haired Shanks was forced to retreat nearly 100 meters away. Although he was a little embarrassed at this time, compared to Kaido, he turned into a corpse. Yasop and the others breathed a sigh of relief, obviously, compared to the shock brought by Kaido's death. Confirmation right now. Shanks' situation is the most important thing in the eyes of the Red Hair Pirates members. And at this moment, call, red-haired, Shanks raised his head, his eyes shone with shock. Panting slightly, red-haired, Shanks felt the almost melting temperature from the Conqueror's griffin wrapped around his hands. Only he knew just now, just how terrifying was the temperature attached to Bai Ye's slash that forced him back. Shanks first glanced at Kaido's lifeless body, his face was ugly. This idiot. Given the chance to leave here, Kaido chose to attack. And it can only be said that Kaido has brought it on himself for this kind of fate. The hope of losing the reputation of living and betting on the latter to kill the man. Kaido himself chose the latter. However, the red-haired Shanks faintly agrees with Kaido's approach at this time. Because if he is standing in Kaido's perspective, undeniable, looking at the powerful man in the distance who is far more terrifying than the rumors. Redhead, Shanks' first immediate feeling today is a huge, CDFH, threat. It is really too powerful. That kind of power is the overwhelming power that can only be truly felt after fighting against each other. With him alone, the red-haired Shanks now clearly realizes that he may not be able to defeat the opponent at all. And unimaginable. If the opponent has not experienced the battles here, the physical strength and state are not at their peak. What a formidable opponent. If he were Kaido, I'm afraid he couldn't help but take advantage of that man's weakest time to make a move. However, he's not Kaido after all, and now things here have completely exceeded his expectations. Advertisement: with Kaido dead, the balance of New World is bound to be broken. Secondly, his new crew recruits in New World also died. Died under Bai Ye's Ryujin Jaka, not even a dead body is eligible. Although the red-haired Shanks really wanted to help Rocks get revenge. It's about the name and reputation of the red-hair pirates. However, right now, there are more important things waiting for him. The original purpose of the red-hair pirates coming to the first half of the Grand Line. Summit War. As well as, although the red-haired Shanks has a chance to bet that man's physical strength is running out now. If Beckman, who is close to his strength, joins the fight, the balance of victory may tilt in their favor. But that ended. Think of that man unleashing what appears to be the power of multiple devil fruit abilities. The red-haired Shanks looked grave. The crew members under him will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, red-haired Shanks dare not gamble, and he is not willing to gamble at such a price. Holding the griffin who couldn't retract the scabbard for the time being. The red-haired Shanks looked at Bai Ye, subsequently. Redhead Shanks throws griffin underfoot. He glanced at Usopp and other companions who had followed him for decades. The red-haired Shanks faced Bai Ye amid the sudden change in the faces of the red-haired pirates. Said, Kaido is dead, and my people have paid the price for his arrogance. This battle, let's end here. The voice fell. Sent. Shanks. Shanks. The pupils of the red-hair pirates suddenly widened. And this scene, if placed outside, it is bound to shock the whole world. Because the red-hair pirates, one of the 4 Emperors' pirates. Under the assembly of all cadres, the leader of the 4 Emperors, Red Hair, Shanks faced an elderly man who had fought several times in a row, and even offered to end the battle. Rather than saying that this is actively ending the battle, it would be better to say that the 4 Emperors' red-hair pirates actually want to abandon their reputation, and even fame, bow your head. And the opponents of the red-hair pirates are not other pirates who are also in the 4 Emperors' camp. Or face the entire marine government, or the behemoth world government. But, the opponent is only a man alone. 0.070. In Bai Ye's eyes, the balance of the 3 major forces is hypocritical. Now, and, standing on the bare, bald battlefield today. Ryujin Jaka in Bai Ye's hand did not throw the saber, griffin, in his hand to the ground because of the red-haired Shanks. And then a speech that wanted to end the conflict between him and the red-hair pirates and put it away. Correspondingly, it was the disdain that appeared in Bai Ye's indifferent eyes. He first burned Kaido's body with a knife to prevent the world government from obtaining more blood factors from Kaido to make various weapons. Then, Bai Ye turned around and faced the red-haired Shanks. In your opinion, rules are also for those who cannot live without them. He looked at the red-haired Shanks whose expression changed upon hearing this. The red-haired Shanks was eager to end this conflict, and Bai Ye knew it all too well. It's nothing more than that the red-hair pirates have other goals for the first half of the Grand Line right now. Seeing that he couldn't win with his strength, he wanted to leave directly. But, Redhead Shanks says it's over when it's over? Who decides this? From the beginning, under Bai Ye's feet is the battlefield of the Operation Demon Slaying, originally launched by the world government. Ever since he beheaded Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government's army, Kaido belongs to Shifong, who secretly witnessed the power possessed by Bai Ye, and then took the lead in killing him. Therefore, Bai Ye wants Kaido's life. There are traces to follow. And now the red hair pirates in front of everyone appeared to prevent Bai Ye from beheading Kaido. The reason at the beginning turned out to be, killing Kaido will break the balance of New World. Advertisement even, Bai Ye put aside the red-haired Shanks' right to ask him for this face. Today, the world clearly maintains the balance of the times, the combination of the 3 major forces of Marine, Shichibukai, and 4 Emperors. Is it something that really should exist? Has anyone ever questioned it? As a time traveler, in Bai Ye's eyes, this is the so-called balance of the 3 major forces. It's just the extreme hypocrisy of the world government in order to maintain the absolute ruling power in its hands. It's just the rules, shackles deliberately created for this sea. Not so much to maintain the balance of power between the Grand Line and the New World. Rather, it is the world government that passes power behind the scenes. Create rules where no rules are needed. Where rules are needed, they guarantee chaos. While never being able to threaten the power in the hands of the world government. Let the world mistakenly think that if you leave the rules formulated by the world government, there will be an illusion of extremely serious consequences. It can be seen from this. What kind of existence are the so-called 3 major forces that maintain the balance of the current era on the surface? The real purpose from the beginning. It has nothing to do with ordinary people living in the pirate world. Bai Ye has lived as a marine in North Blue for nearly 40 years. He saw very clearly. In the eyes of ordinary people, those things are far less important than eating a full meal, reuniting with family members, and then avoiding a pirate attack. And look at the so-called balance of the era that red-haired Shanks just said. Just look at the kingdom of Genryusai, occupied by Doflamingo. Today's #1 weapon supplier in the underground dark world is continuously delivering various weapons to various kingdoms and pirate forces. Its business also includes intelligence, slavery, human trafficking and other illegal activities. Or Alabasta, which was almost occupied by Clocadar, a fellow, 7 warlords of the sea, faction in the past. Although compared to the former kingdom of Genryusai, Alabasta was not actually captured by pirates in name. Advertisement however, there is no such thing as 500,000 troops, which is said to be the strongest in the first half of the Grand Line. As a result, civil strife has continued throughout the year, and even the most basic public water problem cannot be solved. Seeking Flowers 01 can imagine. Behind the balance of the 3 major forces has brought countless chaos to all parts of the world, and further intensified the conflicts on the sea. Then, the world government just needs to stay firmly behind the marine government. Without any effort, you can enjoy the rights that will never be threatened in your hands. That's all. Boom. The high-temperature flames soaring into the sky are accompanied by a large number of Ryotsu wrapping the blade of Ryujin Jaka. Followed. Bai Ye swung Ryujin Jaka to the side. Suddenly, the bare battlefield ground of more than 100 kilometers was suddenly melted by this pouring bright orange-red flame. The sky was dyed red. This guy, at this moment, Usopp and his team, who were shocked by the choice of Shanks, felt the heat of the flames that soared into the sky. The complexion can't help but collectively change. This man still has such terrifying power? Is this monster really human? And, are you kidding me? Confront a fellow rookie rocks man who killed their red hair pirates. The captain of their red hair pirates, the red-haired Shanks, offered to put aside the 4 emperors' fame and even fame in order to end this conflict. However, is this man not going to bother at all? Whether you care about the so-called balance, or the unnecessary rules, deliberately created by the world government. At this time, Bai Ye's voice was transmitted to the ears of Usopp and others, and he said slowly. These extremely hypocritical things will have the same fate as the world government, and the end of being buried together is already doomed. At the same time, anyone who dares or becomes an obstacle, I will kill none of them. 071. The beginning of a turbulent wave in the world. Boom. The ground near the entire battlefield could not stop shaking and cracking. Red-haired Shanks felt the terrifying high temperature and wind pressure released by Bai Ye Ryotsu in front of him, and stood behind the saber, griffin stuck in the ground. The red-haired Shanks subconsciously raised his right arm under the long black cloak to resist. Thereafter, he raised his head, opened his eyes and watched Ryujin Jaka fall from the man's hand. The land of hundreds of kilometers on the side was instantly melted by it, just like lava braving the high temperature of releasing heat. The red-haired Shanks looked extremely ugly at the moment. Maybe. This time he came to the 387, half before the Grand Line to end the Summit War. At first, go get involved in this fight, he made the worst choice ever. At the same time, New World, the mobile base camp of the World Economic News Agency has completed the transfer in the second half of the Grand Line known as the New World. Now, inside the World Economic News Service, a bloated figure with feathers on his head and a black cloak that looks like an enlarged version of an albatross is staring at a red contact phone bug in his hand. Forgive me, such a big news can't be kept secret. 1. After Morgans finished speaking, the red phone bug in Morgan's hands, belonging to the CPO organization, immediately made a roaring expression, roaring. Morgans. You be *******************. You used to take so many benefits from the world government, but now you want to offend the world government. The end of your ************ must be unbearable for you. Pat, Morgans didn't finish listening, so he hung up the phone directly, and looked at the uninhabited deserted island outside the mobile base camp. There was a flash of ambition in Morgan's eyes. The consequences of the world government are indeed unbearable for ordinary people. But in the eyes of a businessman, who really finds business opportunities and is good at taking advantage of them. As long as the number of interests is large enough, it doesn't matter at all whether you should choose not to offend the government. Advertisement after all. Once the news starts to be released, even the behemoth of the world government should be in a state of distress, right? At the same time, all eyes of the whole world, all without a doubt. Focus on that scary monster man from North Blue, think here. Morgans tossed the bug into the corner. Afterwards, Morgans raised a wing and ordered to his subordinates who were urgently copying newspapers in the base camp. Little ones. Destroy all the newspapers that were going to be published before the original world government. Go all out for new content, and keep my staff scattered all over the world. Now the opportunity of the new era has come. Hurry up, wahaha. In this ever-changing world, the truth is the most interesting. Let the whole world liven up, otherwise, if the big news is not public. It can't be called big news, with Morgan's order. This headquarters of World Economic News, located somewhere in New World, is not long. All over the world, countless albatrosses with backpacks full of news suddenly appeared and began to fly to New World, Grand Line, and even all over the world. For a while, the whole world set off a stormy sea. Open black lens bracket. The unprecedented failure of the world government. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Marine Marshal, Kong, died in air battle. close black lens bracket, the next new era of taboo moments at sea is coming. Have to say, World Economic News is extremely handy in how to create marketing headlines. From the fact that Morgans was able to turn the Straw Hat Crew, which was defeated in the Four Emperors' Ants territory, into the birth of the Fifth Sea Emperor. The marketing ability of World Economic News can be seen as Madara. Plus a catchy headline. Advertisement relying on the huge subscription groups accumulated all over the world by the World Economic News in the past. Morgans has been predictable. How unimaginably huge benefits can this big news bring to his World Economic News newspaper? At the same time, newspapers all over the world began to stir up a terrible storm with the Morgans publishing. The conflict between Bai Ye and the Red Hair Pirates here has also ushered in a temporary end. The reason why is temporarily. That's because the Red Hair Pirates didn't gamble on the premise of consuming huge casualties, and it was possible to win the choice to fight Bai Ye. Instead, let Usopp and a group of cadres go back to the Red Fourth. Then, this is the red-haired Shanks holding a saber, Griffin and Ben Beckman left behind. But it is after the break. It would be better to say that it depends on the strength of the two of them. They are the two people who are most likely to leave 2.0 in this battlefield right now. 4 emperors at their peak, have to say, one-on-one. It is impossible for any 4 emperors in this world to be Bai Ye's opponent. 4 emperors. The ending will be much the same. But due to successive wars, if the two want to leave wholeheartedly. But it is not difficult to do. After all, the Ryotsu possessed by Shinigami is not the same as physical strength being unlimited. But even so, Bai Ye's redhead Shanks to Ben Beckman's results. The advantage it occupies is still absolutely overwhelming. The two said it was a retreat, but it was not their defeat. 072. Ryujin Jaka's Bankai is so powerful, now. The dark clouds have dispersed, and the sun shines on the battlefield from the sky. Swing the knife with your right hand, and throw off the flames wrapped around Ryujin Jaka's knife. Bai Ye will return to normal. It is a Ryujin Jaka that looks so ordinary that it can no longer be ordinary, and calmly retracts the scabbard. Looking around, this area is spreading outward like an abyss layer by layer, causing a terrifying and anxious battlefield with hundreds of thousands of meters of depressions. The matter here is settled, basking in the sun. Bai Ye's calm eyes move to the direction of the Sabaody Islands. No, to be precise, it is the world government behind the Sabaody Islands controlled by the Celestial Dragons. Time to get on with business. Bai Ye was not interested in the Summit War matter. There is no plan to intervene, and the red-haired pirate had better luck this time. If it weren't for Bai Ye's subversion of the world government right now. No plan to waste any more time with the Red Hair Pirates. Redhead Shanks and Ben Beckman have no chance of leaving at 23. And the world government originally planned to take advantage of the Summit War, to attract the attention of the whole world. Then organize the Magic Slaughter operation, to deter the entire Grand Line with Bai Ye's head, so as to start the cleaning operation on the first half of the Grand Line. On the contrary, the outbreak of Summit War is now Bai Ye's opportunity. A lackey government under the world government has no chance to become a chance for Bai Ye to hinder. In the current situation, if you want to have obstacles, again, it must be the world government who will come forward in person. I started to step out towards the direction of the Sabaody Islands, and suddenly a gust of wind blew in my face. Bai Ye stopped in his tracks. It was found that the large black shirt on the upper body was almost destroyed. It can be clearly seen that the upper body is neatly arranged in pieces at this moment, hiding the powerful muscles. Bai Ye stayed for a moment, then shook his head. Never mind, it has basically been destroyed here. And the next war may not be spared even if they change their clothes again. It might as well be like this. Also, the Sabaody Islands is a place where the celestial dragons rule. Looking at the sea island that was evaporated and dropped several sea levels due to the influence of Ryujin Jakashikai, temperature in the extreme distance. Bai Ye didn't need to worry about things like clothes. As soon as he arrives, advertisement Bai Ye believes that someone will prepare for him. He is more than willing to help reason the forces of the celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago. At the same time, this time, they will fight successively with the strongest of the One Piece world. Although it was the first time Bai Ye exhausted his physical strength the most. Probably still close to a quarter. However, while his physical strength has recovered rapidly, Bai Ye's beheading of Kong, Kaido and others is also a huge gain. The template progress that Bai Ye has now. Open black lens bracket host. Bai Ye close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current template. Yamamoto Genryūsai, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. Unlocked close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Shinigami ability. Kido, unlocked close black lens bracket open black lens bracket physical technique. One bone, unlocked close black lens bracket. Current template unlocking progress. 68.5, open black lens bracket the next phase of Zanpakuto's form changes to unlock progress reaching 70 close black lens bracket. Compared to the previous template progress after fighting Akainu and Kizaru. This time the battle. Bai Ye's template can be said to have ushered in a small explosion. It is more than 2 or 3 times more than the unlocking progress contributed by Akainu. This shows that the unlocking progress of the template is related to fighting or killing opponents. In addition, Zanpakuto's form changed again. Bai Ye looked at Ryujin Jaka in his hand. The first image that popped up in my mind, with Ryujin Jaka's current power. If the shape changes again, then, there is only one, Bankai, Remnant Sword. Even Bai Ye couldn't help being surprised. If the common unlocked template progress increases, the strength brought as Ryatsu and swordsmanship rise again. So Ryujin Jaka appears to change form again. There will be a real, qualitative, change. It can be said. Even Bai Ye, I didn't expect that the template of Yamamoto Genryūsai only needs to reach 70 unlocking progress. Then you can unlock Zanpakuto's second stage of liberation, which is Zanpakuto's final form of Bankai, after Zanpakuto's first stage of liberation, Shikai. In Bai Ye's understanding, advertisement even looking at the entire Soul Society in Shinigami. Among the thousands of Shinigami in every other era, there are only a handful of Shendu who can perform Bankai's death. This is because Bankai can liberate and use Zanpakuto's ability more thoroughly and comprehensively, which contains far more difficulty than ordinary people can. Therefore, once a Bankai is achieved, that Shinigami's name will forever be enshrined in the Soul Society annals. One can imagine. Ryujin Jaka is the strongest of the Yan family and is known as the oldest and strongest Zanpakuto. The unlocking of Bankai follows Bai Ye's understanding. Should be at least 90, maybe even higher, but Bai Ye looked at Ryujin Jaka. Suddenly understand. Maybe that's why Yamamoto Genryūsai Shigekuni is hailed as the strongest Shinigami ever by Soul Society. Other Shinigami may not be able to touch the threshold of Bankai throughout their lives. Even Shikai is the ultimate goal many Shinigami pursue throughout their lives. But for Yamamoto Genryūsai, Yamamoto Uenlanagi Saishige 880 Gujon's own strength is too strong, and it is far behind other Shinigami. With Shikai, it's even comparable to other Shinigami's Bankai. Therefore, it is precisely because of too strong personal strength that the template only needs to reach 70 progress. Yamamoto Genryūsai has already stood on a mountain that countless Shinigami in the Soul Society cannot touch in their lifetime. A breeze to master into Zanpakuto's second stage of liberation, Zanpakuto's final, strongest form. Bankai, the strongest Shinigami in the millennium. As the template is unlocked, day and night you can clearly feel how powerful the template you have. And at this moment, feeling the feeling of increasing strength as physical strength recovers again. And vaguely touched Ryujin Jaka's hidden deeper power. If the world government at this moment knows whether it is the Admiral Combat Force obstacle, sent by their lackey marine government. Or it could be the Operation Demon Slaughter, carefully planned by the Generalissimo of the world government's army, Kong. All these obstacles, they're just speeding up the attack on the world government and celestial dragons, leading to their complete demise. Don't know what to think, and at this moment, Bai Ye could already foresee the result in advance. Only Mariajoy, the sacred place, destined to be reduced to ruins. 073. Doflamingo's heart palpitations, supernova fear, the coming Bai Ye. At the same time, as the albatross filled with big news that is destined to set off a terrorist shock in the whole world began to fly to all parts of the world. Surprisingly, the earliest message I received was New World. Wanokuni. Ghost Island. Hiss. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* ****D with red hair. If it wasn't for the absence of Big Brother Kaido, how could that guy overturn our subordinate's ship? An angry voice mixed with gasps from time to time. Currently in the base camp of the 100 Beasts pirate group on Onijima. At this moment, the three disasters and his party were covered in bandages. Jin's injuries were the least serious, followed by Quinn and Jack. But when Jack the Drow's words just fell, Plague, Quinn, half of his body wrapped in bandages, stood up suddenly, then slapped Jack hard on the head, and cursed. "It's not you, idiot, that guy is a redhead. Redhead Shanks. 4 emperors as famous as Captain Kaido. It's not an ordinary opponent. You actually led the giver subordinates to lean on the ship. It directly caused the loss of 1/5 of the thousands of people we gathered at the beginning of the battle. You are very lucky if you can get back alive now, idiot." "Yes, I was wrong, Brother Quinn." After being slapped on the head by Quinn, Jack the Drow, like a dumpling wrapped in bandages, decisively confessed. In the final analysis, the huge force they assembled to seize the Whitebeard's territory failed. Although the main reason is that the Red Hair Pirates, who are also part of the 4 emperors, made a sudden move. But if it weren't for his anger, it wouldn't have caused the loss of more than half of the original strength of nearly 3,000 people. And if he didn't have Murloc blood, those monsters of Red Hair Pirates didn't really exert their full strength. Jack felt that maybe he was really going to die before. "Well, although this defeat was unexpected, it is enough for you to weigh your own strength. Next time, when Mr. Kaido comes back, the Red Hair Pirates will not be so lucky." Jin interrupted the two of them with a deep voice. Quinn and Jack agreed after hearing the words. But just as everyone was preparing to recuperate, it was predicted that it would be difficult to launch a large-scale attack in the next week. Suddenly, okay? A newspaper fell from the sky on Ghost Island. When Jin saw the albatross leaving quickly, the corners of his mouth under the mask were disdainful. "Coward. The various forces in the world sometimes really love and hate these albatrosses. Love that most of the news is true and some of the information is very useful. Hate these albatrosses are like eyeliner all over the world. Morgans used this to sell information of various forces in the underground dark world more than once or twice, causing many forces to lose one after another. The reason why their beasts pirates were quickly exposed is the shadow of world economic news. Although you can simply do one thing, choose to kill all those damned albatrosses. But once that is done, Morgans would find out instantly as if by telepathy, and never sell his papers to the man who killed the albatross. At the same time, all the information, location, and whole cards of that person will be directly disclosed. There are not a few black and white people who were cheated to death by this hand. Although the 100 Beasts pirate group is not afraid of these things at all, it is undeniable that killing those timid albatrosses is a troublesome choice. Jin held the newspaper in his hand. Then, Jin glanced casually, wondering if the summit war was over. Result. Ember's face under the mask suddenly changed. What the hell is it, brother Jin? What happened? Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates went to naval headquarters to seek their own death, and there is already a result? Drought, Jack, and Plague couldn't help but face Jin. Seeing the eyes of the two people looking over, Jin's voice sank first, and then he said in the midst of the change of expression between the two. It's the world government who made a move in the first half of the Grand Line. World government? Quinn's expression changed. That behemoth went off in person, how could there be no news? Ember analyzed. This is the cleverness of the world government, taking advantage of the summit war to attract all the attention of the world, and by the time the world reacts, the war is already over. World government. Could it be against the Whitebeard pirates? Jack the Drow subconsciously looked at Jin. No, it's the monster who was very interested in Mr. Kaido earlier. Jin continued to read the news, his face becoming more and more serious. Are you sure the news on the news is not a joke? Alone, the world government has dispatched such an exaggerated force, it is difficult to win. Even Kong, the generalissimo of the world government army, died at the hands of that man. Thus Jin suddenly thought of Kaido's purpose for going to the first half of the Grand Line. His complexion couldn't help but change, and this time. A very flustered giver ran to the base camp of Ghost Island, bringing news that changed the face of the three disasters drastically. Just now, the lifeguards of Guy and Captain Kaido ran out. What? Quinn and Jack were taken aback for a moment. Lifeguard burned out. Doesn't it mean that the boss of Kaido has? When the two came back to their senses, their hearts trembled suddenly, and their first reaction was that they couldn't believe it at all. After all, what are you kidding? The boss of their 100 Beasts pirates. But the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. The captain of the Beasts pirates, one of the 4 Emperor's pirates who rule the New World. Not long. This is Jin's transformation into a pteranodon, soaring into the sky on Ghost Island. Advertisement Dressaros. D. Dover, the world government has failed. Above the sunflower field. The voice of Torre Pol, a senior cadre of the Don Quixote family, trembled faintly. Newspaper from hand. It can be seen that he has received the latest news from the World Economic News. However, the news in the newspaper is not what the young Master Doflamingo predicted. If the world government came forward in person, that behemoth would almost clean the entire first half of the Grand Line. The results are, the troops dispatched by the world government themselves were defeated. It seems that the previous 2 Marine admirals were unable to win. Get beat by a lone monster. Even the generalissimo of the whole army died in battle. Looking at those articles made people sweat, and it was hard to believe that it was real news. Torable subconsciously looked at Doflamingo. Doflamingo's face was almost completely black at the moment. Damn. Which link went wrong? Those high-ranking guys from the world government actually failed? Doflamingo's face was extremely ugly. As a pirate of the Celestial Dragon's bloodline, Doflamingo knows better than any other force in the sea the huge heritage that the world government has accumulated over the centuries. It can be said, when he guessed that the world government was going to dispatch himself. The man named Bai Ye was dead to Doflamingo. Just like the Rocks pirate group back then, all traces will be completely erased by the world government. He doesn't want to participate in the Summit War. In order not to be affected, the first half of the current Grand Line. Whitebeard pirates, 4 Emperors Kaido, naval headquarters, world government, plus that monster whose strength is as unfathomable as the abyss. Doflamingo has no doubts that the first half of the Grand Line could be completely ruined. However, although the world government shot as he guessed. But, the result that appeared was the most undesirable, and also the most unlikely, result. The people of the world government were actually defeated. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead are exposed. Suddenly, I glanced at the so-called New Era in the newspaper published by the World Economic News. Doflamingo's face suddenly sank. The guy has started to think. No, considering that monstrous man who simply surpassed human cognition. Perhaps a new era is indeed upon us. This failure of the world government. Doflamingo was unquestionably predictable. The world government stands behind the marine government with all the prestige built up over the centuries. From the moment Morgans raved about these newspaper releases. It will be like the previous marine government. Not only did he not succeed in eradicating that sinner. On the contrary, all the images that the world government has established to the outside world for hundreds of years will become a stepping stone for the reputation of the sinner in the outside world. In addition, looking at the hand, the least likely is the result that world government's shot should have. Doflamingo suddenly thought of Kaido. If the monster whose strength is as deep as the abyss knows that it is their Don Quixote family that provided Kaido with accurate information. Cold sweat dripped subconsciously from Doflamingo's forehead and dripped on the ground. That alone would definitely rival any of the 4 Emperor's monsters in New World. Even the level of threat may exceed that of the former Sea Overlord, Rock's, pirate group. He doesn't want to face it. The other side, the Sabadi Bottom Archipelago, made up of Yarchman mangrove clusters, is here. As the Albatross brings big news to the entire Grand Line, the next day it will spread to the Calm Belt, the world, and every corner of the world. At this moment, half a day has passed by. The supernovas on the islands of Sabodi's Bottom Archipelago have gradually calmed down. This is just one day. They have experienced and seen too many terrible monsters. Summit War. 4 Emperors Kaido, boiling sea of evaporation. A tsunami capable of destroying everything. The legendary, One Piece, Roger's right hand, Pluton, Rayleigh. And the Conqueror's Haki, so terrifying that it affected the Sabadi Archipelago. It can be said, at this moment, most of the pirates on the Sabadi Islands have already given up. Before they have seen the real mountain, they still have full ambitions. But today, the pirates on the entire Sabadi Islands have been completely beaten to pieces. Whether it is a supernova with a reward of over 100 million, or some pirates who have tried to challenge New World several times and failed to re-enter. This is basically the case, facing the terrifying aftermath that has gone beyond the scope of human cognition. They didn't hesitate if they were the ones facing those monsters. Will die. This is the collective default of the pirates of the Sabadi Bottom Islands. I couldn't stop trembling and fear in my heart. Advertisement. Ah, it looks like it's finally over there, New World. It's an unimaginably dangerous place. Area 12 of Sabadi Islands. The gathered supernova Yoroge touched the back of his head, recalling the almost suffocating trembling just now, and couldn't help sighing. Originally known as a supernova, he thought that his strength was already very good. Even if you go to New World, there are not many pirates who can match yourself. Can now. After feeling the breath of monsters from the true apex of the New World. The confidence Yoroge honed in Sky Island in the first half of the Grand Line has all but faded away. I can only personally feel the terrifying aura coming from a very far away. In order to know clearly, they and the top monsters who fought in the extremely distant sea area before. How desperate the strength gap has reached, compared to those pirates whose confidence in their strength has completely collapsed. Yoroge thinks his willpower is already very strong. You can recall what you saw and heard just now, despair. Yes, only despair. I can't think of any possibility of facing those monsters to win. And that, it is the monster, known as the Emperor of the Sea standing on this Grand Line. Definitely, living up to the name. Kid, take a look. Sudden. Gathering together, and now they are ready to leave the supernova in the first half of the Grand Line. This is the face of the Kid Pirates Battle Island Kira's hold mask. Okay, what happened again? Yoroge looked puzzled. Hawkins heard the words, but unhurriedly took out a stack of tarot cards and took them. Then Hawkins showed a look of incomparable surprise on his face. Battle, defeat rate, 100%. If you shoot at it, it will be everyone. Magician, Hawkins looked serious. Glancing at Kid and the others, they looked towards the sea. Afterwards, Hawkins' heart sank, as far as the eye can see. That's a man, walking on the sea to the Sabadi Islands. Although the man was old and his upper body was covered with scars from past battles, he was alone. However, there is no need for anyone to doubt the terrifying power hidden under that strong body. Then, when Hawkins recognized the man's identity, immediately, cold sweat appeared on Hawkins' back. No, it can't be wrong. Hawkins' lips moved slightly. Looking at the direction behind Bai Ye, it was the extremely distant battlefield where the extremely terrifying battle wave was heard earlier. The tarot card in Hawkins' hand fell directly on the spot. Those previous movements. A few days of shaking news combined with the first half of the Grand Line. Even if he can't divination who is fighting, he should have guessed it earlier. Someone who can do those things in the first half of the Grand Line. Only that terrible monster that caused the Marine government to lose one after another. Hey, this is really not a joke. The only Sky Islander in the supernova, the monk, Yoroge, subconsciously put on a fighting stance and opened his mouth wide. Looking at the figure of a man walking towards the Sabadi Islands in the distance, lying flat on the sea. The karma, fruit ability of strange monk, Yoroge has already been a crazy warning. Danger. Very dangerous. That man is very bad. He is simply the most dangerous and terrifying existence he has ever seen in his life. That guy. Is that? Talking about those previous battles? Kid's pupils widened and his mouth opened wide, suddenly thought of something. The aftermath of the previous ones almost ruined the first half of the Grand Line battle. Is that what the man did? And if that man appears here now? Does it mean? All kinds of crazy thoughts in Kid's heart shook. And that monster came here again. Kid's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously turned his head to look at Mariajoy, a holy place located above the Sabahadi Bottom Islands. Crazy, crazy, and at this moment, the sea, facing the present naval headquarters Marineford, is only an hour's flight away. Slapping Marine's so-called justice in the Sabahadi Bottom Islands who don't know how many times. Bai Ye looked around with both eyes. Subsequently, the gigantic Ryotsu suddenly enveloped the entire Sabahadi archipelago. Boom. Yes. From the very beginning, Bai Ye had no intention of wasting time with a group of insignificant characters. Now that world government is close at hand, so, let's get straight to the point. 074. Group Destruction Supernova. His eyes calmly gaze at the Sabahadi Islands below the sky. Behind it is world government. The dreaded Ryotsu comes crashing down. Boom. This moment. This is when the sea near the Sabahadi Islands began to swell violently, and the spreading ripples began to turn into huge waves. Visible to the naked eye, the space on the sea began to tremble, distorted. Thereafter, on the entire Sabahadi Islands, first, the special colorful soap bubbles produced by the Yarchman mangrove under the photosynthesis collectively eat, and then they all shatter with a click sound. Follow closely. Plop, plop, plop. In various areas on the Sabahadi Islands, there are constant falling sounds. A pirate who is trying to leave the Sabahadi Islands or gathers his subordinates suddenly feels a terrible pressure descending on the entire Sabahadi Islands. Next moment, facing this sudden unimaginable horror pressure, a large number of pirates on the Sabahadi Islands were directly crushed to the ground, can't move. What's going on? What happened again this time? Could it be that another monster appeared in the first half of the Grand Line? Various areas of the Sabahadi Islands, the expression of the pirate who didn't know what happened changed. Subconsciously wanted to prop up his body, but as a result, the veins on his forehead burst out, and his entire face was flushed red. Instead of standing up, he spit out a mouthful of blood. He passed out on the spot. And this is not what makes the pirate feel the most trembling. Some pirate captains who were still barely conscious suddenly found out. At this moment, under the pressure of terror descending on the Sabahadi Islands, more than half of the pirates on the Sabahadi Islands have been directly killed or injured. Yes, a large number of pirates are not unconscious. Instead, they directly turned into gradually icy corpses. This scene appeared in every area of the Sabahadi Islands. Now, Area 12 of Sabahadi Islands. Hey, this is really bad. The strange monk, Yamamoto, stood stiffly on the grass, with cold sweat all over his forehead, and the bean-sized river water crazily 760 drops on the grass. Feeling that Mingming wanted to retreat countless times from the bottom of his heart, but his whole body didn't listen to him at all. Strange monk, Yamamoto is unimaginable. How terrible is the man at sea who is walking towards the Sabahadi Islands? And, just by unleashing conquerors, a guy like that, how is it possible? Kid noticed that a large number of pirates who had been crushed to the ground nearby had turned into corpses. Even among his men, only a few such as Kira and Hit, who spit out blood, can still persist on the ground. Kid's pupils dilated sharply, feeling the faintly shaking Sabahadi Bottom Islands under his feet. A lot of cold sweat began to ooze from Kid's forehead, and it kept sliding down. He couldn't believe it at all. This is the movement caused by the terrible monster not far away before landing on the Sabahadi Islands. Awakens, this means that if you choose to fight, the chance of losing is 100%. If you shoot at it, is it a monster that all of us will die? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Another supernova, Apu, spoke in a trembling tone. He was the first supernova pirate who couldn't hold on anymore, and was crushed to the ground by the huge Ryotsu. Apu grabbed the grass with both hands, raised his head with difficulty and shouted. According to this, even if that man doesn't need to make a move, all the pirates in Sabahadi's bottom islands will be wiped out just by relying on such terrifying conquerors. As soon as this remark came out, Kid's group couldn't help trembling when they heard it. He looked up at the man on the sea who was walking towards the Sabahadi Islands as if walking on a level ground. This moment, an unstoppable trembling madness welled up in their hearts. The conquerors, which is far more terrifying than just now, can't even be of the same quality as them. Go on like this, maybe, it will really be as Apu said. Even if that man didn't make a move, with the conquerors released, the pirates on the entire Sabahadi Islands would really be wiped out. Ah, what are you kidding? Body move, Kid roared inwardly. At the same time, boom, CDFG. It's not just the Sabahadi Islands that have been affected by the horror of Ryotsu. Behind the Sabahadi Islands lies above the red line. Holy land, Mariajoy. A-hole, what the hell is going on outside? Could it be that some pirates attacked Mariajoy? He felt the red line trembling faintly under his feet. Advertisement. The various celestial dragons families living in Mariajoy, aware of this change, looked angrily at the CPO organization responsible for protecting themselves. My lord, we will report this matter to Lord Five Elders immediately, please rest assured. The CPO members had cold sweat on their foreheads, bit the bullet and quickly knelt down to explain. With the safety of the Holy Land, it is absolutely impossible for anyone in this world to threaten Mariajoy. Even those pirates who can be called the Four Emperors in the New World. That's good, otherwise, you don't need to continue to exist. Go and be the same as those damn untouchables outside, and let me be the most despicable slave. Celestial Dragon's angry voice fell. Hearing this, the members of the CPO organization noticed that there were rows of numb slaves outside, so he hurriedly left, not daring to stay for a moment. And these scenes resemble each other, are constantly appearing in various celestial dragons' families. For a while, CPO members all over the holy place, Mariajoy spring into action. And at this moment, the Sabayati bottom archipelago under the world government. There are more than 9 layers of pirates on the bottom islands of Sabayati. At this time, the terrifying Ryutsu unleashed by Bai Ye has taken their lives abruptly. The crime paradise of yesteryear. Now it has turned into the most terrifying hell. Bai Ye is now landing on the Sabayati Islands. He witnessed the scene of a large number of pirates dying on the Sabayati bottom islands. The indifference in his eyes did not change at all. An irrelevant little guy is not worth Bai Ye's time wasting. How many pirates will die? Bai Ye didn't care at all. Because it is a pirate who can come to Sabayati Islands. There is no such thing as an innocent person, including those auction houses responsible for the slave trade and so on. In this criminal paradise, pirates who have never committed the crime of massacring cities and towns are like sheep coming to a pack of wolves. They have already been eaten up without having to fight day and night. And this time, Bai Ye also met Kid, a supernova pirate known as the Evil Generation. Area 12 of the Sabayati Islands, below the Alchiman Mangrove. What to do? That monster is coming. Here it is. War. Are you going to fight? Strange monk. Aruja's brain was running wildly, but his body didn't obey orders at all. The same is true of Kid and Hawkins and his party. When facing the moment when Bai Ye will set foot on the Sabayati bottom islands, the cold sweat of Kid's group instantly soaked their backs. That is the overwhelming and irrepressible fear that can only be felt by witnessing it with your own eyes. Die. Absolutely die. No need to probe. That kind of monster is definitely not something they can deal with. It is absolutely impossible to win. At this time, a pirate who couldn't suppress his fear suddenly exploded. The pupils of Kid's group froze, and instantly recognized the identity of the bearded pirate. Giant Claw. Char. A reward of 110 million Baileys is offered. Although he failed to go to New World several times, he did not become one of the supernovas of the generation of evil. But looking at the entire Sabayati Islands, their strength should not be underestimated. However, that idiot, seeing the Giant Claw, Charles take the initiative to attack that man. The Kid group thought of the results of the Hawking's Tarot card divination. The heart suddenly changed wildly. Stop him. Strange monk. Aruj just opened his mouth and roared. However, Giant Claw, Charles woke up from a coma, and saw that the men around him were basically dead and injured, and he was so angry that he only wanted to make a move. Apart from Bai Ye in his eyes at this time, he didn't care about anything else at all. Wait for Kid and his group to react. Giant Claw, Char had already rushed in front of Bai Ye. Casting the Zone Dragon Fruit Ancient Species, Sickle Dao Long, a pair of sharp, giant claws, that turned into sharp hands has fallen. Result. The scene where Kid and his group's faces changed wildly appeared. Bai Ye's figure didn't seem to move, or because the action was too fast, when their naked eyes reacted. A slashing light has already flashed. Thereafter. That was the body of Shire. The Giant Claw froze in place, and then was split in two. Blood was splashed on the grass. Advertisement. Boom. This scene caught the eyes of Kid and his group. Fear instantly engulfed their nerves. Hey, such a monster can never win. Strange monk, Aruj, Kid and others subconsciously glanced at each other. Immediately. Run. Yes, this is their first reaction now. Hawkins did his part, and directly cast his Devil Fruit ability to transform into a large scarecrow, and crazily left towards the distance. As a fortune teller, Hawkins couldn't be more aware of how dangerous the situation is right now. Especially the moment when the Giant Claw, Charles made a move. A strong, death appearance, has appeared on everyone present. No need to think about it. If continue to stay here. Hawkins has no doubt that he, including Kid and Aruj, will definitely die here. Because that is not an existence that they have any possibility to defeat. Hado Fourth White Thunder. Hawkins just turned around. Bai Ye's indifferent voice sounded. Hawkins felt a terrible force coming from behind. Afterwards, the entire scarecrow's body was instantly swallowed up by it. But Hawkins immediately stood up again, and the only remaining subordinate not far away suddenly died. This is exactly one of Hawkins' abilities. He can transfer the damage to his subordinates instead of dying. However, it can transfer damage several times compared to normal. Hawkins is well aware. I will definitely not be so lucky next time. It's really a troublesome ability. Frowning slightly, Bai Ye saw Hawkins, who had run hundreds of meters, stand up again. Without the slightest hesitation, another Hadoji Sibaile was fired. Because Bai Ye has no intention of wasting time in Sabayati Islands. Since there are pirates who have shot at him, then kill it easily. As a traverser, Bai Ye is very clear. In front of them, whether it's the monk, Aruj, the magician, Hawkins, Kid, and a group of people. Each one is a pirate whose hands are stained with countless blood. Among them, they were able to win the No. 1 supernova ranking, and Kid and his party were even famous for their brutal methods of slaughtering civilians. Such a guy, according to Death, will only be better for this world. Well, at this time, the supernova, monk, Rouge ran out for nearly 100 meters, and suddenly turned back again. Looking at Bai Ye, who made him tremble physically and mentally in front of him, the strange monk, Rouge kept dripping cold sweat, but chose to throw his weapon brazenly at him. Since it is difficult to escape, let me see the world's top monster with my own eyes. I saw the end of Hawkins' life and death. Strange monk, Rouge gritted his teeth and chose to attack. Yes, if you escape, you are doomed to die here. It's not as good as he desperately, maybe one or two lucky guys can survive. At the same time, the moment of the shot, he also wants to know, with his own strength, how long can he delay the man in front of him? 10 seconds. Or 5 seconds. Or 3 seconds. The weapon smashed hard at Bai Ye. Next moment, strange monk, Rouge knew the answer to the question. It is less than 1 second. The weapon and the body were cut open. The corpse with wide-eyed eyes fell heavily on the ground. It shows that the supernova, monk, Rouge died directly. Are you kidding me? The body was overwhelmed by Ryutsu on the grass, and Apu looked at the end of the monk, Rouge, his face changed wildly. Although they knew that it was a monster that they could not defeat. But as a member of the supernova, the gap between their strength and that man's is too huge. Die. Absolutely die. Apu was dripping with cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, 2 supernovas were almost dead. He has no doubts. All of them will already be as the result of Hawkins' divination. All their supernovas will die here. 075. Go to the Holy Land, Mariajoy. Change. And at this moment, Bai Ye set his sights on Mariajoy, the Holy Land, behind the Sabayati Islands. Afterwards, Bai Ye looked around Supernova Kid and Apu and others lying on the ground. Said calmly, whether it's trying to escape, or preparing to fight. Let's all go together, I don't have time to play around with you. The calm voice fell, you be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** The kid pirate group lying on the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood, and stood up abruptly. I want to be ready to give kid time with my life. Result. Even though Kira is also one of the supernovas. Even the strange monk, Barouge, was instantly killed. Not to mention Kira, whose strength is not too different among the current supernovas. Kira brandished a scythe, but hadn't gotten close to Bai Ye yet. The flames released by Ryujin Jaka have formed an absolute, forbidden zone. Under the unparalleled and terrifying temperature of the sky-high flames. Kira's flesh and blood melted quickly, exposing the bones, and then directly turned into ashes on the spot, dissipating with the wind. Kira. The face of Kid at the back changed suddenly, seeing his companion die with his own eyes. Kid didn't care too much, and let out a firm roar. Kid brazenly activated the Devil Fruit ability, absorbing all the weapons in the hands of the nearby dead pirate corpses to his arms. Not long after, it was a giant mechanical arm composed of countless metal weapons and slammed at Bai Ye. However, the giant mechanical arm with countless weapons assembled by magnetic force has not yet fallen. It has been melted by the high temperature of Ryujin Jaka. Subsequently, this is Bai Ye swinging Ryujin Jaka to cut down. The entire rapidly melting mechanical arm was cut open from the middle in an instant. Zhongguang spared no effort to continue to enlarge the pupil of Kira behind the mechanical arm. It's over, it's over. Kid's pupil shrank sharply, and his face suddenly changed wildly. Not long. Area 1 of Sabayati Islands. It is also the largest and darkest concentration of slave trade in the entire Sabayati Islands. Now, somewhere in an auction house, the figure of Bai Ye appeared here. Advertisement. In front of Bai Ye. This is an auctioneer in charge of the largest slave auction house on the Sabayati archipelago, squatting on the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably. Seeing this, Bai Ye didn't say much. Directly use Wei Mian to look through the memory of the other party. After a while, the auctioneer of this slave auction house had a lot of memories. Found it. Bai Ye opened his eyes, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He's coming to the Sabayati archipelago, an auction house ruled behind the scenes by celestial dragons. Its purpose is very simple. The celestial dragons living in the Holy Land of Mariajoy love to do one thing. That is to come to the slave auction house in the Sabayati Islands from time to time to buy slaves. Every time the celestial dragons come, though no record is left. But Bai Ye can write down all the celestial dragons who have been to the Sabayati Islands by reading memory. This prevents any celestial dragons being missed when destroying Mariajoy. And in the memory of the person in charge of the slave auction just now. Bai Ye discovered the identity of the celestial dragons previously killed in North Blue, the future heir of the Rose family of celestial dragons on Mariajoy. Besides, since the establishment of this slave auction house, a total of no fewer than 100 celestial dragons have visited here. It can be seen that the number of celestial dragons living in Mariajoy is far more than what the outside world can see. Subsequently, Bai Ye finished obtaining the information he wanted. Burn down the filthiest place on the Sabayati Islands with one blow. It is also Bai Ye who will clean up the celestial dragons without a single start. Bai Ye then walks out of the burning slave auction. Okay. Seeing a figure, he couldn't help but stop day and night. In front of him was a silver-haired old man holding a western sword. through the memory of being a time traveler. The person in front of Bai Ye is none other than Pluton Rayleigh, who used to be known as One Piece, Roger's right wrist. Watching Rayleigh coming, he thought day and night. If it's the lives of those supernovas, you're already too late. No, it's already happened. Even if I go, it won't help, and besides. Rayleigh felt the pressure from the man in front of him. Rayleigh shook his head and said, if even the red-haired Shanks loses to you, I'm not sure I can stop you. I'm here because I want to tell you that the noise you made is too great. Seeing Rayleigh, who had no intention of doing anything, Bai Ye asked. So, Rayleigh raised his head, looked at Mariajoy behind the Sabayati Islands, and said. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. I'm here to give you a piece of advice. You are very strong, maybe even stronger than the original Rocks pirates and Roger. But once you go, there is still a high possibility that you will never return. The real background of the world government is that it can be overthrown by one person alone. Rayleigh's face showed a dignified expression. If you have experienced the era back then, you should know that the Rocks pirates couldn't do it back then, and Roger didn't have the chance to do it later. The world government has been able to dominate the sea for so many years, and there must be something hidden that ordinary people can't know. Secret. Rayleigh said in the end, with a look of incomparable fear of the world government on his face. After all, even when the three sisters of the Empress Hancock were rescued, there was no news of Rayleigh's appearance in the world, which shows how afraid the world government is in the Electric Eyes. However, Bai Ye listened to the advice from Rayleigh, but didn't have much reaction. If it is an ordinary person, Tien will probably think carefully about the advice of Rayleigh, the legendary right hand of the One Piece. But for Bai Ye, who is a time traveler, Bai Ye actually knows a lot about the secrets of the world government. Including the existence of I Am, that almost no one in this world knows about. Although maybe the world government still has hidden cards beyond Bai Ye's knowledge. But, even so what? Rocks that have failed in the past are rocks. Roger is Roger. Now that Bai Ye has come here, then, the fate of the world government has already been doomed. Bai Ye looked at Rayleigh, and said in Rayleigh's discoloration. Since you're not here to fight, then stay here and watch with your own eyes, the doomed end of the world government. Bai Ye's voice fell. Bright orange-red flames emerged from Ryujin Jaka's hand. Next moment, Bai Ye didn't hesitate at all. Straight to the point. Ryujin Jaka fell with a bang. Boom. This was in the midst of Rayleigh's pupil dilation. Located on the red line behind the Sabayati Islands. Accompanied by the soaring hot and high-temperature flames that seemed to tear the sky. The fall of the Alchman mangrove. This is a terrifying cut scar that melts close to 1,000 meters. From Area 1 of Sabayati Islands. Eye-catching and ferocious, it makes people tremble until it spreads towards the Holy Land, Mariajoy. For a while, the entire Holy Land, Mariajoy was in violent shaking. 076. Board the Mariajoy. Shaky world government. Boom. What happened? The whole holy place is shaking. Is there an enemy who dares to invade the world government? Are you kidding me? Mariajoy shook suddenly and violently. The expressions of all the people staying in the world government couldn't help but change. When some advance personnel ran outside to check the movement and when it happened. They just came out of world government. The first reaction was to freeze in place immediately. Because they are within reach. It was a slash from the Sabayati Islands below, starting with the severing of the Alchman mangrove. Then all the way from the red line. Until the terrifying cut scars that spread to the front of the world government. The scorching traces that have not cooled down and released high temperature are reminding that all this is not an illusion, but the reality that happened before their eyes. And at the end of its ghastly slash, it was a man holding a simple and ordinary Tadao, whose sunlight was blocked by the fall of the Archiman mangrove, song showing a half-shaven figure of a man standing there. No action though, but the advanced staff of the world government looked at the figure below. It was a burst of scalp numbness and a huge shock in the mind. Yes, it is true that someone dares to make a 357 move against the world government. How many years? No pirate has ever dared to invade the world government in this sea. Even those monsters known as emperors of the sea in New World don't have the courage, do they? Not to mention, their mouths opened wide and their eyes widened. See clearly, that was only one figure. That's all. Alone, dare to attack the world government. Make a move that no one has ever dared to do in this sea. Crazy. The advanced staff of the world government couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and their minds were in a frenzy. Next second, following the footsteps of the man whose figure was half covered by the collapsed Archiman mangrove. Boom. The ground in the number 1 area of Sabayati's bottom archipelago sinks instantly. It spreads outward layer by layer. That figure was coming straight for Mariajoy. Facing the figure of the man whose pupils were dilated. It was only after the members of the advanced world government who were standing there that they realized it. Their faces changed drastically and they shouted. Enemy attack. Someone is really attacking the world government. Quick, hurry up and sound the alarm. Have someone inform those 5 adults. At the same time, world government's highest meeting room is here. Morgans is a nasty guy who brought down the CPO and dared to expose the scandal of the world government to the public. That guy will definitely pay for it. 5 elders had already left Pangu City at this moment. Discussing how to deal with the Betrayal of the World Economic News newspaper. Apparently, at this time, the five elders had already learned about the storm that was raging in the New World through the phone bug. No doubt, world government's defeat this time. Then it was publicized by the World Economic News under the control of Morgans. All the prestige that the world government has established with the outside world over the past few hundred years. They will all become stepping stones for that sinner to gain fame again. This is something that they and the world government cannot accept anyway. But suddenly, just as the five elders with blonde hair and beards spoke angrily. Advertisement. Suddenly, boom, a sudden violent shaking came from under his feet. The faces of the remaining five elders who were about to speak changed all at once. The three stood up together and said, "What happened? This movement, what happened outside?" The shaggy bearded five elders have no openings. But with a serious face, he stared at the teacup in front of him, which couldn't stop the rippling tea. Next second, suddenly, "No, it's not good. Master five elders." It was a CPO member who hurried in. "Tell me what's going on outside." Five elders with a long beard changed his face slightly and asked. The eyes of the other five elders immediately converged. Feel the pressure of Chi-Chi coming. The CPO member's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he stammered. "Yes, there are enemies invading the world government." The voice fell. Holding the ghostly bald five elders of first generation and the other five elders' expressions changed. What? The movement just now was caused by someone invading the world government. Are you kidding me? Who's the enemy? Is that B****************** D Kaido? Five elders' complexion changed. Someone dared to invade the world government. This seems to them to be an impossible thing at all. As for the sinner, five elders didn't think about Bai Ye at all. After all, Kong is empty, Kaido. In addition, Master, I am, used the power of Uranus's. Even if the sinner doesn't die, now it is certain that he can only recuperate in a certain corner of the world. Therefore, if that sinner hadn't died under Uranus's attack, the biggest possibility is Kaido, who is like a reckless man. Enemy, there is only one enemy. After the CPO member finished speaking, he added. In addition, the enemy is not the four emperors Kaido of New World, nor is it suspected of any four emperors, but rather, the sinner that Marine sent Admiral to fail to eliminate. Exclamation mark quote. Sinner. Hear this familiar title. The five elders were taken aback for a moment. Then his face became ugly. To be precise, the four of them had unbelievable expressions on their faces. After all, the sinner went through successive battles. Even though Lord I Am used Uranus, Urano was lucky enough to survive. With the current situation, at least he should be seriously injured. How could it be so fast? The faces of the five elders were extremely ugly. Five elders with a shaggy beard, holding a scepter, spoke. There is no doubt in the tone, and he said to the CPO members. You go down first, and go to summon the secret army to stop the sinner who dares to invade Mariajoy at all costs. Yes, Lord Five Elders. The CPO members nodded and left in a hurry. An empty meeting room. The other five elders couldn't help but look at the backbone. Advertisement. There was a sharp look in the eyes of five elders with the fluffy beard. Said. The strength of that sinner seems to be stronger than we expected, but. The five elders with the fluffy beard paused. If he thinks that he can have the power to subvert the world government if he kills Kong and survives Lord Im's attack, it may not be too true. One word at a time. A powerful aura emanated from the shaggy bearded five elders. He glanced at the other five elders, and calmly said. Let's go. The responsibility of guarding the world government and Mariajoy can't just be handed over to those outsiders. The world should understand what the consequences of daring to invade Mariajoy will be. Since that Morgan's guy wants to see a living example, let the world know. Quote. Having said that, the five elders with the fluffy beard glanced at the other five elders, and said in a solemn tone. In addition, this is also the last chance not to disappoint Lord I Am. Last chance. Five elders with blonde hair and beard changed slightly. And at this moment, Bai Ye has come to Mariajoy, world government. As far as the eye can see, not far away, the large-scale buildings of the world government are definitely incomparable to the grandeur of several naval headquarters combined. Best material, best design, and the top that symbolizes the highest power stands on the red line. And below the world government buildings, it is the Holy Land, Mariajoy. The place where all the celestial dragons now live after the Valley of the Gods was destroyed. As far as the eye can see, it can be said to be a luxury that ordinary people living at the bottom cannot imagine. CPO agents guarded at every level, countless slaves captured from all over the world for their enjoyment. Even a random decoration on those buildings is enough to feed all the people in the towns of the Four Seas and even any island on the Grand Line. One can imagine, in the 800 years since the establishment of the world government, how much untold wealth has been collected from all over the world. But the more so, the coldness in Bai Ye's indifferent eyes is Yu Sheng. Because of all that world government and celestial dragons enjoy. It was built on the basis of countless destroyed kingdoms and destroyed towns. It can be seen that in North Blue, he was ordered to destroy the town where he lived for more than 30 years because of a random order. I'm afraid it's just the tip of the iceberg to achieve the power and wealth of the world government. 2.8. Looking at this with both eyes is enough to shock the world. Bai Ye's eyes at this moment gradually calmed down again. Because in the face of this already rotten world, with his arrival, today, all of this is doomed and will become history. He will subvert this world with his own hands and bury the world government. Stop. Dare to invade the world government, do you know what the consequences will be? Suddenly, a soldier named world government poured out from various places. Apparently with the sound of the alarm, all forces in the world government have discovered Bai Ye, the intruder. From various places, it is continuously gathering. Almost instantly, in front of where Bai Ye is, gathered into a dense one, and continued to gather, aiming various weapons at Bai Ye. Bai Ye saw this, faced with this seemingly surrounded scene. There was no panic on his face. Because this is not the first time he has faced this so-called dangerous situation. Same. Any enemy that blocks the way to subvert the world government, Bai Ye will kill them all without mercy. No need to speak. The majestic Ryutsu is the best response. Boom. .077. Kill the head of the celestial dragons, the family must be neat and tidy, and the 5 elders appear. Boom. The almost substantive majestic Ryutsu emerges, blowing the corners of Bai Ye's body. Thereafter, it is as if endless Ryutsu spreads in all directions. Come down to the whole world government Marujoy. Plop, 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 visible to the naked eye. The guards of the world government rushing from various places were crushed to the ground by the thundering Ryutsu. What is happening? Bah, Conqueror's Hockey. What is this? Can someone's Conqueror's Hockey be so exaggerated? Pointing various weapons at Bai Ye's guards were almost immobilized collectively. Someone suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Someone died directly from not being able to bear Ryutsu. If the consciousness can be clear, it is difficult to raise the head and look around. But he saw a scene of incomparable fear and trembling that he would never forget in his life. This is the history of the world government that has never been invaded by anyone. That man is alone, only with the release of the unprecedented Conqueror's Hockey. It makes the entire Marujoy building shake faintly. Not only that, a large number of cracks visible to the naked eye began to emerge from near the man's feet. Can't stop spreading. At this moment, the red line's extremely hard surface began to appear one after another incomparably huge cracks. It collapsed everywhere. Is the world government really about to be destroyed? Seeing this scene, the guards of the world government present could not help but collectively change countenance. They are unimaginable. What you see now, what kind of terrifying monster man is this? Conquerors, Hockey released alone. Just shaking Marujoy. B asterisk 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 D, B asterisk 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 D. This is the world government. Any sinner who dares to invade the world government. Absolutely unforgivable. It was not far away that a large number of members of the CPO organization emerged in action. However, when feeling the horror to the extreme Ryutsu, most of the CPO members also ended up the same as the guard soldiers who poured out before. Ryutsu's body was firmly pressed to the ground by the terrifying force in the air that could distort space. Only some of the headed CPO chiefs are barely capable of standing. They stared at pupils under the masks, looking at the horrific scene outside the world government. First, I felt a shock in my heart. Immediately, he came back to his senses. It turns out that the target of all this horrible situation outside turned out to be only one man. Several CPO officers suppressed their fear and gritted their teeth and rushed towards Bai Ye brazenly. Shave. Casting Marine 6 styles, the figure moves with difficulty in the air all over Ryutsu. Then this is the finger pistol or tempest kick focused on flying to Bai Ye. B asterisk 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 D, B asterisk 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 D. This is world government. It's not a place where sinners can be allowed to run wild. Stop it. Go to hell. Various roars sounded. All the attacks fell towards Bai Ye. However, irrelevant little guy, not worth my time. Advertisement. Bai Ye raised his eyes, Ryutsu further intensified. This is the flying attack directly crushed by the huge Ryutsu. Thereafter, Bai Ye raised his hand, Ryujin Jaka wrapped in flames and seemed to cut out at will. Boom. The scorching high temperature instantly appeared in the whole Marujoy that is now under the trembling. This is the 5 or 6 CP0 officers who rushed to Bai Ye were instantly engulfed by the scorching heat, exposing the flesh and bones, and then turned into ashes and dissipated in midair. Strange. Monster. Witnessing that Bai Ye killed 5 or 6 CPO officers who were at least comparable to the Marine Elite Vice Admiral with a single blow. The hearts of the remaining world government guards present trembled. And at this time, not far away, Lord Rose Saint. This place is very dangerous, please retreat. Are you kidding me? Retreat. The sinner who killed Ben's son is on Marujoy. You let Ben go away. Both Marine and you are all trash. Get out of my way. It's a blonde middle-aged celestial dragon seated on a kneeling ground tall hemp wood slave. Holding the explosive collar chain connected to the slave's neck in his hand, he was looking extremely gloomy and angry. The CPO members present were just about to persuade them, but they were directly interrupted by the celestial dragons. Thereafter, this celestial dragons took out a whip and beat the completely numb slave below him, and shouted at Bai Ye in the distance. Damn sinner. You killed my son. I will never let you go. Whether it's you, your hometown, or any other so-called relatives and untouchables, they will become the most despicable slaves for generations. The voice of celestial dragons has not yet fallen. Suddenly, the face of the CPO member next to the middle-aged celestial dragons has changed drastically. Because the man who invaded the world government in the distance suddenly raised a finger. Immediately, Bai Ye watched indifferently. Hot oh no. 4. White thunder. A blue-white thunder flashed on the fingertips. Bai Ye didn't expect that the celestial dragons on the must-kill list would come to his door without having to look for it himself. That being the case, the family should naturally go on the road neatly. No, not good. Hurry up and protect Lord Rose Saint. The pupils of the nearby CPO members shrank sharply, and hurriedly gathered together. And at this moment, the patriarch of the Holy Family of Rose, who was sitting on the slave, was taken aback for a moment, and then his expression changed. That guy is crazy. Does he want to shoot Ben Sheng? B asterisk 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 D. B asterisk 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 D. I am a noble celestial dragons. How can a mere pariah dare to? My heart roared crazily. A blue-white thunder that tore through the air had already begun to reflect into the pupils of the patriarch of the Rose Holy Family, and it continued to enlarge. Then, it is difficult for a CPO officer whose strength has reached the strength of Marine Vice Admiral to persist in front of Bai Ye for a moment. Not to mention members of a group of ordinary CPOs. Bai Ye, unsurprisingly engulfed the CPO members who stood in the way. Afterwards, it continued to spare no effort to engulf the patriarch of the Holy Family of Rose above the slaves. Wait for the guards from the nearby follow-up world government to come. The charred corpses of celestial dragons fell to the ground. The scene that happened to catch everyone's eyes shocked everyone. God, celestial dragons, died, and the one who died was the patriarch of the celestial dragons family. The guards of the world government who dared to come after the scene were all pale. As the force responsible for guarding the Holy Land, Mariajoy. Advertisement. On the premise of being absolutely loyal to the orders of the world government. The celestial dragons living in Mariajoy have always been the noblest and most untouchable family of gods. As the name suggests, each celestial dragons. In the eyes of the soldiers of Mariajoy, they should be treated almost as if they were gods. All celestial dragons' requirements must be met unconditionally. No violations are allowed. However, this is the celestial dragons who usually have an absolute, privileged class. Even the head of a family of celestial dragons. Just like that, he died in front of all of them. This moment, it gave an extremely strong impact to the hearts of everyone present. Follow closely. Kill, must kill him. This sinner must not be allowed to leave Mariajoy alive. No. Otherwise the consequences of the death of celestial dragons are definitely not something we can bear. The guard gritted his teeth after recovering. Forcibly aimed the weapon at the man exuding a terrifying aura in the distance, and then pull the trigger. For a time, various attacks continued to fly. 127 but these so-called attacks entered the field, formed by Ryutsu. It was as if they had fallen into a heavy quagmire. The attack has not yet come to Bai Ye. The bullets will fall directly to the ground. If you slash, you will be crushed directly. Those who try to get close should feel the pressure of Ryutsu in the air. If there is not enough strength, it will be difficult for the body to move. Bai Ye witnessed this scene. I didn't care at all. Or, Cheng Doran Ying, who felt that each of the 5 paths in the distance had a powerful aura that was not inferior to the previous, Kong, rushed over. Bai Ye looked up, eyes indifferently said, even if it is you, it seems that you will finally be unable to sit still. As far as the eyes can see, the 5 old figures. Not someone else. It is the 5 elders who apparently control the entire world government. The temper is more fiery, and the 5 elders with blonde hair and beard can't stop trembling when they see the red line outside the world government, and even the sky changes color slightly. He looked ugly, gritting his teeth. B asterisk 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 D, dare to invade the world government, this must be your last move. Most regretful move. Bai Ye heard the words. Seeing the 5 elders appear, Bai Ye showed disdain in his eyes. I thought in my heart, in this way, the side will start, right? Yes, Bai Ye before coming to Mariajoy. Let Rayleigh, who gives advice, watch how the world government is subverted below. Had Rayleigh do a trivial favor by the way. Thereafter, Bai Ye asked in 5 elders' discoloration. Besides you, where is I am? The sound is calm and not loud. However, when this name that was unfamiliar to the outside world and countless people on Mariajoy appeared, 5 elders was taken aback for a moment. Then it was a collective design change. Shut up, shut up. 3 GTO78, public destruction of Mariajoy, shaking the world. Who's that? Sabadi on the bottom islands. Rayleigh heard Bai Ye's voice above Mariajoy. Rayleigh's expression change. Can make the 5 elders change their colors in unison, even shouting, shut up, in a roar. It can be seen that the meaning behind this name is definitely not destined to be simple. Subsequently, Rayleigh thought of the little favor the man had entrusted just before boarding the Mariajoy. Rayleigh hesitated for a moment, took out a silver phone bug with jamming ability from his pocket, and jumped up. Then, Rayleigh replaced the phone bug that was originally connected to the Summit War line with a line connected to the Holy Land, Mariojoy. Yes. This is the little favor that Bai Ye asks Rayleigh to do before he cuts down the Yarchman mangrove and boards the Mariojoy. Bai Ye is going to reveal the whole process of destroying Mariojoy to the outside world. Now that the world government took advantage of Summit War's secretive behavior, it launched a so-called demon-slaying operation against him. Then Bai Ye will do the opposite, he'll let the whole world see it. How the Holy Land, Mariojoy turned into ruins step by step. And at this moment, as the Marine government broadcasts the Summit War to the world, the phone bug line begins to be disrupted. For a while, starting from the Sabaody Islands, Naval Headquarters, Marineford, and then to the phone bug that connects all over the world relayed by Naval Headquarters. All images related to Summit War suddenly blurred and then disappeared. What happened? Could it be that someone hacked the phone bug route of the Marine government? Who is it that can have such courage? Witness all footage related to Summit War disappear. People from all over the world couldn't help but Chi-Chi's expression change and he got up. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. What the hell is it? Did someone interfere with the Marine line? Damn. Did someone destroy the phone bug from outside? Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku noticed the blacked-out screens around Marineford for the first time, and was stunned for a moment. Then Sengoku ordered people to prepare for emergency repairs as soon as possible, and there was absolutely no room for loss. After all, these phone bugs carry the task of relaying projections to all parts of the world. Now it is a matter of whether Marine can recover its previous 2 successive defeats in the extermination operation in this Summit War, which has caused the Marine government's prestige to be lost. Therefore, Sengoku does not allow any surprises at this time. Moreover, the world government has personally stepped forward to encircle and suppress that sinner. Even using some kind of terrible force that would destroy the first half of the Grand Line. Although Summit War has been delayed so far due to various reasons. But with the lineup prepared by the Marine government for this trip, it must be the purpose of destroying the Whitebeard pirates here. Marine will definitely win the final victory. Advertisement. Sengoku believes in it, however, suddenly, just at this time. The 4 projected phone bug screens that had been located around Marineford came back on again. Has it been fixed? Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, the image shown on the projection screen above Summit War. But it made Sengoku, the Marine Admiral, change his face drastically. Because the picture that should have appeared on the entire screen, I saw that it was not the current Naval Headquarters Marineford at all. But Sengoku is the Marine Marshal, the world government he is all too familiar with. The Holy Land, where Mariojoy is located, just compared to Sengoku's impression. The almost always immaculate, high shrine Mariojoy. At this moment, the Holy Land, Mariojoy on the broadcast screen is trembling constantly. Countless fissures continue to extend towards the perimeter of the Red Line. In addition, there are corpses and blood of world government guards everywhere. Sengoku couldn't help but froze in place for a moment, his face covered with shock. This is really where the world government in his impression is located. Holy Land, Mariojoy. No, this is. Sengoku's face suddenly changed, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Someone has launched an attack on the world government in Mariojoy. This moment, without hesitation, Sengoku immediately ordered people to find out and cut off the hacked phone line. As the Marine Marshal, Sengoku knows that better than anyone. The attack on the Holy Land, Mariojoy is an extremely serious matter. And, once the attack on the Holy Land, Mariojoy is broadcast to the world through the telephone worm line under the Marine government. Sengoku's heart sank. He can't imagine what a terrible storm the whole world will raise. And at this moment, as Sengoku feared, although Sengoku ordered people to find out the disturbed phone bug line at the first time and cut it off. But because Summit War's telephony bug is connected to projection screens all over the world. But, now the Holy Land, Mariojoy. This behemoth is enough to make any power in the world change face. The unprecedented attack incident that is happening at this very moment has swept the entire world. Is that the sea, Naval Headquarters? No, where the hell is that up there? There's no way this is Naval Headquarters, and the clothes on those dead soldiers were. Wait. Advertisement, no, it won't. Could it be that the place broadcasted on the projection is Holy Land, Mariojoy? Hey, this is not a joke. In a town on the Grand Line, when most of the people nearby are very puzzled. A person who suddenly recognized the place on the projection. He paused, and then his voice trembled faintly, and a voice that could not stop trembling and the man's figure fell. The people in the whole town who were watching the projection screen also changed their faces collectively when they heard the words, lost their voices, and showed indescribable absolute shock on their faces. After all, holy place, Mariojoy? Did they hear correctly? In this world, an existence that can be called a Holy Land. Only, everyone's nerves burst instantly and their scalps went numb. Could it be that the building on the projection is like a dreamy place now? Is it where the rumored world government is located? The holy place, Mariojoy? Immediately, crazy? This is the first thought that pops up in everyone's heart. Is anyone ready to take advantage of the Summit wartime? taking the opportunity to invade Genryusai where the world government is located. An almost crazy idea was born, and this time, followed by an albatross responsible for delivering newspapers. A newspaper caught in sight fell on this unknown town. When the above, Operation Demon Slaughter, was exposed. And the unprecedented, loss, no good, profit, of the world government. The news of the death of the Generalissimo of the world government's army, Kong, was sent to this town. Next moment, everyone's ears were buzzing like a bomb had been dropped. Scalp almost burst, and this scene, it's happening all over the world. After all, albatrosses may have a limit to how fast they can fly. The telephone bug line that was originally used to broadcast some award to the entire world. However, the current situation of Genryusai was clearly broadcast to every force in the world. And shop. Combine these messages, everyone got a crazy idea in their minds that almost subverted their worldview. That man. Is this going to be like the Marine government using public executions to prepare to deal with the Whitebeard pirates to the world? To publicly destroy the world government, Genryusai. This almost suffocating thought floated in the minds of countless people. Almost instantly, it is enough to make any force on the Grand Line feel the unstoppable fear and madness gushing out of their hearts at this moment. 079. Face the 5 elders. Bai Ye. Burn it, any celestial dragons, I will kill all of them. New World. Dressaros. Hey, Dover, it's the Holy Land, Genryusai if it's not wrong. The body seemed to be wrapped in a quilt made of blue snot, Torpol cried out. As far as the eye can see, on the projection is the Holy Land, Genryusai whose phone bug line has been switched off. Witnessing that the world government on the screen is constantly shaking the screen at this moment. Have anyone dared to attack the Holy Land Genryusai? Torpol first trembled physically and mentally, opened his mouth wide, and broke out in cold sweat. My first thought was that I couldn't believe what I was seeing. After all, that's not a joke, is it? To know. The Holy Land, Genryusai is not naval headquarters. The Marine Fort kind of casually stands out over the sea on the first half of the Grand Line. The Holy Land, Genryusai is where the world government is. Standing on the red earth, since its birth, it has always symbolized the pinnacle of world power. It is no exaggeration to describe it, since the establishment of the world government in the Holy Land, Genryusai until now. Throughout hundreds of years of history, world government has never been invaded by any force in the true sense. Even the big pirates who can be called the Emperor of the Sea and have the title of 4 Emperors in today's sea. I have never dared to shake the idea of the world government. One can imagine, someone dared to invade the Holy Land, Genryusai. Even, like the public executions at naval headquarters, the Holy Land Genryusai is where the world government is located has been repeatedly and publicly destroyed. What a terrifying psychological impact this incident will bring to anyone in any force who is witnessing all this at this moment. All nations, Torrent, Big Mom Pirates resident, Cake Island. Well, Perospero, the eldest son of Big Mom Pirates, is holding a candy cane. At this moment, the door of a certain room on Cake Island was suddenly pushed open. Tell me what happened, Perospero. A cold voice suddenly sounded in the room, followed by a terrifying breath. In the shadows, a pair of huge pupils full of bloodshot eyes were exposed. It represents the owner who lives in this room. 230 is one of the pirates known as the 4 Emperors on the sea. The captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 Emperors. Is that old guy Whitebeard finally dead? Or is my good brother Kaido finally planning to expand? Charlotte Linlin rubbed her eyes and asked. She probably had some guesses about what happened outside. Whitebeard dares to go to naval headquarters, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido agree. Don't think Whitebeard has a chance of winning. As for Kaido, what kind of personality is that guy? Charlotte Linlin thinks that no one in the world knows Kaido better than her. No, well, something big happened outside. Perospero shook his head violently. Big event? What can happen? Charlotte Linlin frowned, seeing Perospero sweating profusely. Could it be that Whitebeard guy who brought naval headquarters down? No, Perospero shook his head quickly. Displeasure appeared in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. Then what is the big deal? Someone outside is eyeing my mother's territory. No. Feel the sudden and dignified atmosphere in the room. Perospero waved his hands quickly, then said hastily. Yes, something happened to Holy Land, Genryusai. A lunatic is attacking Holy Land, Genryusai. Holy place, Genryusai. What's the point of that kind of place? Wait. Charlotte Linlin was nonchalant at first, then soon. Think back to the words, holy place, Genryusai. Charlotte Linlin jerked to her feet. Then, with a palm full of rings, he grabbed the trembling eldest son of the family, Perospero, in his hand. The bloodshot pupils leaned forward and asked, Hello, Perospero? Are you sure it's the Holy Land Genryusai? No, that's right. Well, Perospero felt a sudden suffocating and terrifying pressure and immediately nodded wildly. There was a brief silence. Well, Charlotte Linlin put Perospero back on the floor. Advertisement Charlotte Linlin suddenly had a fierce light in her eyes. Interesting. Holy Land, Genryusai. If my mother remembers correctly, it is the world government, right? What kind of lunatic actually dares to attack the world government? This world is really getting more and more interesting. In this way, Kaido is the most excited to face the next chaotic world, right? Yes, yes. Well, there is one more thing. Parasparrow rejoiced that he had recovered his life, tremblingly added. And one more thing? Charlotte Linlin looked at the eldest son Parasparrow. Parasparrow nodded, and said with lingering fear in his voice. That's right, actually just now, Smoke from Beast's Pirates asked to see you. Jen, what is that guy doing here? Charlotte Linlin froze for a moment. Amazon Lily, Hydra, Edge, publicly destroying Mariojoy. The mother-in-law opened her mouth wide and witnessed that the Summit War projected phone bug line was changed to Mariojoy. A few drops of cold sweat flowed down Granny Yee's forehead. It shows the indescribably shocking heart of Granny Yee at the moment. And if that man boarded the Mariojoy, doesn't it mean that the previous terrifying breath can directly cross the Calm Belt, and the battle to Nine Snakes Island is over? Facing the power dispatched by the world government in person. A force that no one of the four emperors can defeat. That man turned out to be the winner, at this time. As the albatross flew over the island of Hydra, a newspaper fell. Witnessing the contents of the newspaper in her hand, Grandma Za trembled physically and mentally, and her pupils shrank sharply. Is this true? The world government took advantage of the Summit War to launch Operation Demon Slaughter. 10 folk monsters, countless. The team is led by the former Marshal Marine, who is currently the General Marshal of the World Government Army. Kong, empty. See the name. The mother-in-law's complexion changed slightly. Kong, empty? Is that guy still alive? In the past era of rocks as the supremacy of the sea? Kong was one of the Marine Admirals at that time. Although later promoted to Marine Admiral, the position of Marine Admiral Sengoku was handed over to Marine Admiral Sengoku decades ago. Kong has completely disappeared, including some contemporaries who knew the existence of Kong. They all thought that Kong was dead. Unexpectedly, Kong is now the Generalissimo of the world government's army. And the mother-in-law widened her pupils, as the news revealed that the Operation Demon Slaying, dispatched by the world government with an extremely powerful team, has all failed. Kong, empty. Death, immediately. Granny Z looked up at the phone bug projection on Mariojoy, now. The mother-in-law's heart trembled. The man who was alone. Maybe. Yes, Snake Princess. The mother-in-law jumped a few times and hurried towards the palace on Nine Snake Island. North Blue. CGBB. Mr. Long, thank you. If it weren't for your coming, I'm afraid we would all be wiped out today. Carrie stayed at the port of the G-64 Marine branch, looking at the man under the dark green cloak with a complex expression on his face. Carrie didn't expect that the people from world government would do such an amazing job. In order to erase all traces of Mr. Bai Ye's existence. He even planned to completely wipe out the entire G-64 branch. It's okay, I learned about that gentleman from you, so let's take it as a matter of little effort. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long shook his head and then he looked towards the sea. It was the fleet assembled in West Blue by the world government that had been wiped out by him. But at this moment, suddenly, this is an emergency contact phone bug calling. Okay. Long will never contact his phone minister when he sees this non-special period. Long frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and chose to take it. Next moment, the almost urgent voice of the top Revolutionary Army came from the phone bug. Dragon. Something has happened to the Grand Line. Look, the phone bug projection that was originally used by the Marine government for public executions. Grand Line? No. Yes, someone. No. The urgent voice of the deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army, Lightning, came from the phone bug. It's the man we were following earlier. He boarded the Mariojoy. Advertisement, Marjoya. Long first froze for a moment. Immediately, the dragon's pupils froze suddenly. Mariojoy. If he remembers correctly. And this time, Carrie beside Long was also stunned. In other words, Carrie's brain was buzzing for a while and he couldn't imagine what he heard. Mariojoy. Isn't that where the world government is? And the concerned man, in the phone bug, Carrie trembled. Could it be Mr. Bai Ye? At the same time, the external shocks continued one after another. It was the time when the sacred land, Mariojoy, where the world government was located, was attacked and publicly destroyed, causing a sensation throughout the world. Now, Holy Land Mariojoy is here. Boom, boom. This is intense and heavy, like the feeling of the sea pressing down on the sky. This monster. 5 elders was facing Bai Ye at this time, and when they looked up, they felt the extremely terrifying Ryotsu. The faces of the 5 could not help but change. They subconsciously focused their eyes on the man alone in the distance, holding a Ryujin Jaka. This is a bald head, wearing glasses, wearing a large white samurai robe, and the 5 elders who had been holding the first-generation ghost in his arms before gritted his teeth. No matter where you heard that name just now, shut up. Voice off down. The bald 5 elders slowly pulled out the dark green scabbard hidden in the dark green scabbard. The blade has a blue wavy pattern and a dark purple demon knife. In an instant, the ghost of the first generation appeared, causing a terrifying life-swallowing breath to sweep away in all directions. Boom. This scene. Also shocked to see swordsmen all over the world destroying Mariojoy nowadays. That is. First generation Goosh. one of the legendary 12 craftsmen of the Supreme Kuaisao. Known as the strongest existence among all demon swords. Is it in the hands of the 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world government? No, not right. In other words, the 5 elders who hold the highest power, Yuanren is also a great swordsman. And he is a great swordsman with the power to subdue the strongest demon sword. Thus, doesn't it mean that the real number 1 swordsman in the world? The faces of countless swordsmen outside changed wildly. Now, shaking Mariojoy violently. Shut up! Bai Ye looked at the 5 elders who appeared, showing a touch of disdain. It turns out that you, who hold the highest power in your hands, also have secrets that are feared to be known. The importance of I am. In the minds of 5 elders, it really has an extraordinary status. Originally, Sabo of the Revolutionary Army in the future was just about to mention the existence of the name, I am. Then came the suspected, Uranus attack, enough to wipe out a kingdom. It can be seen that this name is almost equivalent to the most untouchable, taboo, secret existence of the world government. The bald 5 elders snorted coldly and stepped forward. Sinner, what you shouldn't know is true. Holding the first generation ghost, the bald 5 elders' eyes are shining coldly. And your existence will directly destroy the stability of the world. In order to maintain this balance, you are doomed to die here. Balance. Bai Ye heard this extremely hypocritical word, flat title, from 5 elders' mouth at this moment after following the red hair. The disdain in Bai Ye's indifferent eyes intensified. The balance of the 3 forces, it sounds nice. It is to maintain the stability of the world, but to put it bluntly, behind it is nothing more than the idea of the world government taking the word hypocrisy to the extreme. Then let me see if I will die here, or if everything is destined to be subverted today. A coldness flashed across Bai Ye's eyes. The almost materialized Ryotsu surges like a scorching sea of fire covering the entire Mariojoy sky. Thereafter, needless to say, Ryujin Jaka falls. Burn it, not only you, but also other people in the world government, and any celestial dragons. I will kill all of them. 080. Bai Ye versus 5 elders. Bai Ye stood on the spot of the violently shaking red line in front of the world government, raising Ryujin Jaka with his right hand. Then cut it off. Boom. The scorching high temperature pouring endless flames are like the sea covering the sky. It almost occupies the entire sky in front of Mary, Hoya. This force amount. Damn it, the bald 5 elders couldn't help but show a look of emotion on his face. Feeling the overwhelming terrifying aura ahead, the bald 5 elders gritted his teeth. The sword in his right hand is purple, with a blue wavy pattern on it, first generation Onitsu. Don't be too arrogant, sinner. A roar. This is where Mariojoy, world government is. It's not a place where sinners like you can be tolerated. First generation's Onitsu sword was placed horizontally in front of him, and the eyes of the bald 5 elders flashed sharply. The blue veins on the arms under the wide white warrior robes were bulging, and the corners of the clothes were blown by the breath. Next second, a purple-black slash with the breath of life suddenly flew out. At the same moment, the ominous atmosphere unique to the demon sword permeated everywhere. All world government soldiers who approached the 5 elders holding the first generation Goosh lost their lives. The corpses on the ground looked like mummified corpses, with a horrible appearance that their vitality had been completely drained. As the worst and most difficult to control of all famous knives. When the evil spirit in the sword is strong, it can even control people's minds. And first generation Ghost Toru is known as the strongest demon sword in all demon sword series. The condition of the knife, it is to devour life force. Boom. Followed by slash. This is the bald 5 elders exerting force on their feet and rushing towards Bai Ye. It is bound to kill Bai Ye completely here, and at this moment. Facing the bald 5 elders, holding the first generation ghost attack. There was no wavering in Bai Ye's eyes, instead, he said slowly. As the real, highest, combat power of the world government, if only this level. He holds the Ryujin Jaka in his hand. A surge of flame appeared on the blade of Ryujin Jaka. Next second. Directly engulf the flying life-swallowing purple-black slash. Burn it up. At the same time, Bai Ye showed strength. The pupils of the rushing bald 5 elders froze. Disappeared? Without hesitation, he assumed a fighting posture at any time, and the pupils of the bald 5 elders flickered. Where will people be? The bald 5 elders' thoughts raced wildly. Bai Ye's voice sounded again, I would be very disappointed. When the bald 5 elders heard this, their pupils froze and they whispered. Is it the side? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* down with all his might. The dark armament Haki emerges from the first generation Onaitetsu sword, completely turning it into a silent. Result. Advertisement first generation is a ghost, but it doesn't have any sense of hitting things. The bald five elders suddenly noticed. The figure of the sinner has appeared in front of him. That's scorching hot flames with Ryujin Jaka dilated pupils under bald five elders' lenses. No, not good. The face of the bald five elders change. Unleashes all the ominous breath of the first generation ghost. Attempt to prevent the fall of Ryujin Jaka. Result. First generation Onitsu contains an ominous power far beyond the sum of all demon knives combined. Before that terrible bright flame, it's like everything that is evil is on fire. There is no effective defense at all. How is this possible? The pupils of the bald five elders shrank sharply. In an instant, the extremely hot and terrifying flames erupted like a soaring tornado. The bald five elders gritted their teeth and desperately used the first-generation ghost to resist. When the flames dissipate, this is the frightening scene where the bald five elders retreated tens of meters, gasped for breath, and almost saved their lives. The first-generation ghost in his hand became scorchingly hot and steamed continuously, visible to the naked eye. "It's just a random knife. This guy, how terrible is his swordsmanship?" The bald five elders raised his head, feeling a lingering fear in his heart. He stared at the figure of the man in front of him in disbelief. And at this moment, that rascal, behind the bald warrior five elders. In addition, the three five elders standing in front of the gate of the world government saw their companions miss, and their faces changed slightly. Next moment, they looked at each other. Looking behind him, there are several secret troops gathered by the CPO troops at this moment. Cold voice. "Go together. Yes, Lords five elders." These are 7 or 8 senior CPO officers wearing masks. Nodding his head, the voice fell. Each casts the devil fruit ability immediately. A powerful aura emerges from the body, thereafter. Under the watchful eyes of 5 elders et al., the senior members of the CPU troop who used the devil fruit ability all jumped up. Left, right, behind, they attacked Bai Ye in 3 different directions. And in the face of such a seemingly dangerous situation, Bai Ye stood still. A sharp look appeared in his indifferent eyes. I saw that the next second when 7 or 8 people were about to be less than 5 meters away from day and night. Bai Ye moved. Ryujin Jaka arcs from top to bottom in midair. In a flash. Torch. Boom. The scorching bright orange-red flame instantly detonated everything around Bai Ye. Advertisement. No. Not good. The faces of the CPO members who used various devil fruit abilities changed wildly. Feel the overwhelming heat in front of you, subconsciously want to escape. But before they could turn around, they were suddenly engulfed by the flames that caught their eyes. B asterisk 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 D. B asterisk 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 D. Several senior members of the CPO secret force roared. When the soaring flames dissipated, mid-air, boom. 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 This is the figure of 7 or 8 people with extensive and severe burns falling heavily to the ground. I don't know if I live or die, 1 strike, later. The remaining 4 or 5 elders remained unmoved, except for the backbone 5 elders with a fluffy beard. The pupils of the other 3 shrank sharply, mouth slightly opened. There was a sudden shock in my heart. Those 7 or 8 members of the CPO secret force. Each one has been carefully selected by them, possess a backup strength comparable to Marine Admiral. It's not comparable to those ordinary CPO members who can only be responsible for security work. How could it be so easy? Damn it, looking at the figure of the man exuding a terrifying aura. The tall 5 elders, with blonde hair and beard, tore off the gray robe behind his back and took a step forward. The facts are already there. Can't stand him not believing it. And that horrible monster. Anyway, everyone must die here. Dare to invade Mariajoy. This is their last chance not to disappoint Master I am. It is also the best chance to completely kill these sinners who have far exceeded the level of the Rock's pirates. 5 elders with blonde hair and beard and 5 elders with long beards looked at each other. There was a tacit understanding in the eyes of the two. Let's attack that sinner together. A powerful aura emerges from itself. The two jumped off the field to join the bald 5 elders. Let's get rid of that guy together. The voice fell. The 3 nodded at the same time, witnessing Bai Ye's terrifying strength that has gone beyond the concept of human being with his own eyes. The 5 elders dare not be careless at all. Choose directly to join the battle. Each of the 5 elders exudes an aura of strength that is not inferior to that of Kong. Thereafter, the 5 elders joined forces to attack Bai Ye without hesitation. Bai Ye witnessed this scene. Swing the knife and kill all the senior members of the CPO who are still alive. Looking calmly at the 5 elders who joined forces, he said. I said, you will all die here, without exception. Come on. 081. Kill the blonde 5 elders, Bai Ye, no weapons. You think you have a chance to beat me? Everyone will die here. 5 elders, with blonde hair and blonde beards, suddenly had blue veins on his forehead when he heard such arrogant remarks from a man in the distance. B asterisk 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 D. Stop joking. Step out. Suddenly, the hard surface of the Mariajoy is sunken straight down. A rich, almost substantial, armed color appears on 5 elders, blonde and bearded. With blonde hair and beards, 5 elders is a strong physique. Immediately, the person who will die here today is destined to be you. The blonde hair and beard roared. The full-bodied armament hockey gathered towards both fists. God's spear, thereafter, suddenly exploded. For a moment, the air exploded. Boom. Huge sound waves and shock waves visible to the naked eye crashed into Mariajoy. Ripples in the air, followed by. This is the moment when the ground in front of Mariajoy was directly lifted. Blast towards Bai Ye with a shock wave of unrivaled penetrating power. We're here to help you too. The other 5 elders saw this without any hesitation. The bald-headed five elders is holding the still-hot first-generation Onitsu. Gritting the teeth is held in the right hand, and instead holds the slender green rope handle of first-generation Onitsu with both hands. Demonstrating the true face of first-generation Onitsu turned out to be one of the 12 crafts of the Supreme Sword. The same double, 243, hand to Dao in, Black Sword Knight. Thereafter, the bald five elders no longer retain any power. He didn't dare to despise that man anymore. He held up the first-generation ghost, and then slammed it down. This is its range, its power. A purplish black slash powerful enough to cut through the islands of Sabayati below flew out. It seemed to tear the sky of Mariajoy apart. Fly to Bai Ye on the heels of the shockwave unleashed by the blonde and bearded five elders. Same moment. Tall stature is the only one close to five elders with blonde hair and beard. The bearded old five elders grabbed the blue cloak from behind and threw it away. His eyes flickered fiercely. Stretching out his hand to point at the space where Bai Ye is, he said coldly. Die. Next second. Under the influence of some invisible force, Bai Ye's environment suddenly seemed to fall into a quagmire. Some kind of pressure fell from the sky. Boom. The land of the originally collapsed red line sank several meters deep. One can imagine how powerful the pressure exerted on Bai Ye's space is. This is gravity fruit. No, it's more like a space-based devil fruit ability. Facing the devil fruit ability cast by the long-bearded five elders, Bai Ye subconsciously thought of Bluno's similar space fruit ability in Eni's lobby CP9 agent. But, either gravity-related devil fruit, or a devil fruit ability related to space, now, are no longer important. This level of stress. Bai Ye placed Ryujin Jaka in front of him, throwing off bloodline. I'm not in the habit of wasting patience on people who are willing to do dogs. He raised his indifferent eyes, and looked at the various attacks flying in front of the long-bearded five elders. How is it possible? That guy is not affected. Seeing Bai Ye's movements, five elders with long beards was shocked. Next second, this is the blade of Ryujin Jaka unleashing a wall of flames like a huge palm. Rushed towards the piercing shock wave and slash released by five elders. Burn the city. Boom. Both touch. A huge explosion and hum resounded over Mariajoy. Boom. Boom. The horrific scorching air wave will lift up the corpses of world government soldiers who could not bear Ryutsu's death. Scary cracks are visible to the naked eye on the red line. Advertisement. Thick clouds of dust are rising. But wait for the dust to dissipate. This is the pervasive horror flame that seems to ignite everything around it. Render the entire area where the dust cloud is located as if a cloud of fire descended on Mariajoy. Monster. The five elders felt the scorching horror. The expressions of the three of them changed. His eyes subconsciously looked towards the center. Suddenly, on top, don't be careless, the bald five elders shouted loudly. The other five elders heard the words and quickly looked towards the midair filled with flames. As predicted, they found Bai Ye's figure. However, at this time, this is the scene that made five elders' scalp tingle. See all the flames pressing down on Mariajoy like clouds of fire. It seems to gather into a terrifying pillar of fire and rise from the ground. The man was bathed in flames that exuded unspeakably high temperatures. At the same time, I saw the majestic Ryutsu on Bai Ye's body. It suddenly turned into a nearly materialized orange-red bright flame. The fire begins to bathe Ryujin Jaka in it. This is exactly Shikai. Everything is reduced to ashes. Boom. Boom. This moment, the whole Mariajoy, in the face of the unimaginable and terrifying high temperature that suddenly fell. This is a scene that suffocates the whole world. The hard red line began to melt gradually under the violent vibration. Mariajoy's usually majestic building is gradually becoming red and scorched. Thereafter, the whole Mariajoy reacted with scalp tingling when five elders. Boom. Everything they saw nearby, Mariajoy has fallen into the terrible melting pot of heaven and earth. What is this? The bald five elders felt the rapidly evaporating water in their bodies. The pupils narrowed sharply, looking at the man in the distance in disbelief. Such a terrifying temperature. Then what exactly is Devil Fruit's ability? No, is there really a Devil Fruit's ability that can achieve this level? The faint trembling voice fell. Five elders, blonde and bearded, looked around Mariajoy subconsciously. Five elders, who had blonde hair and beard, looked extremely ugly at the moment. I saw it in front of the majestic terrifying temperature. Mariajoy has started burning fires everywhere. A large number of buildings collapsed in flames. The severity has spread directly to the area where the celestial dragons are located. If you don't get rid of that man as soon as possible. The five elders with blonde hair and beard felt the thirsty throat, the rapidly evaporating water in his body. And various sounds of panic coming from the area where the celestial dragons live. Thereafter, when he witnessed with his own eyes that the fountain near Mariajoy had been evaporated to nothing. Five elders with blonde hair and beard was shocked inwardly. He looked up at the man in the distance. Blonde and bearded five elders dreaded feeling out of this world for the first time. Besides, Master I am, there is a second monster that can bring him a sense of fear. Release the Shikai. Bai Ye holds the Ryujin Jaka, which reveals Shikai's full face and bathes in flames without any scruples. Bai Ye looked at the five elders who were shocked in their hearts, and the remaining five elders and said. Let's go together. I am sure to kill you, so I am should show up. The voice fell. The scorching temperature descended. Visible to the naked eye. The temperature of the sea below the melting red line is also rising rapidly. And at this moment, when Bai Ye's voice fell, heard the word again. The bearded five elders gritted their teeth sharply. When you come back to your senses, strengthen the ability of the space system devil fruit with both hands. Advertisement. B*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่****่***่*่*่*่*่*่*่*่*่*่*่*่*่*่*่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่่****Ryujin Jaka, who exudes endless terrifying heat in Bai Ye's hands. The long-bearded five elders was moved. Since that temperature is released by your weapon, just keep it under control. Five elders with long beards looked at five elders with blonde hair and beards. Five elders, who had blonde hair and beard, immediately understood, and his face sank. Next second, must five elders stretch out their hands, blue veins. Suddenly concentrate all the power in a small area. That is, on Ryujin Jaka in the hands of Bai Ye. Confinement. Suddenly, all the temperature seems to disappear for a moment. The pupils of five elders with blonde hair and beard flashed. Good chance. The ground crumbles underfoot. All armed colors are wrapped around both fists. Rushed towards Bai Ye. Seeing this, the bald five elders gritted their teeth and held the first generation goosh. Go without hesitation. That's right. This is a good chance. It is about their participation in the Operation Demon Slaughter. They are naturally very familiar with Bai Ye's information. Since the unknown and terrifying fire ability might not be the devil fruit ability that the man himself ate. After all, the world government has the technology to make weapons eat devil fruit. Then, as long as you can temporarily block that weird knife. This is the best chance to kill him. The two five elders seized the opportunity and rushed in front of Bai Ye almost instantly. However, seeing that he was fully exerting his ability, the veins on his forehead and the long beard on his arms were 5 stars. Although Bai Ye can easily break free from the opponent's imprisonment. But since the other party thinks there is hope, Bai Ye threw Ryujin Jaka underfoot. The pupils of five elders with blonde hair and beard and five elders with bald head were happy. That guy is doomed. God hyphenation point kill. Five elders, blonde and bearded, gave a loud reprimand. Almost substantive internal destruction armed color form changes emerged in both fists. It suddenly blasted towards Bai Ye. The bald five elders are not far behind. However, Bai Ye moves faster than five elders with blonde hair and beards. Do you think that if you block the weapon, you have a chance to defeat me? An indifferent voice accompanied Bai Ye to speak. Since the opponent is looking for 3.8 hopes, what Bai Ye gave is complete despair. The pupils of five elders with blonde hair and beard suddenly froze. I saw Bai Ye's figure stepping forward, and the muscles of the exposed upper body began to bulge. Next moment, when five elders with blonde hair and beard came to him, Bai Ye punched with both hands at an extremely fast speed and the attack has already landed. Fist first. Then came the sound of air tearing. Demonstrates the terrifying speed that has already broken through the speed of sound. Double bones. Under Bai Ye's indifferent gaze. The five elders with blonde hair and beards hadn't landed on Bai Ye yet. Boom. This is five elders with blonde hair and beards, his chest is dimpled. Smash. A mouthful of blood spewed out suddenly. The blood has not yet fallen on Bai Ye. Has been vaporized by the high temperature emitted by Ryujin Jaka. Next second, five elders with blonde hair and beards is like a cannonball. It flew upside down for hundreds of kilometers. This is a building in the distant Mariajoy suddenly and completely crumbling with a bang. Showing just how horrific the attack on the blonde and bearded five elders is. And suddenly this scene happened. Let the remaining five elders have a sudden change of mind. Weird. Monster. This is. The pupils of the bald five elders shrank sharply, and said a few times. Isn't that guy a pure swordsman? 082. One more death, trembling five elders. Boom. Caw caw caw. The building on Mariajoy collapsed with the death of five elders, the blonde and bearded. This scene. It made everyone's scalp tingle. Next, it's your turn. Bai Ye's voice sounded again. Solve one person first. Standing where he was, Bai Ye put away his fists. This is the bald-headed five elders wearing samurai robes rushing in behind five elders with blonde hair and golden beard, and greets day and night. The bald five elders, who was in shock and lost their voice, trembled suddenly when they heard this. Bai Ye reached out and threw Ryujin Jaka on the ground. Far away. A-hole. A-hole. Imprison me. Long-bearded five elders had cold sweat on his forehead. Seeing Bai Ye's attempt, he clenched his hands and five fingers tightly without hesitation, intensifying his ability output. His forehead, arms, face, and all over his body were bulging, showcasing the rapidly depleting stamina of the long-bearded five elders. Turns out, when Bai Ye reached out to hold Ryujin Jaka's dark purple handle. It's Shirabeshi five elders' vain work. The power contained in Ryujin Jaka is not something that the long-bearded five elders are qualified to block. Not to mention Ryujin Jaka, who has a temperature comparable to the surface of the sun in the state of Shikai. Both gravity-related devil fruit abilities. Or the Space Department Devil Fruit Ability 26. Bai Ye didn't break away easily at first. It's just for enemies who think they see hope. More complete despair. That's all. Boom. The scorching heat was the moment Bai Ye touched Genryusai again. Overwhelmed again at Mariajoy, that astonishing heat seems to scorch the entire sky, and even the clouds will dissipate. And wherever Genryusai goes, everything will be reduced to ashes. Boom. The bearded five elders coughed up a mouthful of blood in the distance. Standing there, his pupils flickered in disbelief. None. Doesn't work at all. That horrible monster. And at this moment, since you've seen enough, let's burn it. Bai Ye's gaze moved to the closest, bald five elders with a huge change in mind. Bathed in flames, Genryusai cuts out. Swish. A split second. The frightening high temperature swept away the bald five elders holding first-generation ghosts. Advertisement. The earth became scorched and melted in an instant. The scorching air rushing into the lungs can burn anything from the inside out. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Feel the unimaginable temperature inside its bright, throbbing flames. The bald five elders came back to their senses, their nerves beating wildly. Without the slightest hesitation, without even thinking about it, he slashed forward the first generation ghost in his hand. At the same time witnessed the end of five elders with blonde hair and beard. The bald five elders subconsciously chose to back off. That's right, just back off. This monster, in front of me. With the five elders of fair hair and beards die. The knife that radiated terrible heat broke free from the shackles of the long-bearded five elders. The bald five elders didn't have any thoughts of beheading Bai Ye now. Or, it's not that he doesn't want to. But, with him alone, the bald five elders simply don't have the confidence to kill the man in front of them. Instead, five elders with bald heads and wearing samurai robes came from the man in front of him. Like the five elders with blonde hair and beards. I feel the fear that I have never felt before in my life. Next moment. Step back. God hyphenation point slash. The bald five elders clasped the first generation goosh tightly with both hands, gritted his teeth, and swung a purple black slash, retreating tens of meters without hesitation. However, the moment Ryujin Jaka falls. Boom. The purple black slash wave, which was powerful enough to cut off Sabayati's bottom islands, was instantly engulfed by overwhelming flames and melted away. Stop. Can't stop. The face of the bald five elders changed dramatically. Then when Ryujin Jaka landed on the void. The entire Mariajoy in unimaginably hot temperatures starts with Bai Ye. This is the ground in front of him trembling first. Next second, Ryujin Jaka landed on the ground in front of the sharply dilated pupils of the bald five elders. Boom. The land of Mariajoy in front of Bai Ye suddenly sank. Everything began to melt in the rapid collapse. Mariajoy was shaken violently, with the terrifying high temperature of ashes everywhere. The flame has spared no effort to continue to dilate the pupils of the bald five elders. Feel a breath of death coming. The bald five elders' scalp was numb, and his heart was trembling. Such a monster, how can it exist? His mind is almost insane. And at this moment, advertisement. The last two five elders who hadn't made a move stood behind, their faces extremely ugly. Five elders, with two thick beards, was the first to speak solemnly. Sword skills, physical skills, and that exaggerated ability, power enough to burn the sky to nothing. Five elders, with thick beards, had an ugly expression on his face, and said here with faint palpitations in his voice. Shocked. That guy, no, is this kind of monster that shouldn't exist in the world, is it really real? It seems. I have to make a move too. In order not to disappoint that adult. The five elders with thick beards and birthmarks on their foreheads gritted their teeth. This sinner, today, no matter what, he must try his best to keep him here forever. The voice fell, and another five elders was ready to join the battle. Later, the only one present who did not make a move, and the backbone of all the five elders, the eyes of the fluffy bearded five elders revealed solemnity. He watched as fires burned all over Mariajoy now. A large number of buildings continued to collapse in the flames. From time to time, there are images of celestial dragons screaming in the living area of celestial dragons. Shaggy bearded five elders clutched their staffs. Then he took out a phone bug. If something happens to Mariajoy, then the world government must stop that damn sinner at all costs. With 493 and just keep this sinner here forever. Then the outside world will never know. Okay. The five elders with the shaggy beard suddenly sensed that something was vaguely wrong. He suddenly looked in a distant direction. Then looked up and noticed something was wrong with the phone bug wiring. The pupils of five elders with the fluffy beard froze suddenly, and his face sank. Grit your teeth. B asterisk 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 D. B asterisk 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 D. The five elders with the shaggy beard subconsciously looked at the man in the distance. You guy, are you announcing what happened here to the whole world? Shaggy bearded five elders until now. Only then did I suddenly discover that the matter here at Mariajoy has been passed through the phone bug. No, it should be said that the outside world is fully aware of the unprecedented attack on Mariajoy today. The face of the five elders with the shaggy beard changed drastically. That way, doesn't it mean that if Lord I Am makes a move? Thoughts arise. The shaggy bearded five elders shuddered. No wonder Mariajoy has been devastated to such an extent. Master, I Am, didn't make any more moves. That damn sinner. Shaggy bearded five elders gritted their teeth. If these things have been communicated to the outside world, then the name of the grown-up. The five elders with their shaggy beards are unimaginable. After today, what will happen to the whole outside world? 083. Absolutely powerful, I am appeared. Boom. Marineford. Naval Headquarters. Goo. Gurgle. If that's Mariajoy, that man is the one who killed a Kainu admiral. In addition to emergency maintenance of telephone bug lines, numerous Marines have brought the images of Mariajoy's assault to their eyes through projection screens. A man named Marine was sluggish and didn't care about the Whitebeard pirates at all. The same goes for the Whitebeard pirates. Although the man bathing in the flames above has shocked the entire Grand Line and offered rewards, most people have already heard of it. But it is precisely because of this. When I saw with my own eyes the terrifying combat power beyond the concept level of human on the projection screen of the phone bug. Only then can I feel the terrifying existence of the man on the projection. Powerful. Too powerful. Alone. Dare to invade Mariajoy. This is an overview of the entire world government since its establishment. The world-shocking event that has never happened before. Not to mention, already the five elders who wielded supreme power died at the hands of that man. What is the fate of the world government? This is some at war today regardless of Marine or one of the pirates. Furthermore, the entire world today. The big event that is really attracting the attention of the world now. Even the whole Grand Line, all over the world, all over the world. As well as, who is this person? This doubt arises in the hearts of countless people around the world. Five Elders was moved by this name several times. He didn't even hesitate to shoot at that man without hesitation. Even people who can no longer react. Now I have begun to notice the existence of the name, I am. To be able to make the five elders who hold the highest power in the world care so much. What exactly stands behind this name? At the same time. Now, the sacred place, Mariajoy is crumbling under the heat. Do you think it would be a good choice to announce the things here to the public? With shaggy beards and scars at the corners of their eyes, the five elders with their hands on their canes roared. The image can no longer remain calm. No, that would be the dumbest choice you'll ever make. Look, when you choose, all the people in the whole world, all the ignorant forces, will see with their own eyes what will happen to the stupid people. Shaggy five elders gritted their teeth. There were more sunken fingerprints on the cane. An unprecedented powerful aura erupted from his body at this moment. Muscles of the old body under the black suit protruded, pushing the clothes open. Follow closely. Fluffy breathing five elders press emergency, lockdown wall, never activated by Mariajoy. Boom. What happened this time? Countless people outside were shocked. The ground trembled on the red line near Mariajoy. A large number of surfaces have been broken. Caw caw caw. Afterwards, a series of special metal plates rose from the ground, enveloping the entire world government. This is a special alloy developed by the World Government Science Corps. It is strong, heat-resistant, and cold-resistant, enough to withstand all powerful attacks in the world for a short time. Tested by the world government. Even with Whitebeard's shock fruit ability, which is enough to set off a tsunami, it is difficult to break it, at most it can only be twisted and deformed. The surrounding wall, used in some at war, is the same material alloy. After seeing the horror of the sinner in front of him. Since we must use all our strength to eliminate this sinner here. The fact that Mariajoy would be affected now was simply inevitable. Then the only choice is to minimize Mariajoy's losses. And all the blockade walls rose up. Enough to prevent a moment of incredible heat that would have scorched the sky in Mariajoy. Although maybe only for a moment. But in the eyes of the shaggy bearded five elders. That's enough. Because of that man. Originally, he also wanted to contact the agencies under the world government to support Mariajoy. But that man chose the stupidest path of publicly destroying Mary Jo. The shaggy bearded five elders are already predictable. While the world was shocked by the invasion of the Holy Land, Mariajoy. Various agencies under the world government have begun to react. Without his notice at all, troops will be dispatched to approach the world government. And because of the unique position of the Holy Land, Mariajoy built on the Red Line. World government is far away from its agencies, marine government, Ennie's lobby, Impel Down prison, and so on. All three places can be reached in as little as an hour by voyage. And this premise, it is still based on normal voyage conditions. If it is to support Mariajoy with high-end combat power in an accelerated manner, this journey time can be shortened even less. That's why the world government has been around since its inception. One of the reasons Mariajoy has never been hacked. Because that moment when boarding, Mariajoy. Advertisement. Whether it is anyone, any force. They are all destined to fall into the sacred land, Mariajoy's all-round encirclement net, in a certain sense. This is a choice that even if the New World 4 Emperor's pirates join forces, Wang Ding will never return. Roar. At this time, with birthmarks on their foreheads, two bushy-bearded five elders uttered a howl. After that, the muscles on the body swelled, the skin turned dark green, and the clothes were broken. Visible to the naked eye, this five elders is the same demon fruit power as the bearded five elders. But the difference between the two is that one is Paramesha. The five elders with birthmarks on their foreheads are Zone, some kind of phantom beast. And at this moment, Bai Ye is here, stupid people. Witnessing the indifferent attitude of all the 5 elders. The indifferent look in Bai Ye's eyes intensified. Look around at the blockade walls that can block the high temperature for a moment. Bai Ye looked up at the 5 elders' color change and said, "When did you have the illusion that I must die here?" Feel the powerful aura exuded by the 5 elders ahead. The terror of Bai Ye Ryutsu intensifies. You guys are so naive, why did I set foot on Mariajoy alone? Boom. Under the tremendous pressure of strongly distorting space. This is the hard alloy that the world government science core is proud of and suddenly dented. A large area of cracks appeared. What? Seeing this scene, the remaining 5 elders were shocked collectively. Bai Ye's voice sounded. That's because there are too many insignificant little people. The indifferent voice fell. .. exclamation mark. The blockade wall was already crumbling in the face of the terrifying Ryutsu who was rapidly increasing the pressure. This time it was directly crushed. All collapsed. In an instant, countless dust, smoke and high temperature erupt like a tsunami. The high temperature, which was temporarily hindered, swept the entire Mariajoy further. The outermost building of the Holy Land, Mariajoy collapsed in large numbers in the face of the high temperature impact. Boom, boom, and this accident. As a result, countless celestial dragons died before they could scream. B************************ D. B************* D. Stop. The pupils of 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead, shrank sharply and let out a sound. He opened his mouth wide open. Some kind of terrifying energy gathered in the mouth full of sharp teeth. Its power is not inferior to Kaido's signature skill, hot breath, that can easily destroy an island. But this purple energy beam that tears the sky. Too slow. The power is not enough in front of Bai Ye at this moment. Bai Ye lifted Ryujin Jaka. Cut it in two with one knife. The originally terrifying light energy was directly divided into 2 parts, and blasted in 2 directions behind Bai Ye. Boom, boom. 2 explosions shook the red line. Follow closely. Shunpo. Bai Ye's figure disappeared in place. Appears again, already in front of long-bearded 5 elders with some sort of space devil fruit ability. No. Not good. Long-bearded 5 elders had cold sweat all over his forehead. In his current state, he can't. Stop it, sinner. The 5 elders with birthmarks on their foreheads sensed Bai Ye's thoughts. He opened his bloody mouth and bit down. Since you are willing to be someone else's dog, then you have to look like a dog. If Bai Ye's flowing blade fell unhindered, he raised his left hand. It was a golden blaze of lightning lighting up under the gaze of the 5 elders with birthmarks on their foreheads. 63 of Hado. What kind of ability is this? The pupils of 5 elders, who had a birthmark on their foreheads, shrank dramatically. Due to the death of Kong. Obviously 5 elders knew about Bai Ye in the information. There is currently no reference to any Hado abilities. After all, except for the lucky red hair pirates. All enemies who have seen Bai Ye cast his Hado ability. All are dead. Fiery lightning howl, the moment Bai Ye Ryujin Jaka falls. Dazzling golden lightning flashes. Thereafter, this is a diameter close to 10 meters, exuding a destructive aura. A blast of lightning that seemed to pierce the sky crashed into the 5 elders with the birthmark on their foreheads. Both touch. Boom. Long-bearded 5 elders were already exhausted trying to control Ryujin Jaka. There is no means of defense at all. Immediately die. Advertisement. 5 elders dies one more. The 5 elders with birthmarks on their foreheads faced unimaginable blasting impact. At the same time, he was sent flying straight away. From shooting to flying, the strength and expressiveness are far inferior to the other 5 elders. It's not that the 5 elders are too weak. Rather, Bai Ye has gone through several battles at present. The progress of the template is incremented each time. Bai Ye's strength will increase to a new height. If the 5 elders directly participate in the Operation Demon Slaying siege, maybe there is still a chance to cause Bai Ye a lot of trouble. But right now, visible to the naked eye, even facing all 5 elders at the same time, the gap in combat power between the two is clearly visible. The best proof. It's just a short fight. 5 elders has had more than 2 deaths at the hands of Bai Ye. This scene. It's not just that the whole world is in a strong shock and trembling. Even Rayleigh was shaken. That man. Is it really possible to do things that the Rocks pirates and even Roger were unable to do in the past? Shake the behemoth of the world government by one person. Rayleigh was shocked. Immediately. Feel the sea level near the Sabayati Islands below the red line drop a few meters again. Rayleigh was shocked. Ultimate monster. But suddenly, just when Rayleigh and countless people outside believed that the man, alone, really had the power to subvert the world government. On the projection, this is suddenly, the man stopped. Wrong. Or in other words, the sky above the world government where all the clouds have been burned away. Suddenly something happened. Same moment, the entire first half of the Grand Line felt a faint breath of despair and destruction. And what is that? New world. All over the world, the faces of people all over the world have changed wildly. But for those who live in the first half of the Grand Line, even at Sengoku at Naval Headquarters, he couldn't help but feel a chill run from his back to his forehead. Crazy. Is the world government crazy? That vaguely familiar feeling. Sengoku didn't understand what that brought though. But that oppressive feeling. Sengoku was very familiar. It was the force that set off a terrifying tsunami just now and almost drowned Naval Headquarters Marineford. One can imagine. If that kind of power is released on Mary Jo, how? Sengoku's heart trembled uncontrollably. At that time. Due to the particularity of the location where Mariajoy is located. Not only will the first half of the Grand Line be affected. Calm Belt. New World. I'm afraid it's hard to escape. So, Sengoku's thoughts are almost crazy now. No, it should be said that he is not crazy. It's just that the world government is crazy. Could it be that the monster is so powerful that even the world government has no choice but to destroy that man, even intending to affect the whole world? And at this moment, all parts of the world are shaking. On Mariajoy. I master I am. The 5 elders who were still alive felt the terrible pressure from the sky of Mariajoy. Can't help but collective discoloration. Lord I am. I'm going to make a move. In a sense it also means their so-called last chance. In Lord Im's opinion, it's over. If Lord Im didn't think they didn't have the ability to solve the current crisis. Lord Im will never make a move. What's more, the situation of the entire holy land of Mariajoy is now in full view of the world. The heart of the living 5 elders sank. Bai Ye stood where he was, looking up to feel the power accumulated in the sky of Mariajoy, and his eyes were extremely calm. I thought I would see a why after killing all 5 elders. Now it seems, Im appeared earlier than Bai Ye expected. After all, in the current situation of Mariajoy, the countdown to destruction has almost entered. If Im can still sit firmly in the position of the Void Throne. On the contrary, it will be surprising. Just let me see if the world government has any other cards. Bai Ye's eyes flickered indifferently, Ryutsu intensified. Otherwise, the fate of the world government is doomed. 084. Shocking the world, I am who can make 5 elders kneel. Bai Ye stood where he was, looking at the sky above Mariajoy with indifferent eyes. Next second. This is a magnified projection by a phone bug. A mysterious figure shrouded in shadow looms over Mariajoy. The mysterious figure wears a crown with 4 towering spikes and a cloak that reaches to the ground. At this moment, he is staring at the lower part of Mariajoy with his slender eyes and red pupils full of pressure. I master I am. The living 5 elders were shocked. Same moment. The whole outside world. When you see the mysterious figure projected by the phone bug over the entire Mariajoy, it seems to look down on the world government at your feet. Countless people from all over the world were taken aback for a moment. Afterwards, he was shocked and sweated coldly. Then, who is that? Is there such a guy in the world government? Who the hell is that? Thereafter, countless forces all over the world stood up without exception, with indescribable shock on their faces. No. Are you kidding me? That guy, they can see very clearly. But it is precisely because of this. The mysterious figure puts the world government under its feet as if looking down. This is for the entire Grand Line, no, even for people who are world government, or even people who are the marine government of the world government's agency. It's hard to believe what I'm seeing now. And, this is not the most shocking. Because just after the oppressive mysterious figure appeared in the sky above Mariajoy through the projection of the phone bug. Someone suddenly found out. Those 5 elders who wield supreme power. Since that mysterious figure appeared, 5 elders are kneeling to that mysterious figure. Crazy, crazy. Countless people from all over the world have their pupils widened and their mouths trembling uncontrollably. What the hell are 555 elders doing? Are they collectively insane? As the highest rank of celestial dragons respectively. 5 elders is the existence that holds the pinnacle of power in the entire world. This is something recognized by the outside world of the entire Grand Line. However, this is the existence that holds the pinnacle of world power in its hands. Kneeling down to the mysterious figure that appeared. This moment, the 5 elders, who were originally aloof, seemed to be the shadow of that mysterious figure. Servant. Boom. Found this scene. The outside world is almost crazy. Hey, isn't this a joke? Is there anyone in this world that the 5 elders are willing to submit to? No, the world government has been hiding such an existence. Naval Headquarters. Gouda. Zan. Marshal Sengoku, isn't that a joke? That family. No, who is that? The summit war has all but ceased. Seagulls fly over Marineford. The shocked Marine Vice Admirals looked at Sengoku subconsciously, trying to find answers. Marine Admiral Aokiji, Garp and others all showed shock. Can't help but then look at Sengoku. However, they found out right away. At this moment, the shock on Marshal Sengoku's face is no less than that of any of them. Advertisement. Even more. Or, as the Marine Marshal of the Marine Government. Standing at the highest command point of the entire Marine system. Sengoku knows some secrets of the world government. However, after seeing the mysterious figure that made 5 elders kneel unexpectedly. Sengoku found out suddenly, even if he is the Marine Marshal. It turns out that I am so unfamiliar with the world government. 5 elders. No, it should be above 5 elders. He even hides a secret that even he, the Marine Marshal, doesn't even know. Who is that? A cold sweat trickled down Sengoku's forehead. It was as if the immediate boss he had always thought of was suddenly told one day that he was just a servant of a mysterious existence. How does this make Sengoku accept? Sengoku's world view faintly collapsed. Suddenly, a name emerged that had previously made the five elders extremely nervous. I am. Could it be that, the existence that five elders tried to hide several times without hesitation as the other party? Sengoku was terrified in his heart, staring at the mysterious projection on the screen of the phone bug that seemed to be looking down on Mariajoy. Outside Marineford, Shanks, Captain, Naval Headquarters is ahead. Wait. What is that? Usopp's voice just fell on Red Force. Suddenly noticed the picture of Mariajoy projected on all four sides of Marineford. Usopp's pupils shrank sharply. The red-haired Shanks was taken aback for a moment. Afterwards, I saw clearly that it was Mariajoy and that mysterious figure on the projection. Redhead Shanks' expression changed. Amazon Lily. 9 Snake Island. Who was that? Why did my mother-in-law rush into the palace? Just about to tell Hancock what happened to Mariajoy. The mother-in-law suddenly found out that Snake G was already watching the projection about Mariajoy. But Granny Z's eyes fell on the projection. The mother-in-law couldn't help but tremble in her heart. 5 elders, kneeling to that mysterious figure. Is that the secret that the world government has been hiding for so long? Grandma Za's worldview was greatly impacted. Dressaros. D. Dover. Torbol's trembling voice has not yet fallen. Doflamingo got up suddenly, staring at the mysterious figure on the projection that was looking down on Mariajoy. Doflamingo's face showed unprecedented shock. For a long time. Doflamingo said in a shocking tone. It looks like it's all coming to an end. Not over. Torrebel was taken aback. No matter how you look at it now. The entire Holy Land, Mariajoy was almost destroyed by that monster, right? Why would my young master suddenly? Doflamingo nodded, with tea on his face and said. Not bad, because that person showed up. Others don't know. Advertisement. Doflamingo himself knows it all too well. He can blackmail the 5 elders. It is because he has passed through a long time. Knowing that the celestial dragons stationed in Mariajoy back then, in order to gain power, 19 royal families purposely created a vacant, void throne, in the depths of Mariajoy. Not eligible to sit on it, that is the symbol of power held by all celestial dragons. However, Doflamingo passed the long time by chance. Learned the hidden secret of the void throne. Doflamingo was very shocked at the time. Because in the hundreds of years since the establishment of the world government, the void throne that should have been empty, unexpectedly had a master at some point. Doflamingo is absolutely certain. Most of the celestial dragons living in Mariajoy don't even know about this. Otherwise take the arrogance of the celestial dragons who claim to be a family of gods. It is simply impossible to allow someone to sit on their head. But the reality is, that happened. Not only did it happen, even the 5 elders were willing to be that man's servants. That's why, under Doflamingo's seemingly threatening attitude towards the world government, there is a bit of deep fear hidden. And now, Doflamingo didn't expect that, the existence that can almost be called a god, sitting on the void throne. It would be real, and it will appear in front of the whole world in this way. Since that figure appeared, this shows that the world government is about to show its truly terrifying background. And to the whole world, show the end of all sinners who try to subvert the world government. Doflamingo thought of this moment, on Mariajoy. The red eyes of I am do not contain any emotion, some only have indifference, and looking down on everything. I am looked at the man below who made the 5 elders helpless. Moment. I am, who cast his shadow over Mariajoy through the phone bug, moved. I am raised his hand. What does the other party want to do? Hearts raced around the world as they sensed the movement of the mysterious figure above the Mariajoy. Next second, everyone understood what that meant. I saw I am raising his hand as he looked down at Mariajoy. Come down. This is where the entire Mariajoy sky starts to change color in, boom. Countless thunderbolts floated over Mariajoy. Follow closely. That was the sky above Mariajoy, and a scene of suffocating horror visible to the naked eye appeared. Sky. The sky is collapsing. Countless people around the world were shocked. As that power odd. Immediately, what they subconsciously thought of was the man who was alone on Mariajoy trying to subvert the world government. Eyes frantically searched over Mariajoy's projection. Soon, they found Bai Ye. And at this moment, standing in place, facing the terrifying movement caused by I am raising his hand. There was no fear on Bai Ye's face. Or, a pillar of fire bursting violently into the sky rose from Mariajoy. Even if I am is really the so-called god, Bai Ye will also kill this so-called god, the extremely hypocritical world government, and all the celestial dragons. 085. Bai Ye, it's best not to speak wild words easily, that will only expose your incompetence. Boom, boom, Holy Land, Mariajoy. Now, facing I am raising his hand as if piercing the terrifying movement of the sky above Mariajoy. Bai Ye's indifferent eyes flashed sharply. Thereafter, the pillar of fire rushing violently towards the sky starts from under Bai Ye's feet. The coverage starts from 20 meters, 30 meters, and 4,000 meters. Suddenly all the collapsed and melted red soil, the continental surface near Bai Ye's feet was lifted. The endless sea of flames that connects to the sky is burning crazily. The unimaginable high temperature is like a hurricane passing through, wantonly circled in Mariajoy. And at its center, bathed in flames as high as 6,000 degrees on the surface of the sun. Bai Ye raised Ryujin Jaka with his right hand. There was no awe and fear of IM from 5 elders in his eyes. Some, only, whether it is a god or a human being. They are all destined to be unable to change the fate of all being beheaded. Next moment, Ryujin Jaka is about to fall in an instant. B asterisk 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 D, B asterisk 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 D, stop that sinner. Master Im's attack cannot be affected in any way. Kneeling towards the fluffy beard projected by IM, 5 elders saw this, his face changed suddenly, and he shouted immediately. Roar. Followed by, this is set off among the ruins of broken buildings. 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead after being hit by Bai Ye, stood up abruptly. Seeing that man dared to point a knife at Lord IM. The 5 elders with the birthmark on their forehead maintained the form of some kind of giant biped, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and strode directly towards Bai Ye without hesitation. Gritting his teeth, he whispered. Let me do it, stop you vile sinner. The purple-black energy gathers again in the mouth full of sharp teeth. Energy gathering, completion, and release. The whole process takes less than a few seconds. Tear the ground and the void in front of Mariajoy directly. Suddenly, he fell into the figure of the man standing in the endless sea of flames. Hit, hit, 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead, beamed with joy. However, before he was happy for a few seconds. When the terrifying energy explosion dissipated. This is Bai Ye's unscathed and muscular body meets the eyes of the 5 elders with the birthmark on their foreheads. How come? 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead, froze in place, his face suddenly changed. Thereafter, 5 elders, who had a birthmark on their forehead, saw the man turn his gaze on him. This moment, boom, advertisement. 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead, suddenly felt an uncontrollable fear surge from his heart. Impossible. Withstanding that level of attack, how can you be fine? Birthmark on forehead. 5 elders can't believe it. Bai Ye was bathed in flames and heard the words. He looked at the 5 elders with the birthmark on their foreheads. I think it's best for you not to speak wild words easily. Bai Ye held up Ryujin Jaka. That would only expose your incompetence. You. The pupils of the 5 elders with the birthmark on their forehead froze. Gritting his teeth, he was about to say something. Only to find that the man had already swung his knife and chopped it down. Let it burn. Bai Ye's extremely ordinary and seemingly ordinary sentence fell. 5 elders, who had a birthmark on his forehead, suddenly changed his face. Because it is comparable to the temperature on the surface of the sun, it seems overwhelming. Countless bright sparks in the sky occupy everything in front of you. 5 elders, with the birthmark on his forehead, instinctively tried to back away. Yet the bright orange-red horribly high-temperature flames seemed sluggish. But it swallowed everything Bai Ye saw in front of him in an instant. Wherever Ryujin Jaka went, ashes. It's literally. Wait for the 5 elders with birthmarks on their foreheads to react. This is directly engulfed by the endless flames that suddenly enlarge the pupils. Haven't been able to scream yet. Boom. The endless flames soaring into the sky completely occupied the 5 elders with birthmarks on their foreheads, setting off a violent flame explosion. Boom. The whole Mariajoy is shaking faintly. Later, fluffy beard 5 elders witnessed the scene where 5 elders had a birthmark on his forehead and ended up with no bones left, his pupils froze again. Is it because the temperature is too high? So even the wind will explode. Damn. With lingering fear in his heart, he said. How terrifying is the temperature near that sinner? And at this moment, Bai Ye killed 5 elders again. Feel the devastation brewing in the skies of Mariajoy. Next, it's your turn, IM. Bai Ye looked at the figure that appeared above Mariajoy with a projection phone bug. IM was very calm about the death of the 5 elders. No shock, surprise, or emotion of any kind. What remained unchanged in those red pupils was indifference, and condescension to everything in this world. The dead 5 elders are in IM's eyes. It's like nothing more than a servant that can be replaced at any time. That's all. What a self-proclaimed god. Quote. A look of disdain appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Next moment, innumerable thunder and lightning flashed on the sky of Mariajoy. Advertisement. That's when the whole sky suddenly started to fluctuate violently. It's like being pierced by the god to pierce the sky of Grand Line. The sky over the entire Mariajoy, and even the Sabayati Islands below the red line, all the sky visible to the naked eye has begun to sag. Ask for flowers, 0. Thereafter, under the shocking witness of countless people from the outside world who were almost suffocated. This is the coming of God's sanction. Dazzling brilliance occupies the entire sky. In front of the destructive horror atmosphere, there is no doubt about any force in the world. If they are facing that kind of power, I am afraid. I will be like an ant, facing the existence of God. As that, the true background of the world government. That level of power can be called a God at all, right? Looking at the blinding light that enveloped the entire Mariajoy on the projection screen. The scalps of countless people outside were numb, and they only felt cold sweat wet their backs and foreheads instantly. It shows the ultimate shock and trembling in their hearts. Even the forces of the Four Emperors pirate group. Today, witnessing the terrible undertones of the world government is no exception. And at this moment, on the burning Mariajoy, has the attack method been specially adjusted for me? Bai Ye watched countless beams of destruction falling down compared to before. Now come into view. It is to gather most of the destructive energy of Uranus into a beam of light nearly hundreds of meters thick. Fall from the sky. Although the range covered by the destructive power has been reduced by at least 10,000 meters, I don't know how many times it is. But it cannot be denied. I am reluctant to destroy Mariajoy together. This time, Uranus, the destructive power contained in Uranus. It is far better than the previous attack that Bai Ye evaluated as flashy. But the extent of this, far superior. It was for Bai Ye, who had exhausted half of his physical strength after the battle. For the current state is completely at its peak. As the template unlock progress almost touched Bankai's Bai Ye. Now it seems, but Bai Ye's eyes flashed sharply. Bathed in a temperature comparable to the 6,000-degree Ryujin-jaka Shikai on the surface of the sun. Under the awe-inspiring gaze of the shaggy-bearded five elders. Bai Ye aimed Ryujin-jaka at the attack from Uranus from the sky. Five elders with a fluffy beard saw this scene, and he was taken aback for a moment. Thereafter, the five elders with shaggy beards felt the god's judgment falling from the sky above Mariajoy, which almost wiped out all life. He suddenly thought of an unspeakable possibility, and almost lost his voice. That guy, is he crazy? Are you planning to take the attack of Master I am? Crazy, madman power. 086. Terrible collision. Rock the world. Boom. As the five elders with shaggy beards change color, the idea arises. That blinding light has enveloped the entire Mariajoy. On the sky that is continuously sunken in a large area. The falling white destructive pillar of light, covering a range of hundreds of meters has begun to descend. In a split second, everyone was blinded by the white light and couldn't open their eyes. The entire world government, Mariajoy began to shake wildly violently. The red line is under pressure from the sky, and a large area of the ground begins to collapse. Cracks are everywhere. The rest of the horror level, boom, placed on the Sabayati bottom islands below the red line. They could clearly feel the violent shaking like the destroying the sky and destroying the earth. It is different from the previous experience where the aftermath of the tsunami could only be felt through the extremely distant sea area. This time, it is the Sabayati Islands that are directly in the situation of continuous evaporation of the sea, earthquakes, 267, and other natural disasters. The thick and intertwined root system of the Alchiman mangrove collapsed directly. This results in the entire Sabayati archipelago was torn apart. A large amount of seawater poured in crazily. The moored pirate ships were smashed to pieces. One can imagine what kind of terrifying force is the Holy Land, Mariajoy bearing at this moment. This can be called the power of a god. Rayleigh quickly leapt on the collapsed Alchiman mangrove tree, and he couldn't help but look shocked. Immediately, Rayleigh couldn't help but suddenly looked in the direction of Mariajoy. The man who tried to subvert the world government. Boom. And at this time, above the violently shaking Mariajoy. Bathed in an orange-red flame that releases a temperature as high as 6,000 degrees on the surface of the sun. Bai Ye stood on the spot, his eyes fixed on the Uranus attack that fell from the sky. He holds Ryujin-jaka in his right hand, and Ryutsu keeps climbing. This level of attack wants to destroy me. Bai Ye looked at the projection of I am looking down on Mariajoy behind the sky, and there was a flash of sharpness in his eyes. But it's not enough. He slashed at the falling beam of light covering the entire Mariajoy. Boom. Same moment. Terrible Ryutsu surged before. This is the endless pouring of flames instantly tearing the red line. Lifting the surface. Melting. Thereafter, endless flames rise from the ground. Pour into the sky. For a moment, when the hot fire unleashed by Ryujin-jaka meets the destructive force that Uranus puts together. Moment. Advertisement. The two collide. A sudden huge roaring explosion resounded throughout the Grand Line. The entire Grand Line felt a faint sense of shaking. Boom. The sea is surging. Thereafter, the aftermath of this Mariajoy sky can be seen with the naked eye, causing large void ripples. From a distance, start with the sky of world government Mariajoy. This is going to spread to Naval Headquarters Marineford, Com Belt, and even the New World. The whole sky is full of cracks like a mirror. It seems that it will completely collapse in the next second. And witness this scene. The entire outside world, which saw the situation above Mariajoy through the projected phone bug, fell into a deadly and terrible silence for a moment. Scary. So scary. The power that almost makes any kingdom, force, and pirate on the Grand Line despair. Is it the real truth that the world government has been hiding all along? For a long time, the outside world came back to their senses. Feel the uncontrollable fear in my heart. Only someone's voice trembled slightly, unbelievable and almost crazy. No. No kidding. Just raising your hand. That is almost an existence that can be considered equivalent to a god. It's no wonder that even if the Whitebeard pirates are going to attack the marine government, the world government remains indifferent. With such terrifying power, let alone the Whitebeard pirates, even if all the 4 Emperor's pirates in New World work together, they won't be able to break into Mariajoy and get away unscathed, right? Google. Face the horrors that the world government has unleashed before the entire Grand Line. Grand Line, New World, 4 seas, around the world. Countless people are in despair. Since its establishment, it has stood on this sea for 800 years. A colossus that no one can shake. If it is said that there were still forces in the past who couldn't help but have illusions, then at this moment, all illusions are shattered. After all, since the mysterious figure that made the 5 elders kneel appeared, world government's first public display of power, almost equal to God, it was an uncontrollable trembling from despair to the deepest part of my heart. Enough for anyone. There is no hope of shaking that monster at all. Not. Is it over? Immediately, watching the swaying Mariajoy in the dust cloud, everyone subconsciously thought of the man who dared to climb the Mariajoy alone, trying to subvert the world government. However, advertisement. Just when everyone thought it was over. Whether it's the many Marines that Naval headquarters rocked, or New World's Doflamingo et al. Then there are Red Hair Pirates, Big Mom and others who are also members of the 4 Emperors. This idea was born. Suddenly. This is the color of the Mariajoy dust cloud turning red. It was as if a cloud of fire descended on Mariajoy. The scorching heat shakes the whole Mariajoy. Roiling heat is sweeping across Mariajoy. That is, countless people trembled. Immediately. When Mariajoy was so frightening that it was hard to imagine where the beam of light would attack, it appeared in front of countless people. Everyone was shocked. All I could see, it was a huge pit close to 1,000 meters like an abyss, appearing on Mariajoy. The abyss is dark and bottomless. Exudes suffocating despair. But right in the heart of the abyss. But there is a perfect open space in the center of the abyss. At the same time, there is a strong body of a man standing there. When everything is revealed, everyone suddenly felt a shock of terror in their hearts. Countless people lost their voices. No injuries. How is this possible, in front of that kind of attack? Is that 3.2 man really a human? This moment. Countless people in the entire Grand Line are almost crazy. The Shaggy 5 Elders saw the impossible. Because of the huge impact on his heart and worldview, he froze in place. The Shaggy 5 Elders stared with dilated pupils and opened their slightly trembling mouths. It is precisely because it is very close to the attack point that attacked Lord I Am. Only then could he personally experience the unimaginable power of the God's sanction that Lord I Am sent down. However, it is enough to obliterate the attack of all world government enemies in the world. It turns out, doesn't work. Are you kidding me? For the first time in his life, Shaggy 5 Elders felt a shuddering madness welling up inside him. It showed that he couldn't believe what he saw. 087. God Attendant. The weapon left over from the ancient kingdom. Destroy. And at this moment, standing in the center of an abyss hundreds of meters wide caused by the attack of Uranus. Bai Ye ignored the shock of the outside world at the moment. He holds the bathing flame Ryujin Jaka. Look towards Im's projection above world government Mariajoy. If it's only this level, it's my turn now. There was an indifferent coldness in his eyes. Boom. The moment Bai Ye exerted strength under his feet. The scorching high temperature heat wave is like a torrent that almost engulfs the entire Mariajoy. The heat wave of vegetation burns up. The only fulcrum of the bottomless abyss under Bai Ye's feet collapsed in an instant. Next second, Shunpo M. disappeared. The fluffy bearded 5 elders, who was in a state of horror, suddenly noticed that the man's figure was blurred, and disappeared directly on the spot. Could not help but look around. Where will it be? Where? Eyes look around, moving quickly. Immediately, the pupils of 5 elders with fluffy beards approached. Lost voice. Heaven, is it in the sky? I saw this moment. Bai Ye's muscular frame looms above Mariajoy. Face the huge projection of I Am. Pretending to be a ghost. 28's disdain flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Ryujin Jaka aimed in one direction deep in world government Mariajoy. Cut down instantly. Thereafter. This is an extremely terrifying scene from the outside world. With the chop of Ryujin Jaka. It's a seemingly endless torrent of bright fire pouring down across the skies of Mariajoy. Stand under the red line and look up. The entire sky of Mariajoy seems to be smothered by a sea of flames on top of Mariajoy. Thereafter, just when countless forces from the outside world shocked that mysterious figure that was almost equivalent to a god. The fiery torrent directly engulfed the projection overlooking the world government Mariajoy. The entire void couldn't stop ripples. And due to the high temperature, the moment the flame touches the air, it is inevitable to set off a violent big explosion directly. This caused the huge projection that shocked the outside world to look like a mysterious person. It's like being cut in half over Mariajoy. This moment. The mysterious figure that made the 5 elders kneel and surrender finally showed fluctuations in the eyes. It was a touch of coldness, like the anger of ultimate. Follow closely. The projection raised its hand in an attempt to grab something, but it dissipated the moment it disappeared. A large number of world government buildings began to collapse in pieces. At this time, everyone can see clearly. The fall of Ryujin Jaka. Create a line that starts with Bai Ye in front. Advertisement. One strike cut through world government Mariojoy. All the way from the gate of the world government. The terrifying slash marks nearly a kilometer spread to the deepest part of the world government. It is burning with soaring flames. Appeared on Mariojoy. It seems that all the buildings of the world government are divided into two sides. In the middle is a burning sea of fire. And at the end of the nearly 1,000-meter long slash. It is the Genryusai city, hidden in the deepest part of the world government. Its true appearance torn apart is revealed to the whole world. This moment, look at the mysterious palace that no one knows about the entire Grand Line. The whole outside world once again fell into deathly silence. Countless people's pupils widened, cold sweat dripped down their faces. Come on, what are you kidding? Inside the world government. There is still a hidden city. A royal palace, as well as. Then, what is that? In front of Pangu City, where the world government Mariojoy was forcibly torn apart, it was revealed to the world for the first time. Someone suddenly found out. On both sides of this ancient city, there are some kind of huge stone buildings that look like guards. But that's not the point. The key is the moment when Pangu City is revealed. The two huge stone statues guarding a height of 300 or 400 meters seem to have moved. That's right. Just move. Just like the legendary, giant soldier. One step out, the whole red line is shaking. Trembling. Is that similar to the pacifist weapon used by Marine? But that kind of volume is too big. Too scary. The scalps of countless outside forces were numb, and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The Marine at Naval Headquarters is even more shocking beyond words. Pacifists they know, but that's something completely beyond their knowledge. Google. The world government. Is it really the world government they know in Marine? Or is it all in their dreams? It can be said, what happened today is destined to overturn all the worldviews they have known for a long time. Or, this subversion will set off a shock in the entire Grand Line and even the world. That thing, what the hell is it? Summit War. Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates opened his mouth wide. Couldn't believe what I was seeing on the projection screen. Attempt to seek to the father. Marco suddenly found that his father was no less shocked than him. Realizing this, Marco's heart trembled and his expression changed. Looking at the projection screen on Mariojoy can't help but feel aghast. How is this possible? Doesn't even the well-informed old man know what that is? And at this moment, on board the violently shaken Mariojoy. Advertisement. Yes, Lord Imes, God Attendant, is dispatched. It's over, it's over. The 5 elders with fluffy beards saw that scene and squatted directly on the ground. God Attendant, as the name suggests, the guard of God, the guardian of God. But this, God Attendant, does not belong to the celestial dragons, the world's nobles known as the God Clan, by the outside world. That is the God Attendant that exists exclusively for Lord I Am. Although the 5 elders have never seen a God Attendant make a move since the establishment of the world government. The rumor of God Attendant already exists. It's just that now, 5 elders didn't think that Master Imes, God Attendant, really existed. And at this moment, the whole world was shocked. Facing the 2 stone-shaped titans with red eyes. Bai Ye stepped into the air, but his eyes were thoughtful. Is it the weapon left over from the ancient kingdom before the world government was established? As a traverser, he remembered that Doppelganger was able to develop some kind of giant, shark robot, weapons, artificial creatures and other technologies. It relies on the ancient civilization technology left over from the legendary, ancient kingdom. In other words, before the world government was established, there may have been a huge kingdom with highly developed technology in the world of One Piece. And now the whole world does not have any records of the original 100-year history. Then after the fall of the ancient kingdom, the technology left over from 597, including those materials, should have all fallen into the hands of the world government. That is what the 5 elders are serving now, in the hands of I Am. But, looking at the 2 red stones with a height of 300 or 400 meters, each step would cause the red line to tremble and collapse, and the color of the eyes was like Imes. There was no sense of urgency in Bai Ye's indifferent eyes. Because, with one of Imes, God Attendants, lifting huge moss-covered stone feet. Falling towards Bai Ye in the shaking red line. Countless people outside were almost suffocated. Available in the next second. The whole movement of the God Attendant suddenly froze in place. Useless. This is the figure of Bai Ye appearing in front of the huge body of God Attendant. Thereafter, in the face of the terrifying high temperature of 6,000 degrees on the surface of the sun. Whether it's a man of steel or not, no matter how hard the stone is, or there is precision machinery inside, what happens to these things? With Ryujin Jaka cut down, a terrifying burning scar of hundreds of meters appeared on the stone-shaped titan's chest. This is a stone-shaped titan, servant of the gods, whose body suddenly collapsed while being engulfed in flames. Started burning violently and added 10 opening games to the destruction of world government Mariojoy. The structure of these God Attendants. Bai Ye moved his eyes to look at the figure standing on the void throne in Pangu City. Afterwards, pillars of flames rose abruptly from all over Mariojoy. Before the other God Attendant could make a move, he was directly engulfed by the pillar of fire containing terrifying heat, and boom, fell down. From the beginning, It is already doomed that they will not be able to become Bai Ye's qualification to destroy Mariajoy's hindrance. 088. I'm scary ability, Bankai. Boom. The whole Mariajoy shook violently. As the two bodies covered the sky and the sun, the stone-shaped titan with a height of 300 or 400 meters collapsed, engulfed by endless flames, and quickly melted away. How is it possible? That's exclusive to Master M. With a fluffy beard, Five Elders lost his voice and stared at the man's figure. And at this moment, let's do it, if the world government wants to rely on these bad metals. Bai Ye ignored the two collapsed so-called god attendants. His eyes were fixed on I am standing on the void throne in the distance. Ryujin Jaka rode across Mariajoy, burning everything in his path. The ultimate power of world government can be disappointing. Not loud, but due to the presence of Ryutsu, and the projected phone bug that connects naval headquarters to all over the world. Countless people from the Grand Line in the outside world got up and stared at the figure of the man bathing in the flames. Although those words sound very arrogant, and arrogant. Even that man is facing the whole world government alone. However, witnessing the terrifying strength beyond human cognition. After enduring that kind of God's power, he didn't even get hurt. This moment, no one in the entire Grand Line felt that it was empty talk. Instead, what they can feel now is that the man exuding terrifying heat cannot contain the war zone. Powerful. It is too powerful. Maybe. A new era is indeed at hand. And at this time, Mariajoy is on fire and the Red 10 continent continues to crumble. What an arrogant guy. I am looked at the man in the distance, and suddenly spoke. The voice tends to be neutral, making it impossible to distinguish male characters. But it reveals the moment of ignoring all the sounds. A frightening chill descended on the entire Mariajoy. Boom. Same moment. All the collapsed buildings in Pangu City were swept away by the terrifying wind pressure. Show the world that it doesn't fit any kingdom building on the Grand Line. Next second, everyone on the entire Mariajoy suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. Whether it's the surviving CPOL or all the celestial dragons. All collectively, plop. The body is out of control and directly kneels to the ground. This is not Conqueror's power, it's like some kind of fear engraved in the body that can't be restrained instinctively. B asterisk 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 D. B asterisk 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 D. What happened again? This saint is the noble celestial dragons, how could they kneel on the ground like those lowly slaves? Some celestial dragons blushed, trying to maintain their godkind status even in the face of the imminent destruction of Mariajoy. Let alone kneeling, even walking is an insult to them. It is conceivable how difficult it is for them to accept what is happening now. However, just when there are celestial dragons who are unwilling to support their bodies. Suddenly, they discovered that not only their bloated bodies were out of control, they even seemed to be deprived of the right to make a sound. The voice just now was my own heart, and I couldn't make any sound at all when I opened my mouth. And this terrifying scene fell into the eyes of the surviving CPO members. Feel the whole Mariajoy shake further. The CPO members were horrified, feeling that their brains were completely insane. God. Is God descending? Even the celestial dragons of the gods need to worship. This scene will undoubtedly shock the whole world again. And at this moment, M didn't give a damn about what was going on Mariajoy. His indifferent eyes stared at the man bathing in the flames, revealing a hint of annoyance visible to the naked eye. I am continued. You can do this step. You must have thought that you have achieved the goal of those undead guys in the outside world, and thought that you have the ability to subvert everything. But, precisely because of this, Im's tone gradually became extremely cold. Human beings will always be inferior creatures who are self-righteous, and you, as inferior creatures. I saw I am raising his hand. The entire Mariajoy further began to shake violently, and Im's eyes revealed an indifferent light overlooking everything. Inferior creatures will never be able to defeat the gods, and the power of the gods will never be that you can only crawl on the ground like you, and those outsiders who are inferior creatures and ants can understand and imagine. Even if you dare to have the slightest covet. Immediately, die. I am spat out the last word. The raised hand makes a five-finger hold motion. Next moment, the whole Mariajoy, who was in further violent collapse and shaking, thumped. It's as if time has frozen in this moment. Next second. Not waiting for everyone to react. This is a disconnect between Mariajoy and the outside world. Because of the screen-on phone bug projections all over the world. Outside time is still passing normally. Advertisement. Available at Mariajoy where the world government is located. That was seconds of everything stalling. Whether it's a burning flame, a collapsing red line, or a rapidly collapsing world government building. This is true even for everyone and everything above. Thereafter, when countless people outside could hardly believe that they would be called inferior creatures by that mysterious figure. An invisible shock wave crashed on that man. This moment. The time of world government Mariajoy is back to normal again. Flames continue to burn, red line continues to collapse, buildings collapse. However, watching the man who was unharmed by the God's sanction be beaten to the ground. However, the whole world has set off an unimaginable horror, and the heart is full of despair. Time stagnated. Hey, isn't that a joke? That kind of power is simply not something humans can do. Despair reappeared in the minds of countless people. Even if it is the forces of the Four Emperors pirate group. It was also a shock in my heart. After all, the God, who refers to all human beings in the outside world as inferior creatures, is suspected of actually controlling the entire world behind the world government. It actually revealed the terrifying power of manipulating time. And it's not like some special paramesha devil fruit can only control the age of objects. Instead, raise your hand. Then the entire world government Mariajoy is completely wrapped in it. One can imagine, if it is in a real battle, need to face monsters like that. I'm afraid I won't even be able to notice when I die. After all, that scary monster was talking to you last second. In the next second, your heart has already disappeared. Creepy. If the man who, alone, boarded the Mariajoy to destroy the world government gave the outside world shudders. Then after witnessing the shot of, I am. It is enough to make the world terrified to the extreme. Naval headquarters. Strange. Monster. Even if that guy is not a god, he is almost the same as a god, isn't he? Marine Admiral Iokiji's complexion changed wildly, and Mavericks began to speak. The rest of the Marines heard the words. Even Garp and Sengoku and others fell into silence. Deep in the pupils revealed a deep shock. I am. Hidden behind the five elders, the master, who truly controls the entire world. It turned out to be that kind of terrifying existence. Before I am thought that other humans were ants, inferior creatures. Maybe someone else will refute. But I have to admit. M's power revealed to the world. It is almost indistinguishable from God. After all, the whole world government Mariajoy. That ability is the ability bestowed by Devil Fruit. It is too exaggerated and terrifying. Dressaros. That is the existence that can be called, no, already equivalent to a God. No wonder the five elders are willing to become the servants of that strange God. Doflamingo quickly changed his words subconsciously. Him at the moment, how grateful I am to have left the Holy Land. Otherwise, if you know that the world government hides such a God, who regards all human beings on the Grand Line as inferior creatures. Doflamingo can't sit still just thinking about it. What's more, if you don't leave the Holy Land, just the conflict that broke out between that monster and the five elders earlier. I'm afraid he doesn't even have any confidence in being able to retreat from the aftermath of that terror. Amazon Lily, 9 Snake Island, God, is real. Empress Hancock looked at Im's figure on the projection where Mariajoy almost turned the tide of the battle. For the first time in Hancock's inner life, he went from witnessing hope to complete disillusionment. As her pupils narrowed, a sense of unreality shone. Aside, why did the mother-in-law stay silent? She had thought that the background of the world government is terrible. Even the man who destroyed the world government at one point. Mariajoy. Bridge. That one can make the five elders into servants. A monster comparable to a god is too terrifying. If the former man is said to be an unprecedented monster, then the existence of the latter named I am advertisement. It is simply not human anymore. West Blue. G64 branch. By Mr. Bai Ye. Carrie's pupils widened, watching in disbelief as Mariajoy's present situation was projected on the naval headquarters phone bug line. Obviously, Carrie couldn't take it, that Mr. Bai Ye, who has lived here for decades and had hidden such terrifying strength, will end like this. And the madness of the world government. Simply beyond the imagination of the entire Grand Line. The above, God, who can no longer be called human. It turns out that everyone except the world government is regarded as an inferior creature. Quote. That rascal, on the side, long witnessed the situation on Mariajoy, and his 5 fingers could not help but clenched. The heart was shocked. Such a monster that is almost equivalent to a god. Does their revolutionary army really have a chance to win? Even if the revolutionary army instigated all the kingdoms in the 4 seas. Hid in front of the world government gate in Mariajoy. Dragon. Heart fluctuates violently. I am afraid. In front of the monster that is basically equivalent to a god. The same as without any hope. Damn it. The dragon gritted his teeth. Suddenly. Okay. Carrie beside the dragon suddenly widened his eyes. Because just when countless people in the whole world were shocked by Im's powerful strength. Boom. Suddenly. Here's a blast blasting off amidst a pile of rubble thrown by Mariajoy Bai Ye. Followed by. This is under the incredible eyes of countless people in the world. Bai Ye's muscular figure with a stretched neck stood up again. I didn't expect that the innocent person this time would be me. Bai Ye rubbed the neck that felt a certain force of impact. Is it about time? Bai Ye looked at I am in the distance. No. Not dead, not far away, the pupils of the fluffy 5 elders who came back to their senses suddenly dilated. Bai Ye saw that I am didn't answer. Thoughtful. Looks like it's Qian Zhao. However, I also have something to tell you. Indifference appeared in Bai Ye's eyes, and Ryujin Jaka streaked across the burning earth of Mariajoy. Innocent guy, it's only me. He raised Ryujin Jaka. Slowly said, it's an honor for you to have the opportunity to see what the real hell is before you die. This is something that the guys who died before are not qualified to witness. The indifferent voice fell. The whole outside world was stunned. Real hell. What's the meaning? At this time. Sudden. This is 5 elders with a shaggy beard, gritted his teeth, and shouted. UB asterisk 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 D, stop kidding. In front of Mr. I am personally taking action. It's just a guy who managed to save his life by chance. Now you're bluffing. Again. What a joke. UB asterisk 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 D. Facing the wrath of the last remaining 5 elders. Bai Ye's face is now extremely calm at the moment. After all, speaking of which, he could touch the true power contained within Ryujin. And 4 more 5 elders contributed to his death. Let Bai Ye's template unlocking progress reach 70% a few seconds ago. Now that IM has revealed his true colors, even Bai Ye is in trouble. So, burn it up. Feel the power of Mariojoy shaking under your feet now. Bai Ye is at this moment. The thoughts that come to mind are, how long can the entire Grand Line last? But, the moment this thought appeared in Bai Ye's mind, it doesn't matter, because as long as the entire Grand Line evaporates, it is enough to completely burn IM and the world government as quickly as possible. Quote. Bankai. 089. Remnant fire to Tao, change the temperature of the entire Grand Line. Quote. Bankai. The moment Bai Ye spoke, all the seemingly endless orange-red flames on the entire Mariojoy suddenly stopped for one. Next moment, the voice fell. In an instant, this is the incomparably astonishing scene of Mariojoy in the Holy Land. Whether it is the pillar of flames that soars to the sky, the endless fire that burns Mariojoy, or the high-temperature flame that Ryujin unleashes itself. All of them disappeared in an instant. The rest are revealed to the world. In Bai Ye's hand, there is only one Tadao with scorched appearance. And this knife feels as if it will turn into ashes at any time in the next second. Fire. Flames are gone. The flames on Mariojoy are gone. Did that man choose to give up the fight after witnessing the power of God? Seeing this scene, countless people from the outside were stunned for a moment in disbelief, and couldn't help guessing. However, a small town near the Grand Line here. That man really seems to be planning to give up. World government has such a monster that is almost equivalent to a god. It is impossible to defeat, right? While a pirate was talking, he picked up his wine glass and was about to drink it. But when he put the wine glass to his mouth, the pirate frowned and smashed his fist directly on the table. Hey, where's Lousy's wine? It looks like only half of the wine glass. The pirate faced the bar counter and said angrily. Do you think Lousy is easy to bully? Lousy is a pirate who has a bounty of more than 20 million Baileys. Someone dares to play with Lousy. Do you want to be destroyed here? No. Not. The staff behind bar counter 553 heard this, their face changed slightly, and they shook their heads quickly. Watching pirates trying to make trouble, he hurriedly prepared to pour another cup for the pirate. Available immediately, when the bar staff put the wine glass on the outlet of the barrel containing the wine. The original movement of the bar couldn't help but froze in place. What's going on? Obviously there was still wine in the barrel just now. Why can't it come out now? Suddenly, the bar staff noticed that the liquid in the next glass of wine was disappearing. The pupils of the bar staff go wide. He couldn't help but suddenly looked up and looked outside the bar. When you feel a terrifying temperature descending on the entire Grand Line. The bar staff looked at the wine in the glass next to them and continued to disappear, and the plants on a vase not far away were dying due to loss of water. This moment, the bar staff squatted on the ground suddenly, their mouths trembling slightly. No. Wouldn't it be? What is this? And at this moment. Hey, Captain. A pirate with an extremely flustered face slammed open the door of the bar. No, it's not good. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. What? A brawny pirate who was just about to leave frowned. Our ship. No, the sea is boiling in the entire port. Our ship can't sail under those conditions at all. The panic-stricken pirate shouted loudly. The voice fell. The pirates in the bar, who were originally indifferent, froze for a moment, and then their faces changed wildly. At the same time, with Bai Ye on Ryujin Bankai. It's not just this unnamed town near the Grand Line. Towns, islands, and even the New World on the Grand Line. They all vaguely felt that the temperature of the entire Grand Line had changed. What happened? Here, the temperature has never reached this level. Advertisement. It's so hot, I can clearly feel the water in my body evaporating rapidly. Yes, wait, someone's pupils widened and their voice trembled. If I remember correctly, our place is clearly an island in the snow all year round, right? This unusual temperature, what is it? Naval headquarters. All the flames gone. Sengoku stared at the change in the man on Mariojoy. Could it be that man is planning to give up? Sengoku thoughts arise. Available immediately. Sengoku noticed a sea of white steam looming outside Naval Headquarters Marineford. Sengoku was horrified. No, what happened to this? Why does Marineford feel? Swish. Disbelief flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Suddenly, this is a warship because of the inevitable burning of the hot canvas. After one, the second, the third, the fourth. In an instant, all the canvases of the marine warships in the harbor of Marineford were set on fire. Witnessing the scene of soaring flames, Sengoku snapped back to his senses. Subconsciously looking at Aokiji, his face changed wildly and he shouted. Kuzan, put out the fire. However, Aokiji raised his hand, but he didn't make a move. Sengoku couldn't help saying, what happened, Kuzan? Marine Admiral Aokiji fell silent. In other words, the pheasant's face was revealing an indescribable shock at this moment. Thereafter, just in the middle of the Sengoku discoloration. No. No, Marshal Sengoku, it's my force. Aokiji was horrified. He subconsciously wanted to activate the ability of frozen fruit when Sengoku reminded him. But the ability, no response. Or, in Aokiji's feelings. It's because the cold air enough to freeze the sea hasn't been released yet. It has been evaporated by the heat contained in the air of Naval Headquarters today. His Logia Freeze Devil Fruit ability. Can't release it at all. Could it be? Aokiji suddenly looked up at the figure of the man on CJAE, Mariajoy on the Naval Headquarters projection screen, and murmured in shock. Is it all about that man? At the same time, the sea below the Mariajoy. This is the support warship from Impel Down. The person who personally leads the team is none other than Magellan, the prison warden of Impel Down, who has the ability to poison fruit. Magellan sees Mariajoy being invaded for the first time. Magellan knows all about the situation at Naval Headquarters. Can't support world government at all. Therefore, at this time, it is necessary to use the power of Impel Down, and Enies Lobby CP9. Then, without hesitation, Magellan led his men towards Mariajoy. And led Impel Down more than half of the prison guards. But at this moment, when it is about to approach Mariajoy, Mike, Director Magellan, our boat, can't move. A panicked jailer ran into the cabin. Magellan looked ugly. Can't move. What are you kidding? Don't you know what the emergency is? The world government is being invaded by sinners. Advertisement. Magellan pushed open the door. Gritting his teeth, he came to the deck. But just stepped off the deck. Magellan's face changed wildly. Because you can see it. Any sea area near where the world government Mariajoy is located. At this moment, it is crazily steaming white steam. And, the warship under his feet. Melting. Witnessed this scene. Magellan watched the figure of the man above Mariajoy on the projection screen. A stream of cold sweat rolled down Magellan's face. What is this? Haven't all the flames on Mariajoy gone? But why is this temperature? No, it should be said why the temperature of the entire Grand Line is rising. Is that guy really human? Magellan stared intently at the man's figure on the projection screen in Mariajoy's situation now. And at this very moment, on Mariajoy. Then, what is that thing? Are you kidding? That kind of knife that makes people laugh. Is it just the confidence of a sinner like you? It's too ridiculous. The 5 elders with fluffy beards are the first to speak. Witness what is real hell. Originally, he thought that the man was hiding his strength. It seems now, it's all just bluffing. 5 elders had that in mind. And at this moment, Remnantachi, Bai Ye felt the strength of Ryujin Jaka on his hand. No, it should be said that it was the truly unprecedented, terrifying temperature contained inside. Bai Ye ignored the 5 elders with fluffy beards. He looked at IM, who hadn't acted since Bankai. It seems you feel it too. Since this is the case, come and experience for yourself what real hell is. Bai Ye raised the remnant fire sword. Im's red pupils in the distance froze slightly. Next moment, the remnant fire sword fell from Bai Ye's hand. No flames gushed out. There is no such appalling heat release either. However, the moment the tip of the remnant fire Tadao touched the air, the entire world government, Mariajoy suddenly trembled. Just like IM shot before. Instantly split the time of the entire Mariajoy from the outside world and stop everything. Thereafter, boom. In a sight the shaggy 5 elders have just finished taunting and will never forget. Here's the red line moment where Mariajoy is, sag. Together, countless people in the outside world are creepy. Like an abyss, a scorching kilometer-long pit suddenly appeared. There was no pause. Throughout the hard-earthed red line, a large area of the surface disappeared like tofu. And the world government after it. Even under this knife, all points completely disappeared. Yes, is gone. Gone in the literal sense. Regardless of the surviving CPO members on that part of the world government. Or celestial dragons. All of them have completely disappeared in this world. It seems that there is no trace of their existence at all. 090. Remnant fire to Dao Shi, prison clothes of remnant sun. This scene, looking at the bottomless 1,000-meter abyss that appeared on the red line. And only 1/3 of the world's H government has completely disappeared just because it was affected. The whole world fell silent. The shaggy 5 elders even opened their jaws that almost fell to the ground. Throat quivering, difficulty making sounds. He saw very clearly. Only, it's just that the front end of the scorched knife only touched the ground. This created such a terrifying scene. That man, what exactly is there? The entire Grand Line is going to be destroyed. Countless people outside are horrified, feeling that the temperature of the entire Grand Line is rising continuously, and their hearts are horrified and cannot be contained. And this moment, on Mariajoy, which silences the entire Grand Line in the world. This moment, Bai Ye is holding the remnant fire to Dao. Remnant Fire Taito East Rising Sun Blade. He looked at IM indifferently. Shunpo. Bai Ye's figure suddenly disappeared in place. The next moment, this is Bai Ye appearing far away, coming to IM. Holding the Remnant Fire sword, he fell towards IM indifferently. IM's red pupils showed a hint of surprise. Right hand raised. An invisible purple ripple instantly centered on IM, trying to suspend the entire time of Mariajoy just like before. It can be next second. IM's pupils froze slightly. The power of time touched the inferior creature in front of him. It could have completely stopped the opponent's movements. But this time, for the man in front of him, the effect of more than 9 layers has completely failed. So that, when IM came back to his senses, the remnant fire Tadao has fallen in front of you. In an instant, it was then clear to IM why the flames were gone all over the Mariajoy. Because of all the temperatures. At this moment, everything is gathered on that seemingly inconspicuous, burnt knife. It's not just the temperature that has reached unimaginable levels. Even the power is far more than several times than before. Once hit, this idea was born. IM gritted his teeth. Lift your right foot up. Immediately, IM showed the second devil fruit ability, while retreating suddenly. Advertisement. The remnant fire sword East Rising Sun blade has fallen. Boom. Mariajoy shuddered. In an instant, an abyss spreading thousands of meters emerged again. The entire sky was almost cut open. Countless clouds of dust have yet to rise. It was instantly flattened by the terrifying wind pressure that was set off. All kinds of buildings on the entire Mariajoy are visible to the naked eye and are directly smoothed by wind pressure. Demonstrates its terrifying power. And after all this is done, Bai Ye's eyes fell into the distance. All I could see. There was a ripple in the space over there. This is IM's figure emerging from the void. Obviously, M has more than one extremely powerful devil fruit ability. The power displayed just now must be related to the ability of the space system. If not, the blow just now only needs to hit IM. Bai Ye was convinced. It's all over. But IM has many abilities. Bai Ye did not have any surprises. After all, there is also a person in One Piece world who possesses 2 devil fruit abilities at the same time. And IM is the mastermind behind 5 elders who controls the entire world. According to Bai Ye's original prediction, I'm afraid it will only be much more than this amount. But, no matter how many abilities IM has, in front of the Bankai, remnant sword, it's all doomed to fail. And at this moment, IM's red pupils looked at Bai Ye solemnly. That destructive power, it's unbelievable that it can be possessed by inferior creatures, but IM's tone sank. As long as you can't touch. Tear. IM just raised his right hand, ready to activate his ability. The voice has not yet fallen. Suddenly, immediately cracks appeared on the clothes on IM's body. Immediately afterwards, IM paused, covering his chest with his left hand, with a pained look on his face. It was a mouthful of red blood spurting out. How is this possible? IM's red pupils revealed a touch of disbelief, looking at the blood on his hands. He got hurt. Yes, what time? It seems that even the blood of God is no different from that of ordinary people. In the distance, Bai Ye looked at IM with a look of disdain in his eyes. Advertisement. IM heard the words. The expression on his face was cloudy and uncertain, feeling the shock and pain from the internal organs. He gritted his teeth. Ask for flowers. I obviously didn't touch it. Could it be that the high temperature reached the level that even the space can't bear? What kind of joke is this? IM trying to understand what was going on, with anger on his face. His red eyes stared fixedly at the man in the distance who was able to force the world government to such an extent. IM gritted his teeth and raised his right hand. In that case, then just kill you. As long as you die, all this will be over. IM holding it with 5 fingers. The power to pause time is unleashed again. In an instant, the entire time of Mariajoy is separated from the grand line again. There was anger and coldness in IM's eyes. Although the power effect of time is weakened for unknown reasons, the remaining time. Enough to kill you. Yim raised his left hand and approached Bai Ye, ready to launch some kind of destructive attack. However, boom. I am not yet close to Bai Ye to a certain distance. Suddenly, this is the indescribably hot orange-red flames crazily bursting out from Bai Ye's body. As if wrapped in the scorching sun, covering the strong body and blade covered with scars. This moment, the whole Mariajoy is like falling into the core of the sun. Boom. The ultimate heat front. Turn almost all buildings in Mariajoy into fly ash. The included celestial dragons were reduced to ashes without a chance to scream. The whole red line is melting in pieces. Even I am trying to get close to Bai Ye. In the face of this sudden and far higher than the previous terrifying high temperature. Also had to be forced to retreat. And at this time, Bai Ye's indifferent voice sounded again. He faces I am in the western position. Road. Remnant fire to Dao Shi remnant sun prison clothes. In this state, if you have the ability to get close, you might as well give it a try. But if not, Bai Ye stared at I am in the distance with both eyes, stepping into the void. Clothed in flames, he released endless heat and rushed towards I am, like a walking sun appearing in the sky of Mariajoy. It's my turn. The voice fell. Bai Ye suddenly disappeared in place. In this moment, Im's face is also completely moved. completely lost any previous self-confidence and looked down on all the inferior creatures in the entire Grand Line except himself. 091. Death Force. Use Death Force on Shinigami. It's too ridiculous. Unable to effectively stagnate time. Can't get close to. Why is this inferior creature so powerful? IM felt the warmth of the man rushing towards him like the sun. IM subconsciously integrated his body into the space wall, and his pupils flickered with disbelief. At this moment, IM was extremely convinced. If it weren't for the ability of the space fruit, it could create a space wall that isolates the world, which can isolate all objects or people except himself. He felt the high temperature that was almost equal to the core of the sun. M had no doubts. As long as he's out on Mariajoy for more than a few minutes, no, maybe just tens of seconds. His whole body will be burned like Mariajoy at this moment. A look of emotion flashed on Im's face. Seeing Bai Ye approaching in a flash. Im's nerves trembled, gritting his teeth before the original space was engulfed by endless heat. Im's figure was directly teleported to the sky above Pangu City. Thereafter, Im's red pupils stared at the monster, wearing a scorching sun in the distance, and Im did not hesitate. Raise your left hand. This is when the nearly sliced sky above Mariajoy suddenly begins to change. Countless thunder and lightning spawned, shrouded in dazzling light. Another beam of hundreds of meters of light containing destructive power fell from the sky. Boom. Die. Im stared at the man intently. Useless. Feel the attack. 797. Again from the sky. Uranus. Uranus. Bai Ye's figure sank in midair, holding the remnant fire sword. At the moment when the hundreds of meters of light beams emitting dazzling light continued to dilate in the pupils, Bai Ye's remnant fire Tadao slashed straight to the sky. Boom. A terrifying scene appeared. That horrifying and dazzling beam that could easily destroy any sea area, even Mariajoy, was split in two. It hasn't even fallen from the sky yet. Just after the sound of boom, 2/3 of it was instantly engulfed by the soaring flames released by the remnant fire sword, and burned to the ground. And below the terrifying movement, it is showing that Bai Ye is holding the remnant fire Tadao, intact and wearing the scorching sun flame, with a strong figure. How is this possible? Im's pupils in Pangu City froze. Now, Bai Ye placed the scorched-looking remnant fire sword horizontally in front of him. Sword of Mighty Fire. This is exactly another title after Ryujin Jaka Bankai. At this moment, the interior contains a high temperature comparable to the sun's core of 15 million degrees. Ryujin Jaka is a remnant sword that burns everything touched by the blade. At the same time, remnant fire Tadao is also a sword of great fire that can burn the object it hits cleanly in a flaming way. In other words, either close, still far. Im's means are all useless at this moment. Im has fallen into a desperate situation. And this scene, in the eyes of countless people throughout the Grand Line, the whole world was shocked beyond words by the existence of that man. Only, the figure of the man on the Mariajoy who almost forced the god to a dead end is indelibly engraved in his mind. Unable to approach. Otherwise, it would be burned to the ground by the scorching sun on that man's body. Remote attack. It will be swallowed up by the explosive flames released by the scorched sword. Then, how does a guy like that win? All over the world feel the temperature from the center of the world. Mariajoy across countless seas is evaporating the entire Grand Line. Someone half kneeled on the ground uncontrollably in the shock. Some pirates will always remember that figure. Once you meet. Absolutely not to provoke. No, it's where the man went. They must not appear. Do not set foot. Advertisement. Otherwise, die. Absolutely die. And it will be like Mariajoy. Even if there is no chance to scream, it may turn into flying ashes. Goo. Now, on Mariajoy. Im's face was cloudy and uncertain. Feeling the melting of large pieces of red line, the entire Grand Line is almost evaporating. Im gritted his teeth and said, such power. Don't be kidding me. I'm a god. Besides, as an inferior creature, isn't it because of those inferior creatures that you take revenge on the world government? In that case, Im pointed his finger outside. The voice said angrily, with today's temperature, are you guys going to destroy the whole world? Destroy the whole world. When Bai Ye heard this, a look of disdain appeared in his indifferent eyes. God would be the first to worry about the lives of inferior creatures. Since the establishment of the world government, have there been fewer innocent people who have been destroyed and slaughtered by the world government at will? In front of Bai Ye's eyes, North Blue has lived for more than 30 years and the city has turned into a purgatory. Facing Im, he said indifferently. As for this world, there is no need for God to worry about it, because I will end the battle as quickly as possible. Quote ... exclamation mark. Quote. Hearing this, Im clenched his 5 fingers tightly. Feeling the further release of terrifying pressure from the man in the distance. Im's clenched fists creaked. Stop joking. I am a god. I will never be able to compete with you, inferior creatures. God's nobility. God's power. God's power. You know nothing about it. Im suddenly let out a growl. Immediately, Im raised his left hand, and a flash of red light flashed through his red pupils. Since it can't be approached, it's ineffective even if it's far beyond the attack. This level is mere regret. Sinner who dares to provoke God. You have the opportunity to see the true power of God. I am uttered anger towards the world and said. The hearts of countless people all over the world couldn't help trembling again. Could it be the God who hides behind the five elders and controls the world has other means? This moment, the whole world was moved. And soon. On top of Mariajoy, everyone in the outside world has seen the so-called, what is the true power of a God, in the mouth of I am. I saw Im's left hand pressing on the surface of Mariajoy. Next second, it was a breath of death that permeated the whole of Mariajoy. Follow closely. Boom. The unmelted ground under Pangu City began to vibrate crazily, like an earth dragon turning over. Followed by, it was an ominous gate made up of black energy like a quagmire, as high as 100 meters, exuding an endless breath of death, appearing in front of Pangu City. And at the moment when this door appeared, dozens of hundreds of islands near the entire Mariajoy felt an inexplicable coldness. That thing, what the hell is it? A door. Why do I feel like my soul is going to be sucked in just by looking at that door? All over the world, countless people stood up suddenly, heartbroken. And at this moment, Pangu City on Mariajoy midair. Door of hell, I am spat out the name of the move. Thereafter, I am stared at the man in the prison clothes of the last days. The voice was extremely cold. Behind this door is the real hell. Since you want to see the power of God, you have to pay the price of your soul. It's worth mentioning that all the souls swallowed by this door will be kept inside forever, and then become puppets who should serve the Son, God. I am spoke confidently. It made countless people in the entire Grand Line feel unspeakable horror. Devour souls. And not only will the soul be devoured. Will it even be left behind that door forever, and then become a puppet under Im's control? Oh. 0. Advertisement. Countless people are shocked by the fact that there is such a terrible power in this world. After all, the devil fruit ability to devour souls is too terrifying. Far beyond the limit of ordinary people's cognition. But the second half is the ultimate horror for the world. Some 4 emperors' forces, even naval headquarters Sengoku and Garp couldn't be calm anymore. Because turn devoured souls into puppets. Although this ability sounds less terrible than the former. After all, some devil fruit's abilities can indeed manipulate people as puppets. For example, the Paramesha Shadow fruit of Shichibukai Moria, or the Paramesha soul fruit of 4 emperors BG Mom. But I am and those devil fruit abilities are essentially different. Im's gates of hell manipulates the dead. Turn the souls of the dead into puppets. This can't help but remind people. Im is the behind-the-scenes existence that stands behind the 5 elders and rules the world. Holding power and status that ordinary people can't touch at all. I am harnessing that terrifying ability. How many powerful puppets are controlled behind that door? Moreover, many powerful guys on the rocks pirates disappeared suddenly, and were not imprisoned in impel down. For example, Silver Axe, Akoku, John, et al. Think here. Those who participated in the Valley of Gods incident back then could not help but think of a terrifying fact that they did not dare to think about. Those sea monsters who once died. In addition, it even includes Admiral who retired and died in marine history, various powerful people who died in the world government. Google. Scalp tingling. This is the first feeling that the entire Grand Line has about Im's hidden power. In particular, the more you know, with Im's status, how far you can use the power in your hands to exist. And at this moment, I am let the whole world feel what is fear. I am focused on the man in the distance. No approaching. No conventional means. Then start with your soul. I am raised his left hand in the astonishment of countless people outside. Aim at Bai Ye. That man will have his soul extracted. Countless hearts trembled. However, after a moment of silence, a scene that everyone expected appeared. I am after raising his left hand. Result. €4.50. Nothing happened. The man standing in the midair of Mariajoy was still standing there, still looking at I am with indifferent eyes. To anyone's feelings are not affected in any way. And I didn't feel any feeling of being sucked out of the soul by I am. How come? A look of astonishment appeared on Im's face. The ability of death fruit is invalid. How is this possible? In the past hundreds of years, the souls of countless strong men have been extracted. Use this to strengthen yourself and at the same time create powerful puppets in the gate of hell. So I am very confident. Just the power of the death fruit, there is almost no ability in this world to resist it. However, none, invalid. I am staring in disbelief at the man soaking up the sun above the Mariajoy. Yes, his ability has no effect on Bai Ye at all. Or rather, Bai Ye looked at the unbelievable I am with both eyes. Disdain appeared in his eyes. Use the power of death on someone with the power of Shinigami. And it still has the template of Yamamoto Genryūsai, which has been hailed as the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, throughout the Soul Society. This moment, Bai Ye didn't know whether it was I am too naive, or I am too stupid. It's strange that this ability can take effect on him. The remnant fire Tadao was placed horizontally in front of him. Bai Ye's figure suddenly disappeared in place. 092. Im's ultimate whole card, Bai Ye. No matter how many come, burn them all. If it's only to this extent, then it can be over. Boom. Bathed in the remnant fire to Dao Shi remnant sun prison clothes, wearing a 15 million degree high temperature flame formed by almost substantive Ryutsu at night. Stepping into the midair where Mariajoy has nearly melted away with the red line. Bai Ye's eyes were indifferent. Shunpo. He appeared in front of Im. Like a humanoid sun. Wherever Bai Ye has passed, everything will be burned up. The remnant fire to Dao was raised. Quote. Damn. Im felt the high temperature that even the space was burned. Even the wind can burst and disappear due to the excessive heat. Im just about to raise his right hand, trying to slow down the speed of the man in front of him, while using his space ability to create a distance. However, even if Im showed a space ability that far surpassed the previous bearded 5 elders. But still one step too late. The moment the whole person is moving. The remnant fire to Dao has already fallen in Im's pupil enlargement. With Im raising his right hand halfway. The result of this. It was the moment when the remnant fire sword exploded everything in front of it. Boom. The entire sky is visible to the naked eye, causing ripples and collapsing. Im, who appeared in the distance, let out a scream. Visible to the naked eye, Im has the ability to stagnate time. The flesh and blood on his right hand melt instantly, the blood evaporates, and turns into white bones, which are completely burned. B*************** D. 30 inches. Im's red pupil stared at Bai Ye firmly, and his face became ferocious. It's just a mere, inferior creature. Trying to kill a god. In delusion, don't be too arrogant. Im let out a moved growl. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the void with his left hand. To be precise, it is the gate of hell, made of pitch black death energy. Shouted. Don't think this is the end. It's just the beginning. Let me be buried in hell forever. The voice fell. Im stepped into the air, and opened the gate of hell with his left hand. Boom. This moment, a strong breath of death flooded the entire Mariajoy in an instant, and everything touched by the leaked death ability was quickly corroded and became dead silent. Following that, the pitch black door that seemed possessed by an evil spirit began to rumble and vibrate. The entire melted red line began to shake violently again. The space couldn't stop ripples. Follow closely. When the door that was dark and invisible inside opened, Im said coldly, "Come out, all of you." Thereafter. This is rocking the entire Grand Line. These are figures whose figures have been mostly corroded, exuding a strong aura, stepping out slowly like puppets. This moment, all around the world, Grand Line, New World, 4 Seas. Countless people opened their mouths wide, their pupils widened, and their hearts couldn't help beating violently. For no other reason, with the opening of the gate of hell, from Im. When those puppets, whose bodies were mostly corroded, were bathed in the sun. Those figures are without exception. Advertisement. It's not the big pirate who became famous at sea in the past. Just some legendary monsters. The people up there are Rocks Pirates Silver Axe, and Akoku. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Hey, those guys are all very bad existences. Wait, if all the monsters from the Rocks Pirates are in there. In addition to being shocked by the Marine executives, their thoughts couldn't help trembling. Really, just after Silver Axe and Akoku, and John and others appeared. Once buried in history by the world, the monster who committed the crime of destroying the Valley of Gods, 38 years ago also appeared. Like a spiky hairstyle, although the strong body has become tattered. But, as soon as it appeared, it exuded a terrifying and powerful aura. Never, definitely can't be wrong. That guy is. Marine executives trembled inwardly, captain of the Rocks Pirates. Almost all monsters once assembled on the sea. Created an unprecedented era of vicious pirates, known as the Rocks, overlord of the uncrowned king, at sea. As well as, that's the former Marine Admiral, Thunder Tiger, who was at the same time as Marshal Kong. There's another admiral. Wait, it's not just that admiral, but One Piece Roger. Fake. Most of the older Marine executives were shaken. Behind the execution platform, Sengoku, who was in an indescribable shock, saw this scene. Sengoku's face sank involuntarily, staring at Im above. That guy, even Admiral, who Marine once died. No, not right. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. Seeing the gate of hell continue to step out of the figure. It even includes the golden lion that was first received by the world government dispatched not long ago. Sengoku's face turned extremely ugly. Many retired Marine admirals from the past have mysteriously disappeared. Even the dead bodies were hard to find. It's a constant mystery within Marine. Now it seems. Sengoku looked at some figures above whom he didn't even recognize, but were wearing Marine Admiral costumes, exuding powerful figures and continuing to step out from the gate of hell. Sengoku's heart was inevitably shaken. What kind of monster has the Marine government been obeying? And Sengoku had a hard time believing his own guess. I am able to gather so many strong men and turn them into puppets. If only the monsters of this era are the old era. Still barely explainable. But those admirals who don't even remember him, how to explain? Bai, could it be, from the very beginning, that, God, doesn't belong to this era? Sengoku's heart shook violently. As the Marine Marshal, Sengoku naturally knows that there are some special devil fruits that can make people live for a long time, and even die and become a skeleton can be resurrected with the soul, such as the fruit of the underworld. But it is precisely because of this. Sengoku is unimaginable. How long did the I am, who stood behind the five elders and controlled the countless resources of the entire world live? At least, with admirals that he doesn't even know about. The years I am has been around are absolutely unimaginable. Thus, advertisement. In addition, I am refers to people other than himself collectively referred to as inferior creatures. Maybe that will explain. No, this is the only possibility. Maybe IM has been around since world government was founded. Only in this way, it is possible for IM to have that kind of terrifying power that is almost completely indistinguishable from gods. Old man, that's the golden lion, right? And One Piece Luo, Roger. Now, the Whitebeard pirates sighed. Marco watched as IM opened the gate of hell to see the familiar figure inside, and couldn't help looking at his father because he was horrified. Roger and Shiki, so you guys. Seeing his friend again, Whitebeard's eyes were complicated. However, Whitebeard is far more shocked than Marco at the moment. Because except for the guys that Whitebeard used to know. Silver Axe, Akoku, John, Golden Lion, and Rox et al. Whitebeard could feel it clearly. All the figures who stepped out of a gate of hell. In the past, each one was a terrifying monster that did not lose to the strength of Marine Admiral. Even guys like Rox, Golden Lion, and the average Marine Admiral can't match it at all. Think here. Then look at the 10, 20, 30 people who appeared in the gate of hell that IM opened. In a blink of an eye, just over 50 figures with powerful auras came out. Even those monsters became IM's puppets. The aura on his body is not stronger than when 277 was alive. But there is no denying it. That kind of power. Even if it is the powerhouses of all forces in the entire world combined. I'm afraid it's hard to match half the number of monsters controlled by IM. After all, the powerhouses of the Grand Line are basically the powerhouses of the previous era or this era. And the strong puppet controlled by IM. But it has been slowly accumulated from several eras, and it is also almost the top monsters in the sea in each era. It includes not only pirates, but also the admirals of the past Marines, the hidden powerhouses in the world government, and so on. One can imagine. IM showing his trump card this time, what a terrifying impact it has brought to the entire Grand Line and the world. And at this moment, except Rox, Roger and others controlled by IM. As the power of death continues to erode, 5 elders and others who were killed by Bai Ye before also appeared. It's just because there is only a soul and it has been turned into a puppet. More like a numb marionette. And at this moment, Bai Ye saw the opening of the gate of hell. In the face of the power of death, thousands of various undead appeared in the Mariajoy, which had suffered countless casualties, as well as the puppets that were once the overlord of the sea, Rox and others. There was no wavering in Bai Ye's eyes. Yes, it's a touch of disdain. Undead everywhere, and the hordes of past age monsters that IM turned into puppets. It's a nuisance to others. But don't forget, Ryujin Jaka was not a single target attacking Zanpakuto from the beginning. On the contrary, what Ryujin Jaka fears the most? That's a lot of enemies. Since he is a dead person, he should lie down and not disturb the living. The remnant fire Tadao was placed horizontally in front of him. A look of indifference appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. No matter how many appear and come, burn them all to me. The remnant fire Tadao North. 093. Remnant fire Tadao Northern Extinction. Remnant fire Tachi North. The moment Bai Ye spoke, IM's red pupils flickered coldly, and launched an attack at the same time. Roar. There are tens of thousands of them, all kinds of undead entwined with black and strong death breath roaring collectively on Mariajoy. All of a sudden, the only remaining earthquake in Mariajoy. Endless undead, set off a cloud of dust. Like a tidal wave rushing towards Bai Ye. Attempt to tear Bai Ye to pieces. Drown in the death torrent of thousands of undead. Die. As long as the enemy is alive, these minions will never rest. Only until you die. Later, IM ordered Rox and others who had become puppets not to leave the country with the army of undead. Because IM wants to consume that man's energy first. In IM's eyes, humans are always just humans, inferior creatures. Therefore, as long as it is an inferior creature, like human, even if it is a powerful monster, physical strength cannot be unlimited. At the beginning of the establishment of the earliest world government, I encountered some tricky guys. Although it is far from the threat posed by that man at this moment. But those guys, without exception, all were suppressed under the power of the world government. No matter how terrifying the so-called talent is, it is still powerful enough to dominate an era, in the face of continuous attacks. Even those guys can last for a few days and nights. But when the physical strength is exhausted, in the end, it can only usher in failure. And the soul controlled by his fruit of death, seemingly only thousands. In fact, they are all the products of the fruit of death ability. As long as the black energy that symbolizes the power of death continues to exist. Those undead formed under the influence of the power of death will never know fatigue, never stop walking, and never stop attacking. To the point that he will completely tear the inferior creatures that he considers the enemy into pieces. Advertisement. I am witnessed the scene of countless undead rushing towards the man, looking at the 5 elders with fluffy beards. By the way, and you, let's join in too. Fluffy beard 5 elders' complexion changed. And at this moment, boom, Bai Ye looked at the thousands of undead rushing in front of him like a torrent of death. His indifferent eyes were extremely calm at this moment. Thereafter, when the entire Grand Line and countless people from all over the world were shocked by Im's terrifying trump card. Seeing this scene, I subconsciously thought that the man really planned to give up this time. This idea is born in the hearts of countless people all over the world. Next second, Bai Ye moved, bathed in the 15 million degree high temperature flame of the prison clothes of the last days. The moment the right hand was raised, boom, the whole Mariajoy suddenly began to shake further violently. At the same time, above Mariajoy where the breath of death is now pervasive. It was as if the whole thick sea had suddenly descended on Mariajoy. It was an overwhelming and suffocating breath. This moment, the whole Mariajoy world seems to have lost its luster. On that red line, only, it seems that there are only the remaining fire sword that is about to be cut out and the standing man figure. Witnessed that scene, the entire Grand Line and the whole world seemed to feel an inexplicable suffocation. This power, what happened? Is this because of that man? Countless people were astonished, staring at the projection on Mariajoy. And at this moment, under the rapid approach of the torrent of death, soon, thousands of undead are already 200 meters away from Bai Ye. 100 meters. Advertisement. Plus asterisk. Thereafter. Until there are only 10 meters left. The disgusting breath of death from the undead has poured into Bai Ye. Bai Ye stared at I am behind. Backquote since it won't stop, then, let's burn it all up. The remnant fire soared north. The end of heaven and earth. Use your right arm. The remnant fire Tachi swung forward violently. Instantly, the air is not detonated by endless heat. This is because the remnant fire Tadao cut out too fast this time. Wait for the air to be ignited by the high temperature of the flame to explode. In front of Bai Ye. This is the scene that sent the entire Grand Line and the world into a shudder. All the light of the entire Mariajoy falls with remnant fire Taito north the end of heaven and earth. All disappear, more than taking all the light from the world around Mariajoy. This knife also took away the beginning with Bai Ye. Everything ahead, in front of the overwhelming high temperature that seems to destroy everything. The whole world seems to be completely burned up. No. Not good. Im's face changed wildly. He ordered his puppets to rush forward to resist. However, remnant fire Tadao north end of heaven and earth releases a terrifying impact that can destroy everything. Already headed towards IM. Thereafter, boom. Thousands of undead entwined with death energy turned into fly ash in less than 1 second. A piece of red line. No, it is Pangu City directly and zipping is completely eliminated. As well as, since Mariajoy, this is New World with the rear of the red line. I suddenly felt a strong sense of shaking. Tons. 094. The terrible aftermath that almost runs through the New World. Boom, boom, ... What is this impact force? No mistake, right, could it be from Mariajoy? But this is obviously New World, isn't it wrong? A strong sense of shaking from Mariajoy to New World. When people living in the New World feel the unstoppable shaking power under their feet. Various kingdoms, forces, pirates, etc. of the New World suddenly subconsciously look towards the direction of the sea where the impact was coming. Thereafter, that was the scene where countless people from New World shocked ultimate. I saw that it started from the red line where Mariajoy was. In front of the terrifying high temperature impact that seemed to burn the sky and the earth. This is the New World sky with all the clouds gone. Above the sea that is constantly evaporating and shaking. Visible to the naked eye, very eye-catching. It was a red line that divided the first half and the second half of the Grand Line from where Mariajoy was, until it spread to most of the New World souls. Across dozens, hundreds, towns, kingdoms, and pirate forces. Even the sky ravine, adjacent to the territory of the 4 emperors' pirates. Just like the abyss, appeared above the New World. And standing below, if you look towards the sky, it's just like new. Has the sky of the entire New World been cut open? Someone was trembling uncontrollably. Shocked, he fell to his knees on the ground. Kingdom of Rosa. D. Dover. Is all this 243 true? Torre Pole, a senior cadre of the Don Quixote family, stared wide-eyed and his mouth trembled. Watch as the aftermath tears through the dreaded chasm across the skies of the Kingdom of Rosa. Torpal simply squatted on the ground. After all, this is just the aftermath. It almost runs through the entire New World. The kind of power that is like the legendary demon that destroys the world. How could it be real? Sudden. Torrebel suddenly noticed. My young master Doflamingo collapsed on the usual reclining chair at this moment. Doflamingo's body was also trembling slightly. found this scene. Torrebel was shaken. It seems that he is not alone in feeling unreal. Even the young Master Doflamingo, who is usually confident that he can master both black and white. And this scene with each other. It's going crazy all over the world. Wangguo Stalin. Big Mom Pirates resident. Cake Island. ... That blame, no, category Big Brother. Quote. That level of power, even a monster, can't be described at all. Cake Island resident. Looking at the terrifying chasm that formed above New World from Mariajoy to the sky where the Big Mom Pirates were stationed. Everyone in the Big Mom Pirate group felt an uncontrollable fear in their hearts. Even as a member of the Four Emperors Pirate group. Conspicuous, and there is no way to calm yourself down. Advertisement. Wanokuni. DADF. Ghost Island. Beasts Pirates Station. B************************************** D. That damn B************** D. When Big Brother Jin returns, we will definitely form the most powerful new world. The most terrifying pirate alliance in history. We must make the guy who dared to kill Captain Kaido pay the price. The drought disaster. Jack roared as a reckless man. Jack didn't care about what was going on outside. Now in the eyes of everyone at the top of the Beasts Pirates. Nothing happened. It is more important to help Captain Kaido get revenge. Therefore, after 3 disasters deliberation, drought, Jack and plague, Quinn blocked the news first. Then he stayed on Onijima while he was recovering from his injuries. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Brother Yan Calamity, Jin, went to the chassis of the Big Mom Pirates. In order to seek the help of the crew who used to be on the same ship as Kaido, now the Four Emperors Big Mom. After all, the strength of the guy who can kill Big Brother Kaido cannot be underestimated. With the current residual power of the Beasts Pirates alone. Revenge is simply impossible, but just when Jack imagined how to lead the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates to the Grand Line. Suddenly, this is a giver pirate with a bandage on his body, crawling in and crawling in. Master Jack, what's going on out there? Worth the panic. Jack the Drow frowned and threw something over. The givers were knocked to the ground. Quickly got up, with an ultimate shocking look. Giver said tremblingly, the sky of our Ghost Island, the sky, has been torn apart. Sky, wait, who dares to cause trouble in our Beasts Pirates territory? Hearing this, Jack gritted his teeth and stood up, resisting the recovered injury. However, when Jack stepped out of the gate of the Ghost Island resident, witnessing the so-called, the sky was torn apart, scene. Jack froze on the spot, and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground unconsciously. Drought Jia shocked and murmured, no, are you kidding me? At the same time, World Economic News Press, President. The employees of World Economic News rushed in. I saw Morgan staring at the terrifying ravine almost running through the entire new world outside the base camp. No need to speak up. As soon as the man showed up, Morgan's paid attention. There is even him behind the scenes to fuel the world. Trying to make the whole world lively. However, Morgan's at the moment, feeling the cold sweat wet the back, uncontrollable sweat slipped down the face. Morgan's, on the other hand, wanted to find a place where no one would ever find him. After seeing the God hidden behind the world government and controlling the world, there is an existence named I Am. And that, a man who is so powerful beyond the recognition of the world. Morgan's found out suddenly, my own businessman. Either side wins, he can't be bothered at all. At the same time, countless people throughout the new world were shocked by ultimate advertisement. Pass to the first half of the Grand Line, the kingdoms, the calm belt, and even the seas. That power, does it really exist in this world? Naval headquarters. Countless people were shocked and almost suffocated. When it started, people gradually came back to their senses. Next second, the thoughts of all the people in the entire Grand Line miraculously kept, synchronized, at this moment. An idea that countless people desperately want to know was born. That is, what the hell is going on with Mariajoy? Countless people suddenly focused on the projection phone bug that they can only barely hold on to today. And at this moment, the movement on Mariajoy gradually died down. Under the extremely urgent thoughts of countless people. Gradually, the current panorama on Mariajoy reveals the entire Grand Line. Same. Also at this moment, a strong sense of suffocation and shock that was far more terrifying than before almost weighed on everyone's hearts. Because at this moment Mariajoy is on. In front of that man. Faced with the torrent of death, composed of tens of thousands of undead, all of them have completely disappeared. The kind of complete disappearance. All the ashes are wiped out. Without leaving any traces. Follow closely. Even Pangu City has completely disappeared. And in front of the man who swung the remaining fire sword. Abyss. This is the first terrible idea that countless people's worldview has been subverted. And it's not the adjective, abyss. In the true sense. The solid red line that separates the first half of the Grand Line from the New World. All parts that are impacted by the terrifying high temperature. All of them disappeared with those undead. In front of Bai Ye. It is an abyss that passes through the disappearing surface and can clearly see the area of the New World that cannot be defined. Unimaginable. It turned out to be the result of manpower. Follow closely. It is because of the ability of Space Fruit when I am. Luckily survived after appearing. Let the scalp of the whole world go numb again. Because although Yim obtained some buffer opportunities by relying on the powerful puppets, it gave Yim a chance to create an isolated space. But the price is more than 50 monsters who were at the top in various eras of the sea in the past. Now gathered around IM, there are only a few left. And it was the kind that was further seriously damaged. What is this concept? Just one hit, under the premise of having thousands of undead as a buffer zone. More than 30 monsters who did not lose to Admiral's combat power level during their lifetime. It turns out, all died under the impact just now. Unimaginable. What they see now, is it really real? Are you sure they are not dreaming? Countless people in the entire Grand Line trembled physically and mentally, unable to contain their tremors. 095. The real hell. The remnant fire to Tao. Nan, Huo 10 trillion dead funeral formation. At the same time, Red Line, on Mariajoy, the holy place, that has almost completely disappeared. Holding the remnant fire sword. Standing in front of the absolute abyss created by the remnant fire sword, northern, heaven and earth extinguished. Bai Ye set his eyes on IM in the distance. Let's take out all the other means. And at this moment, feel the unimaginable heat on the red line. IM's red pupils slowly widened. He stared at the man in the distance. IM slowly opened his mouth wide. How is this possible? Within sight, now there is nothing but an unimaginable abyss, on the red line. That's thousands of undead all gone. The gate of hell, created by the power of death also disappeared. There is no sense of connection anymore on Mariajoy these days. Not only that, because of the unimaginably terrifying heat shock that tore through the red line. IM slowly looked at the dozen or so severely damaged strong puppets left beside him. IM's red pupils shrank suddenly again. If it wasn't for those puppets who resisted in time. Will die, a thought that IM never had before emerged in his mind. Followed by, it has been since the establishment of the world government. IM has existed so far, and a feeling that has been almost completely forgotten by IM since a long time ago resurfaced in the deepest part of my heart. That is, the emotion called fear. Subconsciously looked at his slightly trembling left hand. IM gritted his teeth, his face sank. As a god, standing at the top of the Grand Line and even the entire world. He actually had a day. Feel the same fear as those lower creatures, humans on the Grand Line. Immediately, it was the extremely angry emotion that appeared in the bottom of Im's heart, and the veins on his forehead were faintly bulging. IM roared violently, because he raised his hand. You're an inferior creature. Are you kidding me? Advertisement. This god is a noble god. The god who was born to rule everything in this world. And what you are doing now is just for those inferior creatures. UB ***************. D. What a joke. Let me die. The nobility of the god is not you at all. This inferior creature is qualified to understand. The faintly crazy voice fell. A strong breath of death emerged from Im's body again. Next moment, all these dark black energies that exude an ominous atmosphere began to pour into Rocks and others who became puppets around IM. I saw Rocks and others, who were originally broken and severely damaged, follow the influx of energy. The broken body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long. Just a moment. An incomparably powerful breath erupted from Rocks and the others. Although the appearance still feels like a numb puppet. But there is no denying it. Under the blessing of death possessed by IM. The powerful aura emitted by Rocks and others is far better than that of 5 elders and others just now. See this scene. There was madness on Im's face. Die. Originally controlling these servants at the same time, they can only exert half of their peak strength before birth. However, as those garbage are eliminated by your own hands, under the blessing of the god's death, each of them can now display their peak strength, and even have the devil fruit ability they once had. In other words, what you are facing now are more than a dozen monsters who are at the peak of each era. With your current strength, there is absolutely no possibility of reaching it. Die. I am almost completely insane. Next moment. I saw Rocks, Golden Lion, Roger, and some unknown ex-Marine Admiral, who are now puppets of IM, stepped forward one after another. Boom. This is the Golden Lion reaching out to touch the surface. Unleash the Lion Fruit ability. Dark energy emerges from Rocks. Logia dark fruit no doubt. As well as, Roger held a saber made of death forces. Aim at Bai Ye and unleash divine avoidance. In addition, there are puppets transformed into phantom beast tigers bathed in thunder and lightning. For a while, all kinds of terrifying attacks flew towards Bai Ye. However, facing these top monsters of various eras that I am so-called capable of displaying their peak strength. 0 for flowers. Bai Ye's face was extremely calm. Some advertisement. Only I am indifferent to I am who was completely crazy at this time. It seems that these are the only means you have, I am. Facing those various powerful attacks. Bai Ye holds the remnant fire to Tao. Indifferently said, then you can see for yourself what the real hell is. Watching I am trying to make the last crazy struggle. Now that I am is insane, he doesn't even want to face reality. So, Bai Ye inserted the remnant fire to Tao straight into the remaining part of the ground under his feet. The indifferent eyes are extremely calm at this moment. He will crush all hopes and fantasies of IM with his own hands. Remnant fire to Dao, Nan. With the continuous approaching various powerful attacks from the top monsters of all eras ahead. The moment Bai Ye spoke, flaming self-mutilation fire swords sprang up all over Mariajoy. Same moment, everything on the entire red line seemed to freeze. Whether it is the dark torrent condensed by the dark fruit cast by rocks. It was the golden lion that used its ability to lift up the ground and smash it down with all its strength. Or maybe it was Roger cutting enough to tear the red line apart. Even a dozen are at their strongest in each era. Now I can show my full strength to attack monsters and so on. All without a standstill, followed by, this is the entire red line sky suddenly plunged into darkness. Everything is dead and silent. It may be a few seconds, it may be a very short 1 second, or it may be 0.5 seconds. When it is enough for people to react. As far as the eye can see. That's a fire burning everywhere, the first, the second, the third. In a blink of an eye. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of scorched skeleton corpses are constantly breaking through the ground. Featured on red line. Damn, is that hell? Countless people's scalps are numb. And at this time, Bai Ye raised his head, looking at the stagnant IM with indifferent eyes. The voice fell. The remnant fire to Dao. South, Huahuo 10 trillion death burial spoon. 096. Kill IM. Remnant fire to Dao. Nan, Huahuo 10 trillion dead funeral array. A skeleton with scorched black appearance broke through the ground and crawled out slowly. In a blink of an eye. Under the light of endless flames burning everywhere. This horrible and frightening scene. It was as if true hell had descended on Mariajoy. And those hundreds of thousands of scorched black skeletons are still climbing up. It is Bai Ye who came this way. All the ashes of those who died under the knife of Ryujin Jaka. This moment, all because of being awakened by the high temperature released by the residual fire sword. Descends again on the grand line. At the same time. Under the light of these scorched skeletons are illuminated by the fire. From time to time, the faint appearance will be revealed. The whole world was shaken violently. Quote. That's, see, Marine Admiral Akainu. And the Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. There's even Kong, Generalissimo of the World Government Army. Cheat, lie, right. All over the world, looking at the scene of Mariajoy on the projection as if he was about to come to a real hell at the moment, the heart trembled. 450. However, when a firstborn tall scorched black skull with 2 horns climbed up. Vaguely revealed in the firelight was the figure of a monster that was full of oppressiveness in life and would never be forgotten with just one glance. Almost all the pirates in New World were drenched in cold sweat instantly, their lips trembling uncontrollably. Wait, one. As that guy, 4 emperors, guy, Kaido. Looking at the huge scorched black skull with 2 horns that appeared after that. Someone suddenly thought of the first half of 4 emperors Kaido's trip to the Grand Line. Combined with Kaido seems to have no news now. Then look at the huge charred black skull with 2 horns on the top of the Mariajoy now. Boom. The pupils suddenly widened, shock surging. No, it can't be wrong. Leaving the beast's pirate station, go to the 4 self on the first half of the Grand Line. He didn't even know when he died in the hands of that man. At the same time, now it seems that the whole world has fallen into dead silence. Only the endless raging flames were burning, and hundreds of thousands of scorched black terrifying skeletons were all over the red line. It's over. Bai Ye stood in the center of hell, looking at IM indifferently. A scorched black skeleton began to move. Who was in a frenzy, is now witnessing what he sees. Im's heart trembled violently, because compared to the picture that can be seen from the outside world. What IM saw at this moment. This is the color of the sky over Mariajoy is dark and blood red. Thereafter, inside the army of hundreds of scorched black skeletons. There are Marine Admiral Akainu, Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, and the Commander-in-Chief of the World Government's Army, Kong. 4 Emperors Kaido. And, there are 5 elders, the servants that IM is very familiar with, plus those troops that are supposed to guard the world government. Advertisement. Witnessing this scene with a terrifying visual impact. There was a hint of madness in Im's eyes, as well as an unconcealable fear. Roared. You bastards. Are you trying to do something to your god? I am a god. The god who controls this world. You mere, inferior creatures. The veins on Im's forehead popped out. Vaguely, IM suddenly remembered the scene of Bai Ye beheading the death torrent, composed of all the undead just now. IM gritted his teeth. The left hand controls rocks and other puppets. Come on. It's just a few. Abandoned. Untouchables who have been defeated in the war. No matter how many there are. Let me wipe out all the puppets carefully crafted by this god. The voice fell. For a while, rocks and other puppets under Im's control acted again. Without any will, they will only dispatch according to Im's order. Even if they used to be monsters standing at the apex of each era. However, the ashes of the dead awakened by the remnant fire to Dao, Nan, Huohuo 10 trillion dead burial array. It's not comparable to the undead created by IM under the influence of the fruit of death ability. Whether it's Akainu, Kaido, dead 5 elders, folk monsters with alternate admiral powers, etc. Even in the face of rocks, monsters who once stood on the top of the sea. Even if there is a gap in strength, the difference will not be too huge. Furthermore, a steady stream of scorched black skeletons that broke through the ground and climbed up, met with a maximum of a dozen opponents. In the beginning, golems such as rocks relied on various devil fruit abilities. There is still a chance to have a certain advantage. But in front of the blackened skeleton army that will endlessly kill the enemies identified by Bai Ye. Gradually, Im's puppets began to be damaged, broken, and even destroyed during the collision. From the first golem torn apart by an army of charred skeletons. Then the second puppet that turned into a big white tiger was submerged abruptly. In a blink of an eye. This is the third puppet, the fourth puppet, and the fifth puppet. Face the endless army of scorched skeletons that never stops. Most of the dozen or so puppets under Im's control were destroyed in a blink of an eye. The remaining relatively powerful rocks, Roger, Golden Lion and others are still insisting. But he was held back by the scorched skeleton army. That's it. Holding a fire dagger. Under the qualification premise that Kakuzu, a dozen powerful puppet jumpsuits under Im's men, have not touched. Bai Ye was wearing the prison clothes of the dying days, and his eyes were indifferent, and he started to walk towards Im. This moment, witnessed the man approaching. Im completely panicked. And Bai Ye took every step forward. It's like stepping heavily on Im's heart. Every step of the way. It will make Im's inner fear and trembling even more intensified. Win. Can't win. No matter what, you can't win. The fear in Im's heart rose sharply, and his body trembled involuntarily. Finally, advertisement. Witnessing the figure of the man in front of him who seemed to be stepping towards him from hell. It was hard to see any trace of madness on Im's face. Almost subconsciously, M lifted his foot and turned around. Get ready to activate the space fruit ability. Yes. As a god, Im is ready to escape. Facing such a desperate situation that has never been seen before. Im can no longer care about his arrogance and identity. All the thoughts that are left in your mind right now. Just stay away from that man who stepped out of hell. However, since Im showed the ability to travel through space at will. How could Bai Ye have no response? I've seen your space ability before. So, he stared at the terrified Im with indifferent eyes. The same tricks are ineffective against me. Bai Ye's voice fell. This is the sudden addition of two keto halos on Im's hand who was about to move. Lock Im firmly in place. Im tried to break free, but suddenly found that he could no longer use the ability of the space fruit. In other words, he can obviously use his ability, but the limit in his hand is bound in place. Thus, Im's face changed drastically. There is no space protection covering the body surface. Feeling the terrifying high temperature, Im felt like seeing the real hell at this moment. And at this moment, the keto aura that appears on Im's arms. Exactly keto. Kill the burning stake. It is a seal-type keto that if the opponent is touched twice, it will be punched into keto, and the attached Ryatsu will be triggered. After Bai Ye saw that Im can control space, he attached his own Ryatsu to the Remnantachi. In order, it is used in 4.9 when Im tries to escape. At this time, looking at those puppets who were awakened by the Huohuo 10 trillion dead burial array, and the skeleton army suppressed the puppets who couldn't help Im. And not far away, Im's face changed drastically in fear. Bai Ye watched the panic-stricken Im, and came to him. Raise the fire dagger. It's all over. No. No. Wait. I am God. You, what do you want? This Shendu can give it to you. Whether it is power, status, or wealth, this Shendu can give it to you. Facing the real fear of death. At this moment, Im lost all the so-called, self-confessed God, image, and even begged for mercy from Bai Ye. However, seeing Im, who looks down on humans the most and always thinks of a god, shows this look. Bai Ye's response to Im. Not a single word. Also nothing happens. The remnant fire to Dao slashed down. Moment. This is Im burning out in extreme fear. 097. Shocking world, changes over Mariajoy. And as Im's whole body was burned to death by the 15 million degree high temperature released by the residual fire sword. At the same time, the remaining puppets controlled by Im's death fruit ability began to collapse and dissipate on the spot. Highlights since the establishment of the world government. Hidden behind the world government, Im, who claims to be a god, controls the whole world. It's completely dead. There is no longer any possibility of living. This moment, the entire Grand Line, and the world, fell into dead silence. A long time, when the remnant fire sword, in Bai Ye's hand faded away from the scorched marks, the unadorned blade of Ryujin Jaka was revealed again. Immediately, the whole is evaporated due to high temperature, and it is unimaginable that water vapor will accumulate on the entire Grand Line. Fade with high temperature. At the same time, a large amount of water vapor began to fall. Formed a torrential rain covering the entire Grand Line, and even the seas at the same time. When raindrops fall on the faces of countless people around the world. Finally someone came back to God. He opened his mouth wide, swallowed saliva, and said in a trembling voice. Not, it's over. Google. 01. That man, really relied on his own strength. Did it overthrow the entire world government? Hey, isn't this really a dream? looking at the unprecedented horror event on the red line that is destined to shock the entire Grand Line. And watching the Holy Land, Mariajoy completely disappear. The whole world, in addition to being extremely shocked, countless people inevitably felt a strong sense of unreality. Whether it is Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Com Belt, Amazon Lily, or New World, or even the world. All without exception. Naval Headquarters did really destroy the world government. It's all. There was Marine kneeling on the ground in shock. Evil Marine all high level. The faces of Aokiji, Sengoku, Garp, Crane and others all reveal that it is extremely unbelievable to be visible to the naked eye at this moment. IM will lose. They vaguely saw IM when he was forced to retreat to a desperate situation. But IM with the ability of Space Fruit. To be beheaded by that man like this. This is something they never thought of. At the same time. Advertisement. Amazon Lily, Hydra Island. That man actually did it. The pupils of the mother-in-law were flickering, which couldn't be concealed, as if shaking the river and the sea. Aside, Empress Hancock fell into a long silence. The slender 5 fingers clenched quietly. New World. Kingdom of Darasaros. Quote. D. Dover. Torrebel subconsciously looked at Doflamingo. Doflamingo was silent for a long time. Thereafter. Doflamingo's tone was full of palpitations that could not be calmed down, and he said in the midst of Torrebel's discoloration. It seems that the world is about to change. Torrebel. And at this moment, this scene is similar to each other, and it is being staged crazily all over the world. Big Mom Pirates Resident. Beasts Pirates Station. Red Hair Pirates et al. Without exception. Because before all this happened. No force, nor anyone would think of it. The one that has stood on the sea for 800 years has never fallen, and under its banner is the most powerful marine government agency on the sea, which has a terrifying background that ordinary people can't imagine. Even in just one day. Totally destroyed. And it is based on the premise that behind the world government, there is actually a monster that is almost equivalent to the existence of a god. That man, alone, board the Mariajoy, destroyed the world government that would never be captured even if all the 4 Emperor's pirates in New World joined forces. Even completely wiped out the entire Mariajoy and all the celestial dragons on it. Immediately, someone suddenly couldn't help but think of the news that Morgans had previously reported. A new era is coming. Countless people were shocked again. However, suddenly, now, Roger, it looks like you may rest in peace too. Rayleigh stayed on the Sabayati Islands. Witnessing that after Roger's death, he was actually controlled by IM as a puppet. Advertisement. Rayleigh first showed disbelief, and then was complicated inside. Witnessing IM's death, Roger also began to dissipate. Rayleigh inevitably let out a sigh. At the same time, looking at the back of the man who was alone. At this moment, Rayleigh still couldn't believe the scene in front of him. After all, who would have thought not so long ago? He went so far as to persuade the man to let him give up. Although the other party let him see how Mariajoy was destroyed. Neither Rayleigh thought it would work. Thinking about it now. Rayleigh shook his head. It seems that he is indeed old. He is so old that he never even dared to think about such things as subverting the world government. Rayleigh thought of that. Sudden. Boom. What's going on? Rayleigh's pupils froze. Feel a strong vibration. Rayleigh looked around. Immediately, Rayleigh looked sharply at the sky where Mariajoy had been. Quote. Up. Is it up? What happened? Is there any trump card left by the world government? Rayleigh shuddered. Same moment. The heart of the whole world suddenly hangs again. And at this time, on the red line, Bai Ye felt that the dark clouds that had gathered on the rainy sky were gradually being torn apart. Bai Ye frowned. Holds Ryujin Jaka who lifts Bankai. Bai Ye looked towards the sky. IM's whole card. Wrong. If IM still has a whole card, he will never show that kind of despair before death. In other words, Bai Ye raised his head and stared at the dark clouds in the sky that were being torn apart. Could it be the real body of Uranus after losing IM's control? Or something to do with the ancient kingdom that the world government has been covering up? 098. The world is about to go crazy, everyone is an enemy. The treasure left by IM. Boom, boom, now, with torrential rain falling across the Grand Line. The dark clouds forming in the sky above the red line are slowly being torn apart. The source of all this vibration, finally revealing its true colors in front of the whole world. A blotting shadow hangs over everything, when the thing that caused the vibrations over its entire red line was revealed in full view. For a while, the whole unreal world suddenly sucked in another breath of cool air. That's cheat, lie, right. Has there always been something like that lurking above the Mariajoy skies? Sky, yes, it's an island. Did Sky Island fall? But that island is too big. Countless people were shocked. Because at this moment, projecting phone bugs through heavy rain. That is a building big enough to pierce the entire red line sky. It blocks out the sun. The huge island, that is almost the size of the entire Mariajoy is falling from the sky. No doubt, once the unimaginably huge island falls, the whole Grand Line will be able to feel that strong vibration. Naval Headquarters. Then, what is it? Garp's face was extremely serious. The color changes and looks at Sengoku. The giant island that mysteriously fell from above Mariajoy. The size is too shocking. Garp had no doubts. Once that island falls, the huge wave alone was enough to engulf the naval headquarters closest to Mariajoy in an instant. Because of the size of the tsunami that caused that. It will definitely be 10 times the tsunami that naval headquarters used to resist with all its strength. No, more than 100 times. Hey, Sengoku-san, that's not the time to be shocking. Marine Admiral Aokiji is also aware of the seriousness of the situation. When he got up, his expression changed from being shocked by the man who destroyed Mariajoy to extremely dignified. Conspicuous. With the remnant sword to lift Bankai. Although Aokiji found that his frozen fruit ability can be used again. But Aokiji can't guarantee that he has the ability to withstand a tsunami that is 10 times, or even 100 times larger than before, enough to allow naval headquarters to survive. Old Dad, what the hell is that? And this time. The captains under Whitebeard also looked at Whitebeard in amazement. Never mind the shock of Mariajoy being destroyed by that man. Whitebeard's face was extremely solemn, holding the childish knife tightly to cut from the cloud. Advertisement. I am dead though, but whether it is him, I am afraid that the whole world has not thought of it. Something like that was hidden in the sky above Mariajoy. Thought of I am has both time and space devil fruit-like abilities. Whitebeard's heart sank. The guy who claimed to be a god is obviously dead. It actually left such a huge trouble for the whole world. Immediately, thinking of the words Roger once left. Whitebeard's expression suddenly changed. His eyes were fixed on the island that had fallen from the sky above Mariajoy. That island, is it supposed to be? Thus, Whitebeard's heart sank. Seems like the whole world explained why since that Roger guy. Countless pirates who went to sea almost turned New World upside down. They will never be able to reach the place where the legendary One Piece great secret treasure is located. Lalu Raf. This moment, Whitebeard's heart fluttered violently. And at the same time, the red hair pirates outside Marineford also stared wide-eyed, almost protruding their eyeballs in shock. Scent. Shanks. Hit me quickly. Am I dreaming? No. Hiss. It hurts. Yasop murmured. What the hell is that island? Could it be that those beams of light from the sky previously had something to do with that island? The red-haired Shanks' face sank, but he didn't speak yet. Ben Beckman answered at this point. Although I don't know what happened to the island, but one thing is certain, once the island falls, the pirate group may be finished at our distance, unless that man has the ability to destroy, and, soon someone is about to start reacting. Anyway, what did you react to? Yasop opened his mouth wide involuntarily. Ben Beckman lights a cigar. Said. It's the same as you just thought, and such a huge island, you think. Will there be wealth left by that guy named I am on it? Furthermore, the world government has scrapped so many things, the Mariajoy who disappeared originally had already dispelled everyone's thoughts, but now. What? But aren't they afraid of that monster? Yasop snapped back to his senses, his expression changed. His eyes fixed on the man who immediately stood on Mariajoy. The man that killed Red Hair Pirates cadet crew rocks up. Yasop originally wanted to wait until the summit war was over before going to trouble that man. But now witness how the whole Mariajoy was destroyed by that man alone. Now Yasop is only grateful for that man. That's right. As a member of the 4 Emperor's Red Hair Pirates, but also a cadre. Yasop is only grateful for Bai Ye. At the beginning, I listened to the idea of the Deputy Captain Beckman. They, the Red Hair Pirates, chose to withdraw during the confrontation with the man. Advertisement. Otherwise, they, the Red Hair Pirates, may indeed perish on a battlefield where even Kaido is dead. Beckman's voice sounded again. The Red Hair Pirates Deputy Captain Beckman stared at the figure of the man on the projection, and said slowly. Afraid, of course they will be afraid of that monster, but. Beckman's tone sank. But before, no force dared to face the monster that subverted the world government alone. Nowadays, in the face of huge interests, and the wealth of the entire world that may be piled up around the tired lion, do you think those guys who can give up their lives for ambition without hesitation will give up? What? The expressions of the other Red Hair Pirates officers suddenly changed. Beckman said solemnly. The answer is of course not. This is the real pirate. There are not a few guys who seem stupid, but in the face of sufficient interests there will be countless guys crazy about it. Don't forget, because Shanks' former captain, One Piece, Roger said, put everything in one piece, before his death, which ignited the whole world and created the entire era of great sailing. Quote. After Beckman finished speaking, everyone in the Red Hair Pirates had already started to tremble with fear. What's more, that man has now gone through several battles in front of the whole world. Facing the tired lion, some guys who were afraid to make a move before are probably ready to move. Moreover, there is no better opportunity than this to get rid of that man. After all, no one wants to worry about the second god all day long. Quote. Beckman's last deep voice fell. Gurgling. The faces of the entire Red Hair Pirates changed wildly. Because they have realized that the analysis of their own Vice Captain Beckman is correct. In other words, the man though single-handedly destroyed Mariajoy in the world's attention. However, now, with the emergence of the huge island that is suspected to be a collection of wealth collected by IM in the whole world. I'm afraid that man will face it next time. It's the New World pirates who can't contain their greed because of profit. It even includes various kingdoms and underground dark forces. After all, face everything on that giant island that might have captured Qian's Zhao. It is possible to replace IM and create a second world government. This is your chance to become the god of the world. The highest power, the status that no one can match, the endless wealth. Plus the best time to get rid of that man. Any one of these things is enough to make people move. Now it's all coming together. Compared with the illusory One Piece. The temptation between the two. Already obvious. The whole world. I'm afraid I'm going to be crazy about it. At the same time, with the state of that man after successive wars that the whole world is witnessing now. According to the analysis of Deputy Captain Beckman. I'm afraid it will be the enemy of the whole world. Because all ambitious guys want to be IM. Similarly, they are also unwilling to see another monster that can threaten the god continue to exist. P.S. Recently, there are a lot of things to do when I go home for the Huxian New Year. By the way, I am very sorry for organizing ideas and updating. The author here wishes all the handsome and explosive readers a happy new year. It must be that Yong Kong is not Wang Chongyang. Be careful during the Huxian New Year. Be careful. 099. Impel down turmoil. All the pirates headed by Lonely Red are targeting Bai Ye. Minister Beckman. The premise seems to be that we can survive. Suddenly, Chef Lackey Lu of Red Hair Pirates said. The voice fell. The entire Red Hair Pirates froze immediately. Everyone looked up at the mysterious giant island that fell from the sky on the red line. Once that eclipsed island falls, Google, the current position of their Red Hair Pirates can definitely be affected. However, just when everyone in the Red Hair Pirates thought that they might have to face the terrifying tsunami caused by the falling of the giant island. Suddenly, the giant island, which was almost the size of the entire Mariajoy, stalled. That's right. Just like that, it seemed to be stagnant in the midair close to the red line 40 to 50 meters like a mysterious force. This moment, the entire Red Hair Pirates did not have any sense of survival. Instead, they collectively JO to it. Thus, I'm afraid that the whole Grand Line will go crazy because of the endless treasure that IM may leave behind. At the same time, New World, IWC, Toto Land. Big Mom Pirates. Katakuri, tell me, if that fellow Jin asks his mother to take action, his mother will definitely not agree, right? Although mother really wants the blood of that fellow Jin, but relying on this is not enough. Sound. On Cake Island, the third son of the Big Mom Pirates, Minister Bean, Charlotte Dafu turned his head and looked at the castle behind, with lingering fear in his eyes and said. That monster destroyed the world government all by itself, even Mom. The voice fell. Suddenly, this is a homie's soldier running over from the castle. Mom issued an order. All the ministers and the leaders of the subordinate forces are required to go to the Cake Castle. Charlotte Dafu heard the words, and her complexion couldn't help but change. What? All the ministers and the leaders of their forces. What is Mom going to do? Let's go. On the side, with arms folded, Katakuri's eyes flashed a red glow of foreseeing the future, and he shook his head and took the lead towards the castle on Cake Island. It seems, Mom decided to get involved in that big trouble. Or, Katakuri looked up at the huge island on the projection that was stagnant in midair. Although, Mom is a four emperors, she is also a pirate. Face the endless treasure that may be left over from the world government. If there are pirates in this world who can still be peaceful, then those guys are not worthy of being called pirates. At the same time, off the coast of Sabayati Islands. 897. Because the warship was damaged by the high temperature, it was a deserted island under heavy rain. Mike, Director Magellan, would you like to support Mariajoy? An impelled down jailer hesitated, and asked Magellan, who was looking down. They first saw Mariajoy being invaded. Promoted as an institution of the world government second only to naval headquarters. Magellan naturally did his part and led the manpower to go to support. But now, the whole of Mariajoy, even the world government has completely disappeared. The battle is over. What are they planning to do at this time, in the past? To avenge the world government. Thinking of that terrifying man. The jailer couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Even the existence that was almost equivalent to a god died at the hands of that man. Is it really useful for them to go? And at this moment, Magellan was silent. He clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and then said, walk, go. The jailer was taken aback. Magellan nodded and said, that's right, go back to impel down, even if the world government disappears. Magellan's face sank and said, we must also absolutely not let those sinners who have committed heinous crimes leave. Hearing this, the jailer breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, yes, Commissioner Magellan. The rest of the jailers got up one after another. However, just at this time, a phone bug in Magellan's pocket suddenly rang. Magellan took out the phone bug and looked at the red emergency phone bug in his hand. Suddenly Magellan felt a bad feeling. This red phone bug, he can only be contacted in emergencies. And the other end of the red phone bug. It is the deep sea prison. Impel down, impel. Advertisement. Magellan's heart sank, he suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and then connected the phone. I'm Magellan, what happened? No. Not good, Director Magellan. On the other end of the phone bug is a jailer with a cold tone in Impel Down. Road. Director Magellan. Something has happened to Impel Down. After you left, Blackbeard, Marshal Teach, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, suddenly led people to attack Impel Down, although the jailers on the 6th and 5th floors were all their support, but none of us can stop that guy, and because the prisoners are joining the riots, the whole Impel Down is in chaos. Blackbeard, Teach. Hear the name. Magellan's face changed suddenly. That guy, he remembers taking advantage of the Shichibukai privilege a week ago to prepare to visit Impel Down. But because Naval headquarters suddenly brought forward the execution plan. So the Blackbeard Teach thing was put on hold. Magellan thought this would be the end of it. But I didn't expect that guy to have the guts to forcibly attack Impel Down. And it was just in time for him to go to Mariajoy to support him. Damn. Damn it. That B asterisk 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 D. Magellan clenched his fists. What exactly is the purpose of Blackbeard? Wait. If Impel Down is messed up now, it occurred to Magellan that if all the troops were going to defend against Blackbeard. So for living on the 4th and 5th floors of Impel Down. And those legendary monsters imprisoned in the 6th floor, Eternal Hell. Definitely the perfect time for an unprecedented jailbreak. When I think of the names of the monsters imprisoned on the 6th floor. Magellan's expression changed wildly. Cursed Blackbeard lunatic. Magellan immediately contacted the phone bug. I want to know the current situation of Impel Down. However, before Magellan could speak, the jailer had delivered the worst news for Magellan. My, Director Magellan, no, it's not good, not only Blackbeard Teach, but also those monsters who were originally imprisoned on the 6th floor, in the lonely red, Valoric Redfield under the leadership of, Before the voice finished speaking, the red phone bug suddenly let out a scream, followed by the sound of the phone bug being trampled and smashed, and there was no more contact. Magellan saw this. The expression on his face was also extremely difficult to see at this moment. Something happened on the 6th floor, and think of the name, Lonely Red. Magellan looked ugly. Today, the legendary pirates recognized in the sea are without exception, One Piece Roger, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and the flying pirate Golden Lion. But as the director of Impel Down, Magellan knew it well. Except for these 3. There is also a monster in the sea that is so terrifying that it can stand in the ranks of legendary pirates. That monster. It was Lonely Red, Valoric Redfield. Moreover, it is different from the forces under the other 3 legendary pirates. That extremely arrogant guy. In the past, with only one person, he was known as an existence that could keep pace with the One Piece King Roger, Whitebeard and others in the sea. In other words, if Valoric Redfield, the Lonely Red, leads the guys imprisoned on the 6th floor. Impel Down, I'm afraid, has fallen, at the same time. Impel Down, in front of freezing hell on the 5th floor. Kill all the jailers who usually guard. Ha ha ha, Lousy is a great pirate with a reward of 600 million. It's finally out, ha ha ha, outside world, wait for Lousy to come. The jailers were retreating steadily, and the pirates were cheering. And the pirates imprisoned on most of the sides watched ahead. Leading the jailers is Deputy Warden Hanayabal. You bastards with no future, shut up. Hanayabal defeated a pirate and shouted out of breath. The dregs of society don't speak nice words, you are nothing but notorious pirates and conspirators. As long as you're at sea, the people will stay awake at night for fear of losing their loved ones. So, in order to protect the bright future of the poor and the poor, on behalf of the warden, I will execute you all to death. After the words fell, Hanayabal rushed towards a pirate with a knife in his hand. ABCD, however. Then a tall figure in a blood-colored suit appeared. The juvenile knife was easily grasped in his hand. What? Hanayabal was shocked. The nearby pirates all fell silent. Eyes widened, mouth trembling slightly. Then, who is that person? Hey, I'm not mistaken. That's Lonely Red, Valoric Redfield, right? That legendary monster? Was it imprisoned in Impel Down like us? A pirate finished speaking with a trembling heart. Suddenly, hey, the drama is heavy. Another tall figure appeared behind a pirate. Advertisement. When the pirate heard the words, he was furious at first. UB asterisk 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 D. Look carefully, Lousy is. The pirate turned his head and stared fiercely, trying to threaten the opponent with his bounty. However, the next second the pirate turned his head to see the person coming. The pirate's pupils widened, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Yes, it's Devil's Descendant, Bullet. The voice fell, and the pirate squatted on the ground in extreme panic. Hearing this, Bullet ignored the pirates who were shocked again nearby. Instead, he disdained to look at the Lonely Red, ignoring the shocked pirates nearby, and said, Hey, are you sure the news from outside is accurate? The world government has disappeared? Also, does that island contain all the treasures left by the world government? Of course, Lonely Red, Valoric Redfield flew a bat made of blood. Look at the appearance of Bullet, Genzuki Hunter Katrine Point May, the evil King Pizarro, and the huge battleship, Evil Wolf that appeared after the entire Impel Down ground shook. Guaranteed. This information is very reliable. It was told to me by a guy named Marshal Teach. and that guy is as ambitious as you. Yes? Is it the endless wealth left by the world government? Another figure with a saber appeared from the shadows. Biting a cigar, said, then I'll get involved too. Rain. Rain no Shiryu. When someone appeared, Hanayabal's pupils froze. UB asterisk 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 D. No wonder these guys can escape. You. Hanayabal charged towards Shiryu with the saber in his hand. Shiryu's movement was one step faster. A slashing light flashed, and Hanayabal froze in place immediately. Shiryu of the Rain slowly retracted the scabbard with his saber, raised his head and said, sorry, at a time like this, I don't have the patience to talk nonsense with small characters. All right. Shiryu of the Rain glanced at Lonely Red, Baloric Redfield, Devil's Descendant Bullet and others. Regardless of the jailer behind him, he said, now we can continue to discuss the distribution of the treasure left by the world government. What a crazy guy, he doesn't even want to listen to a word from his former colleagues. Lonely Red, Baloric Redfield spread his hands when he saw this. Then said, but before that, we're going to the second half of the Grand Line, which is what you call the New World today. New World? Why? The king of evil government, Bizarro was stunned for a moment and said with disdain. Could it be that you guys want to continue to recruit others into the gang? In that case, no matter how much treasure the world government leaves behind, it won't be enough for you to return, right? Genzuki Hunter, Katrine Demai couldn't help but look at Lonely Red, Baloric Redfield immediately after hearing the words. Although these criminals were all rescued by Lonely Red. But as a pirate, don't talk about friendship and use those boring things. It can make them care, and it is the only thing that can move them to join forces. It is profit. Absolute benefit. Now that they hear that there may be newcomers who will share some of their interests, this is something they will never allow and see. And at this moment, when Baloric Redfield heard this, he was neither annoyed nor complained. Instead, if you don't want to follow the command, the old man won't force you. You can go there and try it yourself. Although it is said that there is only one person in the big trouble that destroyed the world government, I don't want to take that terrible enemy with me. You idiots go to die. What? The evil King Bizarro and Catherine Dme and others heard the news. Can't help pupils widen. Alone? Destroyed the world government? UB asterisk 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 D. Are you kidding me? For being imprisoned in the dark impelled down. They don't know what's going on outside. I thought that the world government was destroyed, at least the top forces in New World have all joined forces. But now, if it hadn't been spoken by the Lonely Red, Baloric Redfield himself. No matter what, they didn't believe that a giant like the world government would be destroyed by a single person. Just relying on themselves, they think, that is absolutely impossible to do. Even if they suspect the Lonely Red in front of them, it is impossible to do it. But maybe that's why. This monster who was once hailed as being able to rival the entire pirate group of Roger the Pirate alone summoned them to join forces. Although there are suspicions of using them as cannon fodder. But, as a pirate, you may never know who betrayed whom. Think here. The evil King Bizarro and others fell silent. Lonely Red, Baloric Redfield saw this. A look of disdain flashed deep in his eyes. But it didn't show up. Instead, he said, in this case, let's go. Now that the entire impel is down, no one can stop us. Similarly, although we have only one enemy, if someone wants to take risks, the old man will not stop him. Just go if you want. The voice fell. The evil King Bizarro and others did not say much. Instead, he silently started to take action with his hands, killing the impelled-down jailer. Although dissatisfied with the attitude of Lonely Red. But since they all want to get the endless treasure left by the world government. So the most important thing right now, naturally leave impelled down first. And with impelled down here the pirates are eyeing Bai Ye. For a while, because of that mysterious giant island. The whole world has once again set off a huge storm that is about to hit. 100. The unprecedented Great Pirate Alliance, Uranuses. At the same time, as Impelled Down took advantage of Magellan, the administrator, to leave temporarily and took away a large number of combat forces, the riots caused by the Blackbeard invasion. Lonely Red and others who were originally imprisoned in the 6th floor of the Eternal Hell, reappeared on the sea. Naval Headquarters was the first to receive this news. The Lonely Red, Baloric Redfield and his group have already completed the rendezvous with Blackbeard and successfully left Impelled Down. Same moment. There are a lot of pirates imprisoned in Impelled Down, when they rushed out of the prison. New World. At this moment, all the pirates began to have trouble sleeping and eating in the face of the mysterious giant island on the Red Line. Gradually overwhelmed by desire. As Katakuri, the general of the Big Mom pirates, said. Faced with the endless treasure that is most likely left by the world government. In addition, after the capture, it may become the next, in front of the temptation. If it is those ambitious pirates who choose to throw away their wives and children without hesitation for the illusory One Piece big secret treasure legend, they can easily give up. Then those guys shouldn't be desperados, like pirates on the Grand Line from the very beginning. Therefore, in the face of sufficient interests, it would be very strange if those ambitious guys could sit still. Then, New World soon spread the news that the 4 Emperors Big Mom pirate group started large-scale activities. And the 4 Emperors Big Mom pirates teamed up with the remnants of the Beast's pirates at the same time. Led by the four Emperors, Big Mom pirate group, an unprecedented Big Mom alliance was launched to the entire New World. The goal is to capture the mysterious giant island that appeared above Mariajoy. New World. Kingdom of Darasaros. D. Dover? Crazy. Are they all crazy? Want to take that giant island away from that man? Do those guys want to die? Torre Pole, the head of the Don Quixote family, received information from the eyes of the dark forces hidden in the underground. Torrebol's expression changed. Doflamingo heard the words, because the mysterious giant island has not been calm for a long time. Suddenly he opened his mouth and said, "No, on the contrary, don't forget." Doflamingo twitched his fingers and said in a low tone, "Those guys are pirates. From the Four Seas to the Grand Line, the guys who have gone through all kinds of fighting all the way to reach the New World. Although most of the weak guys have been eliminated in the primary election, they can survive. The guys are all desperados who are willing to give everything for One Piece. In other words, compared to the illusory treasure left by that guy, Roger, the One Piece, there is nothing more exciting than the treasure right in front of you. Furthermore, now is also the best chance to get rid of that lonely man. New World is a paradise for pirates. No one in this world wants to have such a guy that no force can oppose." Doflamingo said here. Suddenly, the phone bug in Torrebol's arms rang. This is. Torrebol saw that it was a phone bug for their family to contact other giants of the dark underground world. Torre Pole suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Then wait for the phone bug to connect. The voice from inside caused Torrebol's face to change again. Because inside the phone bug are the giants who control the dark underground world. The dark giants who usually do not communicate with each other unless there is a gathering. This time all of them gathered together except for the big news, Morgans. Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy, King of Usury Feld, King of Shipping Umet, Warehouse Boss Gibson, Big-handed Undertaker Pycro. Everyone who is famous in the dark underground world is together at this moment. Its purpose. It is for the treasure that the world government may leave behind. And this time hit the kingdom of Derice. It is to invite Doflamingo as Heavenly Yaksha to participate. D. Dover. What to do? Torrebol subconsciously looked at Doflamingo. Doflamingo made a silent voice. Afterwards, Doflamingo stared at Litania's gigantic surplus on the phone bug projection that had begun to blur. Doflamingo first ordered Torrebol to hang up the phone bug. Then said, "Tell those guys that the Don Quixotes don't take part in the siege of that man." Torrebol breathed a sigh of relief. It can be seen that witnessing the man destroying Mariajoy alone left a shadow on Torrebol's heart. But immediately, Doflamingo's next words made Torrebol shudder. "Hey, but you can tell them that our family is willing to provide weapons to those forces for free, as long as the premise is that our family's logo is not exposed. No matter what kind of weapon it is, it can meet their requirements even it is the fruit of smile. Free weapons. And smile fruit?" Torrebol's expression changed drastically. If the former is to make Torrebol marvel at his young master's decision. Giving weapons for free, even their family will suffer heavy losses. Then the latter. That was an exclusive order originally intended for delivery to the Beast's pirates. Advertisement. What is the plan of my young master? Doflamingo saw Torrebol's doubts. Looking at the kingdom of Derice, which is pouring rain outside, he said. Times have changed, and our family must make appropriate changes. Although it is an extremely stupid thing to confront that man head-on, but the weapon provided has no name. Who would guess us? We have nothing to do with each other. Doflamingo picked up the drink beside him. All we have to do is watch those stupid guys fight each other is enough. As for the smile fruit. Since that guy Kaido is dead, the previous order should naturally be cancelled. In addition to the impending chaos in the world, even if we spread all the smile fruits, no one will notice us. Just to take advantage of this opportunity, to get rid of those hot things once and for all. In this way, those stupid guys in New World will thank us naively, chatter chatter chatter. So that's what you planned, Dover. Torrebol was stunned. Regardless of victory or defeat, their family does not participate in the open. Whether it is success or failure, there is no threat to the existence of their family. And if it works, thinking that their family once provided Kaido with the whereabouts of that man. That is naturally the best. Even if it fails, do not. Considering the state of that man's consecutive battles. If the great pirates of the entire New World unite. Think here. Suddenly, Torrebol received the news of the Impel Down riot and the reappearance of the Lonely Red and others on the sea, and went to New World to find the joint pirates. A gleam flashed in Torrebol's eyes. Wrong, now it is impossible to fail. Considering that it can indirectly eliminate a monster with terrifying strength that is almost equivalent to a god. Then the weapons lost by their family may be negligible at all. After all, that man, from beginning to end, but only alone. Is there any ability to be an enemy of the whole world after that horrible consumption? At the same time, North Blue, G64 branch, what is that thing that appeared on Mr. Bai Ye? Carey was so shocked that he subconsciously looked at Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Long was also shocked at this moment, after M died. Long didn't expect that there was such a thing hidden on Mariajoy. Immediately, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long immediately had a bad feeling. Although the line of the phone bug was already blurred, it was cut off and disappeared in an instant. But in the face of the possible location of the treasure collected by the world government, even the secrets related to the terrible attack that I am launched before that could easily destroy any kingdom. Dragons are already foreseeable. Baba, the phone bug rang. Dragon, did you see that? Mariojoy, that thing? The voice of the deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army, Lightning, came out. Long came back to his senses, looked at the phone bug in his hand and nodded. Already seen. Then next, what should we do? Lightning came out with a shocking and confused voice. The original intention of the Revolutionary Army is to subvert the world government. For this goal, their Revolutionary Army has spent decades on this sea, and they haven't really touched the core that is really enough to shake the world government. Now watching that huge monster that once weighed on their hearts like a huge mountain was destroyed by a single person. Now all members of the entire Revolutionary Army seem to have lost their goals at this moment. At this time, the dragon's voice sounded. Holding the phone, the worm said. You go to gather all our members scattered around the world, including all Legion commanders. Called. Them? Lightning wondered. The dragon looked up and faced Mariojoy's direction. Said. That's right. Because the man who destroyed the world government will soon be in big trouble, since that man helped us achieve the goal of the Revolutionary Army. 0. Asking for flowers. Then, it's time for our Revolutionary Army to help that man. It is good. Lightning heard the words, and nodded heavily at Baldigo, on the island of Bashan, the base camp of the Revolutionary Army. For a while, almost all pirates in New World caused turmoil. Advertisement originally hidden in the Four Seas, the Grand Line, and the Revolution of the New World. And at the same time, the other side, Amazon Lily. What exactly is that thing? Empress Hancock looked at Grandma Z. The mother-in-law shook her head. I don't know, but I can be sure that it may be a hidden treasure from the world government, or it may be a secret left by that guy named I Am. Why did my mother-in-law say this? The tone sank and said. But no matter what, Snake Girl, I'm afraid that man will be in big trouble next time. In the face of that kind of thing, the whole world may not be able to. It's going to calm down, and even, no, there's already a guy making a move. Trouble. Empress Hancock frowned. Granny Yi nodded and said. That's right, at least the pirates of New World may not be able to sit still collectively. As pirates, they can do it without hesitation for an illusory thing left by the pirate King Roger. Abandoning everything, and now facing the treasure that is already in front of you, those ambitious guys will only be dazzled by desire. No, or pirates are such guys. No matter in any era, there are no exceptions. The voice fell. The kingdom of Hydra Island fell into a moment of silence. Empress Hancock said, since that's the case, then the concubine is. Shiji, you have to think about it, that man. The mother-in-law's face was serious. The next thing we may have to face is that the enemy is no longer a single force like the world government, but the pirates of the entire New World. At the same time, the other side, downpours on the red line covered by a mysterious giant island. Bai Ye stands here alone. Unleash Ryotsu to sweep across this mysterious giant island that is almost as large as Mariojoy. Bai Ye was thoughtful. He is basically sure the island is associated with Uranus. Because the behemoth that blocks the sky is not so much an island. Rather, only the outermost islands are a layer of camouflage. Its really core inside, it is like a future country, built by Doppelganger in his hometown. The interior of the entire giant island is actually composed of various precise gears. The reason why it can be suspended is because of some kind of technological means. And on it, Bai Ye found dense cannons that can release energy, and then pass it to the center of the island to transform it into an attack device. This thing is probably one of the 3 ancient weapons known as having the power to destroy the world. Uranus. Secondly, it is on this island that there is a lifeless, huge kingdom. It's just that Bai Ye didn't understand the words on it. But judging from the traces of the above years, there is a high probability that the huge kingdom should be the ancient kingdom that the world government tried to hide all traces of existence. And the reason why the world can't find traces, it turned out to be because the ancient kingdom has always been hidden above the world government. It was completely hidden by I Am using the power of manipulating space. Secondly, with I Am can control Uranus at will. If nothing else, I Am hiding behind the 5 elders is probably a member of the ancient kingdom. A puzzle. With the appearance of this island, Bai Ye combined himself with the world government secret known to the Traversers. The idea basically makes it all clear. Same. Facing the huge area in front of you where there is Uranus, as well as the historical buildings of the ancient kingdom. Bai Ye was predictable. I'm afraid that the whole outside world will be boiling because of this, and there will even be countless pirates coveting it. But, consider the trouble that may come. There was no trace of fear in Bai Ye's eyes. Or, in Bai Ye's view, this is a special gift left by I Am after his death. It can give Bai Ye a chance to kill all greedy pirates who are trying to get the treasure left by I Am now. There is no need for Bai Ye to go to New World to find it. Those big pirates who are ambitious to become the next I Am, as long as this island is by Bai Ye's side. They will take the initiative to deliver 101. The system wakes up again. There are 2 options for traveling across the world. Rejuvenate? Because of the appearance of this island, the whole world will probably go crazy. At this time, Rayleigh's eyes showed complex feelings, appearing on the now crumbling red-field continent full of traces of horrific battles. In this way, the ambitious guys in the whole world may not be able to sit still. It is different from countless people in the outside world who don't know what this is. As Roger's second in command, Rayleigh once reached the end of the New World, which is Lulu Wrath. Although Rayleigh does not have Roger's ability to hear everything, he cannot hear what Roger heard. But Rayleigh has seen firsthand the secrets hidden in Relulith. There are the ruins left by the ancient kingdom before the world government was established. Part of it, to be precise, records about the real world. The moment I saw that island, Rayleigh vaguely understood what it was. Same. Rayleigh is very clear, with the appearance of the island with the same size as Mariajoy in front of him. What a frenzy the whole world will be in, at that time. No matter how powerful the man in front of him is. Those of the world who cannot live up to their ambitions will start to act. I believe it will not take long. What this man needs to face may be enemies from all over the world. After all. Anyway, this man is alone. It doesn't have such a dreadful power as the world government. One person, but owns almost the entire new world, Pirate 562, forces, various kingdoms, and things they dream of. One can imagine. This is the biggest mistake, same. Rayleigh looked at the Taidao in Bai Ye's hand, which had receded from the scorched marks. And no one wants to let go of taking advantage of this unique opportunity to eliminate this man who, after I am, has made any force sleepless. And at this moment, Bai Ye met Rayleigh and said, "It's okay, if someone wants to come to die, just come. There's no shortage of utterly naive guys in the world. Whether it's the guys who are coming, or the previous world government, they will soon realize how wrong it was." Bai Ye felt the current physical strength. There's no wave in the eyes. Shinigami's physical strength is not infinite though. But Shinigami's combat power has a saying, Ryatsu decides everything. In other words, either Bankai, by Ryujin Jaka or Kido owned by Shinigami. In fact, Bai Ye's real combat power has not been greatly affected. Even if the outside world regards it as a unique, best time. So, Bai Ye will personally make all enemies who have such thoughts feel it. How wrong they were, and these fell into Rayleigh's ears. Rayleigh opened his mouth, and after a while, he swallowed the words of persuasion. Because Rayleigh has seen a lot of people though. But I have to admit, Rayleigh has never felt the calmness naturally exuded from the man in front of him. Even knowing that there is a possibility of, the enemy of the whole world. In the eyes of this man, on his body, Rayleigh didn't even notice a wave, not even a trace of fear. Contrary to that, there is a wave hidden in the calm. That is an absolute attitude that no matter what situation or enemy you face, you will remain calm. If it is usual, Rayleigh would definitely subconsciously think that the other party was crazy. But after witnessing all the impossible deeds created by the man in front of him, Rayleigh had to doubt the idea he had insisted on. Or the ideas of ordinary people simply cannot be placed on this man in front of him. 5. Advertisement. Although now he is very close to the man in front of him. But from the beginning, they are not in the same dimension. And at this time, that's when Rayleigh doubts his own worldview. Suddenly, this is a ripple in Bai Ye's eyes, not because the enemy appeared. Or I am resurrected again. It was Cheat who fell into silence after Bai Ye chose the Yamamoto Genryūsai template. Reappeared again. Open black lens bracket ding. The system has regained enough sources from this world close black lens bracket. Ding. The system has completely restarted. Ding. The current host has the following options. Close black lens bracket. Option 1. Host obtains the permission to leave this world, and at the same time has the ability to go back and forth, but the new travel world is unknown, and the host will know it after arriving. Option 2. The host can choose to stay in this world permanently, but because the host is a body through, it will continue to consume the power of the source, and there is a risk of collapse of the world in the future. Another choice. Saw it only once, but very familiar cheat page. There was a wave of fluctuation in Bai Ye's eyes. Choice 1. He can leave the world he has traveled through for 40 years, and has the ability to go back and forth between the two worlds, but it is unknown where the next world will be. Choice 2 means that Bai Ye can stay in the pirate world forever, or he can control the whole world behind the scenes like I am, but because he is wearing, and not soul wearing 0. His stay will always consume something called the origin of the world, so sooner or later this world will have the risk of collapse. Look at the two options. Bai Ye looks at Mariajoy, who is now completely erased. And the thought of complete revenge for a town that has served North Blue for over 30 years. To be frank, he really doesn't have much nostalgia for this world. Plus the first choice can go to and fro, that being the case. That's before leaving. Do everything that needs to be done. A look of indifference flashed in Bai Ye's eyes, immediately. The system suddenly popped up a prompt again. Open black lens bracket. No matter what the host chooses, due to the source absorbed by the current system, the current host has an additional layer of rewards. Do you want to receive it? Close black lens bracket. Okay, there is another layer of reward. A trace of doubt appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. The system says, open black lens bracket. That was the first choice that host faced. At that time, the energy accumulated by the system could only meet one of the conditions of host close black lens bracket. So now host can get the first option for free, which is to restore youth. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Do you want to receive it? Close black lens bracket. Hear, hear. Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, the lonely red and others who left from Impel Down acted very quickly. As this piece of sea, before Bai Ye appeared, it is recognized that all of them are powerful monsters. It didn't take long for them to travel from Impel Down to New World. Moreover, Lonely Red and others have already used the phone bug. I got in touch with the Big Mom pirate group in the Four Emperors Bai Ye was still in New World. That is, Charlotte Linlin, the initiator of the unprecedented pirate alliance. Linlin, I really didn't expect it. 17 inches. That woman back then will become the most powerful female pirate in this era. The Lonely Red, Beloric Redfield was standing on a stolen warship. Looking at a heavily made-up telephone bug that is now on the deck. I saw the voice of Beloric Redfield fall. There was a menacing voice from the phone bug. Hey, you didn't come to see my old lady to reminisce about the past, did you? If you came to find my old lady to join forces. Charlotte Linlin was on Cake Island, and glanced at the large number of troops gathered nearby, as well as the densely packed pirate ships outside Cake Island. Facing the phone bug held by the soldiers of homies below, the voice said coldly. When the time comes, don't make trouble for my old lady. Since it's cooperation, don't stab me in the back. Don't forget, even in the cruel world of pirates, you still have to be faithful. ... Hee hee. After so many years, Linlin, you really haven't changed at all, don't worry. Quote. Advertisement. Beloric Redfield stands at the entrance to New World. This old man never breaks his promise, if he is sure, does that mean? That's right, the unprecedented pirate alliance has been established. Even in the past, the rocks could not gather manpower, troops, and various powerful people, now all are in this alliance. Charlotte Linlin's tone sank. Okay, since that's the case, then we'll wait for you at the agreed place, and we must do it as quickly as possible. Beloric Redfield has no inkling. After all, time waits for no one. Neither you nor I can guarantee how long it will take for the monster alone to recover and maintain that level of exhaustion after the battle. Don't worry, my old lady is not those rubbish trash. It is good. When Beloric Redfield heard this, he hung up the phone directly. Success, success. Seeing this, the evil King Pizarro and others showed excitement on their faces. Genzuki Hunter Katrine Dime and others are dissatisfied that other women have won the title of the world's strongest female pirate. But thinking of the battle I just saw on the record phone bug in that island the size of Mariajoy. Undeniable. In the face of interests, this kind of thing is simply insignificant. Same. Glancing at the devil descendant, Bartley, the Shiryu of the Rain, who was merciless to his former colleagues, and the Blackbeard Marshal Teach, who contacted them and others. The guarantee of Lonely Red has nothing to do with them. As a pirate, who would speak the so-called faith? At the same time, Captain Teach, working with those guys, is there really no problem? Beside Blackbeard, this is the fighting champion, Giza's Badgers who followed Blackbeard early in the morning and asked in a low voice. Blackbeard heard the words, said, right now, I can only gamble. As he spoke, Blackbeard clenched his fingers and gritted his teeth secretly. According to his perfect plan, everything will develop in his favor. But since that monster from North Blue entered the Grand Line, Marines 2 defeats in extermination, Admiral's death, the early execution, and now the world government was destroyed by that monster alone. Everything is beyond Blackbeard's control. As a result, he has no way to obtain the devil fruit that is enough to make him the new 4 emperors. But luckily, Blackbeard thought of the terrifying power that would vaporize the entire Grand Line. He has now found a devil fruit ability that is unmatched by any devil fruit in the Pokédex. Regardless of his current physical Logia dark fruit. Or Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. Also 1.9 or those legendary devil fruit abilities will not work. It's just because the man is still alive. So, Blackbeard decided to take a gamble. While that man may be at his weakest right now. Release all the monsters imprisoned in Impel Down. Originally, Blackbeard was worried about how to provoke a fight between those monsters and the man. Unexpectedly, it appeared with the treasure island that may exist from the world government. All problems are solved. Even now, even the 4 emperors of New World and the major forces have all participated in it. Nowadays, Blackbeard is waiting. A chance. One takes advantage of the fact that the whole world is in great chaos. At that time, he can seize the opportunity of that man's ability. Blackbeard is already imaginable. I rely on rocks, former devil fruit ability. Coupled with the ability of the man who is almost equivalent to the existence of God in this era. I will far surpass that man and I am. Become the new king of this world. At the same time, Blackbeard's response today is also representative. So far, regarding Bai Ye's ability, Blackbeard firmly believes in the unknown and powerful devil fruit ability. After all, Im's ability is obviously from devil fruit. Then that man should be no exception. That is definitely some kind of terrifying ability that has not been recorded in the devil fruit illustrated book and belongs to legends. 102. and extremely calm Bai Ye, the arrival of the Great Pirate Alliance. Blackbeard had that in mind. Then faded to the eyes in great ambition. Silently following Bullet and the others headed by Baloric Redfield, the Lonely Red. After all, Blackbeard doesn't think he's an idiot who doesn't hide his ambitions like Pizarro, the villainous king, or Katrine Diami, the Genzuki hunter. Such a stupid. The final result can only be reduced to cannon fodder in the battle. Blackbeard didn't want to raise alarm if it wasn't a necessary moment. And at this moment, being able to hide among these famous monsters is exactly what Blackbeard wants now. Thereafter, Lonely Red, Baloric Redfield led the Devil's Descendants, Bullet, together with Blackbeard and others, and used the stolen Impel Down warship to head to the Ren meeting place of the Pirate League. For a while, countless pirates located in New World have started a huge turmoil. Under the unprecedented Big Pirate Alliance led by the Big Mom pirate group. When someone learned that the legendary monsters imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down all chose to join forces. Some hesitant forces have made their presence known, or O3 has dispatched people secretly. Obviously, in the face of sufficient interests, it is difficult for any force to remain calm. And among them, including several giants of the underground dark world who had invited Doflamingo before. Since the giants of the underground dark world will collectively participate in the Tea Party of the Big Mom Pirates every few years, after learning about the Big Pirate Alliance, these giants from the underground dark world chose to join without hesitation. Same. The first time these actions started. The place where the information was first obtained. Nature is World Economic News Press. President, Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy, King of Usury Feld, King of Shipping Umit, Warehouse Boss Kipson, Big-Handed Undertaker Picro. All of them I participated in the big alliance formed by the Big Mom Pirates, and I continue to invite you. What should I do now? Mobile home base here. A member of the World Economic News newspaper was shocked and looked at the big news, Morgans, who was alone in the office. Morgans at this moment heard the intelligence. But it is different from the countless people outside who think that they will succeed in killing that man. After a long silence, Morgans said in a startling way. Ref, no, tell them, just say I'm sick. And it's very serious, I can't even move, so there's nothing Zongyang can do this time. Advertisement. The purpose of those people, Morgans, is very clear. It is nothing more than wanting to use the countless albatross under his command as the king of news, to obtain accurate information. However, as the ability to obtain intelligence, it is almost not inferior to the world government, and even faster, big news, at certain times. At the same time, he is also a businessman, who will choose to make a move without hesitation when faced with enough interests. Morgans was surprisingly calm this time around. Because Morgans recalled everything about the man in detail. Morgans knew it well. This seems to be an unprecedented, great pirate alliance, that is absolutely sure. Whenever he thought of the figure of that man in his mind, Morgans somehow has a strong feeling of bad feeling. And it's this intuition that Morgans trusts. Only then can he become a force that created the World Economic News newspaper, which almost controls the intelligence of the entire world. Therefore, Morgans made what he thought was a wise choice this time around. Anything related to trying to kill that man. None of the Morgans were prepared to participate. Because, after witnessing the huge island enough to drive the world crazy, Morgans is always greedy, thinking of the man who nearly destroyed the entire Grand Line by fighting IM. Morgans have an uncontrollable feeling of bad feeling. Almost in the face of fear of death. This point became even stronger after Morgans received the news that the Revolutionary Army, scattered all over the world, had suddenly mobilized. So, Morgans decided to trust his own judgment this time around. Same. Adhering to the idea that neither side should be offended. Morgans then sent someone to wish the Big Mom Pirates a successful alliance. Immediately afterwards, Morgans secretly sent Albatross to the Red 10 continent where Mariajoy was located. Prepare to tell that man the information about the alliance between the Big Mom Pirates and the Lonely Red, and others. Advertisement. Thereafter, standing on the red line that has almost collapsed, Bai Ye calmly looked at the entire Grand Line behind Bankai, where it was pouring rain. Bai Ye at this moment. If someone is here, it will definitely be shocking. Because Bai Ye is alone. Facing the almost crazy new world outside, there are even some ambitious forces in the first half of the Grand Line. Bai Ye's actions are waiting. He's waiting for those who want to die. Alone. Facing the entire New World pirates and underground dark forces, as well as Impel Down and 613 to form the Grand Alliance of the Lonely Red, and others. What a tingling scene would this be? But at this moment, it all happened, and the expression in Bai Ye's eyes was very calm, without the slightest fluctuation, nor did it reveal any waves. Thereafter, those pirates in New World and all the forces trying to become the next IM. It didn't disappoint Bai Ye in any way. In the remnant fire to Tao, a large amount of steam accumulated in the sky of the whole world gradually changed from a downpour to a drizzle. Bai Ye stands on the red line where he can see the first half of the Grand Line and the New World at the same time. Lifting his head, he saw what was ahead of him. Those are pirate ships with various marks, gradually appearing on the horizon. From the first, the second ship, the third ship. In the blink of an eye, enter the sea area. That is hundreds of densely packed pirate ships occupying the entire sea area in the distance. Heading towards the red line where Bai Ye is in the rain. And Bai Ye can clearly see that the so-called Big Pirate Alliance is led by the 4 Emperor's Big Mom pirates, and the Lonely Red, Valoric Redfield and others. 103. The appearance of various forces restores youth. And at this moment, on the sea near the red line, in front of the Big Pirate Alliance, headed by the 4 Emperor's Big Mom pirates and the Lonely Red, Valoric Redfield. Thousands of pirate ships with different flags are constantly approaching the red line. Thereafter, in the rain, all the pirates who witnessed the huge island in the distance above the red line. For a while, they were shocked in place, although it has been seen from the projection. But when you see it with your own eyes, the visual shock is completely different from the projection. It is a strong shock that cannot be contained physically and mentally. That is a treasure left by the world government. Oh my god, if that island is full of treasures, how many people are there enough to share? Countless pirates couldn't stop making noises. That is. Now the greed that every pirate can't contain has become even crazier. The other side. This is on top of the stolen Impel Down warship. Ha ha ha, really, it turned out to be true. Before I saw it, I couldn't believe that the world government was really destroyed by people. Not only that, the evil government, Pizarro's eyes shone with unconcealable ambition. His eyes were fixed on the huge island above Mariajoy in the distance. Based on the size of that thing, it must be full of wealth collected by the world government, right? Pizarro, the king of evil government, opened his arms and shouted. Great, Lousy's treasures. Just wait, your real master is standing here. Ha ha ha. Don't be too complacent. Don't forget, there is still a monster blocking the front. This is the Genzuki hunter, Katrine Dime, who broke the conversation. A look of fear appeared in Dime's eyes. On the way here, the pirates who were imprisoned in the dark Impel Down had already seen the video recording the phone bug. Witnessed the destruction of the entire Holy Land Mariajoys. To be frank, if it weren't for the astonishing unknown wealth left by the world government, and the monster man who was almost comparable to God, after successive battles, Katrine Dime would never be willing to participate in this cooperation. Because it's not just her, Impel Down most of the vicious guys after seeing the devastating battle. The first thought subconsciously gave birth to a retreat. After all, but no one wants to take their own life as a joke. If it weren't for the strength of almost the entire New World pirates gathered this time, these monsters led them down to seize the treasure left by the world government. Catherine Dime was unwilling to wade into this muddy water. Hey, what's this? When Pizarro, the villainous king, heard the words, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Take a glance at the Lonely Red, Valoric Redfield, the Devil's Descendant, Bullet, and the huge battleship, Wolf at the back. Plus the 4 Emperor's Big Mom pirate group on the side. As well as the unimaginable strength of the Great Pirate Alliance gathered by thousands of New World forces. In the view of the evil government king, faced with this terrifying lineup, how can a guy who is all alone resist? Even if it is a god, it can't be killed, right? What's more, after the analysis of the Lonely Red, Valoric Redfield, the man is definitely not in the peak state when he was fighting IM. Then, in Pizarro's view, this action is absolutely sure. Because he doesn't believe that there is any force in this world that can resist the big alliance that almost brings together all the pirate groups in the entire New World. After all, that man, there is only one person. This is a fact that is doomed to be unchangeable. But the number of pirates under his command this time alone is more than 200,000 pirates. Well, now is not the time to divide that island equally. On the deck of the Big Mom pirate ship, accompanied by this voice sounded. The deck rattled heavily. Followed by, this is to make the evil King Pizarro look fiercely at anyone who has the courage to refute him. But when he saw the tall female figure surrounded by dark clouds and flames, exuding a fierce aura, the evil King Pizarro obediently kept his mouth shut. Big Mom, the person here is one of the 4 emperors who initiated the Great Pirate Alliance in New World this time. Big Mom Pirates Captain Charlotte Linlin, facing the monsters where pirates on the 9th floor and above in the Big Alliance are all at the mercy of each other. The evil King Pizarro doesn't want to make fun of himself. But this lost face, the evil King Pizarro kept it in his heart. When he seizes the treasure left by the world government, can make a comeback, he'll let the world know what happens to anyone who dares to displease him. Whether it's Big Mom or Lonely Red, there is no exception. And at this moment, the evil King Pizarro is still unclear. Except for his accident, in today's big league where most of them have ulterior motives and cooperate because of interests. He is not the only one who has this idea. Mother. At this moment, the Big Mom pirates are on the deck of the main ship. All the cadres of the Big Mom pirates got up one after another. Big Mom doesn't care about their children's attitude. Instead, he looked up at the sky not far away. Jin, how's the situation over there? The voice fell, followed by a pteranodon with flames burning on its back in the rain. Advertisement. The faces of the people nearby couldn't help but change slightly. That's Jin, Big Kanban of the Beast's pirates. The right hand of the 4 emperors Kaido. Did the Big Mom pirates merge with the Beast's pirates? Jin didn't care about the reaction of the pirates on the pirate ship below. Instead, it landed on the deck of Charlotte Linlin's ship, and reformed into a human form whose whole body, including the face, was covered by jet black clothing. He glanced at the lonely red, and the others not far away. Shen Sheng said, "Everything is fine, and on the red line, there is only that man, alone. Just one person. Sure enough, that guy is really too arrogant. After such a big battle, facing us, he didn't even run away." Some pirates heard the words and said aloud. Jin didn't pay attention to the nearby pirates. Instead, the other party seems to be actively waiting for us to arrive. Active, waiting to come. Charlotte Linlin heard the words. On the side of the impel-down warship, Lonely Red, Beloric Redfield was taken aback for a moment. Then reach out and touch it. Interesting. I want to monopolize the treasure left by the world government, or is it because I have confidence in my own strength? But since it is confirmed that there is only one person. Lonely Red, Beloric Redfield looked at Charlotte Linlin. Let's get started, Linlin. Well, my mother also has the same intention. Charlotte Linlin heard the words, and glanced at the impel-down pirates led by Lonely Red. Thereafter, Charlotte Linlin focused on the densely packed thousands of pirate ships near the red line on the sea. Charlotte Linlin didn't hesitate. An order was issued to the entire Great Pirate Alliance. Ready to attack, for a while, whether it is any pirate with evil intentions or not. Still have other purposes, and staying on the ship belonging to the giant of the underground dark world behind the main ship of the Big Mom pirates. This moment, they speeded up to the red line in the rain. Lest someone else preemptively obtain the treasure left over from the world government, which may be of unimaginable value. And as the densely packed thousands of pirate ships keep approaching. Standing on the red line at the moment, Bai Ye could clearly see that those pirate ships had chosen to set up their pitch-black muzzles. Bai Ye put his hand on Ryujin Jaka. Bai Ye didn't act immediately. He has waited so long. Bai Ye is not short of time. At this time, Bai Ye wanted to see how many pirates would come to die this time. 100,000, 102,000. Or more. But, no matter how many come. A look of indifference appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Since these pirates chose the latter in the face of life and ambition, then their fate is already doomed from this moment. Since you want to put people to death, you must prepare for Xiaozi's death. This is the most simple truth in this sea. The thought ends here. Suddenly, this is a breath quickly approaching the red line. Bai Ye turned his head to look. The person who came was not malicious, but wearing a dark green cloak. Coupled with the strange tattoo on the face, it shows that the person who came is not someone else. This is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. I mean no harm, on the contrary. Long looked at the man in front of him, and looked at the terrifying lineup of pirate ships that were almost all densely packed in front of the mainland. Long Dao. I want to intervene in the next war, in the name of the Revolutionary Army. I hope you will not refuse. People from the Revolutionary Army. Seeing the dragon, a hint of surprise flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Long quickly explained. In fact, our Revolutionary Army has been paying attention to you from the very beginning. I have already learned about you from Colonel Carey of the G64 branch, but I didn't expect. There was a touch of embarrassment in Long's tone. Their Revolutionary Army has worked hard for more than 10 years. Unexpectedly, the man in front of him has not been invited to join the Revolutionary Army. This man is already alone. Smooth out the whole Mariajoy. Achieved what their Revolutionary Army has been working hard for more than 10 years. Therefore, Long now wants to do what the Revolutionary Army can do. It is to help the man in front of him, mobilize all the forces of the Revolutionary Army to intervene in this war. Think here. Long took out a phone bug to prove what he said was true with practical actions. Long gave orders to Lightning, the deputy commander of the other section of the phone bug. Not long. I saw that this is from the first half of the Grand Line. There are people from various kingdoms, the Revolutionary Army is scattered all over the world, and the strength of the Grand Line. With the appearance of a fleet of large ships, representing the dragon. Sincerity. And at the same moment. Because Bai Ye previously Bankai nearly destroyed the Red Line, which was the dividing line between the first half and the second half of the Grand Line. The densely packed pirate ships located in New World also saw the revolutionary forces in another sea area for the first time. Those guys are. Could it be that those bastards from the first half of the Grand Line also want a piece of the action? What a joke. Guys who haven't even passed the level of entering New World. What qualifications do you have? Advertisement. Disdain appeared in the eyes of the pirates on thousands of pirate ships. However, there is also a well-informed leading pirate captain who uses binoculars to see clearly the huge fleet logo that appears in another sea area. The expression of the pirate captain suddenly changed. No. Not right. Those are not pirates. Wait. Those guys. Wrong. Unmistakable. It's the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army. What are those crazy guys doing? Isn't that guy's purpose to subvert the world government? Now the world government has clearly. Suddenly, the suspicious voice of the pirate stopped abruptly. The pupils slowly widened. Wait. The purpose of the Revolutionary Army is to subvert the world government. Reminiscent of the monster who was alone before. Could it be? Isn't that monster alone? What the hell is it? Is there a problem with the information? Looking at the large number of fleets led by the Revolutionary Army that appeared in another sea area. A pirate's expression changed suddenly. And at this time. Suddenly, when nearly 1,000 pirate ships were about to fire their guns. Mero mero mellow. A female voice suddenly sounded from the side. Ah, it's so beautiful. Many pirates were taken aback for a moment, and their eyes faintly turned into red hearts. Available immediately. A large number of pirates were petrified. Someone suddenly reacted, gritting his teeth. That's 7 warlords of the Sea Empress Hancock's ship. What's going on? Pirates are attacking us. Damn, what the hell happened? Someone's color changes. Sudden. Dragon. This is the arrival of a fleet marked by Impel Down. It was Magellan, and as several pirate ships that were unable to react in time were directly swallowed by the venom. That's Magellan. Are you kidding me? What the hell is this? What's going on? Even that B************* D is attacking us. For a while, the entire Great Pirate Alliance couldn't stop a commotion due to successive accidents. After all, from the beginning, their entire Great Pirate Alliance's enemy is just a lone monster. But good Zhao now. Revolutionary Army, Empress Shichibukai, and Warden Magellan of Impel Down. Are these guys crazy? Don't want the treasure left by the world government. This move is completely prepared to be an enemy of their Great Pirate Alliance. And also, wasn't that monster alone the whole time? Why are there so many obstacles at this time? Even every background is not simple. Under the chaos, the brains of many pirates were incomparably chaotic. And at this moment, on the red line, Bai Ye watched this scene. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. But as a traveler, Bai Ye didn't have much doubts. The real purpose of the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government is to liberate the entire Grand Line. It is not surprising that he will come to help him. Empress Hancock, perhaps because of her past as a slave to the Dragonites. As for Magellan, more should be in the responsibility of being the director of Impel Down. But what is the reason for these people? Bai Ye now, he has no idea of involving other people. Look at the dragon. The first thing Bai Ye asked long first. That is to let the members of the Revolutionary Army keep a certain distance first, and not intervene in this war between him and Big Mom and the Lonely Red. Follow closely. That is, Bai Ye put his hand on Ryujin Jaka. It's like stepping on the void. Watch as thousands of pirate ships come below for the treasure left by the world government. A look of indifference flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. At the same time, he said to the system. System, claim the reward. Next second. This is the familiar voice from the cheat system. Open black lens bracket ding. Recovery is in progress for the host. Go to the age just before traveling to this world. 20 years old. Close black lens bracket. The voice fell. Next moment. This is Bai Ye feeling an incomparably powerful life force pouring into his body. And spear at the same time. The aura exuding from Bai Ye's body actually began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. 104. Young Bai Ye, release Ryutsu. Boom. Now. With a lot of vitality pouring into Bai Ye's body. The aura on Bai Ye's body is also gradually rising. Visible to the naked eye. When a trace of Ryutsu leaked. In the entire sea area near the red line, everyone felt a heavy breath. And at this very moment. Snatched Impel Down warship. A-hole. That stinky woman dared to attack our people. She still has such a beautiful face. This is the Genzuki Hunter, Katrine Dime looking at the Empress Hancock on the 9 snake pirates in the distance with a look of envy. She pulled out the saber at her waist and said in a deep voice. Let my old lady deal with that junior who doesn't know how to live or die. Let's see how my old lady can scratch that face that can confuse men. Finished. Genzuki Hunter, Katrine Dime was ready to move. Never mind the distance Magellan at all. However. Suddenly, a lingering heavy breath suddenly came from the red line. This is, above, Katrine Dime's complexion changed, and she subconsciously looked up at the red line. At the same time, and it's not just Katrine Dime. Regardless of the presence of the Revolutionary Army, they came to deal with the Lonely Red, Magellan and others who escaped from Impel Down. As well as the Big Mom pirates, the Devil's Descendants, Bullet and others all felt the amazing sense of oppression released by Ryutsu at the same moment. In this sea under heavy rain, almost everyone subconsciously looked up at the red line. Thereafter, everyone's heart became trembling involuntarily. I saw the man alone walking on the ground in midair. Visible changes are taking place. Every muscle in the old and strong body is becoming full. Hair turned from white to black. Together with the disappearance, there are also the scars left by the various battles in the past. Not long, reappeared in front of everyone. It was a young man with black shattered hair and eyes that gave people a sense of oppression. Because of the years, he re-exposed the cold and handsome young man of his youth. If it weren't for the knife at the waist and the attire with the upper body bare, there would be no change at all. At this moment, everyone subconsciously widened their pupils and opened their slowly elongated mouths. It shows that they can't believe that the man with a stern temperament and an extremely handsome appearance is the one alone. The monster who destroyed the entire Mariajoy. For a long time, in the heavy rain, there were thousands of pirate ships densely packed before someone came back to their senses. The voice trembled. What happened? Changed. Become younger. What the hell does this happen? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Countless doubts appeared in the minds of the pirates gathered in New World amidst the shock. At the same time, the members of the Revolutionary Army also stared at the stern black-haired young man standing in the air in disbelief. As that, difficult ad fee because of Devil Fruit's power. But how could such a thing exist? Advertisement. Lightning, deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army, opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief. Some exist Devil Fruit that can restore age. Revolutionary Army nature. For example, Joelle Bonnie, the big stomach girl of the evil generation, has the Devil Fruit ability that is suspected of manipulating age. But Lightning was extremely certain, all over the red line. Before they and the world's great pirate alliance arrive. That man was alone the whole time. That appearance is simply impossible to be changed by the influence of Devil Fruit. And, feeling that leaking Ryutsu, it's like the sea capsizes on this sky. Lightning palpitates endlessly. What is that? At the same time, on the red line, Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, witnessed the fundamental subversion. No, it was the unreasonable things that ordinary people issued in that man. Long was dumbfounded for a long time. Until Rayleigh's voice sounded. That man cannot be judged by common sense. To be honest, this old man doubts whether that man is human after all. When Rayleigh opened his mouth, there was a touch of complex writing beauty. That exuberant vitality, but definitely not what Devil Fruit can do. Although everything that happened is very unreasonable to put on that man. However, if you think of all this because of the appearance of that man. Rayleigh suddenly felt that common sense applies to most people, but that man is the only exception. At the same time, the main ship of the Big Mom pirates at sea is here. That guy, I don't know what happened, but he just got younger. That's all. Charlotte Linlin's eyes sank, and then loudly issued an attack order to the thousands of pirate ships that were already far enough away. Wake up for my old lady. There is nothing to be afraid of. Think about the treasure behind that guy alone. Don't forget your purpose. The voice fell. For a while, thousands of pirate ships and pirates came back to their senses. Subconsciously looked at the giant island suspended on the red line. Their eyes were quickly replaced by greed. Yes, the purpose of their coming here. For the treasure left by the world government. And it has come to this point now. Make them give up. What are you kidding? Then. Thousands of pirate ships ignored Magellan and others. Directly attack Bai Ye at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. On this rainy sea now. Thousands of pirate ships densely packed fired their muzzles at the same time. Then a pitch-black cannonball was fired. How shocking is this scene? The first round of shelling sounded. Advertisement. When the rest of the people were startled by the sound of the shells, they came back to their senses. Looking up at the sky, his face suddenly changed, and his heart trembled. Because it's within reach. Those are the densely packed pitch-black cannonballs that occupy the entire sky like raindrops. It seems to have dyed the entire sky black. Then they all fell madly towards that man. No doubt. Once those thousands of shells explode, even the remaining red line will be wiped out by the force of the explosion. Think here. The deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army secretly scolded the lunatic. With the dense quantity of those pirates. Once the shells deviated, wouldn't even our own people be blown up? Pirates are indeed a group of stupid and crazy existences. Lightning, deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army, subconsciously looked at the man. However, just when all the shells were about to fall on that man. Bai Ye moved at this moment. Witnessed the flying shells. Ryujin Jaka is not used. Hado abilities are also not used. 2. Exclamation mark. At the moment when Bai Ye adapted to the past and belonged to the peak stage of his age. The majestic Ryutsu instantly soared into the sky. Boom, boom, visible to the naked eye. Thousands of pitch-black cannonballs flew in front of Ryutsu who could distort the atmosphere, and the collective choice stagnated in midair. That is, some pirates widened their pupils. Bai Ye looked calm and said, "Give it back to you." The voice fell. For a moment, I saw thousands of shells under the action of Ryutsu. It was originally flying towards Bai Ye who was in midair. Now they are collectively falling downwards. And this scene caught the eyes of the pirates on the thousands of pirate ships below. All the pirates' expressions changed wildly. After all, in order to seize the treasure left by the world government, every captain of the pirate group in the big alliance is afraid of being left behind, afraid of not getting to the front. This leads to, they faced the falling shells at sea. There is no way to avoid it. As the cannonballs that dyed the sky almost black continued to enlarge in the eyelids. Quick! Run! Prepare to abandon ship. Pirates suddenly broke out in riots. In addition to the leading Big Mom pirate group, Jin and others, there are also impelled down prisoners led by Lonely Red. All pirates are crazy. However, just when the pirates were about to abandon the ship one after another, seeking a chance to survive. Next second, this is majestic Ryutsu like the sea capsized. Suddenly descended on the entire sea area. 105. The destroyed Great Pirate Alliance, the pirate chapter is basically over. Plop, plop, plop. Almost all the pirates who were about to abandon their ship and flee felt this pressure. Both were directly crushed to the ground by the heavy Ryutsu. What is this? The Big Mom pirates and the Lonely Red, Valoric Redfield and others on the Impel Down warship felt the heavy pressure. Subconsciously looked up to the sky. However, don't wait for them to change color. It was thousands of pitch black cannonballs that almost occupied the sky and fell down again, constantly magnifying in everyone's pupils. No. Not good. On the main ship of the Big Mom pirates, Perospero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, looked at the cannonballs that came into view. Cursing the guys involved in the big leagues as an idiot. At the same time, he quickly used his fruit-licking ability to create a candy barrier that protected the entire main ship. As for the other idiots, he has no extra strength to protect. And at this moment, hey, the war hasn't started yet, so it seems we're going to have to ask for our own blessings. On a warship taken from Impel Down, the evil King Pizarro had an ugly look on his face. Bang. Heavy footsteps sounded. It's Devil's Descendant. Bullet doesn't say a word. Step forward. Immediately, he stared at the man with a stern temperament. Bullet set his sights on the shells falling wildly. Make a fist and accumulate energy. Then he said, if you can't resist something of this level, then you are not worthy to fight that monster at all. The voice fell. The jet black armament hockey emerged from his white-gloved fist. Immediately, that heavy, almost suffocating Conqueror's hockey, what a horrible monster. Bullet murmured. The fist exploded at the same time as countless shells exploded on the sea. Next moment, boom, a violent explosion happened. The continuous cracking sound almost resounded throughout the sea surrounding the red line. Because of its violent explosion and vibration, even tens of hundreds of kilometers across the sea, you can feel the strong and incomparable shaking. Not long, when everything gradually settles down. Visible to the naked eye, dozens of kilometers of sea are full of wrecks of pirate ships, a large number of floating pirate corpses. This time the so-called Great Pirate Alliance, in addition to the main Big Mom pirate group, and the Beast's pirates Jin, plus Impel Down led by the Red Earl and others, almost lost more than half of its troops under its own attack. Witnessing this scene is enough to move anyone in the world. The surviving pirate felt the terrifying Conqueror's hockey from the sky, and couldn't help but tremble. That monster, although most of the assembled pirates are too dense due to their own greed. It is impossible to escape the explosion range of the shell. But just the beginning of the war, so much combat power was directly lost. How can this be accepted by them? And at this moment, Gouda, Captain Teach, that guy doesn't seem to be weak at all. On the warship stolen by Impel Down, Badgers peeked at Blackbeard and whispered. Blackbeard didn't need to hear what his men had to say. Blackbeard's face has long been extremely difficult to see. That state, even if he sees with his eyes. I also know that it doesn't look like it is because of the intense consumption of the battle with I am. Not to mention, that monster, now I am younger than before. Combined with the previous power that almost burned the entire Grand Line. Blackbeard swallowed involuntarily. Damn it, he chose to go to Impel Down and use the Lonely Red guys to help him capture the monster's energy. It was as if he had made the worst choice of all plans. No, it should only involve that man. His plans were never under control. But even knowing this, Blackbeard's face darkened, and he prepared to fight. Because with the current situation, the war has obviously begun. The arrow has been placed on the string, and it has to be fired. Now Blackbeard can only hope that Lonely Red and Big Mom don't let themselves down. Because, once it fails, rumble, feeling the terrifying pressure that seemed to overturn the entire sea and press on everyone's hearts. Will die. This is not just a war, but a life-threatening battle between them and that man from now on. And at this moment, Open Black Lens Bracket host has returned to the best age group at present close Black Lens Bracket. The body is stronger than before. The 5 senses have also been enhanced. Not only the 5 senses, but also, this unprecedented sense of lightness in the body. Bai Ye is familiar with the current state of his young body, his eyes are thoughtful. He probably has a basic understanding of the benefits of being young. And after regaining youth, the template that Bai Ye currently owns even if the current progress is unchanged. Bai Ye's combat power will also be further improved. Because of a younger body, it is destined that Bai Ye's physical strength will be unmatched before. And a lighter body will speed up Bai Ye's action speed. Sharper 5 senses can help Bai Ye see any move of the opponent. Therefore, the actual benefits of rejuvenating your youth go way beyond just looking younger. Advertisement. Same. Although Bai Ye is still unable to fully adapt to his current younger and stronger body. But, Bai Ye looked down at the Great Pirate Alliance, who came to die this time. Bai Ye believes the pirates in front of him will help him quickly adapt to his current body. As well as, looking at the sea area in front of him, there are no more pirate forces to join. A look of indifference appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Then draw the Ryujin Jaka bathing in the blade of flame. Not sure if some guys are working in the dark though. But in Bai Ye's eyes, neither has any relationship. Because waiting to kill all those pirates who are trying to become the next, I am, can't contain their greed. Bai Ye will do everything that needs to be done. Eyes move. Placed on a giant island that drives pirates all over the world crazy. Ryujin Jaka lifted up, and the heat began to gradually evaporate all the rainwater on this sea area, and the air became scorchingly hot. The monster moved. What is he trying to do? The face of the pirate who was struggling to support under Ryutsu changed slightly. Someone also suddenly realized the man's plan. Are you kidding? Is that guy planning to destroy the treasure left by the world government? This idea was born. A-hole. Stop me, old lady. The first to react was the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were bloodshot. Grabbing Prometheus, flames appeared in his hands. Fireball from the sky. Suddenly, countless fireballs flew in the direction of day and night. Lonely Red Beloric Redfield and others reacted. Without any hesitation, against the terrifying pressure contained in the air, he shot at that man. However, whether it's Big Mom, or Beloric Redfield et al. Their shot, the moment Bai Ye cut Ryujin Jaka down. It's already doomed to be one step too late. And start at this moment. That is what represents war. No, it should be said that it was the beginning of a unilateral crushing. This is a crush that belongs to one person vs the Great Pirate Alliance. Boom. With Ryujin Jaka fell, the island with the remains of the ancient kingdom gave a sudden meal first. Afterwards, under the witness of countless ambitious pirates, it suddenly turned into two halves and fell under the violent vibration. The evil King Pizarro took the lead, trying to get close to Bai Ye. Roaring, damn it, that's lousy stuff. However, before the evil King Pizarro approached, Bai Ye's left hand has been raised. This is the golden thunder and lightning light. Next moment. Hado number 63 fiery lightning howl. A golden beam of light piercing the sky has already been sent down from Bai Ye's hand one step ahead. The evil King Pizarro felt a threat of death, and his face changed drastically. Just about to ask Gao Zihong, and others for help. The result is the next second. Fiery lightning howl is so fast. It's almost here, the evil King Pizarro didn't react at all. The whole body is swallowed directly. With a bang, Pizarro's body fell into the sea. Became the beginning of this war. The first, big pirate cannon fodder, to die. It's so easy. Genzuki Hunter, Katrine Dime was shocked inwardly. He looked up to where the man was in midair. However, Bai Ye's figure has disappeared in place. Shunpo. Katrine Dime glanced around, trying to find Bai Ye. It turned out that the man appeared in front of the impel-down warship they had taken. Followed by, it was the blade bathed in flames that had already been chopped off. No, not good. Katrine Dime hastily used her devil fruit ability. At this time, B*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************'J. Stop it. It turned out that this was a 180-meter high impel-down prisoner who was hailed as a huge battleship by the outside world. The wolf waved its big hand and rushed towards Bai Ye. Result. When the evil wolf and Bai Ye looked at each other. Feel the overwhelming terror Ryutsu. The wolf's incomparably huge body trembled unexpectedly. Follow closely. It was this moment of absence. A blue beam of thunder and lightning emitted from Bai Ye's raised left hand. Its true colors. It was Hado number 88, Flying Dragon Striking Thieves Shocking Thunder Cannon, that took Kaido's life. Although Bai Ye is adapting to his young body. But he has no intention of wasting time with some irrelevant pirates. Then, as the wolf was hit by a blue lightning beam that seemed to be able to pierce the sky. 0. Asking for flowers. Originally advanced. Another prisoner who was held on the 6th floor of the city died in a blink of an eye. And at the same time that the wolf died. Advertisement. Ryujin Jaka has been killed. Red Earl and Bullet responded promptly. The two jumped up, but Katrine Dime wasn't having that kind of luck. Nor was there the good fortune that Blackbeard had been standing behind earlier in the morning. Ryujin Jaka is currently in Shikai status though. But in the face of a high temperature comparable to the sun's surface of 6,000 degrees. It is definitely not something any mortal body can bear. Follow closely. At this time, Lonely Red and the Devil's Descendant, Bullet made their moves one after another. Bai Ye's complexion did not change at all. Witness two people, one unleashes the blood bat attack and the other unleashes the Conqueror's entanglement. Bai Ye raised his left hand. A white ray of light lit up, followed by a large number of explosive flames that easily swallowed the attacks of the two. Hado's 33 blue flame pendant. Thereafter, Bai Ye Shunko disappeared directly in place. Appeared in front of Bullet. While Ryujin Jaka slashed towards the Lonely Red. Bai Ye clenched his fist with 5 fingers, and the full muscles of his arm exerted force. Follow closely. One bone. The two attacks are released simultaneously. In the eyes of outsiders. This is Lonely Red. Redfield's complexion changed wildly, and he retreated, while Bullet chose to greet him. The results are, Bullet thinks that he has been exercising for a long time, and he has acquired an unparalleled physique, and he has not resisted the punch from the man in front of him. The purple-black armed color was shattered by the terrifying force, followed by the expansion of the blood vessels in both arms, and the blood splashed Bullet's entire chest, which was sunken visible to the naked eye. Then it turned into a cannonball and crashed into the distant sea. One strike. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone who witnessed this, crushing. They are destined not to forget everything they saw today. The mighty monsters imprisoned in Impel down. In front of that man. It was so vulnerable. No, it's not that those guys are too bad. It's the monster, just too powerful. That powerful. Only after seeing it with my own eyes. To experience the despair firsthand. Behind, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long's eyes could not stop shaking. He just understands now. Why is that man not prepared to involve the Revolutionary Army in this war? Because from the very beginning, in the eyes of that man, war does not exist at all. Whether it is the remnants of the Big Mom pirates united with the Beast's pirates, or the Impel Down Pirate League led by Baloric Redfield, the Lonely Red, can't pose any threat at all. Sword skills, physical skills, abilities, and a physique that can crush any armed color with just fists. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, confessed. Imagine if he was on the enemy side of that man. Long couldn't imagine that he had any means to fight against that man. And at this time, Big Mom also made a move himself. However, Long noticed that Bai Ye suddenly reappeared in midair. Or to be more precise, it splits the bright cannon, released by Big Mom in two. After that, 2 explosions were set off in the sea. Bai Ye suddenly stopped and continued to attack. What does he want to do? There was a trace of doubt in the dragon's eyes. Right now. Long saw a terrifying scene destined to be unforgettable. Bai Ye looked at the remaining Great Pirate Alliance fosses below. Feel the young body that has now adapted. A look of indifference appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. It's time to end. Considering that if it is Bankai, the entire Grand Line may be difficult to support 2 remnant swords in a short period of time. Bai Ye raised his left hand. In an instant, centered on Bai Ye. With the unabashed release of the terrifying Ryutsu. Visible to the naked eye as the surrounding atmosphere and space ripples. Thereafter, boom, boom, boom. This is the sea area below the red line turning over like a dragon. Suddenly, several huge stone pillars rose from the ground. Bai Ye stood on it. Hado's 99. The voice rang out. This is enough to turn the entire Grand Line into a horror. Ryutsu is coming. The space is completely distorted. Thereafter, this is 5 heads composed of unimaginable and almost materialized horror Ryutsu, exuding a destructive aura, and roaring oriental dragon appeared. It is also the first and last time that Bai Ye will show almost the strongest Hado in front of the Grand Line. 5 swirling dragons of destruction! Exclamation mark. 5 oriental dragons with a size of hundreds of meters and a destructive aura roared. Suddenly, it rushed towards the remaining Great Pirate Alliance. As well as, there are Blackbeards trying to escape. Not yet able to act. Right in front of a 5-headed giant dragon several hundred meters in size made up of almost materialized Ryutsu. The first to die unwillingly. And, in front of the roaring dragon who continued to stare as if there was nothing in front of him. Definitely won't be the last. This will only be the ending of the entire Great Pirate Alliance's destruction.